Jinghai City, Jinghai University. Masterly, I wish to consult you on a matter. My partner refuses to marry me, yet also does not wish to part ways. What could be the reason? Because it's free. What should I do? Li Tong flashed a charming smile. Next time, charge him, and he will behave. The bell rang. However, in a certain classroom, only a few individuals were present. Signatures had been collected, yet the person was absent. Stop. Shi Jiang and Li Tong paused mid-stride and turned back. Li Tong widened his eyes and quickly stepped aside to make way for Zhu Xinyue. Please, this way, my lady. Zhu Xinyue, appearing somewhat angry, puffed her cheeks and questioned Shi Jiang. Why do you keep avoiding me? Indeed, why do you persistently evade her? Li Tong interjected. Shi Jiang shot Li Tong a glare. Your words are rather excessive. He then turned his gaze towards Zhu Xinyue, tinged with a hint of regret. I am sorry, Xinyue, but it's simply impossible between us. Why is it impossible? Is it that I am unworthy of you? No. Shi Jiang's expression flickered with a hint of unease, as if he were evading the topic, shaking his head. How to articulate? How could I, with my milky sweetness, dare approach one as smoky as you? Zhu Xinyue? Li Tong, was this a reversal of fate? Enough. Leave me be. Even if you were to kneel and plead, my answer would remain unchanged. Li Tong stood by astonished. Dude, you truly can put on an act. Are you trying to drive me away? Am I really that detestable? Zhu Xinyue's eyes reddened, tears cascading down as she gazed at Shi Jiang with a pitiful expression. She was the beloved daughter of a well-off family, showered with affection by her parents, having whatever she desired. Even stars from the sky could be plucked for her. Never had she faced such humiliation. Countless suitors had professed their love to her, yet she stubbornly favored this obstinate Shi Jiang. Just yesterday, bolstered by her friend's encouragement, she had mustered the courage to confess her feelings in class. Yet Shi Jiang, behaving like a vegetable, completely ignored her. It left her utterly humiliated. Zhu Xinyue choked back her emotions. I will ask you once more, do you truly? No need. But her words were abruptly cut off by his indifferent interruption. Fine. Zhu Xinyue lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, forcing the word out. Disappointment towards Shi Jiang had long settled in her heart. He had once treated her well. Why, then, did he reject her confession? Soon, she retrieved a stack of red bills from her bag. I understand your family's financial struggles. Take this for now. I don't want your money. With a flick of his hand, the stack of bills fell like crimson leaves, drifting to the ground. Leave, Shi Jiang reprimanded. The atmosphere was starkly cold. Zhu Xinyue appeared startled, as if the Shi Jiang before her was a different person altogether. With a heavy heart, she squatted to pick up the bills, muttering under her breath. Shi Jiang, I despise you. She turned and walked away, as if resolved to make a decision. Shi Jiang simply watched in silence, unmoved. Li Tong felt a twinge of discomfort. His heart racing like a flailing chicken. He considered himself a master of romance, able to decipher the intricacies of love, yet he found himself speechless in the face of Shi Jiang's impenetrable demeanor. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent family, not just a buddy. You, the epitome of a true man. I almost want to kneel before you right now. Li Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Shi Jiang, at this rate, she might just give up entirely. Then so be it. Shi Jiang replied blankly to Li Tong could hardly agree, staring intently at Shi Jiang. I just don't understand. The Zhu family is one of the 4 prominent families in Jinghai City. They are aristocrats. Zhu Xinyue is a school beauty. Don't you think being her husband would be advantageous? An exquisite beauty, slender figure, long fair legs, and that captivating charm. She truly enhances your appeal. Li Tong rambled on, seemingly urging him to reconsider. To Shi Jiang, his chatter was nothing short of a nuisance. He sighed deeply, exuding a sense of resignation. With empty pockets, how could I dare to entangle myself with a goddess? I understand your situation, but Zhu Xinyue doesn't care. If you were to win her over, your sister's medical expenses could be covered. Without money, how can you possibly face those exorbitant medical bills? Shi Jiang shot him a glance. Quite simply, I shall earn money. With that, he no longer concealed his dismal aura, revealing himself to be a quintessential underdog. Li Tong was taken aback. He had never encountered such a potent underdog presence before. It was downright terrifying. Well then, be cautious about your timing. Li Tong cast him a wary glance before hurrying away, fearful of Shi Jiang's potential retaliation. The last time Shi Jiang had kicked him was still fresh in his memory. It felt as if he'd been struck by a steel board, a pain akin to receiving 30 lashes on his backside. Subsequently, he earned the nickname Leg Brother. Family, who understands, best to keep your distance. Just as Li Tong was about to leave, a thought struck him. Surely Wei Long isn't waiting for you at the school gate. Wei Long was notorious at Jinghai University for bullying the meek, extorting money from them. Not long ago, Wei Long had set his sights on Shi Jiang, demanding protection fees. When Shi Jiang refused, a group had beaten him, yet he remained silent amidst the assault. He managed to take down 3 of them, a feat well documented. Of course, Shi Jiang didn't fare any better, suffering severe injuries that required stitches at the hospital. Not a chance the last incident was resolved, so you needn't worry. Just hurry and leave. Li Tong's expression turned skeptical, unsure of Shi Jiang's words. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Deceiving you would make you a little puppy. Huh? Li Tong, who had just nodded, suddenly looked puzzled. Just kidding. It's getting late, hurry home. All right, call me if anything comes up. Also, I advise you, Zhu Xinyue is a good girl. Next time you see her, apologize and cherish her. Just leave. Shi Jiang watched as Li Tong departed, shaking his head in exasperation. You, a flirtatious scoundrel, pursuing every woman you see. What do you know? Zhu Xinyue is renowned for her beauty and wealth. Who wouldn't be tempted? But such a remarkable girl, could I really take advantage of her? That would be a joke. I wouldn't want to jeopardize her future. Shi Jiang was somewhat self-aware. Given his own circumstances, it was nothing short of a living hell. Forget it. Speaking too much only brings tears. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of ruffians lingered at the gates of Dongdu University, their intense gazes seemingly waiting for a fateful encounter. Passers-by flowed continuously, yet the ruffian's attention was solely fixed on Shi Jiang as he stepped out of the school gates. That a green-haired thug scowled, turning to Wei Long beside him. Big brother, that kid is here. Zhu residence. Miss, you have arrived. Zhu Xinyue hurriedly entered the room, her face concealed by her hands, completely ignoring the housekeeper, which struck the latter as quite peculiar. Typically, the young lady is lively and endearing, always greeting her upon her return. Today, however, she appeared to have encountered some sorrowful incident. Something was amiss. That I must promptly report this to the young master. I in the study. Zhu Hua, with piercing eyes, sat on a wooden chair, his fingers incessantly flipping a coin as though deep in thought. He felt a headache coming on. Oh dear, who has wronged you? Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. IT was said she had plans for a significant undertaking. Yet today her mood shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page. Clearly, this change was related to that matter. Bring someone in. Young master, what are your instructions? Tang Mu adjusted his glasses, stepping closer. In half an hour, I want to know everything regarding you from the past couple of days. Understood. In another room. Zhu Xinyue's tears flowed freely as she buried her face in the quilt. Woo! Woo! Shi Jiang, you wretched fool! You imbecile! You scoundrel! She vented all her grievances from the day on her bed, her tear-streaked face a picture of despair. At this moment, her disdain for Shi Jiang had reached its peak. Just wait. I swear. I will make you pay. I will strip you of your sinews, flay your skin, and drain your blood. Her voice, filled with rage, sounded oddly whimsical as it escaped her lips. Sitting on the bed, she wiped her tear-stained cheeks. Woe is you, Shi Jiang. Playing with my emotions, are you? She pressed her fingertip against a spot of crimson. Suddenly, a faint smile graced her lips. However, I find it enjoyable. Stop, stop. Do not strike me any further. Barefoot. I fear not those in shoes. I will strike you. I will obliterate you. Bang, bang, bang. The green-haired thug was on the verge of losing consciousness, wildly swinging his nunchaku. A flurry of punches rained down upon the green-haired thug's abdomen, causing him to drool in a daze. That all you've got? Even if you recover, you'll still be drooling. Brother, save me. This kid packs quite a punch. I felt him last time. It was evident they had come to seek vengeance on Shi Jiang, as they had suffered a humiliating defeat previously and were now looking to reclaim their dignity. Fear not, though this fellow may have strong bones. After all this time, he should be quite exhausted. Everyone, charge, surrounded by a dozen thugs, they lunged at Shi Jiang. No matter how many arms and legs he had, he could not withstand the onslaught of thugs. Though he appears frail, his bones are surprisingly sturdy. It's truly painful to engage him. Shi Jiang had long been accustomed to being bullied by these thugs, perhaps due to some malnutrition. He looked somewhat emaciated, but his bones remained robust. Shi Jiang's face turned crimson as a significant wound bled profusely from his hand. Grab his legs, restrain him, Wei Long swiftly commanded, showcasing his talent for leadership. Under his guidance, the thugs quickly subdued Shi Jiang, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Wei Long grinned triumphantly. Ha! He stepped closer, gently caressing Shi Jiang's cheek. From the desolate lands of Beishan and Chushui, what strength do you possess, little brother? Shi Jiang summoned all his strength, but still could not break free from the thug's grip, cursing, "Let me go, let's settle this onion on." Wei Long shot him a glance. Am I foolish? Or are you? You, a mere lump of iron, would be at a disadvantage in a duel against me. Why engage in a fair fight when we can gang up on you? Hand over your money. I have none. Shi Jiang scoffed, his attitude resolute. A resounding slap echoed as Wei Long struck Shi Jiang across the face, leaving it instantly flushed and red. He threatened, "You foolish boy, do not test my patience. After you took down so many of my brothers last time, you must at least cover some medical expenses. I heard you received a scholarship today. You even placed first in some competition. Well done." Shi Jiang's pupils dilated, instinctively protecting his backpack. How did you know? With such trivial matters, how could I not be aware? Search him. Shi Jiang erupted in fury, struggling desperately that money was meant for his sister's medical treatment, and he could not allow these thugs to take it. Still resisting? Beat him. Slaps and kicks began anew. Shi Jiang, already exhausted, crumpled to the ground, his body trembling from the pain. Wei Long chuckled as he snatched the backpack, rummaging through it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pulled out a stack of red bills. Counting 20 in total, he then scattered the remaining contents of the backpack across the floor, finding not a single cent more. How is it only 2,000? Forget it'll let you off easy today. Wei Long kicked him in the leg, snorting disdainfully. Brothers, let's go tonight. It'll treat you all. Brother Long is generous. Wei Long beamed, his face radiant, the stack of bills waving in the air. Just a little splash of water. Shi Jiang lay on the ground in agony, clenching his fists, powerless to watch them revel in their ill-gotten gains. How infuriating! Such events were no longer surprising to him. He had grown accustomed to being beaten, which had inadvertently honed his resilience. Stumbling, he picked up his backpack and, despite his disheveled appearance, walked away slowly. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly desolate. Ding-dong! The doorbell rang as Shi Jiang, dragging his injuries, entered the room with great difficulty. Inside, a burly man, slightly intoxicated from a bottle of liquor, seemed to be searching for something. Shi Jiang's arrival appeared to hold no significance for him. Shi Jiang glared at the man before him, as if to vent his recent frustrations. "Stop rummaging, there's no money left in the house for you to gamble." Oh. The man, finally realizing, took a sip of his drink. "Where's my mother?" Upon hearing this, the man scoffed. "Are you referring to that filthy whore? She's probably passed out drunk on the street somewhere." Ha! The laughter echoed in Shi Jiang's mind, overwhelming him with resentment and disgust. "You beast!" As Shi Jiang gazed at the scene before him, disappointment filled his heart. His father was nothing but a worthless pile of mud. He had completely lost hope in this family. This household would crumble without him. He slowly removed his shoes, revealing 10 bills hidden within each shoe, slot 20 in total. It turned out the scholarship amounted to 4,000, and Shi Jiang had secretly stashed away 2,000 for safety. Fortunately, this would buy him some time for his sister's treatment, that he meticulously counted the money, ensuring its accuracy. Just as he was about to tuck it into his pocket, a large hand seized him firmly. "Ah, so you have money." The burly man fixed his greedy gaze upon him. "Hand it over." At that moment, a wave of dread washed over Shi Jiang. He was all too aware that his father, old Deng, was easily swayed by money and would undoubtedly rush to the casino upon receiving it. Did the casino exist to enrich its patrons? Could he not employ a modicum of common sense? Yet ensnared by his obsession, old Deng was impervious to such counsel. This was akin to delivering funds directly to the hands of a gambler. Without hesitation, Shi Jiang's veins bulged as he summoned all his strength, yanking his wrist back while tightly clutching the 2,000 yuan. "This is for Yuer's medical treatment. You beast dare to take it?" In response to Shi Jiang's fervent outburst, the man merely smiled indifferently. Money begets money, you're just a foolish boy who understands nothing. Give me that 2,000 and you won't need to worry about Yuer's treatment. Go to hell. How dare you speak such vile words? Shi Jiang guarded the money. Fiercely, it represented Yuer's last glimmer of hope and must not be lost. The burly man lunged forward, towering over Shi Jiang with a robust frame. Moreover, having recently endured a brutal beating, Shi Jiang was physically and mentally exhausted, rendering him powerless against his father. Before long, he found himself unceremoniously thrown to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as his father snatched away the last of the life-saving funds. You beast, that is your own daughter. Haven't I told you? Once I return triumphant, I will settle Yuer's expenses. The man clutched the 2,000 yuan, elated. My days of resurgence have finally arrived. Struggling to rise, Shi Jiang lunged at the man. You can't take that money. Yuer's medical bills are due in just a few days. Get lost. The man kicked Shi Jiang away effortlessly. He dusted himself off, took a swig from a bottle, and sauntered out the door. Shi Jiang lay curled on the ground, the brutal kick to his abdomen sending waves of pain coursing through him, threatening to render him unconscious. A bitter laugh echoed throughout the room, a sound so forlorn it was heart-wrenching. How laughable! Before his eyes, darkness engulfed all hope as the shattered remnants of his family plunged him into despair. Some are born into privilege, while he was cast into chaos from the start. Misfortunes tend to seek out those already burdened by suffering. It was one thing to be bullied by thugs, but to be assaulted by his own father was a cruel betrayal. A gambling father, an alcoholic mother, a sick sister, and himself, the victim of it all. His heart, once suspended in anxious anticipation, finally succumbed to despair. Shi Jiang, who had bent over backward his entire life, had finally reached his breaking point. In a state of utter hopelessness, he turned toward the balcony, a smile suddenly breaking through. I am weary, let it all end. Farewell, my parents. Just as he leaned forward, ready to plunge into the abyss below, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind, activating the loser's reversal system. Unlocking wealth skills. Earn money from being beaten. Shi Jiang scoffed derisively. A system, you say? Earn money from being beaten? I am on the brink of death. Nevertheless, this did not deter Shi Jiang from his resolve. He still contemplated surrendering to fate. I might as well die early and be reborn, hoping to emerge as a wealthy heir in my next life. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shi Jiang frowned, his face contorted with reluctance. Who could it be? How annoying. Can't they see I'm about to end it all? He begrudgingly answered the call. Hello, who is this? Shi Jiang. Your sister's condition has worsened. I am currently organizing her surgery. Shi Jiang, feeling the weight of his financial constraints, asked, How much will it cost? Chapter 3. The Contract of Surrender? A staggering 110,000. Undergoing surgery necessitates considerable expenditure. Hospitals require payment up front before any procedure is performed. Thus, the ever-concerned Dr. Jiang made a phone call, prompting Shi Jiang to realize that the time had come to settle the financial obligation. Understanding Shi Jiang's predicament, Dr. Jiang sighed heavily. I can assist you with this payment. However, the amount is substantial, and it has occurred multiple times already. My wife is becoming increasingly dissatisfied. If she discovers this, I will be unable to help you further. A wave of anxiety washed over Shi Jiang, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his heart in turmoil. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. I will find a way to gather the funds. My sister's health must be prioritized. Hold your gratitude for now. Allow me to finish. Came the somber voice from the other end of the line. This surgery is critical. If all goes well, your sister's condition may improve. However, should it take a turn for the worse, her illness could deteriorate beyond repair. Understood, Dr. Jiang. You need not worry about the finances. After ending the call, Shi Jiang lit a cigarette, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. His hands trembled, unable to even ignite the flame. 110,000. If all else fails, perhaps I should resort to robbing a bank. Desperate for inspiration, Shi Jiang took several deep drags on his cigarette. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He had sold blood in the past, a necessity that had left him frail and emaciated. Not only could one sell blood here, but organs as well. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take action. With a father who lacked compassion and a mother devoid of integrity, Shi Jiang could not allow his beloved sister to be engulfed in a sea of despair. The thought of his fragile sibling enduring the same suffering he faced was unbearable. "Let me shoulder the pain," he murmured. "Wait for me, sister. I shall procure the funds." Shi Jiang exited, turning left and hailing a taxi. "Driver, please hurry. I'm already going as fast as I can. It feels a bit slow to me. Would you prefer to drive?" "Never mind." Shi Jiang disembarked and tossed 20 yuan to the driver. "Keep the change." The driver glanced at the meter displaying 209, his expression darkening. "Damn. I won't pick you up again." Shi Jiang, familiar with the route, entered a discreet building. Back to sell blood again. The room was enveloped in darkness, and Shi Jiang surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze on the figure before him. The person was masked, their identity obscured. Yet it was clear from the tone that they had developed a rapport through Shi Jiang's frequent visits. "Not blood this time, but a kidney," Shi Jiang declared through gritted teeth. Selling an organ would irrevocably alter his future, but he felt he had no other recourse, forced to resort to such desperate measures. The figure in black suddenly perked up with interest. "Now that's intriguing. I appreciate a client with such determination. How much is a kidney?" 210,000. "All right." The man in black observed Shi Jiang's emaciated figure and inquired with a smile, "Did you often indulge in drug use before? Was it frequent?" "What a joke. Am I that kind of person?" Shi Jiang immediately cast a sidelong glance. "Is this person unwell? I must ensure the quality of my kidney. I certainly do not want one that has been excessively used." "You've set conditions now." Shi Jiang rolled his eyes in response. "However, if you take my kidney, you won't withhold payment, will you?" "Ha ha ha. Still the same old story, can I deceive you? Here, we conduct legitimate business." The man in black presented a contract before Shi Jiang. He merely glanced at it and swallowed hard. They are trafficking organs, yet he speaks of legitimate business? Sign. And 200,000 will be transferred instantly. Wasn't he at 210,000? The man in black smiled faintly and waved his hand. "Thus, as I said, we operate legitimate business, naturally requiring surgical fees." "Fine." Shi Jiang calculated the 20,000 fees incessantly. Deducting the 11,000 surgical fee and repaying the over 20,000 owed to Dr. Jiang, he would have 70,000 left. He would set aside 50,000 for his sister and squander the remaining 20,000 on himself. After all, it was his kidney being exchanged. He couldn't afford to suffer a loss. That has settled then. Just as he contemplated signing the contract, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Who is being so bothersome? Can't they see I am selling a kidney? I am quite busy. Irritated, Shi Jiang answered the call. The voice on the other end was unmistakably Dr. Jiang S. Shi Jiang, do not do anything foolish. I have heard from your sister that you have sold blood in the past. This 11,000 fee is exorbitant. You aren't actually considering selling your kidney, are you? Oh no, I've been discovered. Shi Jiang touched his nose, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Shi Jiang, please do not act rashly. Let me ask you, do you trust your brother Jiang? Yes, I absolutely trust you. Good. I have managed to secure an opportunity for you. Will you seize it? Count me in. Upon hearing that Dr. Jiang would assist him, Shi Jiang was filled with excitement. I will send you a contract on your phone. Once signed, you won't need to worry about your sister's fees. Shi Jiang was slightly confused. You also need to sign a contract. Are you also selling a kidney? Nonsense. Will you sign or not? Of course, I trust you. Shi Jiang received a message on his phone, a contract sent by Dr. Jiang. He still held some trust in Dr. Jiang and did not scrutinize it carefully. He promptly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint. Done. Shi Jiang chuckled to himself, relieved that he wouldn't need to part with his kidney, and that future happiness was still within reach. However, the next moment, Dr. Jiang's voice came through the phone, familiar yet chilling. Shi Jiang, you belong to me now. My what? Shi Jiang was startled, tumbling off his chair. Dr. Jiang, I think I heard bamboo. Indeed, it is I. On the other end of the line, Zhu Xinyue spoke eloquently. How is Zhu Xinyue doing over there? And what does she mean when she says it's hers now? A mischievous smile spread across Zhu Xinyue's face. Take a look at the contract. Shi Jiang rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone, only to see the 3 prominent characters contract of servitude inscribed on the document he had signed. It's over. I seem to have foolishly sold myself. No. I should discard the seam too. Am I destined to become a docile beast of burden? Shi Jiang felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Is this some kind of trickery? Well, if you've kicked me, consider it a kick into cotton. With that, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. In my opinion, it's best to feign death. Chapter 4. I will surely shine brightly. Who would have thought that such an astute college student would ultimately fall prey to the scheming of the old rascal Jiang? How foolish of me to have trusted him. Dr. Jiang, our friendship ends here. Sure, Jiang was filled with a desire for escape. It was unfortunate that his fate had landed in the hands of Zhu Xinyue. You're in for a rough time, she warned. Sure, Jiang, don't you realize? I'm saving you. So relish this moment. What is there to relish? Dr. Jiang sighed slowly, seemingly envious of Shi Jiang. All right, stop pretending. Someone loves and cherishes you. Do tell me, when did you manage to hook a wealthy patroness? Shi Jiang replied, not telling you. You're good at keeping secrets. Do you think I want to talk to you? Shi Jiang tightened his lips, clearly unwilling to engage further. He adhered to the principle that excessive words were futile. Having signed a contract of servitude, you are now mine. Zhu Xinyue teased from the other end of the call. Zhu Xinyue, even if you possess my body, you shall never claim my heart, nor my whimsical soul. You should abandon this hope while you can. Yet she was undeterred, intent on securing her prize first, with an irresistibly magnetic command. Tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't show up, prepare to face the consequences. Shi Jiang hung up the phone with a grim expression. Her demeanor changed so swiftly. Just moments ago she had been so gentle. The man in black appeared somewhat impatient. What are you mumbling about? Are you selling your kidney or not? Not selling anymore. What? Shi Jiang tightened his belt and chuckled. I believe my happiness is far more important. Farewell. Just as he intended to leave, the man in black waved his hand, and a group of individuals surrounded Shi Jiang, the dark room amplifying the ominous atmosphere. Fear surged within him. Brother, you're not actually going to take my kidney, are you? The man in black snorted, raising a finger. Beat him to a pulp. No one dares to stand me up. Could you at least avoid hitting my face? The man in black smiled faintly and said, Brothers, just slap him. A group of men in black swiftly surrounded Shi Jiang, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Although Shi Jiang could be considered somewhat skilled, he was no match for this formidable group of robust figures. Bang, bang, bang. The world around Shi Jiang faded to black as he curled up and collapsed to the ground. In the haze of his confusion, he seemed to hear the sound of coins clinking in his mind. Wait, am I actually earning money by getting beaten? Instantly, he opened his bright eyes and began to cry out to them. Brothers, please, beat me to death. The black-clad men exchanged bewildered glances. Has he lost his mind? I was being gentle, one of them remarked, suspecting that he had become dazed. We should just toss him out. This is bad luck. Even cured, he might drool. Shi Jiang stared at the group of men in black, perplexed. Hit me. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and hit me. It was evident that he was growing anxious. If they did not strike him, he would have no money. He was waiting impatiently, feeling their gazes turn towards him as if he were a madman. In the next moment, the men lifted him and unceremoniously threw him out. 1, 2, 3, go. Shi Jiang's body flew through the air like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn, they treat me like I'm not even human. Rubbing his abdomen, he struggled to stand up. However, it seemed the beating had not been in vain. At least he had earned some money from medical expenses. He smiled broadly, momentarily forgetting his pain, and focused intently on the system panel. Suddenly, he froze. System, what on earth is going on? The system panel displayed 550 system coins. Yes, you heard it right. Not RMB. How am I supposed to spend these system coins? Shi Jiang felt deceived. The system was full of tricks. The city is full of schemes. I want to return to the countryside. I merely said getting beaten would earn money. I never specified what kind of currency it would be. Skill refresh completed. Would you like to purchase a skill with system coins? Fine. If there is no money, at least a skill is not too bad. Buy, of course I will buy it. What am I going to do with these system coins? Save them for the new year? Ding. Skill purchase successful. 500 system coins deducted. Basic body enhancement activated. Is that all? Shi Jiang shot a disdainful glance. The basic level will suffice. You will thank me later. Thank you for what? You just made me take a beating for nothing. Shi Jiang sulked with a pout. Oh, I forgot to mention, system coins can be exchanged for RMB at a ratio of 12 to 1. Now, Shi Jiang felt like a clown, standing there frozen in disbelief. Are you crazy? Why didn't you say that earlier? I exchanged those system coins for 1,000 yuan. Isn't that delightful? By the way, I still have 50 system coins left. How can I convert them? With mere thought, the amount will be transferred to your bank account or WeChat. Ding. Alipay notification, 100 yuan received. A smile crept across Shi Jiang's lips. Since the funds have arrived, it must make a sound. Alipay notifications are the loudest, so it must be through Alipay. Alright, enough of that. Please clarify any remaining functions promptly. The amount received from being struck diminishes with each subsequent hit. Shi Jiang nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the group of men in black had caused his coins to decrease from 50 to 40, so that was how it worked. The higher one's status, the greater the reward for each blow received. Does that mean if I let that wealthy young lady, Zhu Xinyue, hit me, I would receive 10,000 in return? The beating must be genuine and free from any interference. If you instruct someone else to hit you, it will not count. Oh, so that's how it is. Shi Jiang felt an exhilarating rush, as if life was suddenly filled with purpose. I shall set a modest goal of earning 100 million. Shi Jiang raised his arms triumphantly. I will surely shine brighter than the stars. Quickly, cover it up, don't let it make a sound. A muffled noise erupted as several men in black approached from behind, covering him with a bag. As darkness enveloped him, Shi Jiang struggled desperately. This is it. I'm surely done for. Brother, my kidneys are precious, not easy to sell. I don't care how easy they are to sell. Get in the car. The three men in black hoisted Shi Jiang towards a van, where he continued to wriggle and fight. One of the men grew irritated and swiftly knocked him unconscious. Drive. When he regained consciousness, Shi Jiang found himself bound tightly in what appeared to be a dilapidated building. As soon as he awoke, he began to wail and plead. Brothers, please don't kill me. Could you leave one kidney? I have elderly parents and young children, and even a puppy at home waiting for me to feed it. The bodyguards observed Shi Jiang's desperate demeanor, their hearts sinking considerably. Is this the one the young lady has taken a liking to? Truly absurd. Who would even consider him? We want to take your kidney. From a distance, Tang Mu smiled, adjusting his glasses, filled with curiosity. Let us discuss the matter at hand, which, as it turns out, involves beating. Shi Jiang curled up on the ground, incessantly shouting. Yet he could hardly contain the grin on his face as the system continued to shower him with coins. 40, 40, 30, strike, strike, strike. Hit me with all your might. Show no mercy. Laughter erupted as the count reached 400. The need for further exertion was evident. Yet, on a reflective note, the pain in my body seemed less intense, akin to a mere tickle. However, I had to feign great suffering, otherwise, those present would cease their onslaught, which would put me at a disadvantage. When the opportune moment arrived, and those bodyguards ceased their relentless assault, I would finally relent. Please, no more. I confess to everything. The bodyguards paused, inhaling sharply and shaking their fists vigorously. This metal contraption has finally yielded. My hands are nearly rendered useless. What has he consumed to possess such resilience? It appeared this fellow had been fortified with iron. Perhaps he genuinely had. Tang Mu cast a cold glance, his voice devoid of warmth. Now, reveal what kind of poison you administered to our esteemed lady. Brother Mu, I swear I did not. It was Zhu Xinyue who confessed her feelings to me. I would stake my life on it. Perhaps this is merely the charm I possess. What a joke. With your rustic demeanor, my lady would never deign to notice you. Tang Mu was wholly unconvinced. However, his purpose for confronting me was merely to impart a lesson, to instruct me to behave decently and cease causing distress to the lady, lest he consider adding another life to his tally. From now on, behave yourself. If my lady remains displeased, do not blame me for taking drastic measures. Yes, yes, I nodded eagerly, filled with relief. Had it not been for my inexplicable connection to Zhu Xinyue, I might have found myself at the mercy of this individual named Tang Mu. Brother Mu, I shall not dare to offend again. If your ire remains, feel free to strike me a couple of times to vent your frustrations. My irritation flared. You have already cast your grievances upon my face. At that moment, I became acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation. Here I was, provoking Zhu Xinyue. And Tang Mu, being a member of the Zhu family, would undoubtedly be furious and genuinely inclined to teach me a lesson. What is wrong with this man? Is he asking for me to hit him? My lady truly ought to choose a more sensible man. Begone, Tang Mu retorted, eager to extricate himself from this encounter. Noticing his intent to depart, I was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. I rushed forward to detain him. Do not leave. The bodyguard beside him frowned. Stepping in front of me with a menacing demeanor, his hand resting on my shoulder with ill intent. Did you not hear Brother Mu instruct you to leave? Do not disturb me. Seizing the bodyguard's hand, I employed a swift maneuver, executing a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, the towering bodyguard seemed to defy gravity, propelled by an unseen force, and fell heavily to the ground. The bodyguard and Tang Mu exchanged bewildered glances, and I suddenly realized I had overturned the bodyguard. I was just as astonished. I raised my hands in a gesture of innocence. This is not my fault. I truly. A flicker of complexity crossed Tang Mu's eyes. Have you practiced before? I shook my head in response. Having never trained before, he mused that perhaps this was simply a manifestation of innate talent. It dawned upon him that the remarkable transformation in his strength was undoubtedly a result of the initial stage of body enhancement, which had conferred a comprehensive augmentation upon his physique. Good heavens, what a divine skill. Oh, system, why didn't you disclose this sooner? You never inquired. Had I known, would I have acted differently? Shi Jiang let out a sigh, as if the enhancement of his body had emboldened him, rendering him audacious. Audacious indeed. With a deep exhalation, he charged toward the remaining bodyguards. Just moments ago, they had relished in pummeling him, but now the tides had turned. Bang, bang, bang. Several powerful punches were unleashed. The bodyguards found themselves momentarily overwhelmed, retreating under the onslaught. Seizing the momentum, Shi Jiang executed a sweeping kick. A howl erupted from the bodyguard before him, as if his leg had struck an iron object, causing him excruciating pain. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the unfortunate guard toppled to the ground. One swift kick had shattered his leg, truly worthy of being called the leg brother. With resolute strides, Shi Jiang dispatched the remaining 2 bodyguards effortlessly, the sheer force rendering them incapable of resistance. In mere moments, the 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, howling in agony. Unable to rise, Shi Jiang, akin to a petty tyrant reveling in his triumph, cast a glance at the 4 incapacitated men before turning to smile at Tang Mu. What do you think? Tang Mu's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he surveyed the chaos around him. This young man was proving to be quite extraordinary. Brother Mu, are all the bodyguards from your family so inept? It seems anyone can infiltrate. Shi Jiang boasted with a sense of pride. I retract my earlier statement. It appears the young lady has an excellent eye for talent. Having dispatched the 4 bodyguards in such a brief span, Tang Mu began to regard Shi Jiang with newfound respect. Though he himself could also subdue 4 bodyguards in a short time, it would require skill and finesse. Yet, Shi Jiang had relied purely on brute strength, devoid of any technique, which was a clear indication of his extraordinary might, far surpassing that of an average person. Tang Mu furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. This individual was no simple character, and his connection to the young lady hinted at deeper complexities. Shi Jiang chuckled, continuously flexing his fists, exuding an air of eager anticipation. Brother Mu, how about we have a little spar? Sure, Tang Mu replied without hesitation. Is this for real? Shi Jiang had not expected such a swift agreement. If that is the case, do not blame me. After all, you initiated the abduction, and now you must face the consequences. He. Without further ado, Shi Jiang lunged forward, fists clenched. Come at me. Tang Mu merely smiled, standing his ground without flinching. Shi Jiang pondered briefly. What was this fellow's intention? Was he truly going to take my punch head on? Was he perhaps holding back for me? In an instant, Shi Jiang's clenched fist was mere inches from Tang Mu's face. Tang Mu remained calm and unhurried as he drew a metallic object from behind his back, intent on pulling the trigger of a weapon that was undeniably captivating. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed squarely at Shi Jiang. At that moment, the temperature plummeted abruptly, the air becoming as suffocating as a constrictor. Shi Jiang came to an abrupt halt, raising both hands with unwavering determination in his gaze. Tang Mu glanced at him, nodding slightly. A resolute gaze, quite commendable. As Shi Jiang stared down the dark barrel directed at his forehead, he swallowed hard. Brother Mu, this thing could go off. It shouldn't always be pointed at someone. Tang Mu found the situation amusing. What's the matter? Feeling less brazen now? Why aren't you trying to strike me? Is it because you've lost your taste for it? Let us see, within 3 steps, whose fist is faster, yours or my gun. Brother, let us not joke around. Shi Jiang felt a pang of embarrassment. The earlier bravado vanished without a trace. He never anticipated that Tang Mu would resort to such tactics, nearly scaring him to the point of losing control. He forced a smile amidst his discomfort. I've been honest, please spare me. Honestly, who are you? Tang Mu's demeanor shifted to seriousness, no longer playful. Could it be that you think I believe you were sent by someone else? Absurd. No one sent me. I am merely an ordinary student from Jinghai University. I just happened to witness your lady's confession. You're not deceiving me. By the sun and moon. Let the heavens bear witness. All right, lad, Remember your words. I shall let you go today, but should I discover any ill intentions on your part, prepare to be treated to a mouthful of peanuts. With that, Tang Mu hurriedly departed, accompanied by his 4 companions, one of whom limped, adding a touch of melancholy to their exit. As Shi Jiang watched them leave, the tension in his chest finally eased. Does Tang Mu really possess a gun? Isn't this the very definition of the underworld? Fear gripped Shi Jiang's heart. Having endured such intimidation, he was barely 18. Is there still justice? Is there still law? If I become entangled with such figures, my life would hardly suffice for the bullets I might face. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. Zhu Xinyue had sent a message, waiting for you tomorrow. Shi Jiang slapped his forehead, groaning in dismay. Oh no, how could I forget about this calamity? If I fail to please this young lady tomorrow, won't Tang Mu insist on treating me to a whole barrel of peanuts? Chapter 6. The proud little princess at the entrance of Jinghai University. Zhu Xinyue donned a black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, radiating an unmistakable charm. Her eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief as she smiled softly. You arrived quite early, I see. Shi Jiang nodded. Could I dare to arrive late? If I fail to cater to your needs, someone will surely treat me to peanuts. I might offend the emperor himself, but I wouldn't dare cross you. What's wrong? You seem rather downcast. Shi Jiang quickly shook his head, suppressing a smile. Nothing, I'm quite happy. That's all that matters, Zhu Xinyue replied, covering her mouth with a chuckle. I must say, Zhu Xinyue has a truly enchanting smile. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. He must focus on how to escape from her grasp. After all, he has signed a contract of servitude, which is legally binding. Zhu Xinyue, no matter what your intentions may be, I assure you that I will gather sufficient funds for my sister's surgery to repay you. Look at you, frightened. As if being by my side could bring you harm. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Zhu Xinyue gazed at Shi Jiang with an infatuated expression, her small tiger teeth peeking out, adding a touch of adorableness to her demeanor. What malice could you have? I suspect Tang Mu was sent by you, pretending to be oblivious while truly understanding the situation. You wish to intimidate me into submission, don't you? Let me make it clear. That will never happen. I, Shi Jiang, would rather starve than partake in your soft enticements. Come on, class is starting. Zhu Xinyue extended her delicate, fair hand, clearly inviting Shi Jiang to take it. Shi Jiang scoffed, turning away slightly. Oh, so you have some spirit left. His cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he replied, I've never held a girl's hand before. Please don't put me in such an awkward position. In all honesty, he had never held the hand of a stranger. And this situation felt both foreign and slightly shy. Zhu Xinyue pouted. Very well then. Shi Jiang silently lamented, feeling utterly speechless. But let this be the last time. If you refuse to hold my hand again, I might just chop it off. You wouldn't dare. Shi Jiang exclaimed in shock. What do I have to fear? Don't forget, the contract of servitude is in my possession. You are now my slave, my property. If I were to end your life, no one would dare to question it. Shi Jiang clenched his fists, remaining silent. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. He needed to earn money quickly to repay his debts and leave this situation behind. Just you wait. I will find a way to escape your clutches. Thus, the two of them entered Jinghai University together. The surrounding students were immediately taken aback. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Zhu family? Goodness, what a revelation. Who is that man beside her? I believe his name is Shi Jiang. I heard he is from a poor family. What luck this fellow has to be noticed by the Zhu family's princess. Though Zhu Xinyue faced the curious glances of her classmates, she paid them no mind. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a couple before? Be careful, or I might just gouge out your eyes. Hurry along, hurry along. Zhu Xinyue was renowned for her proud demeanor. She was not someone to offend lightly. And what if someone did offend her? Shi Jiang groaned inwardly, trailing behind Zhu Xinyue. Feeling utterly mortified, he quickly tugged at the hem of her skirt. My lady, my little princess, let us leave this place before I lose all dignity. Zhu Xinyue was still intimidating her classmates who were gossiping about them when she noticed Shi Jiang tugging at her skirt. Humph, I merely suggested they keep their mouths clean. If they dare to speak again, I shall shatter their mouths. All right, we shall indeed shatter their mouths next time. Can we leave now, dear aunt? Of course we can. At the classroom entrance, a charming young man addressed a bashful female classmate. My dear lady, your beauty rivals that of the finest flowers. This evening's moonlight seems to belong solely to you. If your presence is absent from my candlelit dinner tonight, I shall find it impossible to eat or sleep. Li Tong. with a rose between his lips, raised an eyebrow at the shy girl before him. His hand, no longer restrained, gently took her hand and leaned in to kiss it. "Might I inquire if you are free tonight?" The girl's face flushed crimson, as if she had already fallen in love. "I am free." Her voice was sweetly bashful, seemingly beyond her control. Li Tong smiled broadly, eager to deepen their connection, when suddenly, a book was hurled from the classroom, striking him squarely in the face. "Scoundrel!" Li Tong barely had time to react before he stumbled to the ground, rubbing his face in anger. "Who did that?" Su Xinshin emerged from the classroom, hands on her waist. "Li Tong, how foolish I was to underestimate you. Just the day before yesterday, you claimed you would ask me out tonight. Yet here you are seeking new affections at the entrance? You must have misremembered. I am quite busy. My schedule is packed with appointments. Allow me to show you." Li Tong produced a small notebook and began to flip through it eagerly. "Su Xinshin, you are actually scheduled for 4 days from now, not tonight." Su Xinshin let out a cold laugh, her disappointment palpable. Without warning, she seized Li Tong's ear and executed a swift twist. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You do no pain. You scoundrel. How many girls have you secretly courted behind my back?" "Not many, just a full schedule this week." Upon hearing this, Su Xinshin's murderous intent became evident. One cannot conceal the desire to harm in their gaze. Furious, she removed a hairpin from her head and lunged toward Li Tong's abdomen. "Are you truly going to stab me? Help!" In a moment of panic, Li Tong turned to the rear. "Shijiang, save me." Without hesitation, he dashed to Shijiang's side and shielded him. "Brother, save me." Shijiang glanced at the furious Su Xinshin, then at the bewildered girl at the entrance, and instantly grasped the situation. "Li Tong, you truly are incorrigible. In matters like this, I cannot assist you." Shijiang stepped back, placing Li Tong in front of him. Li Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, dear brother." As Su Xinshin charged towards him with the hairpin in hand, Li Tong pleaded, "We are brothers. Lend me a hand." Shijiang, disinterested, retorted, "You brought this upon yourself. Do you not have any self-awareness?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Li Tong cried out in agony as the hairpin pierced him, suffering immensely. As the opportunity ripened, Shijiang finally intervened to mediate. "Su Xinshin, cease your actions at once. If you continue, he will require medical attention." One must admit, Shijiang's words proved to be quite effective. Su Xinshin halted her endeavors, snorted disdainfully, and threatened, "If I catch you behaving this way again, I shall not be so lenient." The bewildered female classmate approached Li Tong slowly. "Allow me to explain," she began. But before she could finish, she spat in his face. "Bah, scoundrel!" Li Tong wiped his face, his expression one of deep discontent. "Alas, what have I done wrong? I merely wish to provide every girl with a warm home." Shijiang patted his shoulder. "Look, Su Xinshin is upset. Shouldn't you console her? Console her. With all these wounds, how many band-aids will I need?" Li Tong turned his head slightly, suddenly frozen in place. "Zhu Xingyue?" He turned to Shijiang, fixing him with an intense stare. "When did you two become an item?" Shijiang helplessly waved his hand. "What can I say? You wouldn't believe I was coerced, would you? Not a chance, my friend. Did you not claim you would not become a son-in-law? Just 1 day apart, and you have already forsaken your principles?" Li Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the two before him were a marvel. Zhu Xingyue arrogantly remarked, "Why do you keep staring at my man? Be careful, or I shall gouge your eyes out." "Oh, how fearsome. Just 1 day apart, and the young lady already knows how to protect her man. Even threatening to pluck out my eyes," Li Tong retorted with sarcasm. He immediately pulled Shijiang aside. "You must clarify how you managed to win over this proud princess. Not a single detail must be overlooked." Li Tong raised an eyebrow, looking exceedingly lewd. Chapter 7. "Do you have time to return home with me today to start a family? Are you concerned for me? I suspect you are merely eager for gossip." Shijiang shot a weary glance at Li Tong. "Oh, do hurry. My brother is on edge." Shijiang appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating. "Can I divulge the details of this arrangement? Would I retain any dignity before my friend? Do I have any face left?" Li Tong mused that this rascal would likely be a burden for life. Perhaps it was best to concoct a casual excuse. "Well, you know my family is not well off. My sister is awaiting medical expenses, so—" "Ah, I knew it. You rascal." Li Tong laughed heartily, feeling relieved that his brother had finally come to his senses. His earlier heartfelt advice had not been in vain. He sincerely thought that if one were to set aside familial circumstances and place Zhu Xingyue and Shijiang together, they indeed made a striking couple. Cherish this opportunity, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement within. A brother has struck up a relationship with a wealthy woman. Surely, he ought to arrange for me to drive a luxurious vehicle. I do not require a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A Cullinan would suffice, with a mischievous grin. Pray tell, how far has he progressed in this endeavor? Oh, not at all. What were you imagining? They haven't even held hands yet. Alas, Li Tong, in a fit of anxiety, hastily produced a book entitled The Cultivation of a Successful Sea King. Here, take this. One could discern a hint of reluctance in Li Tong's demeanor. Get lost. Who wants your wretched book? Hurry along. Class is about to commence. Shi Jiang obediently returned to the side of Zhu Xinyue, fearful of incurring her displeasure. The two drew close together and entered the classroom. Upon crossing the threshold, they were met with a cacophony of raucous banter. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Shi Jiang rejected the illustrious Miss Zhu? Could it be that Shi Jiang has capitulated to wealth? By the heavens! How scandalous! Ye has taken up a relationship behind my back. The entire class erupted in commotion, and even Zhu Xinyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, please, do not speak further. Shi Jiang might become bashful. Shi Jiang shot her an exasperated glance. Silence, it seemed, was the most fitting response to Zhu Xinyue's predicament. Among all the students, none were more agitated than Zhu Xinyue's confidant. Lu Yuntian was utterly bewildered. Had she not been turned down just yesterday? How could there be such a sudden reversal today? Oh dear, it seems Zhu Xinyue has truly captured his heart. This is not only a failure on her friend's part, but also a personal defeat. Zhu Xinyue's smile was as sweet as honey. Sweetie, what troubles you? Lu Yuntian nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Well done, Ye. You have quite the talent for making this stubborn man yield. Wasn't he rejecting you just yesterday? How is it that Zhu Xinyue cast a glance over her shoulder at Shi Jiang? He may have a sharp tongue, but deep down, he truly harbors affection for me. Shi Jiang stiffly nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, indeed. You are entirely correct. So, this was the truth, a secret I bore with great difficulty. Now you are in the know, are you not? Indeed. Lu Yuntian felt a flush of embarrassment. This unexpected revelation nearly caused her to lose her composure. It felt as if the sun had risen from the west. Perhaps we should return to our seats. Class is about to begin. At that moment, Shun Yin approached the podium, textbook in hand, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression exceedingly grave. However, the reflective sheen of his balding head combined with his serious demeanor elicited stifled laughter from the students. All right, class, enough laughter. Every time I commence my lecture, you all find it amusing. Is there truly anything so hilarious? The students quickly replied, not at all. It's not funny in the slightest. I dare anyone to laugh. Shun Yin slammed the textbook onto the desk in a fit of anger, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Suddenly, a note struck Shi Jiang on the back of the head. Shi Jiang, catch this. Zhu Xinyue threw the note from behind, leaving Shi Jiang at a loss for words. However, fearing Zhu Xinyue's potential retaliation, he felt compelled to pick it up, sighing, just as he bent down to retrieve the note. Shun Yin had already descended from the podium and stepped directly onto it. His expression was grave, laced with a hint of anger. Shi Jiang, do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? I have high hopes for you in this class, yet you resort to such juvenile antics. As he spoke, Shun Yin squatted down and picked up the note, while Shi Jiang's gaze fixated on it, filled with trepidation. This was disastrous. If the Mediterranean saw it, it would be catastrophic. Zhu Xinyue, lurking behind with a sullen expression, was even a tad embarrassed. Utterly shocked that Shi Jiang was so inept that the note could be seized by the Mediterranean. If he dared to read it aloud, it would be mortifying for her. If he actually read it, Shi Jiang, you would be finished, completely doomed. Zhu Xinyue clenched her delicate fists, glaring fiercely at Shi Jiang, evidently blaming him. Where did you even get this note? Shun Yin slowly unfurled the paper and began to read aloud. Shi Jiang, are you free today to come home and have children with me? The room erupted in uproar. Good heavens, has it escalated to this point? I would never have believed it had I not heard it with my own ears. It was more explosive than fiction. Shun Yan's face darkened, and he refrained from continuing, gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses while taking a deep breath. He had encountered many situations in his time. Silence, he commanded, clearing his throat before addressing the class. Who passed this note to Shi Jiang? At this, the room fell silent. So, no one dares to take responsibility, huh? Zhu Xinyue, flustered and flushed, dared not admit her involvement, her face burning with embarrassment as she buried her head on the desk. Shi Jiang sensed the tension and quickly interjected. Professor Shun, this note was merely a prank. Professor Shen? Shen Yan's expression darkened further. No, I meant Teacher Shen. Shi Jiang quickly corrected himself, realizing he had slipped into a habit. A prank? Whose prank is written like this? But one cannot publicly declare such things. Shen Yan responded. Are you implying that the teacher is in the wrong? Or am I mistaken? I have done nothing wrong, merely sitting here and getting caught in the crossfire. Truly, one sits in class, yet troubles rain down from the heavens. Shi Jiang, you are a diligent and earnest student. Tell the truth. Are you in a relationship? Shi Jiang's eyes subtly shifted backward, as if signaling, but he noticed Zhu Xinyue's crimson face, her gaze betraying a threatening undertone. If you dare say the wrong thing, just wait for me to deal with you. Alas, life is not easy, and Shi Jiang felt the weight of his predicament. With a slight nod and a melancholic expression, he replied, I suppose so. Indeed, I had an inkling. The habits you now reveal bear no resemblance to the Shi Jiang I once knew. Under normal circumstances, you would undoubtedly act without the slightest hesitation. Shen Yin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, as if he had seen through everything. Given this, I shall not make it difficult for you. Were it not for your exemplary studies and earnest attitude, this matter would certainly not be so easily dismissed. With that, Shen Yin tucked the note into his pocket. Teacher, return my note. Not returning it, it will be confiscated. What a farce. A duck that has landed in my grasp cannot be allowed to escape. This note is filled to the brim with words, and I have yet to savor its contents. Once I return to my office, I shall relish it slowly. You, young man, come to my office after school. I have something to discuss with you. Why so fierce? It's not about the note. Oh, then I shall rest easy. Very well, let us focus on the lesson ahead. Upon hearing her name called, Zhu Xinyue felt a twinge of guilt and stood up straight. Are you unwell? Your face is flushed, and you seem to be slumped over your desk. Are you feeling all right? No. Shen Yin adjusted his glasses again, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate all facades. Then pay attention in class. Chapter 8. The little fairy of version 0 Shi Jiang was immersed in his assignments when a cup of strawberry juice was placed before him. Zhu Xinyue smiled warmly. Your favorite strawberry juice? It's not sour. Shi Jiang paused momentarily, then smiled in return. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just give it a try. Zhu Xinyue watched eagerly, her face nearly touching Shi Jiang's. Drink up. And you? Zhu Xinyue chuckled lightly, lifting her own kiwi juice. I've already had some. Noticing that her kiwi juice was half finished, Shi Jiang instinctively nodded. He did not hesitate to insert a straw and began sipping the strawberry juice. Surprisingly, Xinyue put in genuine effort. It's truly not sour, with a hint of sweetness. Delicious, right? I specifically bought it for you. Oh dear, I want some too. Piped up the annoying Li Tong from afar. Go away, don't disturb us. Li Tong was promptly met with a cold shoulder and, not daring to confront Zhu Xinyue directly, shifted his target. Ah, Shi Jiang, this strawberry juice is really good. I want some too. Without a word, Shi Jiang raised his leg. Seeing the gesture, Li Tong quickly fled, clutching his backside. So stingy. If you want tea, let me drink. At least don't try to hit me. Zhu Xinyue continued to gaze at Shi Jiang, the atmosphere growing warm. Yet, Shi Jiang appeared somewhat uneasy. Turning his head slightly, I'll just watch you drink. How is it? Good? Shi Jiang stiffly nodded, his discomfort palpable. It's good. However, we are too close. The warmth of our breath mingles. I feel there is an air of ambiguity between us. Ah, is there? With an awkward smile, Zhu Xinyue took a step back. What does strawberry juice taste like? Shi Jiang pondered for a moment, and as he was lost in thought, Zhu Xinyue slightly bowed her head and secretly took a sip of the strawberry juice. The sound of her enjoying it echoed. So sweet, it's truly delicious. Shi Jiang, mesmerized by the scene before him, fixed his gaze on the young lady and nudged the strawberry juice towards her. If it's good, you should have it. Cut it out. Zhu Xinyue shot him a disdainful glance, clearly expressing her disapproval. Who would drink what you've already tasted? Watching her walk away, Shi Jiang furrowed his brows, his face etched with confusion, plunging into a deep contemplation. Isn't this a nonsensical statement? The thoughts of women truly are inscrutable. He shook his head in resignation and returned to his homework, thinking that it would be better to focus on studying than to waste time guessing. After all, I am an exemplary student, the pride of the Mediterranean. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Before him stood another classmate, and notably, a female one. The last one brought strawberry juice. Surely you must bring a few boxes of strawberries to share? Shi Jiang's heart was already brimming with joy as he slowly set down his pen and looked at the classmate before him. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded. Jiang was taken aback, completely stunned. The slap was perfectly timed, leaving him bewildered yet unharmed. Xiaohong, why did you hit me? He had never wronged her. Nor had they ever interacted, yet here she was, striking him without explanation. I've been rather unfortunate lately. Xiaohong, filled with rage, could no longer suppress her grievances, tears streaming down her face. Jiang, I never thought you were such a person. What have I done? This commotion drew the attention of their classmates. What is happening? Did Jiang upset Xiaohong? Indeed, it seemed that men were all scoundrels, feasting on what they had while eyeing what others possessed. Hold your horses. Let us assess the situation. Xiaohong continued to weep, her cries pitiful enough to leave Jiang in a state of confusion. Come on, you can cry, but not in front of me. At this moment, a nearby female classmate quickly inquired, Xiaohong, please stop crying. What exactly did Jiang do? I lost 2,000 yuan today. Jiang stole it. Upon hearing this, Jiang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The thoughts of women are indeed unfathomable. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Jiang, wake up. Stop pretending. Did you or did you not steal Xiaohong's 2,000 yuan? Come on, we are all university students now. Why ask such a foolish question? Jiang's expression darkened as he stared intently at Xiaohong, even pleadingly asking, Xiaohong, what have I done to offend you? You haven't offended me. Then why are you targeting me? Oh, dear fairy, this is my new account. I beg you spare me. Upon the mention of the matter, Xiaohong immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, woo woo woo, Jiang bullied me. Jiang found himself utterly speechless, as if bewildered by the very essence of silence. Clearly, it appeared he had wronged Xiaohong, and no amount of justification could cleanse his name. Xiaohong, I assure you, I did not take it, he asserted, eliciting nods of agreement from his classmates. They trusted Jiang's character. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Yet, Xiaohong shook her head resolutely, insisting, there is no misunderstanding. One classmate interjected, Jiang, did you or did you not take those 2,000 yuan? Xiaohong is distraught. I truly did not take it. Jiang insisted. Only those who have been wronged comprehend the genuine anguish of such accusations. No matter how one attempts to defend oneself. Oh, how futile it seems. Others remain unconvinced. Li Tong glanced over, curious. What is the matter? What? Jiang stole 2,000 yuan from you? Li Tong's fury ignited, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaohong. Listen well, Xiaohong. If you dare to slander my brother again, do not blame me for resorting to force against a girl. Surprisingly, Xiaohong appeared somewhat intimidated, quieting down considerably. Your threats do not frighten me. He stole my money. She retorted. Everyone knows Jiang's family circumstances. If I lost 2,000 yuan, who else could have taken it if not him? Does financial hardship justify theft? Someone questioned. Certainly not. If he were to steal, how would he pay for his sister's medical expenses? The classmates understood the gravity of the situation. They were all aware of Jiang's struggles. Working weekends to support his sister. If you claim my brother stole your money, what evidence do you have? Another student suddenly had a bright idea, exclaiming, we can check the surveillance footage. However, Jiang glanced towards the corner, revealing that the cameras were broken. You see, he pointed out. Jiang is aware the cameras are inoperative, which emboldens him. Xiaohong, overwhelmed with grievances, momentarily forgot that our classroom surveillance was indeed malfunctioning. Li Tong overlooked this detail. Nonetheless, he countered, even if the cameras were functional, you possess no other evidence. Why are you so certain my brother is the thief? Everyone knew Jiang's family situation. If it were not him, then who could it possibly be? If you do not return the money, I will report you. Li Tong seethed, never having encountered such absurdity. To accuse someone of theft without evidence was a preposterous act. Only someone devoid of reason might engage in such folly. Other students began to recognize the absurdity of the situation and urged Xiaohong. Xiaohong, you truly cannot assert Jiang's guilt without evidence. Tears streaming down her face. She proclaimed, he is the thief. If he does not return it, I will call the police. You are all accomplices and will face the consequences. One hot-tempered classmate could no longer contain himself. Li Tong felt helpless, and Jiang felt even more so. What is all this noise about? Shen, wearing a reflective cap, was humming a little tune, perhaps having enjoyed the little note. The crowd was unable to persuade him, leaving them quite speechless. Let's not linger on this. Let old Shen handle it. I refuse to believe that this version 0 little fairy cannot be dealt with. Chapter 9. The Mediterranean. The matter is as it is, and the process unfolds accordingly. Jiang recounted the events in their entirety. Shen Yan's expression darkened. And though Jiang was his prized pupil, he could not overtly show favoritism. The issue must be resolved with utmost fairness. Otherwise, he would open himself to future criticism. However, this was a minor predicament. Shen Yan had encountered countless situations akin to this. Such trifles were easily managed. Classmate Xiaohong, I understand your urgency regarding the lost money, but I implore you to remain composed. Xiaohong wiped her tears away. Teacher, I have been maintaining my composure. Then let us discuss the matter of the 2,000 yuan. When was it lost? It was already missing during the break. Shen Yan's gaze swept over Jiang. During the break, you were doing your homework and sipping strawberry juice. At this moment, the crowd snickered mischievously. This strawberry juice is rather special, isn't it? Oh, it's exceedingly sweet and delightful. Shen Yan seemed to catch on to the underlying implication and inquired further, what makes this strawberry juice so exceptional? Is this really relevant to the theft? Jiang countered. True enough. Who can attest to this? Jiang remained unperturbed. Zhu Xinyue. Who was calling me? Zhu Xinyue. Just stepping out of the classroom, looked puzzled but, upon recognizing Jiang's voice, flashed a sweet smile and playfully asked, what do you need me for? Jiang quickly nudged her shoulder, signaling her to tone it down. The teacher is here. Can we refrain from making such a ruckus? Realizing Shen Yan's presence, Zhu Xinyue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You need a witness? I can attest that during the break, Jiang was indeed doing his homework while sipping strawberry juice. Shen Yan nodded and turned his gaze towards Xiaohong, with a witness confirming that Jiang had no time to commit the act. Do you have anything further to say? Even if he had no time to commit the act, does that mean he is completely blameless? Shen Yan closed his eyes and fainted. Xiaohong hurriedly tugged at Shen Yan. Teacher, please wake up. Do not feign unconsciousness. You are unaware that these two are currently in a romantic relationship. Thus, they could easily collude to deceive. You must advocate for me. If you continue to show favoritism towards Jiang, I will report this, and you might find yourself in trouble as well. Shen Yan's eyes nearly bulged out. After 30 years of teaching, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. While he was not surprised that Jiang's girlfriend was Zhu Xinyue, having suspected it for quite some time, the thought of facing consequences himself was overwhelming. Xiaohong, you are now a university student and should possess the capacity for independent judgment. One ought not to wrongfully accuse another without evidence. Wailing, she lamented that Shen Yan and Jiang conspired against her. Jiang had allegedly divided the stolen 2,000 yuan with teacher Shen Yan. Xiaohong rolled on the ground in the street, weeping uncontrollably. Such slander is nothing but blatant falsehood. This commotion soon attracted the attention of students and teachers from other classes. Shen Yan, bewildered, found himself at a loss, no matter how he attempted to reason. They were speaking entirely different languages, and Xiaohong's uproar left him utterly powerless. Li Tong, with a sullen expression, tapped his forehead in dismay. It's over. The Mediterranean hairstyle couldn't possibly outshine the charming fairy version 0. Observing the situation escalate, Shen Yan found it increasingly difficult to manage. He was thoroughly defeated. Students and teachers from other classes had also begun to indulge in the spectacle, even munching on sunflower seeds. Jiang slowly shook his head, recognizing Shen Yan's embarrassment. Eventually, he spoke up. Xiaohong, mind your image. I will give you 2,000 yuan, but could you please cease this uproar? Xiaohong promptly rose from the ground, declaring, as long as you return my stolen money, I shall not hold a grudge against you, for we are classmates. However, Zhu Xinyue could not contain her indignation and retorted, Xiaohong, Jiang did not steal your money, so how could he return it? If you continue to disgust me, beware of my wrath. Her outstretched hand was forcibly pulled down by Jiang. What are you doing? Do not make it difficult for the teacher. The students and teachers from other classes are watching this farce. Let it go. I will return the money, but I did not steal it. Clarify that, Xiaohong. Witnessing his proud student come to his rescue, Shen Yan felt overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, I knew my past kindness to you was not in vain. Jiang opened the system, relieved that he had endured a beating previously, converting the remaining system currency into renminbi to silence Xiaohong's incessant complaints. Yet, when he reopened the system panel, he felt as if the sky were collapsing. System currency, 0 coins. System, I demand a reasonable explanation. Oh, I forgot to inform you about everything that transpired over the past few days. The system just crashed, my apologies. Did you not use system currency yesterday to purchase a skill? after which the system activated automatic skill purchases. Do you understand? Shi Jiang struggled to suppress a smile. How could I not understand? Are you implying that I subscribed last month, and you automatically renewed it this month? Smart. Smart my foot. I'm about to lose my mind. Then today, a skill instant comprehension appeared, and the system currency was completely depleted. Instant comprehension. Learn anything at a glance. I do not wish to learn anything right now. I only require money. Please, provide me with the funds. Today, you have triggered a misfortune task. Shi Jiang revealed a sinister gaze, as if he wished to harm someone. I pondered why today was so unfortunate. I had done nothing, yet calamity fell from the heavens. It appears your system is to blame. I am not trying to deceive you. I merely request 2,000 yuan for compensation, as I am in urgent need. Absolutely not. Get lost. Shi Jiang suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone present. Wasn't it about repaying? Why did it escalate to this? Zhu Xinyue seemed to realize that Shi Jiang lacked funds and promptly took out her phone, saying, I will repay the 2,000. No need. A man must uphold his dignity. I wouldn't want you to think I am living off your kindness, Shi Jiang retorted. Li Tong chuckled. Well, you truly are a man of honor, living off soft meals. Shi Jiang glared at Xiaohong. Send me the QR code. Xiaohong opened the WeChat QR code. Ding. 500 yuan arrived on WeChat. Wasn't it 2,000? Why only 500? Why are you in such a rush? Open Alipay. Ding. 1,100 yuan arrived on Alipay. This is still insufficient. Provide your bank password, Shi Jiang demanded. Xiaohong replied. 678-3276. Ding. 300 yuan arrived in the bank account. Xiaohong remained unfazed, still short by 100. Shi Jiang's wallet was nearly empty. He felt through his pockets and produced a few worn bills. 36. I still owe 64. Shi Jiang turned to Li Tong. Send him 64. No. Add an extra 200 for her to visit the hospital and purchase some medicine. I am a principled person. I shall not accept more than necessary, she stated. Shi Jiang gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. Here's your money. Now get lost. I have never encountered such absurdity in my life. Oh. Today you have indeed witnessed it. Shi Jiang no longer wished to engage in pointless resistance against the version 0 fairy. Further dialogue would only lead to tears. He had finally encountered the version 0 fairy, and it was nothing short of terrifying. With the police on the scene, he might even end up with a criminal record. Chapter 10. This matter cannot be overlooked, Shi Jiang. It's not that I am targeting you. If you truly did not steal, ask yourself honestly. Would you be so eager to return the 2,000 yuan? Only a fool would. He replied, clenching his fists, his teeth grinding together. I will endure. Today is my downfall. I accept it. Let us not speak of this matter again, shall we? Yes, I admit it. I did steal. There, it's true. It was me. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Xiaohong nodded. I knew it was you. The horns are showing, aren't they? However, as a benevolent fairy, I shall not hold this against you this time, and will refrain from reporting you. Should you dare to steal again, I will certainly ensure you face the law and will not spare any wrongdoers. All right, as long as you are happy. I have been honest. Please let me off the hook. Shi Jiang clasped his hands together, resembling a Buddhist prayer, and kept gesturing. Xiaohong finally felt satisfied and turned her gaze to Shun Yin. Teacher Shun, you have truly disappointed me. The money was indeed stolen by Shi Jiang. Yet you protect him so fervently. Who in the class does not know he is your prize student? You may revel in your secret delight. I shall let you off this time. But if it happens again, be prepared to receive a reprimand from the Academic Affairs Office. Shen Yin felt even more speechless than Shi Jiang. What the hell? He had lost all semblance of a teacher, his moral compass in tatters. Unstoppable, my child. In the future, do not claim to be my student, Shen Yin. It is quite embarrassing. After berating the two of them, Xiaohong finally departed. Zhu Xinyue, witnessing Shi Jiang's distress, anxiously inquired, Are you all right? No, I'm fine. Your man's psychological resilience is still intact. Hee, now you're admitting I'm your man. Shi Jiang quickly shut his mouth, having misspoken in the heat of the moment. Was that intentional or accidental? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Jiang slowly replied, Intentional. You are so naughty. Zhu Xinyue playfully punched Shi Jiang's chest, like a gentle tease. It was neither painful nor bothersome, just right. All right, let us consider this matter settled. I did not expect the persistence of the little fairy of version 0 to be so formidable. It was my oversight. However, a flicker of unease passed through Zhu Xinyue's eyes. This matter cannot be overlooked. Shun Yin dismissed the students and elders from the other classes, leaving the classroom enveloped in an unusual silence. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm drenched in sweat. Finally, that little tyrant has been sent away. The others exchanged glances, equally irritated and not wishing to speak. As the school day ended, everyone returned home to their respective families. Shijiang, come with me to the office. Xinyue, you may leave first. It's not a problem for just one day, is it? Zhu Xinyue nodded with a smile. Sure. Teacher Shun. She had originally intended to take Shijiang home with her, but given the turn of events, she had lost the desire to return. It was for the better that Shijiang did not follow, as she had important matters to attend to. Her eyes darkened suddenly, and she disregarded the pair, departing straight away. In the office, Shunyan leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, Aren't you bad at English? This time, I found you a language expert to tutor you. Is that all for this? What else could it be? Your grades have always been stable, except in English. If your English were good, your exam results would likely rank among the top 10 in the school, and then I could easily apply for a scholarship for you. Xinyan's words sounded appealing, yet obtaining a scholarship at the school was quite a challenge. Why? Because, regardless of the type of scholarship, a student can only receive one. However, Xinyan possesses remarkable capabilities. He has taught for 30 years, and this is no trivial matter. Old Shin, I appreciate your kindness, but I have already grasped the essence of the English language and do not require your assistance in finding a teacher. Oh, Shin Yin cast a curious glance. English is unlike other subjects. It is not something one can master simply by studying. How do you know I won't excel at it? Shijiang retorted, brimming with confidence as he glanced at his system skill. One can easily understand. No problem. Whatever I choose to learn, I shall master. Very well. As long as you are confident. I have already registered you for the university's advanced mathematics competition. Shun Yin suddenly interjected. Shijiang shot him a disapproving look. Aware of Shun Yin's ulterior motives, you've already registered me, so what is the point of mentioning it? With your abilities, it's a piece of cake. The school has allocated plenty of spots. As for the reason behind the school's restriction on the number of participants, it is due to concerns about poor performers tarnishing the institution's reputation. When you are out in the world, one must maintain a good image, right? But given that you are preoccupied with romance, I doubt you will have the leisure to tackle advanced math problems. Shijiang chuckled, pointing to his own head. Old Shun. We possess the most formidable minds. We grasp concepts effortlessly. Even while immersed in love, we will still achieve our goals. Such confidence. You don't seem like your former self, Xinyan remarked. Nonsense. How could I remain the same? I am now one destined to awaken the system. Surely I must excel. With such extraordinary talent, others in advanced mathematics shall undoubtedly falter and flee in despair. The past is the past, the present is now. Do I not stand before you as a changed individual? Indeed, you have transformed significantly of late, becoming livelier, perhaps due to love. Truly, love enchants the heart. Shunyan observed with keen insight, his words striking a chord. Very well, I shall take my leave now. In a secluded alley, the weathered walls were cloaked in moss. Creeping through the cracks of the stones, a group of towering bodyguards hefted a black burlap sack and slammed it heavily to the ground. The sack writhed, revealing a half-exposed head. Help! Help me! Yell all you want. No one will come to your aid. In the distance, Zhu Xinyue watched coldly, her expression tranquil yet chilling. Xia Hong felt a surge of fear, glancing anxiously around, already steeped in despair. Why? Why is this happening? Because your tongue is too reckless. Offending my man comes with consequences. Were it not for the school setting, do you truly believe you could walk out alive? Miss Zhu, I was wrong. I will return the 2,000 yuan to Shijiang. I apologize to him. I beg you to spare me. Her countenance was frigid, a stark contrast to the gentle, proud princess who once walked beside Shijiang, instilling in Xia Hong an overwhelming sense of terror. The gaze shifted with the movement of her fingertips, and Zhu Xinyue teased. Now it's too late. Bring him here. First, sever his tongue, then mutilate that despicable mouth, and finally, mar her face. If we were to kill her, that would be too merciful. Let her be eternally ensnared in this ceaseless torment, living a life worse than death. Indeed, the towering bodyguard steadily approached Xia Hong, where only an abyss of despair awaited her. No, please, no? A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Zhu Xinyue remained unfazed, seemingly relishing this haunting melody. Break her legs, sever her hands, and discard her at the entrance of Jinghai University. Understood. The bodyguard swiftly gathered the necessary items and hoisted the large black sack, following Zhu Xinyue out of the alley. He drove directly to the entrance of Jinghai University, unceremoniously dropping the sack before departing. Yet, in an inconspicuous corner in the distance, several ominous eyes were fixated on Zhu Xinyue. The target has appeared. Shall we proceed? Awaiting instructions. Chapter 11. Come, kill me ding dong. Revenge task completed. Reward, luck skill. Low-level luck skill. Sheer luck? While walking midway, Shi Jiang suddenly paused. What does this mean? What revenge task completed? I haven't accomplished anything, yet there's a reward. Shi Jiang found his mind clouded, unable to discern the system's intentions. No need for explanation. Shi Jiang, his expression darkened, realized the system was rather eccentric. Then what is the purpose of the low-level luck skill sheer luck? Is your mind filled with nonsense? It has been stated before, sheer luck. Sheer luck. Do you think university students lack intelligence? Or is your brain entirely filled with rubbish? Oh dear, my temper. Why are you insulting people? What is wrong with university students? Should they be condemned to death? No need for explanation. Shi Jiang, unwilling to argue with the system, exited the gates of Jinghai University. Oh, what has transpired ahead? Shi Jiang vaguely noticed a crowd gathered around a black sack, from which blood was ominously seeping, sending chills down his spine. The distant wail of an ambulance could be heard. Shi Jiang began to piece together the grim scenario. It seemed to be a case of murder and body disposal. It appeared that the city of Jinghai was far from peaceful. Could murder be so brazenly conducted? Quickly, open the sack. There's still a pulse. Well, not dead yet. This person is surprisingly resilient. May the good fortune accompany them. Shi Jiang silently prayed, drawing closer. Instantly, waves of nausea and revulsion washed over him. The face was marred beyond recognition, the tongue severed, hands chopped, and legs broken. What kind of beast could commit such heinous acts, treating a human being with such utter disregard? Shi Jiang grimly remarked, hastily stepping back to avoid the foul blood splattering onto himself. As the ambulance took away the indistinguishable corpse, the surrounding pedestrians and students gradually dispersed. Among them, the most striking figure was a splash of green amidst the vibrant chaos, marked by the red-haired youth. Shi Jiang once again encountered that group of ruffians, their eyes brimming with hunger and avarice. Hold on, esteemed gentlemen. The red-haired youth hesitated briefly before turning half his face. This glance proved startling. It was Shi Jiang. The last encounter had instilled genuine fear in the red-haired youth, leaving a lasting shadow in the child's psyche. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, Wei Long also halted his steps. Heaven has its paths, yet you choose not to tread them. Hell presents no doors, and yet you venture in. Do not blame us for our lack of compassion. Upon hearing these words, Shi Jiang's excitement intensified. He rushed to Wei Long, a smile adorning his face, pointing at himself. Come, strike me down. Wei Long, red-haired youth. Ruffians. The red-haired youth pulled several red bills from his pocket and stuffed them into Shi Jiang's. Furrowing his brow, Shi Jiang inquired, what does this mean? Previously, we were at fault. We owe you an apology. You should head to the hospital for a scan to ensure your head is unharmed. You appear to be quite well. Shi Jiang's actions were indeed perplexing, leading the ruffians to mistakenly believe they had frightened him into a stupor during their last encounter. I appreciate your kindness. Come, strike me. Wei Long, unsure of the youth's intentions, immediately asked, what exactly do you wish to achieve? If you are truly unharmed, take a few laps. Very well, I shall walk. Shi Jiang declared, striding forward and completing 2 laps with surprising precision. It appeared he was indeed unscathed. The ruffians exchanged knowing glances. Why not indulge his trivial request? The game was to be real. Let the brawl begin. Wei Long and the red-haired youth swiftly executed elbow strikes, catching Shi Jiang off guard, nearly overwhelming him. Brother, our powerful elbow strikes have indeed proven formidable. Even this iron lump cannot withstand them. Naturally, do not underestimate the bond between us. Upon witnessing the scattered coins, disappointment washed over Shi Jiang. These 2 ruffians were hardly worth the effort. Alas, even the smallest fly is still meat. Brothers, advance. I am exhausted. My legs ache. My hands are numb. I am spent. One by one, the ruffians collapsed to the ground, not out of desire to cease fighting, but from sheer inability to continue. After a few days, this youth had become increasingly resilient to blows. The red-haired youth and Wei Long fell back, utterly fatigued. They truly could fight no more. Shi Jiang observed the dwindling coins with growing disappointment. It seemed the ruffians held little status, and thus, their recompense was meager. Nevertheless, Shi Jiang remained unfazed. He did not disdain even the smallest offerings. Hasten to strike me. If you do not vanquish me today, I shall do so to you. Wei Long, unwilling to budge, declared, I truly cannot move. Let this day conclude here. Indeed, indeed. Then allow me to strike you. Shi Jiang approached directly, enduring a brutal beating as if his body bore no injuries, while the gang of ruffians writhed in agony. Truly, the effects of force are reciprocal. Shi Jiang placed his hand upon Wei Long's head, smirking, is your brain matter well cooked? The strength he exerted left Wei Long astounded, unable to resist. Brother, do not do this. With a resounding thud, Shi Jiang delivered a fierce punch. Wei Long curled up in pain, slowly collapsing to the ground. In the days since they last met, Shi Jiang had transformed. His fist felt harder than iron. Life is unpredictable, akin to a large intestine enveloping a small one. Cease your blows. I shall return your money. Very well. The last time you robbed me of 20,000, it was indeed your wrongdoing. What? Wei Long's jaw nearly dislocated, his ears ringing as if in a trance. We only took 2,000 last time. How did it become 20? Oh, I misremembered. It was 50,000. The eyes of the red-haired thug nearly bulged from their sockets. No, my friend. I believe you are the true rogue here, speaking with such audacity. If you do not return the money, you have two options. First, I shall beat you to death. Second, let me beat you to death. The red-haired thug exchanged glances with Wei Long, as if in silent communication. Brother, how can we endure this? Let us retaliate. Wei Long's expression darkened, and he charged towards Shi Jiang, accompanied by his gang of thugs. We are many, and thus have the absolute advantage. Shi Jiang regarded the 7 before him. 1 against 7, the advantage rests with me. Soon, Shi Jiang had dragged Wei Long to the ground, while the other 6 thugs lay unconscious. Are you finished? Wei Long inquired. Not closed means it is open, Shi Jiang retorted. Wei Long struggled and shouted, I advise you to release me. I have connections in this entire Jinghai city, ranking among the top. You shall not even know how you perished. Oh, you still have spirit, Shi Jiang responded, delivering a slap. Snow Leopard, be silent. Woe is me. Do not strike my mouth. I shall be quiet. Ding dong. Skill refresh. Mind reading. Price, 20,000 system coins. Mind reading, a one-time consumable. By placing one's palm upon another's head and caressing it, one can glean their thoughts and hidden intentions. Additionally, there are side effects that may diminish the other's intellect. Nangong Wenya, Duo Shao. Having just endured a beating, he had extracted the value from that group of ruffians, amounting to merely 700 system coins. 20,000. Why not rob a bank? Moreover, it is a disposable item, and anyone who purchases it must be a fool. Shi Jiang scoffed, disdainfully tossing Wei Long onto the ground, brushing off his trousers, and preparing to leave. Wei Long, sprawled on the floor, furiously exclaimed, If you dare, don't go. My brother, who can certainly take you down. Shi Jiang immediately halted. Wei Long felt a tremor of uncertainty. Was he truly not leaving? Brother, I was just joking. Just then, Wei Long's phone began to ring incessantly. Hello, brother who? What is the matter? A voice from the other end responded. We are currently short-staffed and need you to oversee someone. Once the task is completed, you will be well compensated. Sure, but who am I watching over? There was a moment of silence before the voice gravely replied, Miss Zhu. What? Shi Jiang exclaimed in shock. Chapter 12. Come, let me pat your head. The voice on the other end paused. Wei Long, is someone with you? Wei Long awkwardly chuckled, glancing at the ominous Shi Jiang, and quickly explained, It's just my buddy here. He didn't understand the rules and shouted earlier. All right, I'll send you the address shortly. Sure thing, brother who, leave it to me. Rest assured. Wei Long hastily ended the call, exhaling deeply. Shi Jiang could not remain still. Someone had indeed kidnapped Zhu Xinyue. He abruptly seized Wei Long by the collar and lifted him. Tell me, who is that person? Brother, this doesn't concern you. The one kidnapped isn't your wife. So why the urgency? Stop with the nonsense. If you don't speak, I will end you. Shi Jiang pressed a blade against Wei Long's neck. Wait, I'll tell you. Wei Long sighed lightly, lamenting the difficulties of life as a thug. That person is my older brother, Tang Hu. He was once involved in the underworld, part of one of the 4 prominent families in Jinghai City. He is firmly entrenched in the criminal world and is not someone to be trifled with. No wonder. It all made sense if it was a matter involving the underworld. Do you know where Tang Hu is now? I know, but I advise against going there. Why? If you go, you'll be riddled with bullets. Wei Long earnestly cautioned. Shi Jiang could no longer sit idly by. This scoundrel dared to kidnap Zhu Xinyue, and he must pay the price. Though Zhu Xinyue had signed a contract of servitude, she had saved his sister, and he could not ignore her peril. Enough with the chit-chat. Take me to find him. Along the way, Shi Jiang clutched his phone, perusing various materials on combat and grappling, absorbing all the information. With a flicker of understanding, he felt he had become a competent agent, mastering every technique. Brother, why are you delving into this? Given the dire circumstances, one must be prepared for any eventuality. Time Jiang, aware of your resilience, understand that brother who wields true power. I recall a comrade who once found himself in trouble under his command, only to be executed without hesitation. A sense of dread gripped Time Jiang. Why ponder so much? Fate's decree reigns supreme. Zhu Xinyue saved my sister's life. If I perish, let it be tit for tat. They halted at an unfamiliar building. Led by Wei Long, knock, knock, knock. The door echoed. Brother Hu, it's Wei Long. The door swung open swiftly. Inside, a long table was present, and at the far end sat Tang Hu, flanked by two bodyguards seemingly engrossed in some documents. Ah, Wei Long. I was just about to message you. I didn't expect your arrival in person. A thoughtful and perceptive individual indeed. Tang Hu remarked to his bodyguards, see? This is what professionalism looks like. Wei Long, with a bitter expression, stammered, Brother Hu, it's not me seeking you. Others are looking for you. Oh. Tang Hu's demeanor turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Time Jiang, his anger palpable. Wei Long, didn't I instruct you not to bring anyone else? Brother Hu, if I hadn't brought him, he would have likely ended my life. Tang Hu chuckled, scaring others is one thing, but scaring him is a different matter altogether. What do you truly intend to do? Speak honestly, or I shall serve you a peanut. Suddenly, a heavy object thudded against the table. Time Jiang's gaze sharpened. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. He swallowed hard and said slowly, I've heard you've kidnapped the young lady of the Zhu family. Is there a problem? Hoping to play the hero? Who are you? Tang Hu rose, aiming his gun at Time Jiang. He suspected Time Jiang to be affiliated with the Zhu family, hence his wariness. There's no need for haste. I am not of the Zhu family. I merely wish to understand your motives for her abduction. Why should you concern yourself? Tang Hu's expression darkened. The gun pointed squarely at Time Jiang's forehead. Speak too much, and you might find yourself shot. Time Jiang's expression hardened. With a swift motion, he seized Tang Hu's wrist, twisting it fiercely. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Ah! The handgun clattered to the ground, and Time Jiang, quick as lightning, picked it up, aiming it at Tang Hu. In an instant, the two bodyguards by Tang Hu had yet to react. Their dark weapons now pointed at Time Jiang. Time Jiang smiled faintly, tightening his grip on Tang Hu. If either of you dares to fire, I will eliminate him first. Tang Hu remained stunned, unprepared for Time Jiang's remarkable strength, which revealed a degree of skill that confirmed Time Jiang's extraordinary nature. Ding dong. Mission initiated. Disable Tang Hu. Reward of 20,000 system coins. Time Jiang gazed at the system, lost in contemplation. Are you not enticing me to commit a crime? Tang Hu, don't blame me. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at the system for offering too much. Who are you truly? Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is revealing to me where Zhu Xinyue has been taken. Humph, so you wish to know the location. How naive. Bang. The muzzle of Shi Jiang's gun was aimed at Tang Hu's left leg, and in an instant, a shot was fired. Ah! Tang Hu instantly lost his balance, crashing heavily to the ground, his hands frantically clutching his thigh. Ding dong. The mission to cripple Tang Hu has been completed. Reward, 20,000 system coins. The hidden mission of firing the gun has been accomplished. Reward, mastery of firearms. You dare to threaten me? Let me assure you, your end is nigh. The two bodyguards tightened their grips on the triggers, their guns aimed at Shi Jiang's head. Speak another word, and I shall end your life. Upon hearing this, Tang Hu fell silent, rendered compliant. He never anticipated that Shi Jiang would truly fire the weapon, effectively crippling his left leg. The person before him was merely a university student. How could he wield a gun? Unbeknownst to him, Shi Jiang's heart raced wildly. It was his first time shooting someone, and he felt a sense of discomfort. His left hand trembled behind his back. Wei Long, watching from the side, was filled with anxiety. No, my friend. You truly fired the gun. Who exactly is the criminal here? Tang Hu replied, even if you threaten my life, it will be futile. I will not disclose the location. To do so would jeopardize my family's plans, and I cannot bear the consequences. However, should you pull the trigger and take my life, my 2 bodyguards will certainly kill you in return. One life for another is not worth it. This was Tang Hu's blatant scheme. He was certain that Shi Jiang would not dare to shoot him. Yet, he was correct. No need for you to speak. System, purchase mind-reading technique. Ding dong. Purchase successful. The system erupted with coins, yet it was a deduction. Shi Jiang felt as though a piece of his heart was torn away. 20,000 coins. Equivalent to 40,000 RMB, nearly enough to repay half of Zhu Xinyue's debts. Sigh. Shi Jiang fixed his gaze on Tang Hu. Come, let me stroke your head. Tang Hu. Chapter 13. However, it will cost more. With the gun pressed against Tang Hu's forehead, he dared not resist, allowing Shi Jiang to stroke his head. Yet, there was an awkwardness permeating the air. I sense a certain ambiguity between us. Shi Jiang, weary of such romantic musings, longed to cast him aside. Shi Jiang's palm rested on Tang Hu's forehead, eyes closed, as if extracting information. Central Road, outskirts, abandoned fertilizer factory. This must be the location where Zhu Xinyue was kidnapped. Beheading. Dismemberment, chopping into pieces? Shi Jiang shot him a glare. Did this fool wish to sever his head? Did he harbor such animosity towards me? Had I remained ignorant, I would have been none the wiser. Soon, additional hidden information emerged to Shi Jiang's awareness. Night raid, arms factory, for bombs. As Shi Jiang withdrew his hand, Tang Hu trembled uncontrollably, as though something extraordinary had occurred. His previously sullen expression transformed into one of gentleness and innocence, foolish and endearing. Is a decline in intelligence truly a descent into foolishness? Is this not a rather presumptuous assumption? Nangong Wanya questioned. Who exactly is being deemed foolish? Without further contemplation, Shi Jiang swiftly rendered Tang Hu unconscious and fled outside. The immediate priority was to rescue Zhu Xinyue. The 2 bodyguards watched as the living Yama exited the door, finally exhaling in relief as they approached Tang Hu. Young Master Hu, please awaken. We must return to the family with news. Shi Jiang stepped outside, tucked his handgun at his lower back, and casually unfolded a map. He quickly pinpointed the location of the abandoned fertilizer factory on the outskirts of Central Road. It's somewhat distant, he mused, hailing a taxi. The driver, upon recognizing him, muttered, Isn't this the young man who threw me $20 last time? Driver, are you taking me or not? Ah, it's you again. This is truly my misfortune. I'll accept more money this time. It was evident that Shi Jiang was in a hurry. Very well then, get in. At the Tang family estate, Tang Qingye wore a furrowed brow, while Tang Long beside him could hardly bear to look. How could my younger brother have ended up like this? With a thud, the 2 bodyguards knelt, recounting the events that transpired. Shi Jiang? I have never heard of such a person. It was conceivable that the Zhu family's hidden tactics could be at play. The skill and ruthlessness displayed were not to be underestimated, far surpassing that of a mere brainless university student. Even if the situation were to be exposed, it mattered not. Reinforcements would be deployed to assist. Tang Long gazed at the foolish Tang Hu, skepticism evident on his face. But you say my younger brother merely had his head patted and turned into this simpleton? I find that hard to believe. Young Master Long, we too find it incredulous. Yet the evidence is before us. We witnessed it with our own eyes. A mere head pat, and he became foolish. Tang Hu, reclining on the ground, laughed incessantly, saliva trickling down. Bring me my meal. Have you servants ceased to heed my commands? He pointed at the crowd before him, his expression grave, with an underlying fury brewing. And you, old Deng, what are you staring at? Be wary of a beating. Tang Long vehemently scolded, jabbing a finger at Tang Qingye's nose. Tang Qingye, fists clenched, seethed with rage. You ungrateful wretch, I will see you punished. Father, please calm your anger. Tang Long quickly intervened, articulating, ultimately, this is not my younger brother's fault. One must blame their bizarre methods. He has likely been cursed or possessed, which has led to his incoherence and nonsensical utterances. That is indeed a possibility. I happen to know a master known as Zhang Banzian, who can examine my brother's condition. Observing Tang Hu's dismal state, Tang Qingye let out a slight sigh. I leave this matter in your hands. Tang Long promptly made a call, and the master assured him he would arrive in 10 minutes. Tang Long took a sip of the cool tea, his expression darkening as he inquired, the person you mentioned earlier, named Shi Jiang. Do you know anything about him? Yes. He is a freshman at Jinghai University, constantly bullied by that little scoundrel Wei Long. Under his influence, he sought out Hu Xiao, which led to the current situation. However, upon hearing that it involved Zhu Xinyue, the boy became anxious. Upon hearing this, Tang Long smiled faintly, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. He must be some sycophant, indeed fortunate to disrupt the plans meticulously crafted by my family. His eyes glinted with a shadowy intensity, revealing a murderous intent. Master Long, Zhang Banzian has arrived. An elderly man approached, donned in a tattered, antiquated robe that fluttered slightly in the breeze. Zhang Banzian appeared gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and murky eyes beneath slender brows. Master Long, it is good to see you. Tang Long responded with a slight smile, displaying a semblance of courtesy. Master, it seems my younger brother is plagued by some sinister force lately, and I wish to invite you to assess the situation. Oh, Zhang Banzian smiled lightly, his gaze quickly shifting to the foolishly fallen Tang Hu. A bit dim-witted, even if cured, he still drool. Ah. Tang Long felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. Master, I implore you to exert your utmost effort. Money is no object. Ah. Discussing money is rather mundane. A practitioner should not focus on wealth, but rather on fate. 18,000 for the fate. Tang Long promptly produced a thick red envelope and slipped it into Zhang Banzian's pocket. Just a small token of my appreciation. Ah, Master Long, you flatter me. Let us not be formal. Zhang Banzian immediately crouched down to examine Tang Hu's condition, poking at his eyes and opening his mouth, his expression peculiar. Master, is there still hope? There is, but the opponent's skills are too advanced. I fear I may not be able to counteract them, and it could backfire. Tang Long was momentarily stunned. He was well aware of Master Banzian's prowess. Who could possibly surpass his abilities? Master, I beg for your mercy. Please save my poor brother. Very well. Seeing your sincerity, I shall take the risk. However, Tang Long, puzzled, asked, however what? However, additional payment is required. What else could it be? Let us not quibble. As long as my brother returns to normal, I will certainly reward you handsomely. That reassures me. Zhang Banzian then produced a piece of pale yellow talisman paper. Grasping a vermilion brush, he began to inscribe it with fluid, dynamic strokes. Writing 8 vivid crimson characters. Nangong Wenya. Touch whoever is foolish. Tang Long was left bewildered. What does this have to do with cartoons? Surprisingly, he remembered watching cartoons in his childhood. Back then, celebrity chasing was all the rage, though he never participated, as the children's channel was filled with stars. Zhang Banzian slowly shook his head, remaining silent. As he raised his palm, the talisman floated high in the air. With a deft flick of his finger, it struck Tang Hu's forehead. Pinching his fingers, the talisman gently descended into Zhang Banzian's hand. With a swift motion, he rubbed the talisman, igniting it instantly. Tang Long watched in astonishment. Indeed, he was a master, capable of conjuring flames with just his hands. The burning talisman was cast towards a pitch-black altar, gradually transforming into ashes. He murmured incomprehensible incantations, lost in his thoughts. With a firm slap of his palm, he struck Tang Hu's forehead. A resounding crack echoed, as a wave of energy surged through the air, stirring it without the slightest breeze. Zhang Banzian slowly retracted his hand, exhaling deeply, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. His vitality was waning. It seemed he would need to venture into the mountains to gather more spiritual energy. Tang Long, bewildered, questioned, "Is that all?" He observed his brother, still as oblivious as ever, seemingly unchanged. Zhang Banzian, dragging the ebony altar, spoke slowly. "Find an untainted mountain spring. Steep the ashes in it, consume it, and then sleep for 3 days. The remedy will cure the ailment." "Is that truly so?" Tang Long inquired. "Indeed," Zhang Banzian affirmed. As he prepared to leave, he paused, as if imparting a subtle warning. "Young Master Long, some individuals are best left undisturbed, otherwise one risks disrupting their fortune and inviting misfortune." Tang Long, unable to bear such words, reassured Tang Hu and, consumed by anger, clenched his teeth. "The master need not plead for that boy. He dares to harm my brother. I vow not to rest until I ensure his demise." Chapter 14. The Hongmen Feast of the Tang Family. Young Master, it's dire. The young lady is unreachable. Tang Mu burst into the study of Zhu Hua. Urgency etched across his face. Inside, several unfamiliar figures were conversing with Zhu Hua. He froze in place, recognizing one familiar face among them. Tang Yin, sensing the arrival, smiled knowingly. "I wondered who it might be. It's Brother Mo." Tang Mu's expression darkened instantly. "What brings you here?" "Do not forget, Brother Mo. You are no longer my elder. Speak to me with the respect I deserve. I am a guest in your Zhu household, Do not disregard etiquette. Tang Mu, incensed, drew his pistol, fury radiating from him. Zhu Hua cast a fleeting glance. Tang Mu, lower your weapon. After all these years, Brother Mu, you remain as impulsive as ever. Tang Yin shifted his gaze to the current head of the Zhu family. What are your thoughts, Master Zhu? Tang Mu remained silent, his demeanor grim. Tang Yin's visit was undoubtedly linked to the young lady's abduction, or perhaps they were overtly signaling their intentions. Such treachery was perilous. Zhu Hua scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? The chilling glare from Zhu Hua sent a shiver down Tang Yin's spine. If the Tang family dared to act against Zhu Xinyue, it was tantamount to declaring war. In Jinghai City, who did not know that Zhu Xinyue was the beloved and proud princess of the Zhu family, clearly intended to threaten them? What is it that your Tang family truly desires? Master Zhu, please do not be angered. Did I not mention that 3 days hence, my Tang family shall host a banquet to warmly welcome you to our humble abode? I have conveyed the message. Whether you accept it or not is no longer my concern. With a faint smile, Tang Yin departed from the study, eager to vacate the premises. Should Zhu Hua indeed lose his composure, it would be his head on the line. As he watched Tang Yin leave, Zhu Hua fell into deep contemplation. The conflict between the Zhu and Tang families was inevitable, yet he would not allow Zhu Xinyue to be used as a bargaining chip. He would be the first to refuse such a notion. However, this was precisely Zhu Hua's Achilles heel, a fact well known throughout the underworld of Jinghai City. His father entrusted him with the role of family head, a testament to his confidence and esteem. He must ensure the safety of his family members, otherwise, he would be unworthy of his position. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Zhu Hua's eyes, as if he had resolved himself to a certain course of action. If they wished to host a banquet, then so be it. Tang Mu quickly shook his head. That is unwise. With the young lady in their custody, your attendance at the banquet would impose numerous constraints, ultimately disadvantageous for the Zhu family. They may even threaten you. No, I must attend this banquet. Acknowledging the futility of his arguments, Tang Mu fell silent, yet he retained a measure of confidence in Zhu Hua. The old master of the Zhu family had bestowed the headship upon such a young Zhu Hua, a decision grounded in merit. What the old master admired most was his maturity and stability. He was meticulous in his actions and unfazed by any circumstance, traits that also earned Tang Mu's respect. It was precisely for these reasons that Tang Mu had become Zhu Hua's trusted confidant. Send more personnel, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. We must extract Xinyue from Jinghai City. Understood. However, there is one more thing, Tang Mu casually mentioned. Zhu Hua felt a headache coming on and rubbed his forehead. Let us forget that matter for now. This young man's background is enigmatic. Could he be the one behind the abduction? There is a possibility. For the Tang family is known to employ such underhanded tactics, though we must not dismiss the involvement of other factions. Let us set that aside for the moment and focus on the current issues. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. Now, the study was left in silence. With only Zhu Hua remaining, he tightly gripped his teacup, and with a sudden crash, the porcelain shattered into pieces. If the Tang family shows no compassion, then let it be known that the Zhu family shall not act unjustly. A dragon has its vulnerable scales, and to touch them is to invite death. For Zhu Hua, his vulnerable scale was his sister, Zhu Xinyue. Since the Tang family has taken action, they should brace themselves for the Zhu family's wrath. Just wait. Soon I shall ensure the Tang family is expunged from Jinghai City. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed. Zhu Hua's phone had received a message. As he opened it, the previously dark expression on his face transformed into a smile. Chapter 15. Brother, be careful. This gun is prone to misfire in the desolate wilderness. You can give up on that thought. Stop pursuing me. You're talking nonsense. I will catch you today, no matter what. Yin Fei, panting heavily behind, maintained a gaze that was chillingly fierce. If it weren't for the fact that I just got off the plane and couldn't carry a firearm, I would have already shot you dead. Xiao Yi let out a cold snort. What a joke. You should be grateful I'm not armed, otherwise, you'd be the one lying dead. The two, unwilling to yield to one another, dashed through the desolate landscape. Give it up, you will never catch me. For I am as agile as a mountain dog. It must be said that Yin Fei's stamina was rapidly dwindling. He was beginning to lag behind Xiao Yi, who had gained a significant lead. Damn it, did this guy grow up on fertilizer? How can he run so fast? This fellow truly lived up to the descriptions in the files. His speed was unparalleled. Yin Fei, exhausted, could only slow down and continue the pursuit. On the main road. Outskirts. Get out, get out. Jiang looked at his phone, his expression instantly sour. Driver, you haven't taken me to my destination. The driver shot him a glance and retorted with irritation. I've already taken you far enough. Just look at this godforsaken place. Hurry and get out. I need to head back to the city to pick up more passengers. Reluctantly, Jiang disembarked, tossing 50 yuan. Maintaining his usual swagger, he added, no need for change. The driver glanced at the 50 yuan in his hand, then at the meter reading 516, and was filled with indignation. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be a bonus? Next time, I want to pick him up again. Upon stepping out, Jiang surveyed the desolate surroundings, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Where did that little rascal take me? Is this still our country? With no detailed address. He had no choice but to check his phone for the map. Although lacking specifics, he could roughly determine the location of the abandoned fertilizer factory. It seemed he needed to head left, then go straight, finally making a sharp turn. Just as he was about to put away his phone, Xiao Yi came running. Panting heavily, Jiang was momentarily stunned. In such a barren place, how could there still be someone? Ding dong. Mission activated. Eliminate Xiao Yi. Reward. 30,000 system coins. Jiang nearly failed to process the information. He glanced back at the figure trailing him, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. After all, that person didn't appear to be a good soul. In the wilderness, killing him wouldn't be a concern. The system's reward was simply too enticing to refuse. Xiao Yi's gaze was exceptionally sharp, sensing something amiss with Jiang. He halted, fixing his eyes on Jiang. What are you staring at? Good dogs don't block the way. Jiang's gaze remained fixed. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Slowly, he drew a metal object from behind his back, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao was no ordinary foe. He immediately sensed an anomaly. Quick as lightning, he lunged toward Jiang. With a deft maneuver, he seized the iron object that had just been drawn. You little rascal, what are you up to? Do you have a gun? Jiang gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength. Yet, Xiao moved with the agility of a mountain wolf, effortlessly flipping to Jiang's side and executing a smooth shoulder throw. With a thud, Jiang crashed heavily to the ground, his entire body aching. He barely had time to comprehend the situation. It was over before he realized it. Haven't I enhanced my physique? How can I be overpowered so easily? I couldn't even withstand a single move. This only solidified his belief that the person before him was extraordinary, strong beyond reason. Xiao, wielding the handgun with an air of triumph, aimed it directly at Jiang. In a panic, Jiang extended his arms overhead, his face a mask of terror. Why are you so cowardly? Jiang's expression darkened. He had cursed the system's ancestors a dozen times in his mind. With such a formidable opponent, the system's currency was merely bait to lure him into a trap. Was this not a death sentence? Kid, who sent you? Is it Yin Fei? Please, spare me. Xiao, brimming with arrogance, twirled his finger around the trigger, exuding blatant bravado and nonchalance. Seeing this, Jiang felt a surge of desperation, his eyes widening in fear as he shouted, "Be careful. That gun might misfire." Nonsense. Bang. A gunshot rang out, splattering blood across Jiang's face. Xiao collapsed slowly to the ground, unconscious. Is he done for? Jiang's jaw hung open in disbelief. Ding dong. You have killed Xiao, earning 30,000 system coins. Yin Fei arrived at the scene, stunned to find Xiao lying in a pool of blood. How did he die? Did you do this? Yin Fei fixed a stern gaze on Jiang. Xiao was ranked 65th on the assassin leaderboard, renowned for his speed. Could this kid possibly be stronger than him? Jiang shook his head vigorously. He killed himself. Are you jesting with a 3-year-old? Jiang recounted the events to Yin Fei in detail. This is remarkable, truly remarkable. Luck played a significant role here, Yin Fei mused. Even I would have found it troublesome to confront him due to his lightning-fast reflexes and formidable close combat skills. I never expected you to escape his clutches. Kid, you possess a natural talent for being an assassin. Yin Fei swiftly retrieved a martial arts manual from his pocket, titled The Cultivation of an Assassin. Today, you aided me in fulfilling my wish by eliminating him. Thus, I gift you this manual. Jiang cast a glance at him, perceiving him as somewhat eccentric. Out of goodwill, he accepted the martial arts manual. Thank you. You are quite kind, he remarked. Yet, Yin Fei merely smiled faintly. But I can see disdain in your eyes, as if to say I am indeed a lunatic. With his thoughts laid bare, Jiang felt a twinge of unease. How could this fellow be so astute? Nevertheless, he decided to gift him the martial arts manual bestowed by his master, stating that if Yin Fei could grasp even the slightest essence within, he could easily triumph over Xiao Yi from earlier. And what about you? Shi Jiang retorted. Yin Fei scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed. I've only learned a smidgen. Do not underestimate me. Within 3 seconds, I could subdue you effortlessly. I can tell you have practiced something. Do you not believe it? Shi Jiang shook his head, his wariness intensifying. I do not believe it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. At that moment, Yin Fei had already pinned him down, gripping his left leg tightly, which felt as if it were about to snap. Stop! You'll break it. Shi Jiang cried out in agony. Do you believe now? Yes, yes, yes. Yin Fei cautiously retrieved another martial arts manual, titled On the Cultivation of a Conceptual Deity. Shi Jiang responded with confusion. Take it. We are fated to meet. And I cannot comprehend this. Thank you. You are truly kind. Yin Fei slowly crouched down, drawing a dagger to sever Xiao Ye's head, placing it into a black bag. This scoundrel deserved it, forcing me to chase him all the way from the capital to Jinghai. Now I have to fly back. The Assassin's Guild must reimburse me for this. Kid, you have great potential. Jinghai is but a speck. Would you be interested in adventuring with me in the capital? Shi Jiang, perplexed, shook his head. Not interested. If you do not wish to go, so be it. I thrive in the capital. With a cold snort, Yin Fei departed. Head in hand, Shi Jiang gazed after his retreating figure with a slow sigh. It's not that I do not want to go. The crux is that I've sold myself. How can I leave? I still need to rescue Zhu Xinyue. I have no time for this. Observing the map, he noted that the destination was just ahead. It was indeed imperative to be well prepared. Chapter 16. If you love her, bring her home. The abandoned fertilizer factory. Shi Jiang stealthily infiltrated, fixating on the desolate ruins. It seemed she should be inside. Unfazed, he brandished his firearm, prepared to eliminate any threats. However, his movements had been spotted by a lookout, who hastily retreated into the factory. Unbeknownst to Shi Jiang, the lookout's position was well concealed, and he continued his cautious advance, oblivious to the exposure of his presence. Is there no wind today? Did you not eat? Zhu Xinyue reclined on a lounge chair, a look of pure enjoyment upon her face. A group of individuals beside her continually fanned her with hand fans, while behind them stood a cadre of bodyguards, guns aimed menacingly at their heads. It appeared that this group of fan wielders belonged to the Tang family. I warn you, should you fail to perform adequately, I shall have you executed in an instant. You are but the lapdogs of the Tang family. Your demise would not cause them the slightest loss. Of course, Mississippi. The members of the Tang family dared not defy her, perhaps taken aback by the reality that the kidnapped heiress was not a haughty little princess, but rather a formidable force. Now, having fallen into the hands of others, they were compelled to acquiesce. A lookout bodyguard hastily approached, panting heavily. Miss, it's bad news. Your man has come to rescue you. What? Zhu Xinyue sprang up from her chaise. No, he mustn't see me like this. She then turned to the Tang family members, threatening, come on, let us put on a show together. If you don't comply, I will have you executed this very moment. As you wish, Mississippi. We certainly wish to preserve our lives. We will follow your lead. A sly smile crept across Zhu Xinyue's face. Then I shall succinctly outline the plan. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang, who had been lurking, soon caught wind of Zhu Xinyue's cries for help. Help! Help! Gripping his pistol, he immediately sought the source of the sound. However, before he could make a move, he heard a shout from the Tang family. No need to hide. We see you. Come out. Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. I was concealed so well, yet I was discovered so effortlessly. A glance revealed a sea of dark figures. Will I be turned into a sieve? There are far too many kidnappers here. Am I regretting this? Can I just run away? Because the Tang family members stood shoulder to shoulder with the bodyguards. Shi Jiang could not discern who was who. One of the Tang family members, with a sinister glint in his eyes, smirked and said, You've arrived just in time. I was about to kill her, and now you two can be a pair. He held a gun aimed at Zhu Xinyue, who was already bound tightly. Seeing the gun, she cried out, Wah, Shi Jiang, hurry and save me. They're going to kill me. Shi Jiang gritted his teeth. Don't panic. I will find a way. Just as he contemplated his next move, a member of the Tang family admonished him. Take another step, and I will shoot her. No, let us talk this through. After some contemplation regarding the script Zhu Xinyue had provided, the Tang family member stated, If you wish to save her, it is not impossible. But you must first answer a few questions. Only those closest to her can succeed in this rescue. Is this how the Tang family operates? Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to save her or not? Shi Jiang had never anticipated that his rescue mission would take such a turn. He had assumed it would either involve shooting or being shot, but now he had the option to answer questions to save her. Very well, ask your questions. Why do you wish to save Zhu Xinyu? Shi Jiang scratched his head, feeling a hint of a headache. He found himself at a loss for words. Hurry up and speak. I wish to save her. But why do you wish to save her? Because I owe her a favor. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, her little face drooping and her lips pouting. You wretched Shi Jiang. Very well. Next question. What is your relationship with Zhu Xinyu? Shi Jiang, utterly bewildered, tentatively inquired. What if I choose not to save her? In that case, I shall execute you immediately. With a click, the pistol was cocked. No. I was merely jesting. Shi Jiang truly felt a surge of fear. You must provide the most intimate answer. Otherwise, Zhu Xinyu shall perish. Tell me, what are you to her? I am her servant. No, I am her man. The Tang family member, who had just contemplated pulling the trigger, immediately retracted the gun and chuckled. Now that's more like it. You clever lad. By pleasing this formidable figure, you have ensured both our salvation. What a delightful predicament this is. Next question. Do you wish to marry her? Yes. Shi Jiang replied without hesitation. Zhu Xinyu blushed slightly, concealing her bashful face. You wish to marry me? Well, I might not accept. Next question. Do you love her? Zhu Xinyu looked puzzled, the bodyguard equally confused. I don't recall this being part of the script. The Tang family member chuckled. Impromptu moments are vital. In my former days, I was also a master of ceremonies, adept at charming this formidable figure. Shi Jiang was momentarily speechless. To be honest, his feelings for Zhu Xinyu were indescribable. Perhaps it was an ambiguous sentiment, or perhaps a dense fog of confusion enveloped his heart. If you do not love her, I shall execute her first, and then you. If you love her, take her home. Upon hearing these words, Shi Jiang felt as if his mind had shrunk. Has the world truly descended to such chaos? You are kidnappers, members of the Tang family, and yet you would so easily release Zhu Xinyu? This feels like a scene from a film, akin to playing house. However, rational thought prevailed. Shi Jiang knew he must save Zhu Xinyu, even if it meant enduring some humiliation. Yet, would that not be unseemly? Would others not claim I am living off her? But then again, can't one thrive on such support? Truly, I am a genius. Shi Jiang gazed at Zhu Xinyu, smiling confidently, pointing at her as he declared, I will take her home. Oh. The entire room erupted with excitement. Finally, the trap was set. The most exhilarated were the members of the Tang family. Zhu Xinyu had spoken. Once the task was accomplished, they would be spared. At that moment, Zhu Xinyu appeared shy and demure, resembling a little princess, barely daring to meet anyone's gaze. Miss, it seems you have succumbed. You have fallen in love. The members of the Tang family, filled with excitement, untied Zhu Xinyu, taking 3 steps forward and gently holding the bewildered Shi Jiang's small hand, guiding her before Zhu Xinyu. Shi Jiang, you are a true warrior. Your bravery has moved me. Therefore, please take her home. Zhu Xinyu's eyes shimmered with tears as she immediately threw herself into Shi Jiang's embrace, exclaiming, Wu, Shi Jiang, you have finally arrived. If you had come any later, you would have missed me. Shi Jiang, watching Zhu Xinyu nestle into his arms, did not resist. A proud little princess bound in such a manner certainly harbored countless grievances. So it was only right to let her express them. It must be said, she felt rather delightful, soft and tender, reminiscent of a sweet treat. Shi Jiang's cheeks flushed crimson. This was indeed his first intimate encounter with a girl, and his breath quickened. Being a straightforward young man, he was at a loss on how to navigate this situation. Thank you, Shi Jiang. Zhu Xinyu nuzzled against him. Shi Jiang gently stroked her hair, his eyes sparkling as he tidied her disheveled locks. It's all right. Didn't I promise to take you home? She giggled. I knew you would come to rescue me. Tell me, do you like me? Zhu Xinyu asked, tilting her head with a proud demeanor. I like you a lot. I like you a ton, but once I return the money I owe you, we shall part ways. Under this roof, I'll indulge you for now. Click, click. A multitude of people began snapping photographs. Who would have imagined that the young lady had such a bashful side? This embarrassing history would be mine to cherish for a lifetime, or perhaps 2. Zhu Xinyu glared at them angrily. You bunch of scoundrels, stop taking pictures. Who dares to stand up? Why has the flashlight turned on? Zhu Xinyu silently noted to settle accounts with them once she returned to her family. Enjoy yourselves. We shall be leaving now. The members of the Tang family waved as they swiftly departed, feeling uneasy in the presence of this lively king of hell. Shi Jiang remained perplexed, comforting the startled Zhu Xinyue. Why do you think they let us go? Zhu Xinyue's eyes sparkled with infatuation. That is because our love touched their hearts. Chapter 17. The god of card points in ancient Greece, I hereby declare that I am the happiest woman in the world. Shi Jiang replied, my dear lady, can we refrain from swooning? Why not? I was just kidnapped. My brother did not come to rescue me, yet you alone arrived. I am truly overjoyed. Shi Jiang nodded, not wishing to engage in an argument. However, he failed to notice that Zhu Xinyue's face was now inches from his own. Without hesitation, Zhu Xinyue leaned in to kiss him. Shi Jiang's pupils dilated in shock, his mind blank at that moment. Zhu Xinyue trembled slightly, her lips parting as she greedily savored the moment. The breaths of the two gradually quickened, their warm exhales intertwining. After a while, their lips slowly parted, and Zhu Xinyue, panting slightly, flushed with an intense heat. This was her first kiss. Shi Jiang felt a delightful softness enveloping him. Zhu Xinyue, overwhelmed with a mix of shyness and indignation, exclaimed, this is a reward for you. Why are you still staring? Shi Jiang, ever mindful of his motto about enjoying the fruits of others' labor, felt a surge of anger. Who told you to kiss me? Humph. I kiss when I want to. Zhu Xinyue turned her head slightly, feigning annoyance. No way. I feel a bit at a disadvantage. I must return the favor. You scoundrel. Shi Jiang retorted, but Zhu Xinyue had already closed her eyes, savoring the moment. That exhilarating feeling surged back. Shi Jiang, unwilling to be at a loss, was determined to reciprocate. They remained closely entwined for a long time, their lips almost spilling over with the mingling moisture. Ahem. We are still here. Are you two planning to stay here for the new year? Zhu Xinyue, her face ablaze with embarrassment, quickly pulled away. Who allowed you to kiss me? I wanted to kiss, Shi Jiang replied, teasingly. You rogue, taking advantage of me. I'll get you for this. Shi Jiang scratched his head, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Well, since the Tang family has released us, we should leave quickly. You're not getting away. Tang Yin barked, baring his teeth with bloodshot eyes. You shameless couple, coming here and making me suffer through your romance. Brothers, let's take him down. Shi Jiang, clearly unaware of how swiftly the Tang family had arrived, raised his arm, his expression serious. What do you want? Since your Tang family is a force in the underworld, why not adhere to its rules? No need for mob violence or firearms. He challenged, how about a one-on-one fight? Are you man enough? Tang Yin's gaze was complex as he glared fiercely. You're Shi Jiang, right? You seem to know the rules of the underworld. But I fear you may overestimate your abilities and embarrass yourself. Shi Jiang observed the armed men behind Tang Yin, feeling a wave of headache. The only way to ensure Xinyue's safety was to resort to a duel. May fortune favor me. Even if I am overestimating myself, do you dare to take me on? I have nothing to fear. If you can defeat me, I will let you all go. Shi Jiang, for their safety, decided to take a bold chance. Let us do this, but no guns. Given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, if a real fight broke out with firearms, they would undoubtedly be turned into Swiss cheese. Zhu Xinyue, however, was worried for him, gripping Shi Jiang's hand tightly. Be careful, Shi Jiang. Don't worry. Your man is strong, Shi Jiang reassured her. With his enhanced physique and certain skills, if he truly engaged with Tang Yin, the outcome was still uncertain. Soon, a space was cleared for the confrontation. Brother Tang, take him down. Tang Yin signaled confidently, assured of his victory. Behold, this fellow's physique is utterly inadequate for me to contend with. Shi Jiang's gaze was unwavering as he clenched his fists. To be frank, he did not possess absolute confidence in overcoming Tang Yin. In an instant, Tang Yin let out a cold snort and charged directly at Shi Jiang with astonishing speed. Catching everyone off guard, Shi Jiang hastily defended himself, raising his arms in a protective stance. A dull thud echoed as he staggered backward, struggling to withstand Tang Yin's punch. You, my friend, possess quite the resilient bone structure. Tang Yin descended with an elbow strike, and Shi Jiang, believing in his physical enhancement, braced himself and endured the blow. With a resounding thud, Shi Jiang lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, eliciting a collective sigh from the crowd. Alas, Tang Yin's prowess within the Tang family was formidable. Although Shi Jiang exhibited some strength, it was evidently insufficient for defense. Was defeat imminent? Zhu Xinyue's heart tightened as she watched intently. Slowly, Shi Jiang rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A skilled opponent, Tang Yin sneered, clearly reveling in his triumph. In that case, you might as well end it yourself to spare yourself the humiliation before all. Without a word, Shi Jiang charged at him once more. The contest of strength was evidently lopsided, and Shi Jiang gradually found himself fatigued, retreating continuously. You might as well perish. Tang Yin drew a sharp dagger from behind, glinting menacingly. Alarmed, the Zhu family's bodyguards sensed the impending danger, just as they intended to intervene. They were obstructed by Tang family members. Rules cannot be broken. Since it is a one-on-one duel, we cannot interfere. Zhu Xinyue anxiously watched from the sidelines. Should we launch a surprise attack? One of the bodyguards quickly shook his head. Miss, we are outnumbered. If we recklessly intervene, the essence of this duel would be lost. But I cannot simply stand by and watch my man perish. Wait a little longer. For reasons unknown, just as Tang Yin's dagger was about to strike Shi Jiang, a pebble beneath his foot caused him to stumble. The blade veered off course, nearly causing him to fall. Shi Jiang thus found his reprieve and took a deep breath. Luck, indeed, was sheer folly. Had that blade struck him, it would have been a fatal blow. You've had your stroke of luck in evading my dagger this time. But how will you escape the next? A gust of wind surged as Tang Yin gritted his teeth, thrusting the dagger directly at Shi Jiang once more. Shi Jiang tightly grasped his wrist, once again engaging in a struggle. Yet the blade continued to veer closer to his brow. Tang Yin grinned menacingly, exerting more force. This time, fortune will not favor you. It's over. The dagger's edge was mere inches from Shi Jiang's brow, and everyone instinctively shut their eyes tightly. Just when everyone believed that Shi Jiang was about to be fatally stabbed, a sudden gunshot echoed through the desolate factory. Bang! Tang Yin, clutching a dagger, slowly collapsed to the ground. His pupils constricted sharply, his expression one of astonishment. He was dead, and until his last breath, he remained unaware of his assailant. In the distance, a dark muzzle was aimed at him, continuously exhaling wisps of white smoke. Tangmu. The members of the Tang family were instantly taken aback, their hearts filled with dread. Behind Tangmu, a dense crowd loomed, encircling the Tang family entirely. A smile broke on Tangmu's face. Finally, I have arrived. At that moment, Shi Jiang's heart raced, sweat beads forming on his forehead. At last, the awaited moment had come. Indeed, prior to this, Shi Jiang had already sent a message to Zhu Hua. To save a life, one must always prepare in advance. Had Tangmu arrived just a moment later, his own life would have been forfeit. Brother Mu, you truly are like the Greek god governing fate. Chapter 18, Cohabitation? Brother Mu, must we go? No. Tangmu and Zhu Xinyue replied in unison. At that moment, Shi Jiang sat in the car, feeling restless. To be honest, I have social anxiety. What are you afraid of? There's only my brother at home. Zhu Xinyue blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly unaware of what troubled Shi Jiang. So that's how it is. Now I am at ease. The Zhu family is not a place I cannot visit, but mainly I am empty-handed. If I arrive there with nothing, it would indeed be rather impolite. Zhu Xinyue appeared to take this seriously, her face lighting up with curiosity as she asked, "What will you eat and take from my house?" This left Shi Jiang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "If you can't answer, I'll bite you." Zhu Xinyue flashed her adorable little tiger teeth, playfully threatening him. Shi Jiang tentatively asked, "Take you down?" Zhu Xinyue shot him a disdainful glance. "You think you can take me down? Once you arrive at my house, it won't be up to you. Even if you are a dragon, you must lie down for me. To think you could take me down, I fear you lack the strength." Zhu Xinyue said shyly. "If you claim to lack strength, then tonight I shall show you my capabilities. What will you eat then?" "Dumplings." Tangmu. Bodyguard. Zhu Xinyue's face twisted in anger as she repeatedly pounded her small fists against Shi Jiang's chest. "You scoundrel Shi Jiang, you big rogue. You misunderstood. I meant dumplings. I haven't had them in ages. You rascal." Zhu Xinyue bit down on Shi Jiang's arm, leaving a deep tooth mark as she released her grip. Tangmu glanced over, shaking his head helplessly. With this outburst, no one could manage her. However, with Shi Jiang around, the young lady had certainly restrained herself a bit. Tangmu couldn't help but reflect. What is love, if not one thing subduing another? "Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth apart." Tangmu was filled with trepidation, promptly sealing his lips. Not because he was genuinely fearful, but rather because he was indeed afraid. The young lady had the audacity to reprimand even his brother, let alone him. Zhu Xinyue was engaged in a vigorous tussle with Shi Jiang, exchanging blows with neither party yielding. The driver chuckled, "Dumpling brother, do take it easy back there." Shi Jiang remained silent. The way those words fell from your lips has taken on a rather peculiar flavor. The driver, moving swiftly, navigated through the commotion and successfully arrived at the Zhu residence. Dumpling brother, please disembark. Goodness, what a display. Shi Jiang gazed upon the grand estate of the Zhu family, a splendid villa adorned in a traditional Chinese style, which was quite the sight to behold. I truly feel like Lu Laolao entering the grand garden. It seems I am indeed a penniless wretch. Zhu Xinyue smiled slightly. What are you dawdling for? Come on, let us meet my brother. Is it a bit too soon to meet the parents? Shi Jiang scratched his head, pondering silently. He had long heard tales of Zhu Xinyue's elder brother, reputed to be a stern and serious individual, who dotes on his sister to an extreme degree. If that protective brother were to discover that his cherished sister had faced rejection, the consequences would be utterly dire. I just remembered that I left my clothes at home. Come back here. Zhu Xinyue seized Shi Jiang's ear. We're already at the doorstep. You think you can just fly away? At this moment, members of the Zhu family approached, exchanging pleasantries with Tang Mu. The rescue of the young lady had gone remarkably smoothly, rest assured. Yet, the Zhu family members paid no heed to Tang Mu. Their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of the two. The young lady had been secretly courting someone behind their backs, and this was explosive news. Others had spoken of it, and I didn't believe it. The key point is that the man is a mere nobody? Is our young lady not engaging in philanthropy? I absolutely refuse to accept this. Tang Mu delivered a sharp slap. You've already accepted, so stop pretending. Hurry up and do your job. Shi Jiang, follow me. Shi Jiang nodded, knowing he could not evade. In the study, Shi Jiang faced a mature and composed middle-aged man, feeling rather lacking in confidence. Do not feel constrained. Consider this your own home. Feel free. Shi Jiang quickly shook his head. No, I prefer to stand. Zhu Hua, seeing this, chose not to press further. Yet his gaze incessantly scrutinized Shi Jiang's every move, as if he were trying to decipher a mystery. I must thank you for successfully rescuing Yue. Such words are unnecessary. Zhu Xinyue and I are classmates. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? Oh, just classmates? Zhu Hua inquired, a bemused expression gracing his face. He was aware of their tenuous connection, but had he known of their intimate encounter at the abandoned fertilizer factory, he would have surely erupted in fury. Far from the calm demeanor he displayed now, Shi Jiang smiled sheepishly, glancing at the irate Zhu Xinyue. I suppose we are now considered a couple. Meanwhile, Tang Mu's heart leapt with joy. Truly, the dumpling brother never ceases to astonish with his words. Well, I suppose so. Soon, you shall bear the brunt of the young lady's wrath. A flicker of complexity crossed Zhu Hua's eyes as he smirked slightly. I have no interest in your affairs. And likewise, I cannot dictate Yue's preferences. Whom she chooses to adore bears no relation to me. However, should you dare to bully her, inflicting even the slightest harm, I regret to inform you that I will make your existence a living nightmare. Shi Jiang nodded submissively, becoming exceedingly compliant. Understood, clear enough. Well then, the day is waning. You shall spend the night at my Zhu residence. Shi Jiang's face reflected a hint of discomfort. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Come along with me. Zhu Xinyue, like an imperious little princess, seized Shi Jiang and began to walk away. Zhu Hua regarded her with a slow shake of his head. This girl, still so obstinate. Yet, perhaps it is for the best, as it spares me some trouble. In that moment, Zhu Hua felt as if he had been liberated, finally free from the clutches of his younger sister. However, it seemed Shi Jiang was about to face his own trials. Shi Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we to cohabitate? Indeed. Isn't this progressing a bit too swiftly? Not at all. Isn't this somewhat hasty? Perhaps a tad. I should prepare some bedding for you. Shi Jiang inquired. And what do you intend to do? Your Zhu household is so vast. Surely, you can arrange a separate room for me. You think too highly of yourself. Unfortunately, all the rooms in my house are occupied, so you shall have to endure a night's discomfort. Shi Jiang promptly rolled his eyes. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Do you think university students are so easily deceived? Zhu Xinyue immediately resorted to a pout. Her voice sweet and innocent. Regardless, I don't care. If you dare to run away, I shall summon the Zhu family to chase you down. Would you truly have the heart to do that? Of course. Who would favor a disobedient man? Obedient men receive treats, while disobedient ones face the rod. Then I would prefer the rod. Zhu Xinyue promptly called out. Xiaozhua, bring me the rod. Yes, Mississippi Xiaozhua emerged with an electric baton. His eyebrows raised in mischief. Dumpling brother, this rod is no ordinary rod. It can elevate you to celestial heights. Shi Jiang swallowed hard and swiftly shut the door. Then farewell. This left Xiao Zhuo on the other side, denied entry. Shi Jiang took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and turned towards Zhu Xinyue. I believe I am a compliant man. Chapter 19. My beloved, remove your armor. Shi Jiang gazed at the grand bed before him and then at Zhu Xinyue. Clad in her nightwear. Could it be that we are to share this bed? Goodness, how exhilarating. It appears Zhu Xinyue has been thoroughly captivated by my charm. Zhu Xinyue waved her hand in front of him. What are you dawdling for? Come, let me lay out a quilt for you. Shi Jiang, puzzled, looked at the neatly arranged bedding on the bed. Wasn't he it already made? Are you referring to this bed? This is my sleeping space, not yours. What? Cohabiting, but not sharing a bed. Can that truly be called cohabitation? Shi Jiang exclaimed, clearly disrupting his plans. Get lost. She is a girl. Who would want to share a bed with you? You can sleep on the floor then, he retorted helplessly, accepting the blanket and laying down on the floor beneath the bed. A makeshift bed on the floor was better than having no place to sleep at all. This was his first experience cohabiting with a girl, and the sensation was rather delightful. Shi Jiang promptly removed his shirt, preparing to sleep, only to hear Zhu Xinyue's startled cry. Rogue, what are you taking your clothes off for? Shi Jiang felt utterly speechless. To be fair, he usually slept in the nude. Wearing only his boxers, shedding his shirt hardly warranted such an outcry. Sleeping in clothes is uncomfortable. You shameless rogue, hurry and put something on, Zhu Xinyue exclaimed. Her face hidden behind a pillow, her shyness palpable. All right, my dear aunt, he replied. That's more like it, Zhu Xinyue huffed, a hint of smug pride evident in her demeanor. However, on a side note, her figure was indeed quite appealing. Before long, the room fell into a tranquil silence, with even their hurried breaths audible. The two of them, both strangers and yet familiar, sharing the same space, certainly felt a touch of discomfort and tension. Shi Jiang could no longer remain still. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he leapt onto Zhu Xinyue's bed. Rogue Shi Jiang, what are you planning? She questioned, her irritation palpable. My temper has been a bit high lately, you see. I don't know, get away. Zhu Xinyue retaliated, hurling a pillow at him. Shi Jiang paid her no heed, lunging at her like a ravenous wolf. Zhu Xinyue found herself pinned beneath him, both furious and embarrassed. Rogue, what do you intend to do? Let me go? Not a chance. What will you do about it? She whimpered, nearly breathless, tears welling in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Shi Jiang quickly released her. Wait, aren't you the proud little princess? You cry after just a little pressure? I can't stand to see girls cry, especially since I'm terrible at comforting them. Don't cry. If you do, I might just hold you down again. Shi Jiang adopted a rather domineering approach, which, to his surprise, proved effective. Zhu Xinyue seemed taken aback, wiping her tears and staring at him with wide, pitiful eyes, as if to convey, you are a bad man who only bullies others. Yet, Shi Jiang's attention was diverted from her sorrowful expression to the alluring figure she presented in her pajamas. How captivating she looked, even in sleepwear. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. Sinister thoughts swiftly took root in Shi Jiang's mind. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he declared, my beloved, disarm. At this, Zhu Xinyue was even more mortified and indignant. Oh dear, you are such a shameless rogue. What a rogue. Do not cast baseless accusations. If you do not remove your armor, I shall still exert my influence over you. Should you engage in any other endeavors, I shall remain indifferent. Have you not heard me request that you shed your armor? The moment Zhang Xinyue felt a surge of anger, it dissipated just as swiftly. Very well, let us remove a piece. I shall indulge my man. Zhang Xinyue quickly shed her nightgown, revealing her flawless figure in its entirety. That thunderous presence was indeed invincible. It is true that great power can reside in small forms. Shi Jiang gazed in awe, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Xinyue huffed, have you seen enough? Shi Jiang then offered a slight smile. Remove another. Remove what, you rascal? Zhang Xinyue seized a pillow and hurled it at him. If she were to disrobe further, there would be nothing left. She had already reached her limit by removing her nightgown. Such shamelessness. I refuse to engage with you any longer. Oh, how I do not wish to converse with you. Shi Jiang pouted, mimicking her. Let us see whose pout is the most grand. This remark elicited a chuckle from the previously irate Zhang Xinyue. Huh. As she beamed that sweet smile, Shi Jiang couldn't help but smile back. At times, Zhang Xinyue could be quite endearing. Wait, why am I entertaining such thoughts? Shi Jiang promptly chastised himself. To succeed, A man must be resolute, ensuring his rationality while mastering the art of survival. My beloved, I shall retire for the night. Extinguish the lights. This was a command that could not be defied. Zhang Xinhua turned her head slightly, exasperated. I cannot comply. In that case, I shall claim my rights tonight and indulge you. Shi Jiang immediately stood up. Panic surged within Zhang Xinhua, and she hurriedly turned off the lights. Do not approach. I shall do it. See, it can be done. Shi Jiang remarked with a knowing smile. Zhang Xinhua lay on the bed, clenching her tiny fists. Her words laced with determination. You wretched Shi Jiang, should you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure you regret it. The room fell into a profound silence, their quarrel fading as they gradually drifted into the embrace of dreams. Shi Jiang tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Perhaps it was the presence of another that rendered him uneasy. He gazed at the ceiling, wide awake, and slowly turned on a small lamp. Retrieving the martial arts manual that Yin Fei had given him, I could not even defeat Tang Yin. It seems I must diligently enhance my abilities. I wonder if this manual will prove useful. Shi Jiang perused on the cultivation of an assassin, feeling as though he had unlocked a cheat code. His mother would no longer need to worry about his studies. Page after page turned, and gradually, Shi Jiang found himself captivated. Indeed, he gleaned valuable knowledge from this tome, thoroughly dissecting the art of assassination, guiding one to become a true assassin. Shi Jiang scratched his head, feeling a surge of intellect. After finishing one book, he promptly picked up another titled on the cultivation of a conceptual deity. The amalgamation of humans, ghosts, and divine firearms left him bewildered, further unsettling his peace of mind. The esoteric nature of the text only fueled his enthusiasm, leading him to lose track of time as he read well into the early hours of the following day. Meanwhile, Zhu Xinhua slept soundly, resembling an unyielding feline. Yet, Shi Jiang remained awake, his dark circles accentuating his intense focus on the last page of On the Cultivation of a Conceptual Deity, which bore the enigmatic phrase, to master this skill, one must possess a fortune. Perplexed, Shi Jiang pondered the correlation between wealth and conceptual deities, a contemplation that extinguished his drowsiness. Chapter 20. The sister-in-law also called out. Zhu Xinhua awoke, still feeling drowsy. A cursory glance around revealed Shi Jiang's absence. Where's that rascal Shi Jiang? She exclaimed, hastily donning her clothes and racing towards Zhuhua's room. Brother, where's Shi Jiang? He left early this morning. I heard he's visiting his sister, he replied. Oh. Zhu Xinhua quickly gathered her belongings, scarcely pausing for breakfast before dashing out the door. Miss, breakfast is ready. Please eat before you leave, Lima called after her. No need. I'm not hungry, Zhu Xinhua insisted, but Lima remained unconvinced, shaking her head in resignation. This girl has clearly lost her senses. She'll soon be crying out from hunger. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang munched on a fried dough stick as he entered a flower shop. The proprietress, noticing him, eagerly approached. What flowers do you desire, handsome? If it's for a girlfriend, I recommend our newly arrived pink roses, perfect for a proud little princess. They'll surely win her over. Shi Jiang awkwardly scratched his head. No roses, please. My sister is unwell and prefers lilies. Understood. With a fried dough stick in one hand and flowers in the other, Shi Jiang made his way to the First People's Hospital of Jinghai. A moment later, Zhu Xinhua also arrived at the same location. The flower shop owner, intrigued, called out. Beautiful lady, do you wish to buy flowers? If it's for a boyfriend, I suggest our latest pink roses, ideal for a stubborn young man. They'll guarantee his submission. Thinking of Shi Jiang, Zhu Xinhua huffed indignantly. He sneaks away in the morning without so much as a word, and now he expects me to deliver flowers? Not a chance. Owner, I don't want roses. My sister is ill and seems to like lilies, she reiterated. All right. The flower shop owner found it peculiar that both customers had similar requests. Truly, the world is full of wonders. At the First People's Hospital of Jinghai, a voice on the other end of the phone inquired, Hey Annie, how has your mother been lately? Alas, it is what it is. Very well. Let us not dwell on her. She is as she is. How has Yuer been faring with her illness lately? Is the medical expense running short? Shi Jiang shook his head. Yuer's condition has improved significantly. The funds are sufficient, and the last amount you provided has yet to be fully utilized. Very well. Should you find yourself in need of more, do not hesitate to inform me. When will you be visiting the capital next? Your aunt has been missing you dearly. Shi Jiang wore a sweet smile, reminiscent of fond childhood memories. His aunt had always been the one to dote on him the most. He once entertained the thought of living with her in the capital, but ultimately declined, as he could not bear to leave Yue or the parents he despised. Now, he had grown into a steadfast young man, recognizing the responsibilities that lay upon him, given his father's indifference and his mother's struggles. He had once dreamt of a day when he might possess a beautiful family, filled with happiness and contentment, yet that aspiration felt painfully distant and unattainable. Shi Jiang, are you lost in thought? Can you hear your aunt's words? Shi Jiang nodded. Aunt, once I have settled my affairs and ensured everything at home is in order, I will come to the capital for a visit. Very well, I shall await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Shi Jiang sought out Dr. Jiang. Fortunately, he possessed 30,000 system coins and had exchanged 10,000 for 20,000 in cash. Dr. Jiang, here is the money I owed you. Dr. Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. Having money now, are we? It seems associating with a wealthy woman has its perks. You misunderstand. This is my own money. I have no intention of using Zhu Xinyue's funds. I intend to repay you, and I will also return what I owe her, eager to shed my slave-like status. Shi Jiang declared, glaring at Dr. Jiang with a mix of frustration and resolve. Oh, do not take it so seriously. I am merely trying to assist you. You need not repay the money for that contract. Miss Yu will not demand it from you. Whether she does or not is her concern. My obligations remain my own. Well, good luck with that. At 110,000, you have no idea how long it will take to repay. Shi Jiang chuckled. Who do you look down upon? The next billionaire will be me. Very well, having dreams is commendable. Shi Jiang then inquired, how is my sister's condition? It is progressing smoothly, heading towards a favorable outcome. She may need to stay for at most half a month to a month before she is essentially cured. Shi Jiang's anxious heart finally found peace. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. No need for thanks. We are friends. I shall take my leave. With a bouquet of lilies in hand, Shi Jiang entered the intensive care unit. Shi Yu lay quietly on the hospital bed, her complexion not pallid, her eyes gently closed. The room was suffused with a faint scent of disinfectant, lending an air of oppression. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating her delicate skin and the hint of melancholy that lingered upon her features. How are you? Shi Yu seemed to recognize the familiar voice. A flicker of excitement sparking within her as she slowly opened her eyes. Brother? Here, these are your favorite lilies. Shi Yu gazed at her brother, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Brother, what brings you here today? Come and see you. The doctor has said that your condition is improving. If you rest peacefully in the hospital for about 10 days to half a month, you will recover. Shi Yu earnestly inquired, is that true? Indeed, replied Shi Jiang. Sitting in front of the hospital room, tightly grasping Shi Yu's hand, as if painting a hopeful picture. Once you regain your health, I will take you to the capital to visit our aunt. Life will only get better from there. For now, focus on your recovery. Shi Yu nodded. Though her left hand was still attached to an for drip, the flow rather slow. All right, your condition looks quite promising, so I am relieved. Rest up. No. I finally get to see my brother. I won't waste this chance. You're merely enamored by your brother's good looks. Shi Yu immediately smiled. I truly am captivated by my brother's beauty. Just then, as Shi Jiang was about to interject, he noticed another patient beside them. Is there a new arrival in this ward? Yes, they came just yesterday. Shi Jiang, observing the patient heavily bandaged, felt a mix of curiosity and concern. What affliction has befallen them? They seem utterly incapacitated. Hello, sister-in-law. Shi Yu's words caught Shi Jiang off guard. When did you start calling her sister-in-law? How come I, the person involved, was not informed? Turning around, he saw Zhu Xinyue holding a bouquet of the same lilies. Hee, little sister Yu, your words make me blush. Shi Jiang shot her a glance. Not even a hint of blush, nor a racing heart. How can you call that shyness? It is true, his sister is quite undisciplined, referring to her as sister-in-law already. Just as Shi Jiang was about to speak, he was silenced by a glare from Zhu Xinyue. You better be quiet. I want to have a proper conversation with little sister Yu. How embarrassing, just go away. Shi Jiang watched as she chatted with Yu, deciding not to say anything further. Let them chat. Who could possibly outtalk you? He picked up a cup intending to fetch some water for you. However, before he could step outside, a group of police officers rushed in, nearly knocking Shi Jiang to the ground. Who is the blind fool? Upon seeing the police, Shi Jiang immediately fell silent. Gentlemen, he addressed them with a polite nod. I'm fine, officer. I can take a hit. If you want to collide, feel free to come again. The officer raised an eyebrow. Lunan merely cast a cursory glance and waved his hand dismissively. Stop the antics. Let's focus on the task at hand. Several officers had already surrounded the area where a patient, wrapped entirely in white cloth, lay. Both arms and legs severed, tongue cut out, face disfigured. Initial assessments suggested that this individual was Xia Hong, a freshman at Jinghai University. Shijiang nearly choked on his water at the revelation. Who? Lu Nen noticed the abnormality and directed his gaze toward Shijiang. Is there a problem? Are you saying she is Xia Hong? From Jinghai University? Indeed. At that moment, Shijiang was taken aback, realizing that the black sack discarded at Jinghai University contained none other than Xia Hong. Well, we are classmates. Oh, what a coincidence. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lu Nan's eyes as he was about to question Shijiang further. Suddenly, another officer exclaimed, Captain Lu, Xia Hong has regained consciousness. As he observed the gradually awakening Xia Hong, Lu Nan slowly crouched down and softly inquired, Who harmed you? Xia Hong emitted a series of sounds. Captain Lu, her tongue has been severed. No matter how you question her, she can only. Then let it be. Abruptly, Xia Hong's demeanor shifted to one of agitation. Struggling against her confines on the bed, her gaze fixed solely on Shijiang, brimming with resentment. Xia Hong cried out incoherently, her emotions evidently heightened. Is it too crowded in here? Yet her eyes were unmistakably locked on her classmate. Lu Nen pondered thoughtfully in response. Shijiang, perplexed, thought, Xia Hong, why are you so agitated? It's not me who harmed you. If you wish to blame someone, go ahead. However, as Xia Hong's gaze drifted towards Zhu Xinyue, she suddenly became frenzied, terror washing over her entire being. She had never imagined that the monster who had assaulted her would appear in her hospital room. Xia Hong seemed to fight with all her strength, disregarding the pain coursing through her body. It's terrifying. The demon is right before me. I must leave this room. Help! Help! Xia Hong screamed internally, yet no one could hear her. Zhu Xinyue merely cast a fleeting glance, a half-smile dancing on her lips. Officer, could you please ensure she doesn't disturb my sister's rest? Oh, my apologies. Lu Nen observed her extreme agitation and hastily sought to soothe her. Though he was filled with profound curiosity, what is causing your distress? He was about to interrogate Shijiang. We were intending to visit Jinghai University to inquire about the situation. Since we've encountered your classmate, I presume you are aware of what transpired? Shijiang stiffly nodded. This could entangle me in unwanted complications. After all, I just had a disagreement with her, and now she's in the hospital. Such a series of events could rival a drama. I could never clear my name. Lu Nan, noticing Shijiang's troubled expression, grew even more curious. What is the matter? Is it inconvenient to discuss? I can speak, but please do not wrongfully accuse anyone. Rest assured, as long as you speak truthfully, we will ensure that no villain escapes justice and no innocent person is wronged. Thus, Shijiang, with a grim countenance, recounted the entire sequence of events, sparing no detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Nen felt as if the world had spun, his vision darkening. Is it possible that such an extraordinary woman exists? Shijiang nodded. Precisely. Lu Nen released a heavy sigh, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Nonetheless, an investigation was imperative. So, it seems you are the primary suspect. Shijiang remarked with a stern expression. I anticipated this. With the recent conflict and your subsequent presence in the courtyard, it would be foolish for anyone to believe that you were not involved. Shijiang, what is the matter? Zhu Xinyue inquired as she approached. Shijiang sighed in resignation. The circumstances surrounding Xia Hong are rather coincidental. I almost suspect I might be the perpetrator myself. Lu Nan, donning a serious demeanor, responded, Now I must ask you. Where were you after school? I was in Teacher Shenyan's office. When the bell rang, all the students were present, and you may contact my teacher for confirmation. Shijiang said. Lu Nen instinctively nodded. The dismembered remains had been discovered in a secluded alley, coinciding with the peak of dismissal. If Shun Yen had indeed summoned him to the office, there would have been no time for him to commit the crime. Very well. I shall verify this with your teacher. However, given the severity of this matter, I hope you refrain from disseminating information. Rest assured, Officer Lu, I shall remain tight-lipped. Then I apologize for the interruption, Lu Nan remarked, casting a glance at Xia Hong, who continued to writhe in pain, albeit with diminished intensity. Enough. You must cease your movements and focus on your recovery. Leave this matter to us. We will undoubtedly apprehend the culprit. Xia Hong, however, remained unyielding. You think simply handing it over to you is sufficient? The murderer is right beside us. What purpose do these officers serve? Are you all blind? If I were a police officer, I would have already charged headlong into danger. Soon after, Officer Liu confirmed the details and departed with his team. Shi Jiang exhaled softly, gazing at Xia Hong with a tinge of sorrow. How could things have come to this? She is utterly incapacitated. This may well ruin her life. Despite their differences, there lingered a sense of pity. They were classmates after all, and such conflicts would not diminish the bonds of camaraderie. Zhu Xingyue approached Xia Hong, holding an apple. Xia Hong, would you like to have a piece of fruit? Shi Jiang interjected. Xingyue, given her injuries, how could she possibly eat an apple? Perhaps we should get her some bananas instead. That sounds reasonable, Zhu Xingyue agreed, gently placing the apple beside Xia Hong's pillow. Tears streamed down her cheeks, reflecting a myriad of emotions: hurt, anger, fear, and sorrow. Zhu Xingyue cautiously asked, "Oh dear, Xia Hong, why are you crying?" "Xingyue, please do not add to the chaos. She needs to rest," Shi Jiang advised. Xia Hong seemed to quiet down, staring up at the ceiling as crystalline tears continued to fall. Her teeth clenched tightly. "You wretched individuals, bullying me even in my own home. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Beasts, truly a wretched pack of beasts." Yet, at this very moment, she found herself confined within the same chamber as these two brutes. The sensation was utterly indescribable. A disquieting feeling surged within her, akin to a multitude of ants voraciously gnawing at her soul. She felt as though she were ensnared in an interminable abyss of darkness, as if her very essence were bleeding. Oh, how she regretted it now, an overwhelming sense of remorse. If only she could start anew, she would choose Li Bai. Chapter 22. Tenacious Summer Hong. Anger surged through Summer Hong's mind, her eyes ablaze with fury, directed solely at Shi Jiang and Zhu Xingyue. Suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the distant Shi Yu, her expression darkening ominously. "I am a little fairy. Shi Jiang, how dare you offend me? I shall not spare your sister." Summer Hong struggled relentlessly, thrashing about on her hospital bed. With a resounding thud, she fell heavily to the floor. "Ah!" A cry of despair echoed. Summer Hong inhaled deeply, writhing on the ground like a caterpillar, propelling herself forward, her sights set firmly on the distant Shi Yu. "Even if my body is rendered useless, I still possess my mouth, and I shall bite you to death. Shi Yu, your end is nigh." Shi Yu seemed to hear the commotion, her gaze shifting to Summer Hong's bed, yet she did not perceive her presence. Moments later, she noticed Summer Hong on the floor and was startled. How did you end up on the ground?" "Nurse! Nurse! Quickly!" Shi Yu cried out. The nurse hurried in, believing there was an emergency, only to be taken aback at the sight of Summer Hong sprawled on the floor. What happened to her? How did she fall? Shi Yu responded with confusion. "I don't know. She was already on the ground when I arrived." The nurse, exasperated, carefully lifted Summer Hong and returned her to the bed. "You should stop fidgeting and focus on your recovery." Summer Hong thought to herself, that detestable Shi Yu, just like Shi Jiang, is intentionally thwarting my plans by calling the nurse. Such malice. I tell you, not a chance. Today, I will ensure your demise. Let Shi Jiang pay the price and regret it for a lifetime. Once the nurse departed, Summer Hong began to writhe frantically, akin to a silkworm. The bed shook incessantly, producing a cacophony of sounds. With another thud, Summer Hong fell to the ground, yet felt no pain. Instead, she laughed, for she had taken another step forward, drawing closer to her success. With renewed vigor, she surged towards Shi Yu, determined to reach beneath her bed before Shi Yu could react. This was no small challenge for her. Upon seeing Summer Hong, Shi Yu also expressed bewilderment. What on earth is she doing? Why is she ignoring her severe injuries and coming this way? No one could provide her with an answer. Shi Yu then smiled. "Who said I was a good person? Nurse, nurse, hurry." She has collapsed again. Upon hearing these words, Xia Hong was momentarily frozen in place. "I knew it, but let me tell you, Shi Yu, you cannot defeat me. You will only make me stronger," she shouted incessantly, as if seeking to vent her pent-up grievances. The nurse arrived, casting a disapproving glance her way. What on earth is wrong with her? It's only been a few days since the surgery, and she is already rolling around on the floor with such vigor, such tenacity for life. Yet, one cannot be so reckless. The nurse gently lifted Xia Hong back onto the bed, soothing her. "All right. I understand you are struggling to accept your reality, but you must stay strong. You will succeed." Damn it. Xia Hong had never uttered such curses in her life. But today, she silently let one slip. "Without you, I would have succeeded long ago." She sighed deeply, her eyes filled with disappointment. Before leaving, the nurse reminded her, "Focus on healing and refrain from moving around too much." Xia Hong watched the nurse depart, her heart brimming with resentment. In the next moment, the familiar voice echoed again. Despite the pain, Xia Hong crawled up from the floor, her body battered and bruised, but she refused to surrender. She yearned for revenge. She would reclaim everything that belonged to her. Shiyu, I will tear your face apart and snap your throat, ensuring that Shi Jiang becomes a true sinner. Having learned from her previous experience, Xia Hong, despite enduring excruciating pain, dared not pause. She swiftly made her way to Shiyu's bedside. Yet, a dilemma arose. How was she to ascend? Clearly, Xia Hong was momentarily at a loss. In her fervor for vengeance, she had not thought through how to reach Shiyu's hospital bed to exact her retribution. Shiyu looked down at Xia Hong and asked, puzzled, why are you here? Do you wish to sleep on my bed? But given your injuries, you cannot possibly climb up. Should I come down instead? Upon hearing this, Xia Hong exclaimed, what a brilliant idea. Of course, I can have Shiyu come down and then strike her. After a brief contemplation, Xia Hong resolved to bite her nose. A place that every woman fears. It would be more painful than death itself. But do not blame me. Blame your detestable brother. Shiyu inquired again, should I come down? Or would you like me to carry you up? At that moment, Xia Hong awaited this very question, nodding fervently. All right then, this way, I can easily bite you. She was so close, just a step away from success. As Shiyu, whose injuries were nearly healed, began to descend from the bed, the nurse entered the room, holding a medicine bottle, evidently there to change the dressings. With a grim expression, the nurse spotted Xia Hong lying on the floor beneath Shi Jiang's bed. Are you some kind of cockroach? You're fully incapacitated and yet still moving? The nurses, unless they witnessed it firsthand, would never believe that this was a patient, recently operated on, whose entire body was in a state of ruin. Day by day, I was subjected to endless torment, having just begun my internship, juggling both day and night shifts. The nurses bored dark circles under their eyes, reminiscent of little pandas, evidently burdened by the resentment accumulated from last night's shift, and now, at the break of dawn, thrust back into the daylight shift, brimming with grievances. With a sharp sound, a nurse delivered a resounding slap to Xia Hong's face. Behave yourself. Do you hear me? The force of the slap left Xia Hong momentarily stunned. What? The nurse, clearly unwilling to engage further, scooped Xia Hong up and returned her to her bed. Don't hold me, you scoundrel. I'm just one step away from success. Day after day, it was relentless, and my salary was non-existent. Upon surveying her circumstances, Xia Hong realized she had returned to a state of complete helplessness. Sighing heavily, she felt overwhelmed by the weight of her burdens. A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes as she clenched her teeth. Let every conceivable chain be wrapped around me. I shall not be defeated. With a thud, a sound echoed. In that moment, the resilient Xia Hong's heart was consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. It seemed as though she was ensnared in an endless cycle of torment, confirmed by the passage of time. At this juncture, she felt utterly despondent. If you wish to kill me, please do not torment me. If you intend to torture me, then spare me and end my life. Chapter 23. I can only eject. Hello, Shi Jiang. Are you free tonight at 9:30? The rhythmic clanging echoed, dong chong, dong chong, dong chong. Hello, hello, hello. Shi Jiang was at his wit's end. In moments of utter speechlessness, one might find an inexplicable urge to smile, suddenly feeling murderous. Do you have any dietary restrictions? On the other end of the line, Li Tong fell silent, beginning to speak earnestly. Shi Jiang, would you like to join me at the internet CAF later? Shi Jiang shook his head, indicating he was busy. Come on, I'll treat you, Li Tong insisted. That won't do. Shi Jiang recalled the times he had played with Li Tong, achieving a score of 113, where the opponents launched an immediate assault, declaring they had achieved full mounts. Wasn't that a blatant display of bullying and humiliation? The worst part was they wouldn't allow him to call for help, insisting he just needed more practice. Who could endure that? On the other end of the line, Li Tong chuckled mischievously. Now I understand why you're not going. Could it be that Zhu Xinyue is by your side? Ah, having a partner really changes things. It's enviable indeed. Hurry up and leave me alone. Oh, someone's angry. I must have hit the mark. You really forget your friends once you have a significant other. How tragic. It's not that we can't play. I just need to consult Zhu Xinyue first. Come on, buddy, you need to ask her about such trivial matters? Where's your backbone? If you don't stand firm now, you'll surely regret it later. Shi Jiang found this reasoning sound. Truly, Li Tong was a master of the game, possessing lofty ideals and a profound sense of awareness. Zhu Xinyue stepped out of the hospital, her expression one of confusion. What's the matter, Shijiang? Would you like to accompany me for a shopping spree? Let us go, Zhu Xinyue replied with delight, peeking her head out. Really? Indeed. Shijiang is so kind to me. Shijiang, can you discern sounds and their sources? There's only one person left. How could they possibly stab you from behind? Shijiang appeared flustered. Not at all. I didn't hear anything just now. That's because your headphones weren't plugged in. No wonder I couldn't hear anything earlier. I thought it was on mute. My friend, you are truly invincible. Besides Shijiang, Zhu Xinyue looked on in exasperation. It was no surprise he had so readily agreed to go shopping. He was headed to an internet CAF instead. Idiot Shijiang. Now I can only watch idly. It's so boring. I could just punch this fool. Am I not a stunning beauty in front of you? Shijiang, hurry up. Why do you keep messing up? Shijiang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I can only mess up. Li Tong glanced at his Desert Eagle and then at Shijiang's unimpressive record. His expression darkening. Is that all you could afford, a pistol? Indeed, Shijiang replied without modesty. Impressive. Pick up the gun. Down below, shoot him. With your aim. Even an old lady could shoot better than you. You fool. Victory for our team. Shijiang, somewhat bashful, looked at his score of 11-21. The opposing team had also typed a message. Mounts are full, collect pets. Seeing this, Shijiang became infuriated. I'm done. This is blatant bullying. Li Tong chuckled. They are bullying you, not us. Tired of playing? This is the milk tea I bought, one for each of us. Thank you, Miss Zhu. Li Tong said with a wide grin, holding the cup of milk tea with great appreciation. I never expected to drink milk tea bought by Miss Zhu. I can die without regrets now. I owe so much to Shijiang. Otherwise, I would never have tasted it. Be quiet. Our classmates are here. You seem to be itching for trouble, Shijiang retorted. Zhu Xinyue lifted the special milk tea. I ordered you strawberry. Thank you. Li Tong shook his head in complaint. His brow furrowed. Not sweet enough, not sincere enough. You should say thank you, yeah baby. Shijiang promptly slapped him. There are classmates around. Can you not disgust us? Just looking at you is irritating. It seemed necessary to find someone to put Li Tong in his place. Otherwise, he would continue to be insufferable. By the way, where is Su Xinshin? As they spoke, Shijiang revealed a hint of mischief in his smile. This is getting uninteresting. My brother connects heart to heart. But you're playing mind games with me, aren't you? I merely inquired, not expecting such a strong reaction from you. What does it have to do with me? Shijiang snorted coldly, sensing that there was something amiss. Very well, are you really going to make a big deal out of this? It seems our brotherhood is over. Just as the commotion escalated, Li Tong received a call from Su Xinshin. Hello? You scoundrel, we've arrived. Why are you still not here? Oh, we'll be there shortly. Li Tong hung up, and the surrounding classmates erupted in laughter. You rascal, and you say otherwise? Ah, we are merely ordinary friends. Please do not spread rumors. Do not believe or propagate falsehoods. All right, whatever you say. Li Tong addressed the crowd. Brothers, shall we proceed? Tonight, it shall be on young Master Li. No problem. Is Shijiang coming? Shijiang cast a glance at Zhu Xinyue, as if to signal her. If you wish to go, then go. It has nothing to do with me. The crowd burst into laughter. The renowned leg brother also has his days of fear. Perhaps he is unwell. Bronchitis, a rather troublesome ailment. They jested, engaging in light banter. Li Tong led the group to their destination, but noticed something amusing, ready to provoke. Look at you two. Aren't you in a romantic relationship? Shouldn't you hold hands while walking? Li Tong promptly placed Shijiang's hand into Zhu Xinyue's. See, this is a perfect match. Shijiang had no choice but to hold Zhu Xinyue's hand, feeling somewhat begrudged under the watchful eyes of so many. He quietly told Zhu Xinyue, let me be clear. In public we are lovers, but beneath it all, we remain in a servitude relationship. I advise you to think carefully and not overstep our boundaries. As I hold your hand now, I am the one at a disadvantage. Enjoy your secret delight. Shijiang spoke earnestly. All right, I will enjoy it secretly. Zhu Xinyue replied, gazing at him with an expression brimming with affection. I suggest you refrain from treating me this way. To fall in love with me will only lead to an unfortunate end. When I repay you, that will mark our separation. Zhu Xinyue immediately became displeased, angrily retorting. But you used to kiss me. Shijiang, with resolve, replied, that was different. It was a reward for me. What, do you wish to take it back? Well, it's not entirely impossible. You scoundrel. Zhu Xinyue then lunged at him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Li Tong quickly waved his hands, saying, Pay them no mind. The young couple has just begun their romance and must engage in sweet banter. As the saying goes, hitting is affection, scolding is love. In a fleeting moment, Li Tong recalled Su Xinxin, the fierce tigress. She truly was a tiger, capable of delivering deadly blows and hurling the foulest of insults. Alas, it seems I have encountered true love. Evidently, my 2.5 years of training as AC King were not in vain. In the distance at the entrance, Su Xinxin shot him a glare. What are you mumbling about over there? Hasten to meet your demise. Chapter 24. Sober, I can still march in a straight line. Can you sing? I can rap. What can you rap about? The dreams of the Tang dynasty linger, filling my heart with boundless sorrow. Oh, cease your singing. In 2018, love blossomed. In 2020, love dulled. In 2022, disgust set in. By 2024, tears flowed abundantly. Within a suitably sized private room, Su Xinxin fiercely seized Li Tong's ear, executing a dramatic twist. After calling for so long, you arrive now. Have you been secretly flirting with other girls? I truly did not. I just returned from the internet CAF with my good brother. Oh, please, Shijiang, explain this to him. You mentioned he was flirting with girls. Reflecting on it, I recall a girl with twin ponytails seeking Li Tong just moments ago. I am unsure what she wanted, but it appeared she was explaining something for tomorrow, Shijiang recounted thoughtfully. Li Tong stood there, bewildered, as if he had veered off his original path. Shijiang, you are fabricating lies. Su Xinxin, do not believe him. I am innocent. Oh, the fierce tigress bullies me. Good brother, please rescue me. Can you bear to witness my suffering? Did you not say that hitting is affection and scolding is love? Everyone, do not concern yourselves with them. This couple has just begun their flirtation, and such playful banter is expected. Shijiang, I curse you. Su Xinxin, fueled by an unknown strength, forcibly lifted Li Tong from the ground. I admit my wrongdoing. I shall not dare again. So you acknowledge it? Then I shall deliver a mighty blow. I am wronged. Li Tong was on the brink of despair, for only those who are unjustly accused know the depths of their anguish, and the source of all evil lay before him. Shijiang, I loathe you. Observing the scene, Shijiang nodded with satisfaction. Someone like Li Tong, the ultimate loser, must be kept in check. It appears the method is effective. You are the true loser. Unlike you, I do not rely on others for sustenance. Humph. My Shijiang eats as he pleases. What business is it of yours? Speak further, and I shall tear you apart. In critical moments, Zhu Xinyue fiercely defended her companion. Oh dear, my fiery temper, and you still protect Shijiang. Li Tong gazed at the fierce tigress behind him, releasing a heavy sigh. Goodness, is the disparity between people this vast? Whoever desires this fierce tigress may have her. I certainly do not. With a resounding slap, a stinging blow landed on his face. Why do you strike me? Your tongue is too sharp. Before Su Xinxin, the arrogant Li Tong dared not utter a word. It seems Master Li has learned his lesson. Ha! Let us not ridicule him. How many among us here have partners? Indeed, there is also that one in the corner engrossed in a novel. Upon hearing this, the previously smiling woman suddenly stiffened her lips. It turned out that we were the jesters. Yet, she adored the Monkey King, while I was merely a clown. Come now, brother, let us indulge in another round. Just as the private room fell into quietude, a commotion erupted outside the door. Hurry up and leave. Do not linger here. Boss, this woman has not departed yet. She finished an entire case of liquor yesterday and has yet to settle her tab. The boss, with a stern expression, cast a fleeting glance. What state is she in? Still asking for money? Quickly send her away. Her presence is bothersome. Shijiang and his companions, intrigued by the noise, stepped out to investigate. Shijiang stood frozen in place. His heart shattered into pieces. He had searched high and low without a trace, and unexpectedly, today he found her. Jiang Wan was on the floor, clutching a bottle, inebriated. Bring me another bottle of Snowflake, and a bottle of Courage to Venture. I wish to embark on an adventure with Snowflake. The staff shot her an exasperated look. Please leave. We have no Snowflake or Courage to Venture here. I heard there's some across the street. Why not check there? Shijiang immediately gave a thumbs up. Truly a genius of logic. You should be the manager. However, Jiang Wan vaguely overheard someone calling for her, and her spirits jolted. Who is calling me? Jiang Wan gradually stood up, her eyes glazed, but upon seeing Shijiang, she broke into a smile. Oh, Shijiang, what brings you here today? Shijiang sighed deeply, quickly supporting her. Mother, could you please refrain from drinking? You need to head home. I'm fine. Are you worried about me being drunk? Not at all. I know my limits. Jiang Wan swayed slightly, clearly unsteady. Oh, whose lovely young lady is this? Zhu Xinhua blushed. Auntie, she is from your family. Shi Jiang turned his head in astonishment. Young lady, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Jiang Wan immediately perked up, glancing around, and pinched Zhu Xinhua's delicate cheek. My Shi Jiang has found such a beautiful bride. It's truly a blessing he has accumulated over 8 lifetimes. This is remarkable. Auntie, please don't be so excited. Oh, you have no idea. With Shi Jiang's foul temper, finding a partner is akin to the sun rising from the west. Jiang Wan pointed at Shi Jiang, admonishing him. You, young man, must treat this young lady well. If I hear otherwise, you shall not escape my wrath. Understood, understood. Mother, please go home. Jiang Wan waved her hand dismissively. I am not drunk. Look at yourself. What state are you in, still denying it? Shi Jiang was utterly speechless. He was on the verge of falling, yet claimed he was not intoxicated. Jiang Wan chuckled. Her face flushed, insisting she was not drunk and could still march in step. With that, she began to stride forward, and surprisingly, she walked quite straight. Mother, please stop joking. Just tell me, can I walk or not? Can you please stop the fuss? Jiang Wan blinked her hazy eyes and departed from the scene. You all enjoy yourselves. Do not mind me. Shi Jiang gazed at her retreating figure, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He found himself at a loss, unable to persuade her otherwise. A question lingered in his mind. Why did his mother indulge in alcohol so incessantly? She appeared to be in good spirits, yet her actions were far from ordinary. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Upon exiting, Jiang Wan's eyes swept ahead with determination. Was that person referring to the establishment across the street? Where could it be? Ah, she found it, Sleepless Night. What a delightful name. It seemed the night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Without hesitation, Jiang Wan made her way to the venue. Waiter, bring me a bottle of Snowflake beer and a bottle of Brave Journey. I intend to boldly venture forth with Snowflake in hand. Certainly, the staff replied with a smile, bringing 2 bottles of beer. Little did he know that Jiang Wan could drink for days on end without returning home. His smile would soon fade if he realized that she had no money and was shamelessly lingering here, much like the previous patron whom the owner had dismissed due to poor business. Chapter 25. Vanishing mid-feast. Shi Jiang, do not be disheartened. Auntie is quite all right in her own way. What nonsense. Shi Jiang's expression darkened as he sat in the private room, picking at some food. Yet, the moment he heard Li Tong's duck-like voice belting out a tune, his mood soured further. If you cannot carry a tune, then do not sing. Li Tong, placing the microphone down, retorted angrily, isn't this a karaoke session? Why else would I be here? If you do not enjoy it, then kindly step aside. Shi Jiang immediately extended his leg. Li Tong swiftly dodged, shielding Su Xinxin behind him. Baby, save me. The absurdity made Shi Jiang want to laugh. A self-proclaimed sea king calling someone baby sent shivers down his spine. Enough with the theatrics, just leave. However, nightfall was approaching. Let us eat. To be honest, today has been quite enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Li Tong nodded, feeling the strain in his throat from his earlier shouting. I know a fantastic grilled fish restaurant. Shall we go? If young Master Li picks up the tab, I'm in. All right, no problem. Li Tong glanced at Su Xinxin, determined to showcase his charm and grandeur, believing that such displays would win the heart of a fair maiden. With my charisma, words are unnecessary. I just need to make a slight effort to win you over. As twilight deepened into night, a cool breeze rustled through the air as they strolled along the path. Are we there yet? Just ahead. Indeed. They soon arrived at a grilled fish restaurant named Haiwan Grilled Fish. The group exchanged uneasy glances and hesitantly asked, Is this your establishment? Li Tong beamed with pride, adopting an air of superiority. What can I say? This is my prowess. Well then, I shall not return home until I have driven your grilled fish restaurant to bankruptcy tonight. Come, it's on me. Uncle Li, please arrange a private room for me. I'm treating my classmates to a grand feast of roasted fish. Oh, it's Li Tong. Come. Dining here with Uncle Li guarantees a splendid experience. Given the number of us, a round table will be ideal for our meal. Shi Jiang, somewhat distracted, was engrossed in his phone. Zhu Xinhua, intrigued, leaned closer, her delicate face peering in. What are you looking at? You're so absent-minded. Currently, he had 20,000 system coins left, equivalent to 40,000 RMB, yet he still needed 70,000 more for Zhu Xinhua. Today, he decided to grant himself a day off, resuming work tomorrow. Wait, why should I work? If I can get beaten and earn money. With so many ruffians at Jinghai University, couldn't I simply find someone to take a beating and count the cash? Lost in thought, Zhu Xinyue playfully used her chopsticks to offer him a piece of fish, nudging it towards his lips. Here, open wide. The glances from their classmates shifted dramatically. It seemed evident, Shi Jiang was indeed being pampered. How pitiful for my once dominant brother to endure such humiliation. He is not pitiful at all. Just look at him. He is clearly enjoying it. Shi Jiang's expression was serious as he savored the fish, chewing thoughtfully. Delicious. This was the first time a girl had fed him. The sensation was wonderfully sweet. Li Tong cast a sidelong glance. How could it not be delicious? Just look at who is feeding him. Shi Jiang's face radiated joy. He couldn't have been happier. Another piece, please. Zhu Xinyue playfully punched him, simultaneously cute and irked. Dream on. If you want more, feed yourself. I'll leave you to it. I need to visit the restroom. Li Tong shot him a glance. Fine, fine. You always have to make a fuss about everything. But it's quite stuffy in here. Indeed, the room felt suffocating. Perhaps due to the crowd and the cacophony, it was disconcerting. Shi Jiang stepped out for some fresh air, stretching lazily. I was nearly suffocated in there. Pretending with that girl is truly exhausting. Speaking of which, I've already rejected her, yet she still pursues me? Could it be that my charm is so potent? Shi Jiang smiled faintly, just as he picked up his phone. He noticed a group of masked individuals approaching him, clutching large burlap sacks. Oh no! A van sped towards him, and before he could resist, he was forcibly pulled inside. Help! Help! Is there no law in broad daylight to protect innocent men? A figure in black glared at him, hissing, Shut up! The black-clad man brandished a dagger menacingly in front of Shi Jiang. If you scream again, I'll cut out your tongue. Shi Jiang immediately sealed his lips, becoming exceedingly compliant. Although he couldn't see, he was not foolish. Brother, where are we going? The black-clad man scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Where else? We're hitting the road. Seriously? I just wanted to grab a bite. He lamented, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Who is it? You'll find out soon enough. At Li Haiwang Roasted Fish Restaurant, Zhu Xinyue was beset by a whirlwind of thoughts, her mind racing with uncertainty. Where had Shi Jiang vanished to? Was it because I neglected to feed him fish that he had taken offense? Never mind. I shall appease him upon his return. Li Tong let out a disdainful snort. He knew Shi Jiang all too well. He was likely evading responsibilities to indulge in leisure. That little scamp probably couldn't handle his liquor. Yet, something felt amiss. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Surely he couldn't be gone for so long, even while slacking off. She decided to send him a message. Zhu Xinyue typed on her phone, inquiring about Shi Jiang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the speeding van, Shi Jiang was unusually compliant. Someone has messaged you. What is the password? He was asked. He swallowed hard. What exactly do you want? Nothing much, just to inform them that you are safe. The man in black smirked, continuously shaking the phone. If you do not comply, I shall take off a leg. No. Shi Jiang reluctantly divulged the password, and the man in black texted back, Do not worry about me. I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. My apologies. At the same time, Zhu Xinyue received the message and was seething with rage. This insufferable Shi Jiang. He is my subordinate. How dare he leave without my permission? Li Tong was equally puzzled. It seems he has genuinely encountered trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vanished mid-meal. She promptly replied, You better wait. For next time, I shall break your legs to see if you can run away. The man in black chuckled upon reading her message. You are quite fortunate. It seems you have a case of bronchitis. Shi Jiang scoffed quietly. The man in black stealthily returned a message, a smile of contempt creeping across his face. Zhu Xinyue glared at the message from Shi Jiang, her anger boiling over. That insolent fool. My feet are my own. Whether I stay or go is not for you to decide. How dare Shi Jiang insult me like that? He is as good as dead. If I do not properly discipline him, he will not know his place. Zhu Xinyue was on the verge of tears, for it was the first time anyone had called her a fool, especially Shi Jiang. Meanwhile, Li Tong and their classmates continued to enjoy their feast of fish and drink. Let us eat no more, Zhu Xinyue declared, abruptly flipping the table, which caused a commotion and silenced the room. The food and drink scattered across the floor in disarray. What on earth are you doing? Someone asked, bewildered. Zhu Xinyue, uninterested in explanations, huffed and stormed out of the private room. I'm going home. As she departed in a huff, Li Tong instinctively pieced together the situation. It's nothing serious. Perhaps Shi Jiang left without notice, and the young lady is understandably upset. Let us move to another room and continue our meal. Today, the grilled fish is limitless. Regarding Shijiang, no one cares. Chapter 26. I bet your gun is empty. Although Shijiang was blindfolded, he could distinctly sense the mocking grin of the man in black. What did you just send from my phone? I sent nothing. Just reported my safety. I advise you not to send anything reckless. I still wish to live. The man in black nodded, conceding the point. However, he added, but you won't live for long. What do you mean? Shijiang asked, puzzled. It means you've offended more than just one person now. Shijiang was utterly baffled. How many have I offended? 2. The man in black chose not to disclose the matter of the reply message, opting instead to maintain an air of mystery and deliver a surprise. We're almost there. Prepare to meet your fate. Shijiang's heart trembled at the thought. No, he could not resign himself to such a passive end. Yet, his hands were bound by coarse rope, rendering him immobile. As he pondered his predicament, he suddenly recalled on the cultivation of an assassin. A spark ignited within him. He was an assassin now, capable of transforming anything into a lethal weapon. With his newfound confidence, he felt as if he could indeed become a true assassin. Thus, Shijiang slowly began to move his palms. The surrounding men in black remained oblivious to his subtle actions. I will grind, I will grind, I will grind some more. Shijiang tilted his body, using his nails to incessantly scrape against the ropes binding his wrists. This may sound absurd, yet such tactics were mentioned on the cultivation of an assassin. If any part of the body could serve as a sharp weapon, why couldn't he wear down the ropes? I truly am a genius. Shijiang chuckled inwardly. Moreover, his body had been enhanced, and his technique was remarkably adept. He applied just the right amount of pressure, making it difficult for them to notice. After a considerable time, the speeding van finally came to a halt. Several burly men in black tightly grasped Shijiang and pulled him from the vehicle, shrouded in a burlap sack. He could not see anything and had no choice but to let them carry him away. Soon, the sack was removed. After so long in darkness, Shijiang struggled to open his eyes. Where am I? Welcome to the underworld. A voice thundered in the pitch-black room. However, as Shijiang listened, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. He then directed his gaze forward, and through the dim light, he was taken aback. It was Tang Hu. Wait, wasn't he this kid rendered foolish? How did he come back to wreak havoc again? System, come out and explain this. Your methods have been breached. You mean there are others capable of breaking your methods? In this vast and extraordinary world, each possesses their unique systems and methods, while others follow their own paths. With a scornful expression, Tang Hu glared menacingly at the bewildered Shijiang, exclaiming, Are you not curious? Without hesitation, Shijiang nodded. You despicable wretch. Just days ago, you employed some nefarious tactics against me. Had it not been for Master Zhang's intervention, my life would have been forfeit in your hands. Enraged, Tang Hu instantly struck Shijiang with a resounding slap. The impact left Shijiang reeling, his vision filled with stars. This blow encapsulated all of Tang Hu's fury and animosity towards him. A notification chimed, indicating a significant loss. Ignoring the pain to his face, Shijiang, as if invigorated by a sudden rush, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Tang Hu observed him, his expression one of disdain. Is it possible that a mere slap has driven him to madness? As Shijiang gazed at the perplexed Tang Hu, a spark of hope ignited within him. Brother Hu, my dear brother. Tang Hu instinctively recoiled, fearing the contagion of such madness might latch onto him. Strike me. Mercilessly torment me. Is this lad enlightened or merely daft from the blow? It's difficult to ascertain. His current state indeed resembles that of a lunatic. Suddenly, Shijiang waved his hand, declaring, I am not insane. Brother Hu, come strike me. Those afflicted with madness never admit to their condition. However, Brother Hu, it's perfectly fine to hit me. Tang Hu, reclining with an air of arrogance, replied, Let us first give him a thorough beating, then execute him to quell my resentment. With a resounding thud, Tang Hu delivered a punch. Shijiang was filled with exhilaration. Again, another punch landed. Shijiang's heart swelled with laughter, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Oh my, who would have thought that my path to fortune would be paved by Tang Hu? You are my lifelong benefactor. Strike me harder. Spur me on. Tang Hu's wrist ached from the exertion, prompting him to gesture to the bystanders. You all, come and beat him. Make sure he suffers. Yes. After a flurry of blows, Tang Hu, panting heavily, finally relented. All right, enough. He is likely half dead by now. Shijiang radiated excitement, while Tang Hu remained perplexed. Does this fellow harbor some masochistic tendencies? He certainly appears to be a pervert. As Shi Jiang checked his system currency, he gasped in astonishment. What a delight! Along with my previous 20,000, I now possess a total of 73,000 system coins. My goodness, a mere beating could settle the debts of Zhu Xinyue. It is utterly exhilarating. At last, I can free myself from the clutches of that sorceress. Tang Hu's expression was far from pleasant, perhaps due to recent exertions. He cast a glance at Shi Jiang, recognizing that this young man possessed a formidable resolve. Thus, it would be best to eliminate him swiftly. The mere thought of his demise made Shi Jiang uneasy. With a sudden surge of energy, he forcefully loosened the ropes binding his hands. Tang Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having dealt with you, it is now my turn. A smirk graced Shi Jiang's face as he advanced steadily. Do not move. Tang Hu barked, aiming his gun at Shi Jiang's forehead. I never anticipated you could escape such thick ropes. You truly are more than you appear, but now you face me, and I shall put an end to your legendary existence. With a gun in my hand, no matter your prowess, you cannot withstand a bullet from me. Shi Jiang remained unperturbed, inching closer to Tang Hu. What are you doing? I have a gun. Are you not afraid of me pulling the trigger? Tang Hu, undeterred, spoke with scorn, regarding Shi Jiang as nothing more than a foolish jester. Shi Jiang smiled faintly. How can you be certain your gun is loaded? Tang Hu laughed heartily. How could I not know if my own gun is loaded? Do not try to feign mystery. If you take another step, I will shoot you. His intimidation stemmed from a desire to prolong Shi Jiang's suffering, to satiate his own resentment. Shi Jiang indeed halted, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he produced a coin from his pocket. Tang Hu erupted in laughter. Are you attempting to bribe me with that coin? Or perhaps to purchase your own worthless life? No, I wager that your gun is devoid of bullets. Chapter 27. A simple matter. Tang Hu's arrogant laughter echoed. I see you are utterly daft. Shi Jiang did not respond but held the coin aloft, his gaze unwavering. Since I embarked upon the path of an assassin, I have increasingly appreciated the beauty of this world. My avoidance of trouble does not signify fear. An assassin? Tang Hu was skeptical. He had heard of assassins. There exists a notorious ranking, and those renowned are truly formidable. They are a source of consternation, even for the police. Moreover, these assassins operate with utmost secrecy, employing ruthless methods that catch their targets off guard, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims. Shi Jiang calmly patted Tang Hu's shoulder. Fear not. You may now pull the trigger on your gun and fire at me. It may go off, or it may not. However, I have a principle. Anyone who aims a gun at me, regardless of whether it fires or not, will meet their demise. Shi Jiang's gaze was as frigid as ice, emanating a chilling threat that instilled fear. Tang Hu seemed momentarily daunted by this aura, experiencing an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shi Jiang smiled knowingly. This was precisely the effect he sought. This was the essence of a true assassin. Without lifting a finger, he instilled terror in others. I wager $1 against your life. Tang Hu's heart trembled, and he recoiled sharply. What? I stand to gain merely $1, yet risk my life if I lose? How is that fair? Shi Jiang's eyes flashed with the ferocity of a deity of death, and the coldness enveloped Tang Hu, sending chills down his spine. Fear gripped him. His initial skepticism faded, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. You are afraid, Shi Jiang observed, his eyes as deep and still as a desolate well. Suddenly, with a thud, Tang Hu's pistol fell to the ground. Dare not fire. What folly is this? Shi Jiang swiftly slapped him. He bent down to retrieve the weapon. Let us see who emerges victorious in this wager. With that, Shi Jiang pulled the trigger and fired into the sky. Bang! The gunshot startled everyone present. Tang Hu's round eyes widened in disbelief. You tricked me? You have won. A smile curled at the corners of Shi Jiang's lips as he disdainfully tossed the pistol aside. Remember, hesitation leads to defeat. He forcefully shoved the dollar into Tang Hu's palm. As a minor leader of a criminal syndicate, if you cannot trust your own gun, what can you trust? You are not only foolish but also deluded into thinking you are clever. Tell me, how can someone like you ever change? Answer me. Shi Jiang reprimanded loudly, akin to a university student chastising a primary school child. Tang Hu could scarcely believe that the one reprimanding him was a mere freshman. He truly was an assassin. Huh, I never imagined you were so adept at concealing your true self. In a twist of fate, instead of anger, Tang Hu erupted into a maniacal laughter. Slowly, he drew another gun from behind his back, aiming it squarely at Shi Jiang's forehead. No one had anticipated that he possessed a second weapon. And now, what tricks do you have left? Do you think I would believe your claims of an empty chamber? I do not. Yet, It seemed as though everything unfolded according to Shi Zhang's design. He remained unperturbed. Shall we make another wager? This time, on whether your gun is loaded. Tang Hu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Shi Zhang, are you insulting my intelligence? Unfazed, Shi Zhang continued. If the gun fires, I am finished. If it does not, you owe me $1. Tang Hu scoffed. Do you take me for a fool, to be duped time and again? I assure you, it is you who will meet your end. Tang Hu pressed his pistol directly against Shi Zhang's forehead, his expression ferocious. He pulled the trigger with a sense of triumph. Yet moments later, the expected gunshot did not resound. Tang Hu repeatedly pressed the trigger, bewildered, his heart racing with anxiety. How could this be? Observing this, Shi Zhang merely smiled faintly, deftly disarming Tang Hu of his firearm. With his other hand, he slowly raised it, and with that motion, a cascade of glimmering bullets fell from his grasp like pearls from a broken string, producing a crisp, melodic chime. Each bullet struck deeply into Tang Hu's psyche. How could this be? Shi Zhang retrieved a coin from Tang Hu's possession, raising it aloft. You owe me $1. Sometimes, decisiveness can lead to unexpected outcomes. At that moment, Tang Hu's mind was a blank slate. Hesitation and defeat left him utterly confounded. What was he to do? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how Shi Zhang had accomplished this feat. Are you even human? I am human, not a ghost. With a sharp crack, his hands moved with lightning speed, effortlessly disassembling the pistol as if it were an extension of his very being. Each motion precise and fluid, devoid of any excess. Before anyone could react, the handgun lay in a disarray of components scattered across the ground. Tang Hu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Shi Zhang's remarkable proficiency with the weapon, having disassembled it into mere scraps in mere moments. He was now convinced that this individual was no ordinary university student. Who exactly are you? Shi Zhang smiled enigmatically, crouching down to pick up the first discarded piece of the gun. Meanwhile, 3 figures in black, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Each brandished a handgun pointed directly at Shi Zhang. A subtle, slanted smile graced his lips. With his left hand gripping the weapon, he fired 3 shots behind him without even glancing back. Bang, bang, bang. Before the 3 could react, bullets struck true, sending them crashing to the ground. Tang Hu's astonishment only deepened. To hit 3 targets without even looking? Could this person be from the Xiang family? Shi Zhang exhaled coolly upon the smoking barrel. Little Hu, how do you find my marksmanship? This fellow certainly has a flair for theatrics. Good, Tang Hu managed to utter, his tone stiff. But you do realize that having killed them, you cannot take my life, right? Shi Zhang chuckled. Not killing you. Are you more handsome than they are? Or do you urinate farther? Tang Hu, struck with sudden trepidation, quickly took a step back. If you truly take my life, my brother will not let you off, nor will the entire Tang family. At that point, you shall bear the wrath and pursuit of the Tang clan. Are you threatening me? No, we are merely negotiating. Release me, and we shall coexist peacefully henceforth. Moreover, the 3 subordinates you have slain were all elite members of the Tang family. Yet I can choose to overlook that transgression. Shi Zhang pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. You speak wisely. Seeing this, Tang Hu finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor. Can I leave now? No. Why? Tang Hu inquired, puzzled. Killing you is merely a matter of convenience. Bang. Just moments ago smiling, Tang Hu's expression abruptly stiffened, a bloodied hole appearing in the center of his forehead. Ah, you thud. Tang Hu collapsed to the ground. If I were to truly let you go, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Shi Zhang cast a cold glance, realizing that Tang Hu had merely been careless.
If he were to let him escape, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in their next encounter. It must be said,
the 2 manuals that Yan Fei had gifted him proved to be immensely useful. To be precise, he had attained the skill level of a seasoned assassin. After resolving matters here, Shi Zhang dared not linger. He hastily departed, fearful of being discovered. Call a cab. In a dimly lit corner, Shi Zhang slowly opened his phone. As he gazed upon the barrage of messages from Zhu Xinyue, he felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. Chapter 28. Performance Boost. Shi Zhang, I command you to apologize immediately. Shi Zhang, are you feigning ignorance? Shi Zhang, you are finished. Shi Zhang, you wretched scoundrel. Shi Zhang, you insufferable fool. As Shi Zhang stared at the endless stream of messages from Zhu Xinyue, he felt overwhelmed, as if the world had come crashing down. When did all this happen? Why was I not informed? Shi Zhang slumped to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. The root of all his misfortunes lay in the words of that accursed woman. Damn it. Isn't this a betrayal? You asked for a simple reassurance, and this is how you respond. Shi Jiang now wished he could return and exact vengeance upon that black-clad figure, seeking to alleviate his inner turmoil. It's over. A day's worth of effort wasted. Shi Jiang stared at his phone screen and cautiously typed. Where? Do you believe that I did not send those messages? I do. The reply came almost instantly. Upon reading the response, Shi Jiang's heart sank in relief. Believe you? Shi Jiang's countenance immediately fell. He knew well that with Zhu Xinyue's temperament, she would never forgive him. Thus, he resorted to the tactics of sugary persuasion and relentless pleading that he had learned from Li Tong. Xinyue, surely this suffices. Can you forgive me now? I am absolutely sincere. Do you not believe me? Zhu Xinyue laughed heartily in front of her phone screen, proclaiming, I believe you, but I still cannot forgive you. At that moment, Shi Jiang's face darkened. It was over. All his words had been in vain. His throat was hoarse from speaking. He sighed, deciding it was time to focus on something productive. System, convert all 73,000 system coins into RMB. Ding. The notification chimed, and 146,000 yuan arrived in his Alipay account. Wealth had graced him, transforming him into a millionaire. Without hesitation, Shi Jiang promptly transferred 110,000 yuan to Zhu Xinyue's bank account. Zhu Xinyue, I have returned your money. Thus, that contract of servitude is null and void. Upon receiving the 110,000 yuan, Zhu Xinyue's expression morphed into one of astonishment, her gaze fixed in bewilderment on Shi Jiang through the screen. Have you lost your mind? Did you just rob a bank or something? I told you, if you lack funds, I can help you. Please don't do anything foolish. No, I didn't rob a bank. This money is legitimate. You need not concern yourself with its origins. It is yours now, and that contract is no longer valid. Zhu Xinyue scoffed. Let me tell you, encountering me means your doom. You shall never escape. Do you intend to cling to me relentlessly? I assure you, I will not acquiesce. Since Zhu Xinyue confessed her feelings for him, the absurdities he faced had escalated. Were it not for his own wit and skills, he would have long since fallen victim to her machinations. The daughter of the underworld's elite was not to be trifled with. I don't care whether you agree or not. Your opinion holds no weight. Zhu Xinyue adopted an air of superiority. I am not a delicate queen. I possess the means to deal with you. Tomorrow, I will have Tang Mu engage with you. Upon hearing Tang Mu's name, Shi Jiang fell silent. No, please don't involve him. If Tang Mu learned he had angered Zhu Xinyue again, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The mere thought was terrifying. Xinyue, it is getting late. Let us rest. We have school tomorrow, and we can discuss this further then. He was not inclined to dwell on such trivial matters. His focus was on making money. This was a man's true calling. With the skills provided by the system, he no longer wished to work mundane jobs. That would be utterly demeaning. Now, he sought to find someone to fight him. Others would likely assume he had a penchant for masochism and was mentally unstable. Yet, for the sake of wealth, he was willing to endure. Shi Jiang ended the call. Zhu Xinyue's fury ignited. You scoundrel, Shi Jiang. I hadn't even finished my sentence. And you hung up on me. Aware that his abrupt disconnection would infuriate her, Shi Jiang exhaled slowly. Life is akin to a phone call. Either you hang up first, or I do. As he pondered whom to contact the next day, he realized Wei Long and his crew had lost their value. Even if he were to endure a beating, it would amount to mere pennies. However, there were plenty of thugs at Jinghai University. A casual search could surely yield fruitful results. Shi Jiang, lost in thought, involuntarily licked his lips. The ruffians of Jinghai University. I shall rely on you tomorrow to bolster my performance. Chapter 29. Simple folk, do not fear, little sister. Your elder brother shall not harm you. They leered with malicious intent as a group of ruffians encircled a female classmate. Should you refuse to part with your money, do not blame us for any regrettable actions. The girl, already paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, terror evident in her eyes. I will, she stammered, hastily retrieving the cash from her possession. Is that all? A mere 300? Are you attempting to insult me? The leader's countenance darkened, yet he seized the 300 nonetheless. The girl faltered in her speech, her terror palpable. It was clear that her means were limited, indicating a humble background. Typically, ruffians sought out students who adhered to societal norms. Those from affluent families were often too formidable to prey upon, while the destitute offered little in terms of spoils. Thus, this girl became their target. Open your phone and transfer the money, commanded the ruffian. There is no balance, she replied. Enraged, he roared, I am a man of principles. If your phone is empty, I shall confiscate it. Please, no? But I truly have no funds, she implored, her distress apparent. Very well, do not blame us for our lack of civility. At that pivotal moment, Shi Jiang arrived. Having observed the scene at the entrance of Jinghai University for a considerable time, one must commend the simplicity of the folk here. Just as the ruffian prepared to act, Shi Jiang intervened. Who dares to challenge me? Leave, he demanded. She has no money. Instead, I suggest you rob me. The ruffian's expression soured as he clutched his head in disbelief. Is this person deranged? Very well, hand over your money, and I shall spare this girl. I have no money, Shi Jiang declared loudly, his voice echoing in the ears of the ruffians. Are you mocking me? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiang's face lit up with excitement, an eagerness radiating from him. Come, come. The ruffians surged forward, throwing punches and kicks, but their attempts were feeble. Did you not eat this morning? Shi Jiang taunted. You dare to look down upon me? Use all your strength. Come at me. One ruffian shook his head in disbelief. With a swift motion, Shi Jiang struck him, leaving him dazed. He then seized another ruffian, displaying a menacing grin. Come at me. The ruffian, terrified, shook his head vigorously. Look at you, behaving like a coward. A man should not be so easily frightened, Shi Jiang scoffed, before forcefully throwing him to the ground. The small ruffian was momentarily taken aback, witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground, lost in contemplation. Could this young man possibly be sent by rival thugs to undermine me? At that moment, Shi Jiang seized the ruffian by the collar, speaking fiercely. Why have you ceased your assault? Is it due to a lack of desire? The small ruffian was instantly intimidated and hastily offered a nervous smile. Brother, it is my folly not to recognize greatness. I have offended you. Please, show mercy and spare me. Initially, I had hoped you could assist me in enhancing my reputation, but I did not anticipate your companions would be so easily vanquished. Even more inept than Wei Long, brother. Do you know Wei Long? What is the matter? The small ruffian mused inwardly, realizing that Wei Long had indeed fallen from grace. Who exactly was this individual before him, so relentlessly disrupting the scene? Surely, he aspired to claim dominance over Jinghai University? His prowess was undeniable. I could not afford to offend him. Brother, from now on, I shall follow you. No, no, I do not require a subordinate like you. Brother, the small ruffian immediately became ingratiating, offering Shi Jiang a back rub. You are truly a hero. Merely a slight display of your skills has rendered my subordinates obedient, which speaks volumes of your exceptional nature. A golden-scaled fish does not belong in a mere pond. I, the small ruffian, shall follow you for life. Shi Jiang shot him a glance. Are there others skilled in combat? Brother, I possess keen insight. With your recent display of skill, you could easily handle the thugs of Jinghai University. Soon, you shall be the leader of the ruffians here. Shi Jiang promptly waved his hand. I'd rather not be a thug. However, you must return the money you just took from that girl. Do not disgrace yourself. Upon hearing this, the small ruffian was overjoyed. Was this an acknowledgement of his worth? Very well. He immediately produced 1,000 yuan and tossed it in front of the girl. Take this. It is a gift from my elder brother. The girl, astonished, looked at Shi Jiang with gratitude. Simultaneously, she gazed at the small ruffian, stammering. Didn't you say you had no money left for food? How do you have 1,000 yuan? The small ruffian scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Ha ha. It's just a line from a robbery. Don't take it too seriously. Shi Jiang glanced at the startled girl and couldn't help but admire the small ruffian's generosity. Quickly leave. If you encounter thugs again, I may not be able to assist you. Thank you, brother. The girl called him brother and swiftly fled. Shi Jiang found this somewhat awkward and quickly clarified. That feels strange. Just call me Brother Jiang. It sounds better. The small ruffian chuckled. Brother Jiang? Shi Jiang shot him an exasperated look. What are you even doing? Get lost. You annoy me just by looking at you. Shi Jiang examined the system panel, satisfied with the 800 system coins earned. With over 30,000 yuan remaining in cash, he felt no urgency to exchange. Just as he was stepping through the school gate, Wei Long arrived with a group of thugs. Upon seeing the situation, the little thorn burst into a wild, arrogant laughter. Wei Long, come and die. Wei Long, already irate, felt his fury escalate upon hearing the little thorn's provocation. Little thorn, do you wish to fight? Today, I shall make you submit completely. However, his gaze swiftly shifted to Shi Jiang. Trouble brewed. How did this living demon end up here? Brothers, we must retreat. Just moments ago, Wei Long was filled with rage. But now he sought to flee. The little thorn, reveling in his triumph, taunted, Wei Long, come and die. Send my regards to my big brother, or you'll regret it. What? Since when did Shi Jiang become your big brother? Wei Long pondered, realizing why the little thorn dared to be so brazen. He hesitated, torn between fleeing or staying. Shi Jiang was known for his ruthlessness, capable of dealing with Tang Hu. He was someone one could never afford to offend. Ultimately, fear gripped him, halting his retreat. The little thorn, emboldened, mocked, "Run, why don't you run anymore? Don't you like it?" Wei Long, unable to act, gritted his teeth. Little thorn, we have no quarrel, don't push your luck. And what if I do? The little thorn's arrogance swelled. Wei Long felt his composure slipping, rage boiling within him. Even a thug had his dignity. If a fight was what they wanted, he was ready to oblige. His fierce gaze startled the little thorn momentarily. Big brother, let us take him down. After a long pause, Shi Jiang remained unperturbed, quietly observing this little ruffian. One had to admit, the lad had a flair for drama. As Wei Long took in the scene, a realization struck him. Clenching his fists, he seethed, "You've terrorized me long enough. It seems your big brother doesn't heed your words, so let us see how my fists feel." The little thorn's expression faltered, and he took a slight step back. Grasping his own clothing, he turned to Shi Jiang, saying, "Big brother, how come you didn't rein me in?" Shi Jiang, amused, replied, "You didn't ask me to. Big brother, then hold on to me and don't let go." The little thorn turned, shouting, "You cowardly brat Wei Long. Come over here if you dare. I'll show you what it means to be finished. Last month, you beat me up, and I haven't settled the score yet. Now, I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball." Strangely, this tactic proved effective. Wei Long, still intimidated by Shi Jiang, refrained from confronting the little thorn, enduring his insults instead. Shi Jiang looked on, exasperated. Was Jinghai City not a civilized place? It certainly warranted further examination. Perhaps some intervention was needed to restore the city's decorum. He regarded the raucous little thorn with disdain. Wasn't this a clear case of a dog relying on its master's authority? The insolence nearly provoked him to strike the youth. Chapter 30. Crowning as King. Bonding as brothers, Wei Long remained still, not due to a lack of patience, but rather a profound fear of the living demon behind the little thorn. Offending him would be akin to seeking unnecessary trouble. As a leader of ruffians endowed with a discerning mind, I am well aware of what should and should not be done. That Jiang Go, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Shi Jiang nodded. Did I permit you to leave? The little hothead bellowed. Wei Long halted, enduring for the first time such vitriol and insult as a gang leader. What do you intend to do? I warn you, even a cornered rabbit will bite. The little hothead, unfazed, snorted coldly. Before my elder brother. Kneel once and you may depart. You are truly courting death. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. Enough, enough, let us not make a scene. Let us all depart. Wei Long, who had just been incensed, cast a glance, his anger dissipating as he nodded. Today, in consideration of Jiang Go, I shall spare you. The little hothead immediately retorted sarcastically. Oh, with my elder brother present, do you think it is within your power to spare me? I present you with two choices. First, submit to my elder brother. Second, receive a thorough beating from him. Shi Jiang. Wei Long. A group of young thugs. Brother Ci. What exactly do you mean? A glint of shrewdness flickered in the little hothead's eyes as he raised his arm high. I intend to strengthen the gang influence at Jinghai University. And at this moment, I have found my candidates. I shall crown Jiang Go as king. I will ensure that the heavens can no longer obscure my vision, and that the earth can no longer bury my heart. Are there any skilled fighters? Shi Jiang inquired. Wei Long, what are you waiting for? Talents are abundant, yet patrons are scarce. This is your golden opportunity to ascend. Though Jiang Go may appear inconsequential now, I foresee him becoming a formidable figure in the future, enjoying a life of luxury and abundance. I must admit, the little hothead possesses some talent. Wei Long felt a stirring in his heart. Very well, let us proceed. He turned his head back, addressing his underlings. Brothers, do you agree? Long Go, is there any need to ask? We are well aware of Jiang Go's prowess. Following him will surely lead us to success. Shi Jiang was utterly bewildered. What is this? I beat you, and you still wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother? Unfathomable, indeed. To be honest, I am new here and truly do not wish to be your leader. Absolutely not. Xiao Yoma glared furiously. One might mistake him for the elder brother. We are but a heap of mud. Having finally found a soaring rocket, how could we let you escape? Thus, it is settled. The elder brother shall be established, ever at your service, ready to traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. I, the little hothead, shall not waver. Wei Long added, Shijiang, please allow me to pay my respects as your younger brother. This is unnecessary. Please rise, please rise. Shijiang was thoroughly flabbergasted. The current situation was utterly shattering his worldview. How could it be that after a random beating, he had been elevated to the status of a leader? The narrative seems unfathomable. Today, the three of us, with the heavens and earth as witnesses, shall forge an everlasting bond. At that moment, Shijiang was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Come, let us bow thrice to the heavens and the earth. The little rascal was unperturbed, deftly grasping the yellow and the azure. Today, the three of us pledge brotherhood before the heavens, not asking to be born on the same day of the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same year. And thus, Shijiang and Wei Long, in a state of utter bewilderment, performed 3 resounding bows. Still enveloped in confusion. Is this all? Indeed it is. Very well, may I take my leave? Shijiang felt utterly humiliated in such a public setting. After all, this was the entrance of Jinghai University, where countless eyes were upon them. Alas, is that not the little rascal and Wei Long? Renowned delinquents. And it appears there was another person who also bowed. Am I seeing things? Have the little rascals taken to worshipping the heavens? The atmosphere in Jinghai City surely needs a thorough reformation. If this continues, these delinquents may soon wield unchecked power. Shijiang, overwhelmed by embarrassment, disregarded the two and dashed into the school. When had he ever felt such disgrace, bowing to the heavens alongside a band of ruffians? How could he face the world once this became known? Just as he crossed the threshold of the classroom, he found himself under the piercing gaze of Shen Yan. What are you staring at, old Shen? I am not late. Come to my office, he commanded. Sensing the gravity of Shen Yan's expression, Shijiang understood something was amiss. In the classroom, Zhu Xinyue was watching Shijiang with a smirk, her teeth itching to retaliate. How dare you hang up on me yesterday, Shijiang? Let us see how I deal with you today. Suddenly, Zhu Xinyue revealed her small silver canines, though her smile bore a hint of wickedness. In the office, Xin Yin began, Shijiang, is there something that should be said? Something that should not be said, Shijiang retorted, turning to leave. Come back here. Why are you running away? You just said there was something that should be said. If it should not be said, then I shall take my leave, he replied. Xin Yan's expression darkened as he rubbed his bald head. You, my boy, this matter is of grave importance. Then speak. Xin Yan spoke slowly, his demeanor serious. Yesterday, the police came to see me regarding an incident involving Xiaohong. A conflict erupted, and then trouble followed. I know. Xin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You foolish child. Did you truly commit such a reckless act? Was it worth it for a mere 2,000 yuan? Oh, the Mediterranean is quite concerned for me. I shall deal with him, Shijiang declared. To be honest, I, Shijiang, am a man of great stature. How could I endure such slander? I taught her a harsh lesson in the street. Xin Yan's face turned ashen. Taught her a lesson? You have left her incapacitated. You must turn yourself in immediately. The police have already approached me. This incident is too severe, and perhaps leniency may be granted. Xin Yan, without uttering a word, promptly seized his mobile phone. Shijiang, witnessing this, hastily intervened. Old Shun, are you truly considering reporting this? I was merely jesting with you. Xin Yan retorted. Is it credible that I would incapacitate someone over a mere 2,000 yuan? Do you not employ reason in your actions? What do you mean? Do you dare to mock your teacher? Shijiang chuckled coldly. I never claimed that. I merely assumed you possessed a sharp mind. Are you in for a beating? Shun Yin immediately flexed his muscles. Your teacher has had experience in this regard. All right. Just tell me what you need. If not, I shall proceed to my class. Today, the university will host a calculus competition. Do not forget to participate. This time, the school will select only 6 of the most exceptional students to represent us. Given that you have been preoccupied with love lately, I suspect your focus has waned. I recall you ranked 7th in the last competition. This time, I expect you to exert yourself. Shijiang, brimming with confidence, made an okay gesture. No problem. I'll secure the first position effortlessly. Xin Yan, somewhat skeptical, replied. Do not boast. Even within our school, there is an abundance of talent. Relax, Shijiang retorted with a scoff. We possess the principle of a little knowledge is enough. What kind of calculus question could possibly stump us? We will handle it in a matter of moments. If you finish in just a few minutes, Shun Yin will surely be astounded. Heh, I eagerly await your performance, Xiaoshen. Chapter 31. Are you binding me as a reward? Shijiang, which option do you choose for question 3 in English? Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Shijiang jolted upright. His classmates nearby began to tease him. Oh no, while Shijiang excels in every subject, English is his weak point. This question is quite challenging. He is doomed. Shijiang scratched his head, contemplating the third question on the English exam. The English teacher observed Shijiang struggling and offered, Shijiang, if you are unable to answer, I can explain it to you. No worries, there is no need to concern yourself with wasting others' time. Given the difficulty of this question, I intend to explain it regardless of whether I understand it or not. This is utterly simplistic. What? What did you say? The English teacher appeared incredulous. You can solve this question? It was likely that even the top English students could fall into a trap. He found it hard to believe Shijiang's assertion. Shijiang, I know you value your pride, but you truly should not make such claims. Teacher, you don't understand? Let me explain it to you. The entire class was taken aback. Zhu Xinyue chuckled uncontrollably nearby, thoroughly entertained. The English teacher, clearly taken aback, managed to smile and said, Shijiang, stop joking. Choose. Upon uttering these words, the room erupted. The teacher's gaze was intensely fixed, seemingly trying to penetrate the depths of Shijiang's confidence. At that moment, the top English student smiled lightly. I'm sorry, Shijiang, but you have chosen incorrectly. Select. Are you deaf? Did you not hear the teacher mention their essay trap? Do you think I am as ignorant in English as you? I have already eliminated the traps in this question. The correct answer is incorrect. It's. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited argument. Shijiang, I shan't elaborate on your level of English. If you manage to answer this question correctly, I shall consume this English test paper, declared the English prodigy with unwavering confidence. Very well, should I lose, I shall eat my own test paper, responded Zhu Xinyue, playfully striking him and laughing. Shijiang, you truly are wicked. Are you not deceiving me into eating the test paper? Shijiang stifled a chuckle behind his facade of seriousness. Xinyue, one mustn't utter such words frivolously. If he wishes to devour the test paper, I cannot hinder him. However, let me ask, have you managed to let go of yesterday's grievances? Zhu Xinyue huffed, immediately turning away. No longer engaging in banter with Shijiang. Just you wait. Shijiang felt somewhat helpless, as he was entangled with this formidable young lady. Such as fate, perhaps. The English prodigy turned to the teacher, eagerly inquiring, Teacher, please do tell, what is the correct answer? Select. What? The English prodigy erupted in fury, evidently taken aback by the revelation of his error. How could this be possible? While the answer options were indeed appropriate, one of the words bore dual meanings, with a more obscure connotation that did not align with the question's intent. The answer choice also had two interpretations, one of which, though seemingly irrelevant at first glance, could, in a contextual reading akin to a language comprehension exercise, reveal a subtle connection. The English prodigy gasped, what? Approach it as a reading comprehension exercise? Goodness, that level of difficulty is extraordinary. If that is the case, the answer options must encompass more than just these three meanings. Who can truly discern what this question intends to convey? Come now, shall we eat the test paper? Upon hearing this, the English prodigy's expression soured. Surely not. You were the one who said it. Do you intend to go back on your word? With gritted teeth, the English prodigy reluctantly began to nibble on his test paper. Even if he consumed the entire paper, he could not fathom why Shijiang had posed such a perplexing English question. What was the crux of the issue? He was utterly confounded. The English teacher then elucidated the question in detail, simultaneously praising Shijiang. You've truly grasped English, my boy. Oh, the teacher is being modest. Perhaps it is a matter of innate talent, came Li Tong's irritable retort as he cast a sidelong glance. Let us not dwell on your past English capabilities. I grant you this courtesy, and yet you must boast of your talent. Be silent. I understand this question, do you? All right, you're impressive. After the English teacher addressed the remaining questions, class was dismissed. As Shijiang prepared to leave, he was intercepted by the scheming Zhu Xinyue. Alas, there is no escape. Allow me to explain, she insisted, launching a punch in his direction. I shan't listen. Come here. Shijiang obediently followed him, soon arriving at another empty room devoid of students. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Shijiang's expression soured. What on earth do you intend to do? Zhu Xinyue promptly produced a rope, her movements swift and deft, binding him without hesitation. Hey, 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 what are you tying me up for? There's no one else here. Are you rewarding me? Zhu Xinhua chuckled mischievously, revealing a whip. Indeed. Crack. Crack. Ah. Shi Jiang cried out in pain. The whip stung terribly. Stop. I want to call you that again. I want to ignore your messages. I want to hang up on you. Zhu Xinhua wielded the whip with increasing fervor, leaving a trail of bloodstains across Shi Jiang's chest. You truly mean to strike me? He sobbed. Please, stop. I was wrong. Zhu Xinhua gently lifted Shi Jiang's chin, her smile beguiling. A disobedient partner must be suitably rewarded. Shi Jiang felt agony coursing through his body, desperate to escape the clutches of this enchantress. My dear aunt, my beloved Xinhua, I truly erred. That message was not sent by me. Still refusing to admit it? Crack. Two sharp lashes landed once more. Shi Jiang was utterly bewildered. How could such a delicate girl possess such strength? Will you confess? Shi Jiang found himself at a loss for words. How could one admit to something never committed? Crack. Another two lashes followed. Subdued, Shi Jiang surrendered completely. Dear wife, what did you call me? Zhu Xinhua's excitement surged, and she swiftly delivered two more lashes. Wife, please spare me. Shi Jiang could not withstand the punishment. Yielding before her wrath, Zhu Xinhua blushed with shyness. Oh, how insufferable. Who is your wife? I have yet to agree. Shi Jiang felt tears welling up, helpless. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. It is utterly inscrutable. Heavens, save me. Zhu Xinhua untied Shi Jiang, her gaze softening upon his wounds. Shi Jiang, are you all right? Let me blow on it. She gently blew, and Shi Jiang's heart finally relaxed, exhaling a long sigh. This girl is truly peculiar. She inflicted the pain, yet pretends to be caring. Now that you've called me wife, you must take responsibility. It must be said, while a woman's thoughts are difficult to decipher, they are easily appeased. Shi Jiang smiled faintly. Xinhua, what are you saying? Given our relationship, how could I not take responsibility? That would be rather ungracious of you. It truly saddens me. Perhaps we should cease all contact from now on. No. With just that one sentence, Shi Jiang turned the tables. He has come to realize that Zhu Xinhua wishes to pursue him. However, she is a wealthy young lady and cannot afford to bow down repeatedly. Thus, she intends to employ both soft and hard tactics to win him over. Truly, I am a genius. Thirsty, will you buy me milk tea? Yes. Hungry, will you take me out for a delightful meal later? I will. Bored, can you let me go? No. Zhu Xinhua flashed a wicked smile, cracking her whip and relentlessly closing in. It's over, the scheme has failed. Chapter 32. Shunyan questions life. Shi Jiang emerged, limping as he did so. What happened to you? Shunyan asked, astonished. Shi Jiang's eyes brimmed with tears as he collapsed against Shunyan's chest. Woo, I've been beaten. Shunyan glanced at the bloodstains on Shi Jiang's body, feeling a wave of sympathy. You were beaten by Zhu Xinhua, weren't you? How pitiful. Whoa, how did you know? What a joke, how could I not know? I'm beaten like this every day by my wife. However, such words must remain unspoken. As a teacher, one must maintain dignity. Cough, cough, it's all quite normal. Just a bit of romantic friction. But why do you have a lipstick mark resembling a strawberry on your face? Whoa, I was kissed. Shunyan appeared puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Look at my lips. Shunyan was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed hard to tell. My, how did your lips become like sausages? Shi Jiang wiped away his tears, feeling utterly wronged. A whip for a candy. Who could endure such treatment? She is far too rough. Who is rough? Zhu Xinhua emerged from the classroom, hands on her slender waist, questioning him. Me. Zhu Xinhua immediately seized Shi Jiang, smiling as she asked, Tell me, am I good? Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Jiang nodded vigorously. Yes, good girl. Shunyan observed the scene before him, lost in contemplation. Are the youth of today so extravagant? It seems I have indeed fallen behind. Shi Jiang, in 5 minutes, the advanced mathematics test in classroom 3031. All right. As he departed, Shunyan cast a glance. Tidy yourself up before returning. It's quite unbecoming. Shi Jiang then turned to Zhu Xinhua. I have a test to take shortly. Your Majesty, I must take a test. I hope for your approval. Go ahead, this queen consents. Moreover, if you do not secure first place, do not dare to see me. Shi Jiang wore a serious expression, nodding with confidence. Rest assured, you must believe in your man's abilities. Yes, I am quite satisfied. Come to my house tonight. I shall reward you. Just as Shi Jiang took a step, He was instantly floored. What's wrong? Do you not want it? Zhu Xinhua lowered her forehead slightly, shy like a young girl. Shi Jiang tucked in his chin and blinked. Who wants the reward from this tigress? Truly, I am at my wit's end. Please, spare me. If you continue like this, I shall inevitably be ruined. Just tell me, do you agree or not? Shi Jiang, displaying remarkable composure, inquired, what if I agree? What if I do not? Zhu Xinhua, with her innocent and naive demeanor, shook her head. I do not know. All I am aware of is, if you do not come, then you might as well sever your legs. Why? Because they have become utterly useless. I can chop them off at will, for I am the master of my man. Shi Jiang clenched his teeth, fists tightly balled, struggling to swallow his indignation. Very well. You are indeed something else. Just you wait. One day, I shall pin you down and torment you mercilessly. Why? Because Shi Jiang must demonstrate his prowess to her. Having made a brief arrangement, Shi Jiang proceeded to the classroom 3031, as mentioned by Xin Yan. The 3031 classroom was designated for examinations and was quite spacious, resembling a small conference room for the institution. Shi Jiang, pen in hand, dashed in eagerly. Upon the podium stood a group of teachers, including Xin Yan, who evidently regarded this minor test with utmost seriousness. Hurry up, we are running late. No rush, Shi Jiang replied nonchalantly. Once the test papers were distributed, the seated students began their work, without any intention of copying from one another. How could one copy such questions, my friend? Even if I showed you, you might not comprehend, and if I let you copy, you would likely get it wrong. Shi Jiang settled in the foremost seat, inscribing his student ID and name before diving into the exam. You have 3 hours. Write as much as you can, the teacher announced. There are plenty of fill-in-the-blank questions. Which saves time, Shi Jiang remarked, appearing somewhat exhilarated. The students behind him glanced over, bewildered. Wait, buddy, it's only been 2 minutes. And you've already completed the fill-in-the-blank section? You must be joking. Shi Jiang wore an enigmatic smile. Is it truly that difficult to acknowledge others' brilliance? But this is utterly absurd. Even for fill-in-the-blank, you've provided the answers outright, without any working out. I am a prodigy. Who needs to show their working? Without further ado, Shi Jiang began to scribble energetically on his paper, clearly tackling the more complex problems. Simple, far too simple. It's just like 113. As time passed, the students behind him could not resist stealing another glance, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Shi Jiang's answers filled the page completely. Seriously, dude, how do you do it? With a swift motion, Shi Jiang pulled his paper from the stack, put his pen away, and made to leave. The students behind him were left dumbfounded. It's only been a matter of minutes. Are you telling me you've finished? Indeed, is there a problem? Xin Yan, observing Shi Jiang as he stood with his paper, was immediately puzzled. What are you doing? Focus on your work. I have completed it. What? Several teachers rose in unison, aware of Xin Yan's student, and although the questions were merely simple test items, it was evidently unrealistic to complete them in a matter of minutes. Shi Jiang, do not engage in foolishness. I am not being foolish. I have given you the paper, and I have other matters to attend to. Without further ado, Shi Jiang slapped the paper onto Xin Yan's desk. You may examine it yourself. Farewell. Xin Yan and the other teachers exchanged puzzled glances before promptly scrutinizing Shi Jiang's paper. All the multiple-choice answers are correct. One teacher exclaimed, astonished. Is Shi Jiang truly this proficient now? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. They turned to the essay questions. As the group of teachers observed the densely written responses, they fell into contemplation. This cannot be right. All eyes were suddenly fixed on Xin Yan. Teacher Shun, given your involvement in the formulation of these test questions, who does not know that Shi Jiang is your prized student? Surely, you did not secretly divulge the answers for the sake of your own pride? Xin Yan appeared as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, organizing his thoughts and shaking his head. How could that be? As a teacher, it is impossible for me to leak answers. However, it was indeed perplexing that Shi Jiang had completed the test in such a brief span. Let me put it this way. Even if we were to have our most outstanding teachers tackle these questions, it would require at least half an hour, and that is under the condition of prior knowledge of the questions. Esteemed colleagues, I assure you, I did not leak the answers. Shi Jiang finished in mere minutes, and our answers align closely with the correct ones. Are you suggesting we are unjustly accusing him? At that moment, Xin Yan realized he could not clear his name, even if he were to plunge into the Yellow River. I am being wronged, he exclaimed. When have I ever lied before all of you esteemed teachers? Doubt persisted. Disbelief was palpable. Even those who had placed immense trust in Shun Yin shook their heads in resignation. Shun Yin pondered his existence. How had Shi Jiang accomplished this? Could he truly be a genius? Esteemed teachers, do not worry. I shall personally interrogate him. He immediately made a call. Shi Jiang, come here at once. Chapter 33. The heat is on, brother. Shi Jiang paused mid-stride. Such is human nature. When the aura of genius envelopes you and you achieve what others cannot, rather than being crowned and celebrated, you are met with stark skepticism about your abilities. This is the essence of humanity, an unwillingness to acknowledge excellence. Is it so difficult to recognize someone's brilliance? Shi Jiang spoke into the phone. I will be there shortly. Soon, he stood before the gathered teachers, ready to face the inquiries. Did you complete this test? If not you, then who? Shun Yin cast a sidelong glance. What nonsense is this? We are in the presence of teachers and leaders. Please show some decorum. A leader nodded and said, Shi Jiang, it is not that I doubt you. But this is simply too astonishing. Completing this in just a few minutes is beyond even a teacher's capability. The implication was clear. You cannot finish, nor can I. Upon hearing this, Shun Yan's face darkened. Shi Jiang, I implore you to have mercy on me. If you continue in this manner, I shall be the one to suffer the consequences. The leader smiled faintly. Youth is indeed a blessing. Shi Jiang shook his head. I certainly do not intend to fall asleep at the helm. Since you claim your teacher did not leak the questions, fortuitously, I possess another test with a different format, albeit slightly more challenging. It was evident that the leader wished to quell any doubts by having Shi Jiang attempt it once more. Very well, no problem. Without hesitation, Shi Jiang took the new examination paper and descended from the high platform, returning to his original seat. Surrounded by familiar faces in a familiar environment, his classmates behind him gasped in astonishment. How did you come back? Have you been caught cheating, or did you complete it too quickly? I told you. How could anyone finish this paper in just a few minutes? Even copying would require at least 20. Shi Jiang shot him a disdainful glance, scanning the questions on his paper. Well, do not criticize me. Where there are dragons, there are also phoenixes. You managed to get 9 out of 10 fill-in-the-blank questions incorrect. You truly are something. You speak nonsense. The individual blushed furiously and stood up. The leader on the platform frowned at the sight. It's only been 20 minutes. How could another person have finished? Is it possible that the test questions were indeed leaked? All the teachers' gazes fixated intently on Shun Yin. Shun Yin thought, this is it. They have completely implicated me. If another student stands, I might as well resign as a teacher. Shi Jiang, however, paid no heed to the agitated student. A mistake is a mistake, and he ought not to be exempt from criticism. If you dare, overturn the table. With a sudden crash, the student's face flushed as he flipped the desk over, causing the examination paper to drift sorrowfully to the ground. I refuse to write anymore. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Shi Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you truly flipped the table? He leaned over his desk, humming a tune, diligently working on another set of test questions, as if the whole affair were of no concern to him. If you choose not to write, so be it. No one is forcing you. The student, now enraged, kicked out, sending the desk tumbling several meters away. You truly are furious, my friend. You cannot bear to be criticized for your own shortcomings. That is not my concern. Your pressure is evidently too much for you to handle. Shi Jiang continued to scribble energetically on the test paper. The elders on the platform wore grim expressions. It was clear that this student was not merely finished with the test, but was instead throwing a tantrum. If you do not wish to write, then leave. This is not a place for your antics. What a commotion. What a display of energy. 15 minutes later, Shi Jiang slowly set down his pen, acutely aware of the gaze of several teachers from a distance, who had been fixed upon him since the beginning. Come on, I'm not a criminal nor a beauty. It feels quite awkward to be scrutinized like this. He snatched the exam paper and forcefully tossed it in front of the group of teachers. It's done. This time, don't accuse me of cheating. If I were to cheat, it would be because someone in authority leaked the questions to me. Without a backward glance, he left the classroom. What was there to discuss with these old men? There's a stunning beauty waiting for me outside. Isn't that more enticing? Outside, Zhu Xinyue was anxiously waiting, her smile strained as she remarked, Didn't you say I should wait for just 20 minutes? It's been 30, nearly 40 minutes now. Upon seeing her forced smile, Shi Jiang shivered slightly. Please, don't look at me like that. It frightens me. I'm not going to bite you. Perhaps you might. She retorted playfully. You scoundrel, my mouth isn't that big. Shi Jiang chuckled enigmatically. Who can say? It could be small or large. Get away from me. Zhu Xinyue insisted, tugging at Shi Jiang's arm. Yet, this delicate little princess stood no chance against him. In an instant, Shi Jiang seized the opportunity, twisting their positions, and locked his hands around her neck. What are you doing? Let me go? Zhu Xinyue exclaimed, her face flushing red with panic, genuinely afraid that Shi Jiang would embarrass her in front of others. Oh, now you're scared. Zhu Xinyue opened her small mouth and bit down hard on his arm. Ouch! Let go! Shi Jiang cried out. Her bite was fierce, reminiscent of a wild dog. No matter how he flailed his arm, he couldn't shake her off. Zhu Xinyue revealed her tiny canine teeth, leaving a deep mark on his arm, bright red with bruising around the edges, glistening with traces of saliva. Shi Jiang cradled his arm, feeling the pain. Are you a dog? How would you know? He thought. Suffering internally, if this continued, he might need a rabies vaccine. Does anyone understand? Zhu Xinyue, not only biting but also irate, exclaimed, Humph. Why are you so petty? It was just a bite. Is that not what a real man would endure? Well then, let me bite you. You dare. Look, you won't even let me bite you. Zhu Xinyue pouted defiantly, adopting the posture of a spoiled little princess. Only I get to bite you. There is no way you can bite me. Is there no justice in this world? I am justice. If you dare to bully me, I'll have Tang Mu take care of you. No. I find you quite adorable, especially your little pouting lips. They make me want to pinch them. So rosy and tender. Zhu Xinyue chuckled. Would you like to pinch them? Shi Jiang's expression immediately soured. No, I wouldn't. Zhu Xinyue, who had just been playful, suddenly stiffened. I see you're itching for trouble. Oh dear, please don't hit my backside. Why not? My hemorrhoids haven't healed yet. Without a word, Zhu Xinyue raised her petite foot and kicked. Shi Jiang hurriedly dodged, yet still got hit squarely on the rear. However, he dared not retaliate. The seemingly harmless Zhu Xinyue had her ways of dealing with him. Shi Jiang nodded and smiled, playfully forming a heart with his fingers. You kicked me, but it's like kicking cotton. Chapter 34. It seems my resolve is still strong on the road. Shi Jiang jested about childhood anecdotes. Ha ha, that is truly amusing. Observing Zhu Xinyue's innocent smile warmed his heart, drawing a smile from him as well. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? Yet in her gaze, there was a hint of indulgence. They conversed merrily along the way. It must be said that since he began interacting with Zhu Xinyue, his mood had considerably brightened. His days of happiness seemed to be gradually improving. If only life could remain this way, how splendid it would be. A moment later, Shi Jiang sighed with self-deprecation. Such are the dreams of a fool. If it were to remain this way, it would truly be an illusion. Soon, the two exited the school gates. From a distance, a group of ruffians fixed their heated gaze upon him. Zhu Xinyue immediately sensed something amiss and looked up at Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang, be honest with me. Do these ruffians intend to bully you again? All right, let us ensure they don't live through tonight. But my dear, you are a proud little princess. Why such violent words? Shi Jiang quickly covered Zhu Xinyue's mouth, signaling her to cease. The little troublemaker and Wei Long approached Shi Jiang, bruised and battered, looking pitiful. Shi Jiang, not wanting Zhu Xinyue to know that he was the leader of this group of thugs, quickly sought an excuse. Xinyue, I'm thirsty. Could you buy me a cup of milk tea? Right now? Yes, but they are right in front of you. Shi Jiang smiled reassuringly. It's fine. I'm on friendly terms with them. Please, go ahead. He continued to nudge her along. All right then. As Zhu Xinyue walked away, Shi Jiang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Spit it out quickly. Oh my goodness. The little troublemaker collapsed into Shi Jiang's embrace, sobbing, You must stand up for me. What do you mean? Look at the injuries on me and Long Go. The little troublemaker pointed at their wounds. Who did this? The leader of the thugs from Jinghai University, Bald Tyrant. Huh, Bald Chong. No, it's Bald Tyrant. At that moment, we had indeed invoked your name. Yet that bald brute dared to strike us. Brother, you must seek retribution on our behalf. Shi Jiang finally grasped the situation, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, you were the one who was wronged, and you wish for me to bolster your stance. This little rascal had previously eluded my recognition as a talent. However, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Shi Jiang sighed deeply. In this world, even a rogue has a tough existence. How did they torment you? Brother, you cannot fathom it. That bald bully's most lethal weapon is his glistening head, as hard as iron. He once boasted of practicing iron head techniques, claiming that even the mightiest would falter against it. Very well, take me to him. Shi Jiang chuckled wickedly. Brother, might this be a tad hasty? Indeed. Wait for me a moment. After a few minutes, Shi Jiang returned. Let us go. Anyone who dares to bully my little brother shall face dire consequences. Just as they departed, Zhu Xinyue approached with 2 cups of milk tea, scanning the surroundings. Where is everyone? Did they not ask me to buy milk tea? How did they vanish to the rooftop? The wild wind howled, as if intent on tearing the world asunder. The little rascal smirked, pointing towards a group ahead. Baldy, I have arrived. The bald bully, stroking his shiny head, grinned ominously. Little rascal, it seems you are itching for trouble. Even if you summon a multitude today, it will be of no avail. Shi Jiang swept his gaze across the crowd, ultimately resting his eyes on the bald bully's gleaming head. I must say, your head shines splendidly. Perhaps you use some fancy conditioner? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The bald bully felt insulted, clenching his fists. I have heard you are the new brother of this little rascal. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. He cast a fleeting glance, laced with mockery. If you bow thrice to the ground, I shall spare you. Shi Jiang chuckled inwardly. Very well, let us see if I do not obliterate you. However, I must first extract his worth. He must strike me first. Ding dong. Defeat the bald bully, become the gang leader of Jinghai University, and receive a mysterious reward. Goodness, a hidden reward awaits as well. A trivial matter. Then I shall not hold back. Shi Jiang assumed a fierce countenance before the bald bully. Here's the deal. I shall not bully you. You may strike me 10 times, and I shall retaliate once. The bald bully furrowed his brows. Are you insane? The little rascal hastily clarified. It is my brother's quirk. He despises preying on the weak. Hence he allows you to strike him first. Very well. Do not accuse me of bullying you. The bald bully immediately swung a punch. 200, Shi Jiang gritted his teeth, bracing against the force of the blow. All for the sake of money, I must endure. The bald bully shook his hand, his expression solemn. You, my friend, have quite the sturdy physique. Ha ha. I perceive your hand aches. Come again. The bald brute showed no restraint as he clenched his fists and struck fiercely. Regardless of how many blows he received, whether 10 from him or 1 from his opponent, he maintained that he would not suffer a loss. He anticipated encountering a formidable adversary, only to be met with an imbecile. Ha ha ha. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches, 6 punches, 7 punches, 8 punches, 9 punches, 10 punches. The expression on the bald brute's face darkened, and his palms trembled. He felt as though each of his punches resulted in 1,000 enemies downed at the cost of 800 of his own strength, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Of course, Shi Jiang was not faring much better. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. He glared menacingly, recognizing that the bald brute was exerting all his might, and he had certainly endured considerable hardship. Now it's my turn, isn't it? The bald brute was just about to nod when a punch shot forth directly toward him. Caught off guard, he crashed heavily to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. You young people lack martial ethics. I hadn't even called for the start yet. Shi Jiang immediately followed up with 2 swift kicks. Do you think this is child's play? The bald brute, infuriated, sprang to his feet, declaring, Today, none of you shall escape. I've heard your skull is quite hard. Why not test it? The bald brute's interest was piqued as he responded. So you've heard of my head? Yes. My little brother mentioned that you practiced iron head techniques, impervious to blades and guns. Even the king of heaven would take a couple of hits. Of course. The bald brute chuckled with pride. Shi Jiang smiled slyly, pointing at his own chest. Come, strike me without retaliating. Whoever falls first loses. With a cold smirk, the bald brute replied, That's unfair to you. So here's the deal. If you fall, you must bow 3 times to me, and I will spare you. If I fall, you shall take over as the ruffian leader of Jinghai University, and I shall no longer trouble your subordinates. Quite crafty of you, Shi Jiang quipped. If I lose, I bow 3 times. If you lose, I become the leader. This is pure trickery. No, you must also bow 3 times. Fine, fine, fine. The bald brute was eager, rubbing his smooth scalp. If I end up sending you to the hospital, don't blame me. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald brute stretched his arms behind him and charged forward. With a resounding thud, a sound akin to steel meeting iron erupted. The bald brute's formidable iron head suddenly met with a jarring impact, leaving him dizzy and crashing heavily to the ground. His subordinates stared in astonishment. Boss, what happened to you? The bald brute groaned in pain, cradling his head. Shi Jiang then chuckled, revealing a concealed steel plate from his chest. Seems my steel plate is indeed more resilient. You cheated. Didn't you claim your head was impervious to blades and guns? Shi Jiang lifted the steel plate and struck down toward the bald brute's head. Smack! The bald man, with his eyes shrouded in darkness, collapsed into slumber. Ding dong. Mysterious reward acquired. Shall it be activated? Chapter 35, Special Weapons Activation. What a joke. Who would wait to activate a reward for the new year? Ding dong. Mysterious reward acquired. Legion Training Manual, Shi Jiang. What does this Legion training have to do with me? Who claimed it was relevant? Shi Jiang's expression darkened. So, it is not intended for me, but rather for that group of ruffians. Clever, are you mocking me? Shi Jiang exclaimed, leaving Xiao Ctu and Wei Long in a state of confusion. Big brother, what are you rambling about? The bald man lay on the ground, writhing in pain, his one eye squinting, utterly oblivious to Shi Jiang's antics. However, his left hand stealthily retrieved a small knife from behind his back, his gaze brimming with malice. Now is the moment. Damn it. How dare you mess with me? You'll regret it. Whoosh. The bald man lunged suddenly, the knife thrusting towards Shi Jiang. Ha ha, perish. The bald man's eyes glinted with ferocity, exceedingly exhilarated. Shi Jiang seemed to sense the glint of the cold blade. Damn it, the system has deceived me. If I cannot deal with it, how can I not handle you, you bald fool? Shi Jiang abruptly bent down, executing a sweeping kick. Crash. The bald man instantly lost his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. The knife flew several meters away. Shi Jiang's expression turned ominous as he approached, fists clenched, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The bald man's face was battered into a pulp, blood gushing from his nose. Enough, I'm bleeding. What? You still want more? No, no, no. The bald man's face contorted in agony. If this continues, I shall perish. What? You wish to persist? Shi Jiang, unrelenting, having worked hard for this encounter, intended to ensure the bald man paid dearly. Ding dong. You ding dong, what nonsense. Shi Jiang shouted amidst the blows. The mysterious reward has not yet concluded, oh? Shi Jiang paused, his hands still faintly stained with blood, taking a deep breath to calm himself. I knew it. You are still my good subordinate. Acquired Xiao Ctu special weapon and Wei Long special weapon, and then? Shi Jiang inquired with eager anticipation. And then nothing, damn. Are you out of your mind? After all this, what about mine? Subsequently, 3 manuals appeared in his mind. Where's my special weapon? It was never mentioned to include yours. It was then that Shi Jiang realized he had been utterly deceived. After much deliberation, it became evident that the enhancement of one's own rewards was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the disheartening realization that such a splendid boon was to be bestowed upon one's unruly underlings. It was not merely a matter of camaraderie. Even the elder brother had not yet availed himself of it. Shi Jiang expressed his dissatisfaction with palpable irritation, casting a sidelong glare at the bald thug, feigning ignorance. Are we? With a sudden, forceful kick, Shi Jiang sent the bald thug tumbling several meters across the ground. The young troublemaker shook his head, recognizing the repercussions of crossing the brother. Big brother, please refrain from kicking him. He seems to have lost consciousness. The other thugs, witnessing this turn of events, were gripped by trepidation. What now? Our leader has fainted. What can we do? Perhaps we should surrender. One thug shot a glance at the others. Are you out of your mind? If we surrender now, we will appear too casual. Ignoring him, another thug boldly declared, Big brother, from now on, I shall follow you. I will align myself with the strongest. He pointed at a fellow thug, exclaiming, Big brother, this fellow has been inciting me not to surrender too easily. Perhaps I should give him a beating to show my sincerity. The targeted thug stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. Wait a moment. You change allegiances quicker than one can turn a page. The young troublemaker chuckled. Bring them to me. Let them be dealt with. No, no, no. We surrender. We will follow you, brother troublemaker. An increasing number of thugs under the bald thug's command capitulated. Observing this development, the young troublemaker felt a surge of satisfaction. At this rate, we might well be regarded as the foremost gang in Jinghai University. If we continue to grow like this, the entire Jinghai may well be subject to my command. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he heard Shi Jiang calling out, Young troublemaker, Wei Long, come here. What is it, brother? Do you have something good for us? Shi Jiang produced the Legion Training Manual, presenting it to the young troublemaker and Wei Long. This will prove valuable to you. Although it pertains to military training, it will greatly assist in managing your subordinates. Ah, thank you, my elder brother. The young troublemaker exclaimed joyfully, accepting the Legion training manual. Brother, how did you discern my thoughts? As our gang grows in power, we desperately need such a collective training framework to transform us into a formidable force. Shi Jiang nodded perfunctorily. Indeed, do your best. He then revealed 2 specialized martial arts tomes for the 2 of them. To Shi Jiang's bewilderment, upon opening them, he discovered they were devoid of text. At that moment, the system chuckled softly. Specialized martial arts can only be comprehended by their rightful owner. Ah, clever indeed. As your master, you would keep secrets from me? That which does not belong to you, even if acquired, remains outside your grasp. Ah, yes, quite right. The young troublemaker and Wei Long's eyes sparkled as they received the 2 tomes. Brother, such precious items, are you truly gifting them to me? Little did Shi Jiang know the true nature of these tomes. He lacked even the privilege to peruse them, and hastily responded, of course. As my younger brother, you deserve such esteemed martial arts manuals. I shall not disappoint the expectations placed upon me. However, my dear brother, given that this is a training camp for rogues, it surely requires a name of considerable renown. Why don't you come up with one? Shi Jiang cast a sidelong glance at him. Your words are a bit excessive. Since you are the one managing this, how about naming it the Thorn Dragon Legion? Quite splendid indeed. Shi Jiang nodded gravely. Little Thorn, you should train diligently. I must take my leave now. If I delay any longer, it will be too late. Zhu Xinyue has likely grown impatient by now. Alas, I must appease her. Wei Long gazed at his martial arts manual, gradually finding it intriguing. How marvelous, how marvelous. On the occasion of my first brotherly oath. To receive such a precious gift is indeed fortuitous. Little Thorn waved his hand. Brother, contact me by phone if needed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, those 3 manuals would herald the commencement of their legendary lives. Shi Jiang departed without a backward glance. Shi Jiang hurriedly arrived, only to find Zhu Xinyue waiting for 20 minutes, her face tinged with displeasure. This is a disaster. I must return. Shi Jiang turned on his heel, retracing his steps. Run? Zhu Xinyue swiftly blocked his path, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Shi Jiang offered an awkward smile. I am merely leaving. Smack. Ouch. You know pain, do you? I have been waiting here for an eternity. Where have you been? Shi Jiang, looking pitiful, protested through tears. Xinyue, I am wronged. I was attending to important matters. After all, I am now a person of some stature. Do I not deserve some dignity? Zhu Xinyue found his plight amusing. Since you hold such stature, I shall smash your head and tear your face to shreds. Shi Jiang scratched his head, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I just recalled that I left the kettle boiling at home. I must hurry back. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Today, you cannot go anywhere. Come home with me. Huh, Xinyue. I have no desire to return and discuss having children with you. This matter is of great significance, and I must contemplate it further. Bah, shameful and brazen. Chapter 36. The banquet. Xinyue has arrived. In the study, Zhu Hua smiled warmly. Suddenly, his expression froze. Shi Jiang is also here. Shi Jiang shot him a glance. What's this? Are you not welcoming me? Do you think I am particularly fond of your sister? Zhu Xinyue curiously inquired. Brother, is Shi Jiang not allowed to come? He can, but he has matters to attend to today, making his presence superfluous. Shi Jiang chuckled, pointing to himself. Then shall I leave? Not at all. Zhu Hua laughed awkwardly, his gaze sweeping around. Since everyone is here, Xinyue, please tidy yourself up, and let us prepare to depart. Brother, what is the matter? Tang Mu interjected. Young miss, while you were held captive, the Tang family sent an invitation to your brother, which is essentially their banquet of treachery. However, there is truly no necessity to proceed at this juncture, for you have already been saved. You should still advise your brother. Tang Mu genuinely wished to dissuade Zhu Hua from going, for he was acutely aware of the nature of the Tang family. This endeavor is fraught with peril. Zhu Xinyue chuckled mischievously. Well then, if we all go, that shall suffice. Tang Mu was instantly bewildered. What? Miss, what did you just say? I meant for you to counsel him. If you venture forth recklessly, danger is inevitable. Lives could be lost, dear miss. Thus, the decision was made with a sense of levity, and they would also bring Shi Jiang along. Zhu Hua, however, revealed a faint smile, brimming with anticipation. There is no escaping this. I shall witness what tumult the Tang family intends to stir, and I will accompany them to the very end. Moreover, they dare to abduct Xinyue, regardless of the outcome. This enmity has already been forged. Zhu Xinyue then prepared alongside Shi Jiang. You are attending a banquet, right? Here. I have my brother's old black suit from when he was in first grade. It should fit you well. Me? Indeed, it's quite stylish. I selected it with my brother long ago. It's a tad small for him now, but it fits you perfectly. Shi Jiang took the black suit and immediately tried it on. You know, it's neither too big nor too small. It fits just right. Zhu Xinyue then changed into a black dress, and when compared with Shi Jiang's black suit, they appeared as a match made in heaven. Thus, Zhu Xinyue, with her arm linked through Shi Jiang's, stepped out of the room. My goodness, is this truly our young lady? The bodyguards in the distance were taken aback by the scene, exclaiming in amazement. I don't recall her being like this before. She used to be a ruthless demon, and now she is transformed into a docile black swan? All right, let us keep it down. If she hears you, you'd better prepare for some trouble. The bodyguards quickly fell silent, sensing Zhu Xinyue's gaze from afar and hastily retreating. Tang Mu glanced around, perplexed. Goodness, are you two going on a date or attending a banquet? Zhu Xinyue covered her mouth. Mind your own business. Shi Jiang, though pulled along by Zhu Xinyue, found himself internally conflicted. Who would willingly attend a banquet at Hongmen? Were it not for Zhu Xinyue mentioning that the 4 prominent families of Jinghai City would be present tonight, he would not have agreed to go. After all, wouldn't it be profitable to receive a couple of slaps from individuals of noble status? This opportunity for wealth must be seized firmly. Shi Jiang clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment. Tonight, I shall earn my first 100 million. Zhu Hua emerged from the study with an indifferent gaze. Are you ready? Oh, he suddenly exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of Shi Jiang, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Zhu Xinyue chuckled. Isn't he handsome? Hearing Xinyue's praise, Shi Jiang felt bashful and scratched his head. Don't flatter me. Zhu Hua merely shot him a cold glance, remaining rather aloof. He still could not comprehend what his sister saw in this impoverished fellow. Aside from his decent appearance, he is utterly worthless. Shi Jiang is fully aware of Zhu Hua's family circumstances. After all this time, it feels as if he treats his own sister as a charity case. Alas, I cannot comprehend it. Zhu Xinyue flashed her little tiger teeth, fierce and defiant. She pointed at Zhu Hou, threatening, if you don't understand, then shut your mouth, or I will knock your teeth out. Shi Jiang quickly intervened, sincerely saying, Xinyue, he is your brother. I do not wish for my presence to cause any rift in your relationship. Very well, Xinyue replied. Feel free to hit him without concern for my feelings. Shi Jiang suddenly changed his demeanor, causing Tang Mu to lose his composure. Zhu Hou immediately shot Shi Jiang a glare. It appears this fellow is not entirely useless. He possesses a certain audacity. If I have the time, I shall give him a beating to set him straight. All right, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the grand banquet of the Tang family. Zhu Hou's gaze was as piercing as a needle, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Tang family. At this moment, the 4 great families of Jinghai were gathered. The Zhu family has arrived. Came a loud proclamation. Zhu Hou led the group into the Tang family banquet, his expression exceedingly cold. In the distance, Tang Long smiled quietly, casting a deep glance at Tang Mu behind Zhu Hou. My dear second brother, how I have missed you. Those attending the banquet were already aware of the underlying tensions. Remaining silent, Tang Mu snorted disdainfully. Tang family's eldest son, do we know each other? Tang Long laughed maniacally, appearing somewhat unhinged. Let me tell you, even if you sever ties with the Tang family, you are still a dog abandoned by us. Aligning with the Zhu family changes nothing. You remain an outsider. Just a lackey of the Zhu family. You speak nonsense. Crack. Tang Mu immediately drew his pistol, startling everyone present. No, the 4 great families are all here. Do not act rashly, Zhu Hou interjected. Yet Tang Long grew even more arrogant. In my Tang family, you dare to threaten me with a gun? Tang Mu, it seems you have lost your wits. What if I kill you? You are merely a beast. Did you ever consider me when your family forsook me? Anger clouded Tang Mu's judgment as he pulled the trigger, firing into the air. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the hall, silencing everyone. Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. His gaze focused. It was evident that Tang Mu was indeed a member of the Tang family, and since Tang Long referred to him as his second brother, Tang who must be the third brother. So, they are the 3 young masters of the Tang family. Li Feng smiled faintly, with a hint of mockery. Tang Long, you did not invite us to your Tang family today merely to play house. It seems the 3rd young master of the Tang family is now a bachelor, isn't he? Tang Long's expression darkened as he shot him a glare. The news of Tang Hu's death had already spread throughout the 4 great families, and as a son of the Li family, he would certainly be aware. Tang Long suppressed his laughter, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence the banquet. Zhu Xinyue, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, the Tang family's arrogance has truly reached new heights. Shi Jiang promptly covered his grandmother's mouth, urging her to remain silent, suggesting they act as if nothing were amiss and observe the unfolding events. However, his voice rang out loudly, already reaching the ears of various families. Tang Long cast a glance towards Zhu Xinyue, then turned his gaze, filled with confusion, towards Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang had become the focal point of scrutiny. While all eyes were initially on Miss Zhu, she had intertwined her arm with that of a man, inciting curiosity among the onlookers. Have you heard that Miss Zhu has recently taken a boyfriend? One whispered. It seems there are some rumors circulating, but he appears to be rather unremarkable. Perhaps a mere pauper, another responded. Indeed, given the stature of the Zhu family, it is only fitting they associate with such a lowly individual. Such intolerable remarks reached Zhu Hua's ears, cutting sharply. Ladies and gentlemen, does the Zhu family require your unsolicited opinions on our affairs? If you find it inappropriate, feel free to challenge us. Whether one or many, we shall engage, he retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Such arrogance. The Zhu family, so audacious. One individual interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Since guests are present, let us not resort to violence. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast to the eldest son of the Tang family. Zhu Hua remained poised, eager to witness the spectacle the Tang family would conjure. He was prepared to engage fully. Chapter 37. Is this your boyfriend? As the guests raised their glasses, Zhu Xinyue suddenly sensed something amiss. She lifted her glass to clink with Shi Jiang's, only to find he had vanished. Where is he? She pondered, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Shi Jiang, however, was unconcerned with Zhu Xinyue's feelings. His priority lay in his own financial pursuits. He approached a man of notable stature, clearly a prime candidate for lucrative opportunities. With palpable excitement, he addressed the man. I beseech you for a favor. What do you want? Lu Xiao chuckled, amused. Was he seeking assistance? Yet, given the direction Shi Jiang had come from, it seemed he was connected to Zhu Xinyue. Although they had no prior acquaintance, Shi Jiang rubbed his hands together, playfully stating, hit me, sincerely. You are quite the character. Why on earth would I do that? Lu Xiao replied, bemused. Do not be coy. I see you as a man of distinction and influence, and I would relish the opportunity to be chastised by someone of your caliber, he jested, prompting a hearty laugh from Lu Xiao that drew the attention of the crowd. Everyone, Lu Xiao proclaimed, pointing at Shi Jiang. This is Zhu Xinyue's newly acquainted boyfriend, and he is presently imploring me to strike him. Should I grant this modest request? The proclamation ignited a stir among the attendees. What initially appeared unremarkable now revealed an eccentricity that left them astounded. Truly, the Zhu family lived up to their reputation among the four prominent families of Jinghai, as the gathering erupted into a cacophony of derision and mockery. Shi Jiang stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth are you doing, my friend? Zhu Xinyue glared fiercely at Shi Jiang from a distance. Shi Jiang, why did you sneak away? This is utterly humiliating. Tang Long was particularly concerned, as he was well aware of the animosity between the man before him and his brother. Tang Hu, a fact he had thoroughly investigated prior. Witnessing his adversary's embarrassment brought him a sense of vindication. Zhu Hua could no longer maintain his composure and grumbled, Xinyue, is this truly your boyfriend? I apologize, brother, I never imagined he could be this ridiculous. He has brought shame upon us all. Zhu Xinyue pouted, what can we do? What else can we do? Let it be. I'm exhausted. Are you going to hit or not? Lu Xiao laughed uncontrollably, recognizing that this was the perfect moment to curry favor with Tang Long, and he was astonished that the foolish Shi Jiang would provide such an excellent opportunity. This was undoubtedly a blow to the Zhu family's pride. If that's the case, I shall graciously accept. With a resounding slap, Shi Jiang's expression remained unchanged, instead brimming with exhilaration. 50,000. Delightful. Again, Lu Xiao was utterly overjoyed. One slap was insufficient, and he was eager for more. Miss Zhu, your taste is truly impeccable. You have chosen an outstanding boyfriend. The members of the Zhu family present could hardly lift their heads in shame. I knew I shouldn't have brought him along. Now look at the disgrace he has brought upon us. Zhu Xinyue, perplexed by Shi Jiang's behavior, wore a puzzled expression. With another resounding slap, 30,000. Delightful. Shi Jiang was ecstatic, declaring, today, I shall not leave without earning. Who else? Anyone present can take a shot. Tang Mu wished he could vanish into the ground. Zhu Hua's face darkened with anger. Zhu Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Was her boyfriend truly a complete clown? Then let them strike. It serves them right to witness this. Just as everyone was poised to act, a commanding voice rang out. Enough. Shijiang, have you had your fun? Zhu Hua had to uphold the Zhu family's dignity. After all, Shijiang was ostensibly Xinyue's boyfriend, and he felt compelled to intervene. Shijiang sighed deeply, alas. I've only made 80,000. Aren't you effectively cutting off my means of wealth? What is a face worth, anyhow? Reluctantly, Shijiang ceased his antics. In public, he couldn't make things difficult for Zhu Hua, especially since he was Xinyue's brother. He would indulge him this once. Tang Long glared at Shijiang with malice. His brother's demise was undoubtedly linked to him. Perhaps there were even machinations from the Zhu family behind it. Subsequently, at his command, a tall, robust figure with a buzz cut entered the hall, carrying Tang Hu's lifeless body. Young Master Long, just place it here. Jiang Shi, his expression grim, set the corpse down and took his position behind Tang Long. It is evident to all present that the purpose of this banquet hosted by the Tang family is to seek an explanation. During the feast, Xiang Tianming slowly savored a cup of wine, a faint smile gracing his lips as he urged, "Speak plainly if you have something to say." Tang Long's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he refrained from asserting his dominance. After all, the Xiang family stands as the most formidable among the four great families, and he dared not offend them. What instilled fear in him was the iron-blooded mercenary group of the Xiang family, ranked 81st among mercenary organizations, known for their exceptional combat capabilities. My third brother was shot dead, and the murderer is among us at this banquet. At these words, a stir rippled through the crowd. Who could this audacious individual be? With a devilish smile, Tang Long pointed a finger at Shijiang, declaring, "It is him, the boyfriend of Zhu Xinyue." What? He dared to kill Tang Hu? That pathetic fool probably can't even hold a gun steady. Zhu Hua's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Tang family was aggrieved by this incident. That Shijiang had indeed killed Tang Hu. This is your boyfriend? Zhu Xinyue assumed Shijiang had once again stirred up trouble and hastily apologized to her brother. This is simply splendid, Zhu Hua exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement. Tang Mu shot him an exasperated glance, clearly at a loss for words. Shijiang stood bewildered. Was this a compliment? It was over. Would he really resort to silencing him publicly? Tang Long had long harbored a deep-seated loathing for Shijiang. Ladies and gentlemen, he has slain my younger brother, and as the elder brother, I cannot simply let this go unpunished. Enough of your theatrics. Speak plainly. Your brother was killed, but he was of no great worth. If it comes to war, do you think the Zhu family fears you? Zhu Hua had never feared anyone and immediately retorted, "Brother, how valiant." Zhu Xinyue cheered from below. Shijiang sighed, the wisdom of an observer evident in his demeanor. It appeared they were clearly set on war. It was over. He was entirely embroiled in this mess, and he was innocent. Should he make a discreet exit? What did their underworld conflict have to do with him? He had no desire to become cannon fodder. Tang Long chuckled. The Zhu family is so aggressive. Do not blame the Tang family for being unaccommodating. When has the Tang family ever been accommodating? The past 2 years have been tranquil? Who does not know of the Tang family's actions? Since you wish for war, let it begin. Zhu Hua's eyes glinted with determination as he fixed his stare on Tang Long. Now, I, representing the Zhu family as one of the 4 great families, declare war on the Tang family. Tang Long smiled nonchalantly. I awaited this declaration. Do not regret your words. Whoever regrets is a coward. I will eliminate this wretch right now. The dark muzzle of a gun suddenly aimed at Shijiang. Upon seeing this, Shijiang felt darkness envelop him. It was over. He was merely the spark igniting the conflict between these 2 factions. You dare. Tang Mu aimed his pistol at Tang Long. The 2 sides locked eyes, the tension palpable and suffocating like a venomous serpent. Shijiang was truly at a loss for words. Engaging in conflict with the Zhu family. Shouldn't the weapons be directed at Zhu Hua instead? Why was he fixated on me? Just as Li Feng contemplated intervening, Xiang Tianming, seated among them, spoke up. Put down the gun. If a war is to commence, let it be tomorrow. Do not disrupt the established order. His words resonated like a decree. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Long slowly lowered his weapon, and it was only then that Tang Mu felt justified in doing the same. Just when everyone believed that the debate would not reignite, Shijiang delivered a resounding slap across Tang Long's face. The force of the blow echoed in the air. If you do not strike me, I shall strike you. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. When did he even reach Tang Long's side? Shi Jiang smirked inwardly. Ah, of course. It was while you were all distracted. Would you like to know if I will strike again? The crowd shifted their gaze back to Shi Jiang, scrutinizing him with newfound interest. Is this your boyfriend? How audacious. He seems utterly fearless. I apologize for my previous narrow-mindedness. And then, your boyfriend might as well resign himself to his fate. Chapter 38. Please observe. Shi Jiang smiled triumphantly. A successful strike is a gain. Ambush is merely a facet of strength. What is there to fear? Should the heavens collapse, Zhu Hua will bear the burden. Should the earth crumble, Xin you will provide support. There is no cause for trepidation. You dare to strike me? I shall strike you. Shi Jiang swung again, only to have his hand seized by Jiang Shi, who violently flung him aside. Shi Jiang staggered back several steps, clearly struggling. That hurts. It should, Jiang Shi responded. You should consider yourself fortunate to have landed a surprise blow at all. Zhu Hua's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Shi. He was Tang Fei's confidant, a professional assassin reputed to rank 85 on the assassin's leaderboard, skilled in combat and weaponry, often referred to as the fighter Jiang Shi. This reputation instilled a deep sense of caution in Shi Jiang. He hastily retreated dozens of steps, fearing that Jiang Shi might deliver a fatal blow. Zhu Xin commented, I believe that slap was somewhat insufficient. You ought to apply more force. Shi Jiang, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Perhaps the angle was slightly off, making it seem lighter than intended. I shall ensure it is more effective next time. Tang Mu's expression darkened with discontent. For heaven's sake, you two are truly a match made in heaven, sleeping under one blanket, yet behaving so differently. In this day and age, does one really choose whom to strike? Tang Long was infuriated. It was the first time someone dared to slap him in his own home. Zhu Hua, what else is there to say? Shi Jiang is the murderer of my third brother, and it was your Zhu family who instigated this conflict. Even if my Tang family violated the rules beforehand, it is entirely justifiable. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiang felt the weight of blame thrust upon him. That simply would not do. What nonsense are you spouting? Who killed your third brother? It was not I. Do not slander me. A sinister smile crept across Tang Long's face. I knew you would never admit it. It was not my doing. Do you possess any evidence? If not, do not wrongfully accuse me, nor the Zhu family. Tang Long clapped his hands. I anticipated your denial. Behold. In an instant, a beam of light refracted, casting a massive projection upon the screen, revealing the interior of a room. Just as Jiang De felt a surge of confidence, the image rendered him speechless. Surprised? Unexpected, isn't it? Tang Long chuckled with satisfaction. I must admit, this image is indeed remarkable, rivaling even the third installment. Jiang's gaze fell upon the scene, depicting him wielding a firearm to take down Tang Hu. He pointed at himself. Me? The guests present were astonished. Did Jiang truly slay Tang Hu? Could it be that the Zhu family had summoned a hidden assassin? My goodness, this fellow feigned innocence while concealing such prowess. Even I am outmatched. Zhu Xianyu stared intently at the projection, her expression shifting as she glanced towards Jiang. Sensing her gaze, he quickly bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. Xianyu, I did well. What? Jiang felt as though he were hearing phantoms. Zhu Xianyu chuckled. I meant to say, your execution was commendable. I didn't expect you to have truly killed Tang Hu. I admire a man of your caliber. Oh no. Jiang had thought Zhu Xianyu might scold him. After this turn of events, he realized it would be arduous to extricate himself from her affections. Do you have anything else to say? Tang Long inquired. Jiang managed an awkward smile, scratching his head. My head seems a bit itchy. Tang Hu's countenance was equally dismal, given the current circumstances. Jiang could be considered half a member of the Zhu family. If he indeed had slain Tang Hu, the Zhu family would find themselves in a predicament. Tang Mu slowly raised a thumb. You, my boy, are quite the enigma. Were you letting me win during our spar? No, not at all. He hadn't even possessed a firearm at the time. How could he let him win? Please, use your brain. When I engaged with Tang Hu, I seized his weapon. All eyes were fixated on Jiang De. It seemed this young man possessed genuine skills. No wonder he had captured Miss Zhu's favor. Yet, with looming calamity, the Tang family, a formidable force in Jinghai City, would inevitably lead to mutual destruction if the Zhu family truly engaged in conflict or face a more disastrous outcome, being devoured by the Tang family. That, however, was not a concern for our modest clan. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, I shall execute Jiang Dui. Our two families still have room for cooperation, Tang Long proclaimed. Who would negotiate with your family? How dare you threaten my man? I shall slay you. Zhu Xianyu exclaimed, her demeanor transforming from that of a refined lady to one of fierce defiance. Tang Long, Tang Mu, Jiang, Zhuhua. Sensing the tension in the air, Zhu Xianyu cleared her throat. Why is everyone staring at me? Is there something on my face? Shi Jiang replied, no. You are quite beautiful. This playful banter between the two instantly darkened the expressions of those around them. This is a banquet of the Tang family, not a venue for your flirtation. Zhu Xinhua pouted. I understand. Are the Tang family members really so petty? Shi Jiang quickly intervened. Dear lady, please calm down. After all, we are in the Tang residence. If you provoke them, we will suffer the consequences. Fine, I'll heed your words. So obedient, he said with a grin. Zhu Xinhua shot him a glare. Are you being cheeky? Shi Jiang immediately fell silent, fearful that she might retaliate. The Zhu family possessed considerable power, and it was unwise to offend them. Before Zhu Xinhua could make a move, her brother would likely intervene. Sigh, I suddenly find it exhausting to live off others. Li Feng observed from a distance, remaining indifferent. You two families may bicker as you please. Jinghai has been quiet for far too long, and it is time for a new master. As for me, I shall remain a passive observer, waiting to reap the benefits. Zhuhua, do not blame us for not giving you a chance. If your family has made up its mind, do not fault the Tang family for being ruthless. Let us just fight. Stop with the trivialities. Zhuhua's imposing presence immediately overshadowed him. The Tang family members quickly drew their firearms, aiming them at Zhuhua. While the Zhu family reciprocated in kind, the tension hung palpably in the air, thick with anticipation. All that was needed was a spark. A single gunshot would ignite the conflict. Li Feng, unable to take the initiative without dragging his own family into the fray, chose to observe the unfolding situation, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Xiang Tianming downed his drink, setting the glass down with a calm demeanor. The wine is quite good, though the setting leaves much to be desired. I am unconcerned about the grievances between your families, but rules are rules. If either of you dares to make a move today, do not blame the Xiang family for being unyielding. What do you mean, Xiang Tianming? Tang Long's brow furrowed slightly. The underworld has its own rules. Since both families are on the brink of war, it can only commence the following day. Today is your family's banquet, hosted for all the families of Jinghai City. If you resort to violence now, how will the other families perceive us, four great clans? Put down your weapons. The Xiang family, as the leading force among the four clans, spoke with an air of authority. Tang Long did not dare to retort and slowly lowered his gun. Lower your weapons. Zhu was signaled to his family, who also gradually complied. Tang Long, still brimming with resentment, indignantly declared, in that case, the Zhu family is not worthy of attending our banquet. Leave. Tang Mu was immediately infuriated but was restrained by Zhu Hua. There is no need to get angry with such a person. Since he has asked us to leave, we shall depart. Our purpose for attending the banquet was merely to express our stance to the various families of Jinghai City. The Tang family may be arrogant for a time, but they cannot maintain their arrogance indefinitely. Tang Long bore the appearance of someone who had achieved unwarranted success, casually remarking, "Take your time, no need for formalities." With that, amidst the gazes of all present, the Zhu family departed from the banquet. Jiang Shi, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety. Young Master Long, are we really going to let them slip away like this? Tang Long's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, seemingly unfazed. Who said we were letting them go? Chapter 39. Night raid on the expansive, desolate road. A black sedan sped along. Stay close and seize the opportunity to cut them off, came the command. Zhu Hua, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other held a cigarette, leaned slightly forward, clearly aware of the pursuing black vehicle behind them. The Tang family was indeed not so benevolent. They were in hot pursuit. What? They're chasing us. We're doomed. Shi Jiang exclaimed, panic seizing him. If the opposing party were reckless enough to ram their vehicle head-on, it could spell disaster. Remain calm. Zhu Hua inhaled deeply from his cigarette and immediately pressed the accelerator. Shi Jiang stammered, what if we let the elderly and children go first? Zhu Mu stared at the cowardly Shi Jiang in disbelief. Even if the elderly and children were to depart first, it certainly wouldn't be your turn. You're no longer a child. How shameful. Zhu's expression was solemn as he focused intently on driving. I will find a place to stop. You all take another vehicle and leave with Xinu. The rest is for us to handle. Zhu Mu cautioned, "Boss, this situation is precarious. We have no idea how many men the Tang family has sent. If we recklessly exit the vehicle, it's the best option. If they really are reckless enough to crash into us, the consequences would be dire. Zhu will take the young lady and leave by the back roads." Shi Jiang, growing increasingly anxious, protested, "What about me? You will definitely stay? As Xin's boyfriend, it is your responsibility." Shi Jiang protested vehemently, "Are you morally coercing me? This is no joke. People could die." "I'm not joking." Zhu Hua's voice was cold as he pressed the clutch. The car came to a halt. "Quickly get out and take another vehicle." Zhu Xin looked at Shi Jiang, worry etched on her face. "Brother, it's too dangerous for Shi Jiang to stay here. Did you not see? Do you not trust your man?" Zhu Hua smirked wickedly, completely disregarding Zhu Xin's concerns. Shi Jiang was left utterly bewildered. Hadn't they said the elderly and children would go first? "I'm still just an 18-year-old. It's over. I'm trapped." Zhu Hua took Zhu Xin and swiftly departed in another car. "Shi Jiang, be careful. My brother is right. Your brother's words are nonsense. Xin, don't leave me." Zhu Hua, visibly annoyed, pulled Shi Jiang closer. "Can you stop being so useless? If I were to entrust Xin to you, I would be wholly unconvinced. If you truly wish to marry her, then prove you have the strength to protect her." His gaze turned icy, fixed on the distance. Thanks to the presence of reinforcements from the Tian faction, the consequences would have been unthinkable otherwise. "Prepare yourselves. They are approaching swiftly." Several other vehicles came to a halt, revealing the bodyguards of the Zhu family, who promptly readied their weapons, standing at the ready. In the distance, a few black sedans sensed the anomaly. Jiang Shi's gaze was sharp and penetrating, his teeth clenched. This young man seems well prepared, daring to halt for a confrontation. The Tang family members pondered their next move. "What do we do now? If a fight breaks out?" "My objective assigned by Long Xiao is to eliminate the individual named Shi Jiang, avenging Hu Xiao. We may be outnumbered, but you should launch a direct assault. The advantage lies with us." "Agreed." Soon, a dense darkness enveloped the night. Zhu Hua swiftly drew a pistol from his back, his expression menacing. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the Tang family bodyguard fell instantly. It was still nighttime, visibility was poor, and the distance was considerable. Shi Jiang stared in astonishment. Raising a thumb, "Splendid shot, brother. Less chatter. Here is a gun for you. If you die, then so be it." Shi Jiang took the weapon tossed his way, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Alas, do you hear what they are saying? The Tang family members also exited their vehicles, a mass of darkness charging forward. Zhu Hua's gaze swept the area but failed to locate Tang Long, and he smiled triumphantly. "Tang Long, you are truly a coward." Tang Mu led a few individuals into the fray. In the darkness, sparks flew, and the sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. Shi Jiang sprinted with his gun in hand. A true assassin must first find a hidden location, which is crucial for effective elimination. Indeed, the assassin's manual is quite accurate in its teachings. Jiang Shi had already spotted Shi Jiang in the crowd, a smile forming on his lips. So this is the person Long Xiao is seeking. Just a cowardly little figure after all. He dashed forward, propelled by the night's cover. Shi Jiang gasped heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. "Finally, I am safe. Once they finish their altercation, I will emerge to reap the rewards." "So, you were hiding here." A sudden chill ran down his spine. Shi Jiang had an ominous premonition. Having raced to this concealed spot, how could he still be discovered? He turned abruptly, only to be met with a startled scream. "Jiang Shi, the fighter Jiang Shi. It's over. How did this guy find me? You've got some speed, making me chase you for so long. Brother, if you're not going to kill Zhu Hua, why are you after me?" Jiang Shi replied with a faint smile. "Long Xiao has spoken, and naturally, I must deal with you. Don't feign fear. Here you are, playing the fool while the cameras caught everyone present. You possess some basic fighting skills. Why not display them?" Dressed in all black, Jiang Shi's gaze was sharp, his stance firm as a mountain, feet slightly apart, readying himself for combat. "Very well. Come at me." With those words, Jiang Shi clenched his fists, muscles taut, and advanced with great strides. As Shi Jiang's face momentarily contorted with bitterness, a smile suddenly blossomed. He seized a handgun from behind him and aimed it at his opponent. "You've fallen for it, big guy." Bang! A flash of fire erupted as a shot was fired. The bullet's glow streaked through the night, piercing Jiang Shi's eyes. Like an arrow, Jiang Shi leapt gracefully, swiftly dodging the bullet with a slight tilt of his head. In an instant, he stood before Shi Jiang. "This is bad. Can this guy really evade bullets? Shi Zhang's heart sank in disbelief. He had not anticipated such keen reflexes from the towering figure before him. With a swift motion, Jiang Shi unleashed a powerful punch to Shi Zhang's abdomen, followed by a quick sidestep that sent Shi Zhang's handgun flying. Apologies, but within 5 steps, I am swifter than a bullet. Shi Jiang clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain. Jiang Shi regarded him with disdain, his brow slightly furrowed. Stop pretending. I refuse to believe you possess no abilities at all. Is this truly amusing to you? Damn. That really hurts. Shi Jiang suddenly lunged forward, aiming a kick at Jiang Shi. The latter sidestepped, evading the fierce blow, and retaliated with a spinning kick. The rush of air slicing toward Shi Jiang's waist. Sensing the imminent danger, Shi Jiang broke into a sweat, reacting swiftly as he raised his left arm to block and leaned back slightly. He shook his left arm, tingling with pain. Jiang Shi mocked, now this is entertaining. It's been ages since I've had a workout. Consider yourself my human punching bag. Damn it. Shi Jiang gritted his teeth, his eyes fixated on Jiang Shi's every movement, refusing to let his guard down for an instant. Suddenly, he pointed skyward. Look, a UFO? Caught off guard, Jiang Shi instinctively glanced back, only to find nothing there. When he turned back, the space was deserted, illuminated only by distant lights. Damn it, trying to trick me. Shi Jiang chuckled. I advise you not to pursue me. I was once known as the Prince of Sprinting. You want to catch up. Really? A haunting voice echoed near Shi Jiang's ear. He was taken aback. Jiang Shi had already closed the distance to him. Chapter 40. Sheer luck please, big brother, spare me. I have no ties to the Zhu family. I'm just a bystander. You're a good person. Shi Jiang, realizing escape was futile, resorted to a plea of emotion. Jiang Shi shook his head. I am not a good person, and I have no interest in your connections to the Zhu family. Regardless, Long Xiao wants your head, and there's nothing I can do. How much did he offer you? I'll give you 10 times that. Shi Jiang exclaimed desperately. Jiang Shi's expression darkened abruptly. The remark seemed to strike a nerve, a slight to his profession. You insult my integrity. Very well, you're done for. 2.5 minutes to resolve this. Jiang Shi leapt high, performing a somersault in midair, his palms slicing downward like blades. Shi Jiang grunted, summoning all his strength for a dual-arm strike, a powerful elbow jab. Bang! The collision of bones reverberated with a crackling sound. The two combatants exchanged blows, their fists and legs weaving a tempestuous dance. Before long, Shi Jiang found himself at a disadvantage. Though he possessed fighting skills, facing Jiang Shi was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before a god. It was a reckless endeavor. In just a few exchanges, he was thoroughly overpowered, with no prospect of a comeback. Observing this, Jiang Shi seized the opportunity to advance, his hands crossing upwards to meet Shi Jiang's assault. A resounding thud echoed as both men staggered back a few steps. Shi Jiang gasped for breath, his stamina rapidly depleting. The fact that Jiang Shi had yet to subdue him filled him with a sense of pride. This ends here, you pesky brat. Shi Jiang's face flushed crimson as he grunted defiantly. Come at me, who fears you? Boss, elbow strike. With a dull thud, Shi Jiang crashed heavily to the ground. The pain unbearable. Jiang Shi was not faring much better. His arm throbbed with numbness as he took a few steps back. This kid has some tough bones. At that moment, frantic voices erupted from Jiang Shi's earpiece. Jiang Shi, have you succeeded? We've fallen into Zhu Hua's trap. That damned fellow still has tricks up his sleeve. We can barely hold on. Hurry and provide support. Before the message could finish, a scream pierced through the earpiece. Help! We're doomed. What a bunch of useless fools, Jiang Shi coldly retorted, a look of disdain crossing his face as he turned back to his prey. I don't have time for this. Let us end this swiftly. With a flick, Jiang Shi produced a butterfly knife, its handle unfurling like a butterfly, glinting menacingly as it danced between his fingers. Shi Jiang stumbled to his feet, despair flooding his eyes. Come on, using a weapon in a one-on-one? Are you even a fighter? Jiang Shi smirked. You just used a gun. I didn't say anything. Enough. This place will serve as your grave. With a swift motion, Jiang Shi propelled himself forward. Shi Jiang, eyes fixed on the glinting blade, hastily retreated. His only recourse was to evade. Are you merely a rat that knows only how to dodge? Ah, yes, yes. Shi Jiang dared not pause, lest he forfeit his life. Moreover, the butterfly knife flashed too swiftly, tearing through his garments and slicing into his flesh. This was a true master. Shi Jiang sensed an overwhelming wave of mortality approaching. He vowed never again to casually attend gatherings. His family, who understood. He had barely left home before being hunted down. The Zhu family dared to claim they were one of the 4 great families of Jinghai, yet they lacked the ability to protect me. What a disgrace. Shi Jiang lamented bitterly. In an instant, the butterfly blade lunged toward his abdomen. It's over. I can't escape. Shi Jiang's pupils constricted, his scalp tingling with dread. He had no time to contemplate. Immediately, he clenched his fist and struck fiercely at Jiang Shi's face. He could not afford to be at a disadvantage. The force behind that punch was considerable, causing Jiang Shi's complexion to darken as he was hurled backward. Simultaneously, the blade of the butterfly knife embedded itself into his abdomen, carving a massive gash. The wound incessantly soaked in blood. The pain was excruciating, engulfing his entire being. Shi Jiang staggered a couple of steps, withdrawing the butterfly knife. As blood dripped slowly, Jiang Shi executed a nimble roll and swiftly regained his footing, fury radiating from him after being struck heavily. You will pay for this. Shi Jiang hesitated not for a moment, gripping the butterfly knife tightly and hurling it with all his might. The cold gleam of the blade flashed through the darkness. Jiang Shi dared not confront it head-on, instead lunging to the left to evade the knife's trajectory. Shi Jiang yearned to escape, yet the pain from his wound hindered his movements. You cannot flee. Shi Jiang felt a sense of suffocation, his hands stained with blood as he pressed against his injury. He did not wish to meet his demise yet. I have only lived for 18 years. There are many more to squander. You are quite impressive. It is evident that your style is unorthodox, lacking formal training, and I admire that. However, I cannot spare you. Shi Jiang had completely resigned himself to defeat. He was no match for the person before him, a fighter ranked 85th on the assassin's leaderboard. Alas, to perish at the hands of such a skilled individual. I harbor no regrets. However, before I die, I have a small request, though I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. Jiang Shi's expression turned to one of curiosity. What else do you wish to say? Spit it out. Shi Jiang's face had grown pale, his lips trembling slightly. If we were to engage in hand-to-hand combat, I would undoubtedly lose. Instead, let us have a gunfight. You fire a shot, and I will fire one, and we shall compare our accuracy. Jiang Shi scoffed. You think I am unaware of your intentions? I have seen your prowess at the grand banquet. Your marksmanship is commendable. I have already won. Why should I entertain a contest with you? There is no need for you to stall with empty words. If you have no last words, I shall send you on your way. No. There must be something before my death. Then speak. I have not yet decided. Damn it. Jiang Shi picked up the butterfly knife from the ground and swung it towards Shi Jiang. Then perish. Shi Jiang's expression fell, more dismal than a face contorted in disgust. You see, I told you. I only mentioned having last words because you claim to have them. It is not my fault that I have not thought of anything. He never anticipated that he would meet his end in such a desolate place. One life was hardly sufficient. How he wished for a few more. Ding dong. Jiang Shi has died, obtaining famous blade. When one is most speechless, the urge to strike arises. Shi Jiang had not yet been broken, but the system's proclamation shattered his composure. I am on the brink of death myself. How could I possibly kill him? Isn't having a system supposed to provide an advantage? Why am I still in such distress? This system is better off without it. Shi Jiang slowly closed his eyes. Gravely injured, blood continuing to drip incessantly, utterly devoid of strength to resist. Oh, you're in such a hurry. Fine, call me Lord Tong, and I shall graciously save you. Shi Jiang remained with his eyes tightly shut, his expression cold and indifferent. Still pretending to be aloof at this juncture? Well, you want tea call, will you? Then perish. I shall seek another host. Instantly, Shi Jiang opened his eyes, a look of subservience on his face. Lord Tong, please save me. Now that's more like it. Obedient as you should be. Ding dong. Dogshit luck forcibly activated. What does this mean? Shi Jiang pondered. Dogshit luck is the most rudimentary luck skill. The good fortune you can obtain is of extremely low probability. Since you encountered danger this time and did not trigger dogshit luck, I had to forcibly activate it. Rest assured, it comes without side effects. In that case, I am at ease. Shi Jiang smiled once more. I truly am that extraordinary man. Jiang Shi had already approached him, wearing a puzzled expression, laughing before death. Has he truly lost his senses? You cannot kill me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi laughed. In this world, there is no one I cannot kill. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Jiang Shi. Support arrived so swiftly? Jiang Shi glared fiercely at Shi Jiang. Did you get lucky, you little rascal? Chapter 41. Different treatment in the distance. A dark mass of people steadily approached. It was the Zhu family. Jiang Shi was somewhat speechless, cursing the Tang family vehemently. A bunch of useless fools. How long have they held out? Observing the situation turning increasingly unfavorable, Jiang Shi had no intention of killing Shi Jiang anymore. Kid, I shall spare you today. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Rest assured, I will have luck next time as well. Zhu Hua led his group swiftly over, his gaze ominous. Where are the others? Upon seeing the reinforcements, Shi Jiang slumped helplessly to the ground, clutching his wound. They fled upon seeing you. Zhu Hua's eyes fixed intently on Shi Jiang's injury. Letting out a long sigh. You truly have had the luck of a dog. After all this time, you've survived in Jiang Shi's hands. What's wrong? My survival does not please you? Indeed, my demise would make it easier for Xi and you to find another man. Zhu Hua, you truly have a heart of stone. Though I am usually timid and value my life, I would never abandon the elderly and children to flee. Shi Jiang's complexion was as pale as paper. His feeble hand shaking. Hurry and carry me away. If you don't treat my wounds soon, I fear I shall not survive even in your hands. Carry him away. Zhu family Zhu Xi and Yu waited anxiously at home, her heart heavy with worry. Moments later, the sound of Zhu Hua's voice reached her ears. Zhu Xi and Yu immediately smiled. It's my brother. She hurried out to check the situation, only to see two corpses being carried on a stretcher by the crowd. Tang Mu and Shi Jiang, witnessing the unfolding scene, left Zhu Xinyue in a state of profound disarray, her heart engulfed in despair. Brother, what is wrong with them? Zhu Hua, observing Zhu Xinyue's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, I've never seen you so flustered before. Fear not, they are not yet corpses. They are merely gravely injured. He gestured towards Shi Jiang, a knife wound to the abdomen, significant blood loss, but not fatal. Then he pointed at Tang Mu. He has been shot in the abdomen, the trajectory veering left. It's neither entirely safe nor perilous. Tang Mu lay on the stretcher, gritting his teeth, embodying the steel resolve of a man. Miss, do not fret for me. This minor injury is bearable. Zhu Xinyue, disregarding Tang Mu, rushed to Shi Jiang's side and grasped his hand with great concern. Shi Jiang, you must hold on. My brother assured me your injury is not life-threatening. We will summon the finest physician from the Zhu family for you. Tang Mu, feeling like a mere jester, slowly shook his head. You err, my injury is inconsequential. Tend Mu go first, he has been shot. It's all right, he continued. My brother said the trajectory is veering left, so it's not dangerous. Tang Mu, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Are you only half listening? While the trajectory may not be deemed dangerous, it is certainly not safe. What kind of logic is this? I have watched you grow since childhood. I am your kin. Shi Jiang is but a stranger. Tang Mu's heart screamed in despair, unleashing his fury. Heavens! Is this the fabled preferential treatment? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming ache. Someone, quickly staunch Shi Jiang's wound. If he cannot be healed, you may pack your things and leave. Yes, Mississippi. A few physicians entered the room where the two were accommodated, their expressions laced with skepticism. Miss, whom did you wish to treat first? Zhu Xinyue gazed at Tang Mu and Shi Jiang, unreservedly pointing to Shi Jiang. Him. But Tang Mu has been shot. There could be danger. He just told me he can withstand it, so there is no need for concern. Tang Mu, on the verge of tears, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Miss, I was merely boasting. Outside, a man must uphold his dignity. Please do not take it to heart. Very well. I shall allow Tang Mu to rest for a while and tend to Shi Jiang's wound. Tang Mu lay on the sickbed, tears streaming down his face. Those were tears of pain. Miss, you were never like this before. I understand now. The root of all this turmoil is Shi Jiang. Ever since he arrived, the way you regard me has transformed, becoming so foreign. Just wait. When I recover, I shall settle the score with you, Shi Jiang. Tang Mu slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. To ensure his safety, the physician administered an injection. Hurry, Shi Jiang's blood is nearly depleted, Zhu Xinyue urged. Coming. Shi Jiang, enduring the agony, gazed at the ceiling, tears of gratitude cascading down his cheeks. With a heavy heart, I lament that my beloved Xinyue cherishes me, unlike that old lantern, Zhu Hua, who only seeks to push me into the abyss. Henceforth, you shall be my woman, and I shall shower you with affection. Shi Jiang proclaimed, his voice brimming with a vow. The physician, however, unceremoniously administered an injection to Shi Jiang's rear, causing him to yelp in pain. Could you not be a tad gentler? he protested, but the physician merely shot him a disdainful glance, ignoring his complaint. Cease your commotion. Another sound, and I shall administer another dose, the physician warned. Shi Jiang promptly fell silent, understanding that under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Zhu Xinyue tenderly comforted Shi Jiang. It's merely an injection, it won't hurt. Just rest here and recuperate. Indeed, with you by my side. I feel no pain at all, he replied. Well then, you should focus on your recovery. Once the physician had tended to Shi Jiang, he proceeded with the surgery on Tang Mu. Alas, this young lady is so impulsive. Had it been any later, Tang Mu's life would have been hanging by a thread. Several physicians commenced the operation on Tang Mu while Shi Jiang gradually closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the gruesomeness of the scene. Why is it that they treat Tang Mu with such gentleness while they are so brusque with me? This blatant disparity is unacceptable, he thought, feeling aggrieved. You physicians are indeed hypocritical. Zhu Xinyue is my wife, which makes me the master of the Zhu family. Just wait until I have my say and send you packing. Shi Jiang pouted, exhibiting a rather petulant demeanor. Xinyue dotes on me the most. She would have you dismissed at my request. In the elegant study, Zhu Hua addressed his brother. Brother, the Tang family is bullying us. You must take action against them tomorrow. Zhu Hua's expression turned grave as he shook his head. Sister, you do not comprehend. The Tang family's influence is formidable. A misstep could lead to mutual destruction. Our plans must be executed with utmost caution, lest the Zhu family find itself in dire straits. Zhu Xinyue, incensed, retorted, So, will you act against them or not? Zhu Hua shook his head again. Do not act on impulse. It's clear you are of no use, she scoffed. Turning to leave, Zhu Hua sighed, pondering. Alas, she is so headstrong. When will she amend her ways? It is understandable, of course, when one's beloved is harmed. It is only natural to feel an overwhelming surge of emotion. Suddenly, Zhu Hua smiled wryly. When I was gravely injured, this girl showed me no such concern. The disparity is rather harsh. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy towards Shi Jiang. In the dark of night, Zhu Xinyue stood resolute, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight that revealed a chilling visage. Nightingale, she called out. At your service. A shadow emerged silently from the depths of darkness. Zhu Xinyue's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the moonlit sky. Which do you find more beautiful tonight, the moon or myself? The subordinate replied, I cannot say. Oh, such a dense head. I did not wish for your opinion anyway. She mused, if only Shi Jiang had not been injured. He could have joined me in admiring the moonlight. In the stillness of night, Nightingale gently inquired, What is it that you desire of me, my master? The gaze of Zhu Xinyue was exceptionally fierce. What do you think? Indeed, the dark figure quietly faded away, disappearing without a trace into the night. Chapter 42. The heart-protecting jade. I apologize, young Master Long, but that fellow managed to escape. Jiang Shi, feeling inferior, knelt on the ground. Tang Long offered a faint smile and shook his head. It's normal. Although that lad appears unrefined, he is, in fact, quite cunning. The purpose of sending you for a nocturnal assault was not necessarily to achieve success. Rather, it was merely to instill a sense of foreboding in the Zhu family. What shall we do now? Since the Zhu family has declared war, conflict is inevitable. However, to completely swallow the Zhu family is no simple task. The four prominent families of Jinghai are in a delicate balance. Any disturbance from my Tang family will attract the watchful eyes of the other clans. If they seize the opportunity like mantises waiting for cicadas, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. This matter requires a gradual approach. Tang Long revealed an inscrutable smile, his gaze extending far into the future. I already have a plan. There is no rush. I will engage him slowly. But just now, you mentioned that Jiang had an extraordinary stroke of luck? Yes, young Master Long, it was a close call. Is it not sheer fortune? Tang Long nodded, recalling the words of Master Zhang, who had previously warned him that dealing with Jiang might disrupt his fortune. At that time, he had been skeptical, but now it seemed to hold some truth. It appeared that he would need to invite Master Zhang once more. Jiang Shi, displaying a puzzled expression, inquired, Is this related to the feng shui master? I cannot be certain, but my master is indeed a remarkable individual and should possess the means to resolve this. Sun Ho, here, you shall execute the plan and lead Jiang Shi. This time, I intend to make a significant play. Sun Ho nodded, clasping his fists. Rest assured, young Master Long. I will handle it. At this moment, Tang Jin interjected, Young Master Long, I fear these two may not suffice. Zhu Hua is no simple adversary. What if they fall into his trap? Then you shall also participate. Additionally, keep a close watch on Jiang. Understood. Tang Long sank into a chair, letting out a slight sigh. Has Master Zhang arrived? Master Zhang messaged that he would be there shortly. Indeed, in the dead of night. Master Zhang's arrival was a testament to the respect he held for young Master Long, a quality Tang Long greatly admired. Not only was he skilled, but he also understood the importance of respect. Such masters are rare. Tang Long suddenly recalled something and urged, "Hurry and prepare 2 large red envelopes for me." Yes. Half an hour later, Master Zhang rushed in, laughing heartily. "Young Master Long, you called me at this late hour for what purpose?" Tang Long, laden with worry, recounted the entire sequence of events. "Master, is it true that this fellow is indeed a person of fortune?" Tang Long struggled to believe in the concept of fortune, yet he found himself compelled to accept it. Master Zhang stroked his beard and nodded. "In my view, there is indeed a trace of fortune surrounding him." "Oh, could this jeopardize my grand scheme?" "It is possible." Tang Long was suddenly flustered. He hastily took a red envelope and pressed it into Zhang Banjian's hand, pleading, "Master, I, Long Xiao, have never sought favors from anyone. Please, be magnanimous and assist me." Zhang Banjian hesitated, stating, "It is not that I am unable to help you. Rather, I cannot alter the fate of your opponent." Tang Long produced another thick red envelope and offered it to Zhang Banjian. "Master, your wisdom is evident to those who understand. I implore you, show kindness and lend your aid." Zhang Banjian, holding 2 envelopes, smiled awkwardly, saying, Long Xiao, this isn't merely a matter of money. I truly find myself powerless. Not one to be easily disheartened, Tang Long retrieved yet another envelope from his pocket, clearly having prepared in advance. With earnestness, he placed it in Zhang Banjian's hand, declaring, "Master, I am counting on you." Zhang Banjian slowly drew forth a jade pendant, tied with a red cord, intricately carved. Intrigued, Tang Long inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of this jade pendant?" "To be frank, I cannot disrupt your opponent's fortune, but I can ensure your protection," Zhang Banjian replied. "Oh, this is a heart-protecting jade, which enhances your connection to the world's fortune and can prove invaluable in critical moments." Tang Long's eyes sparkled with interest as he reached out to examine it, but Zhang Banjian gently turned away. With a knowing smile, Tang Long remarked, "Master, do you think I lack understanding of your intentions? Thankfully, I prepared 4 envelopes. Otherwise, I might not have been able to acquire this heart-protecting jade." He swiftly produced another envelope and firmly placed it in Zhang Banjian's hand. "Rest assured, Master, I will safeguard this heart-protecting jade with utmost care." Nodding, Zhang Banjian accepted the envelope and then bestowed the pendant upon Tang Long Xiao. He cautioned, "I must advise you that the waters of Jinghai run deep. It is a realm you may not fully grasp. Even with my heart-protecting jade, it may not yield any improvement." Tang Long, clenching his fist, expressed his determination, "Master, fear not. The land of Jinghai has languished for too long. It yearns for a true leader to steer it towards new heights. My father entrusted the family business to me at an early age, hoping to witness my rise. I cannot disappoint him. My ambitions extend beyond Jinghai. I aspire to dominate the entire capital." Standing resolutely, Tang Long exuded an aura of ambition. "I seek to conquer the world. Tell me, who dares to rival me?" Zhang Banjian stroked his beard, smiling faintly. "Indeed, Long Xiao, you are exceptional. Truly, the student surpasses the master." Filled with pride, Tang Long declared, "Master, to achieve greatness, one cannot do without a clever strategist. I believe you would be perfect for the role." No, that will not do," Zhang Banjian retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. The notion of joining forces was out of the question. He was well aware of the consequences of such a venture. One could easily end up destitute, unable to afford even a meal. For envelopes would not suffice to buy his loyalty. Such dreams were folly. Tang Long felt a twinge of disappointment. "Master, why is it impossible?" "It is simply impossible. There is no need for further explanation." Zhang Banjian immediately declined, his expression grave. "The reasons are not for me to elaborate upon, but remember this. Even with my heart-guarding jade, you will face numerous challenges. Do you still wish to pursue your ambitions? A man who does not strive for greatness squanders his innate potential. The heavens do not forsake those who endeavor. Trivial difficulties are nothing to fear." Tang Long firmly believed he could dominate Jinghai, and that the man destined for greatness could only be him. Zhang Banzian chuckled, stroking his beard. His murky eyes obscured in mystery. Young Master Long, you possess quite the lofty aspirations. I eagerly await that day. I shall not see you off. Just as Zhang Banzian was departing, he seemed to recall something and added, Young Master Long, your troubles have already begun. Tang Long gazed at the receding figure, filled with confusion. Troubles? Now, looking around, he found himself unscathed, with the heart-guarding jade in hand, feeling no sense of unease. He was utterly bewildered. Where are the difficulties? I do not create them. Chapter 43, The Nightingale of Darkness. Sun Ho briefly outlined a plan, instructing Tang Jin and Jiang Shi to prepare, and without further ado, permitted them to rest. Tang Jin's primary task remained supervising Shi Jiang, as Tang Long had observed that this slippery fellow posed an even greater threat than Zhu Hua. Am I overreacting to a mere young upstart? He could not fathom why young Master Long was so cautious. Shaking his head, Tang Jin retired to his room for the night. In the vastness of the world, sleep reigns supreme. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi whistled cheerfully as he strolled through the Tang family courtyard, reflecting on his encounter with Shi Jiang, savoring the experience. His only conclusion was that this individual must not be allowed to remain. If he is not dealt with today, he will pose a significant threat in the future. Jiang Shi felt a headache brewing. Letting Shi Jiang escape once was easy, but capturing him would be a Herculean task. What is the point of overthinking? Time to wash up and sleep. There is nothing that a good night's rest cannot resolve. The night was shrouded in darkness, the vision somewhat obscured. Yet, Jiang Shi's instincts remained sharp, as if he sensed a hint of danger. He immediately heightened his vigilance, his gaze sweeping the area. Who goes there? The surroundings were enveloped in an endless void, devoid of any visible figures. Could it be an illusion? No, it was certainly not an illusion. After years of navigating the assassin's rankings, Jiang Shi had honed his senses. He could detect the slightest deviation. Who is it? Do not masquerade in the shadows. In the distance, a dark silhouette slowly emerged. Well, you truly dare to come here? Are you unaware this is the Tang family courtyard? It is evident you are also an assassin, yet you brazenly expose yourself before me. Do you not fear that I might raise my voice and summon the Tang family? The nightingale's gaze was chilling, shrouded in a dark cloak that obscured its true form. Regrettably, the sentinels of the Tang family had been dealt with long ago. You may attempt to call out and see if anyone responds. As these words fell, the temperature of the air plummeted to an extreme low. Jiang Shi, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from calling out. He understood that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Furthermore, they were within the secluded inner courtyard of the Tang family, where human presence was sparse, save for the watchman. It appeared that a confrontation was imminent. No sooner had the words left his lips than the nightingale vanished into the darkness. Jiang Shi cast his gaze about, searching the surroundings. How infuriating! He found himself in a passive position, and amidst the cover of night, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Who are you? Jiang Shi's heart raced as he surveyed the inky blackness surrounding him. Indeed, panic seized him. He was thoroughly unnerved. Suddenly, two glimmers of cold light flickered in the pitch-black night. In a state of frantic urgency, Jiang Shi attempted to evade, yet was still struck by the biting cold light, which carved two deep gashes across his arm. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he pivoted and threw a punch. However, the nightingale had long since concealed itself within the shadows, leaving no trace. The punch met only emptiness, and Jiang Shi staggered back slightly. He could not perceive her. The night was entirely her domain. He inhaled slowly, feeling somewhat disordered. Jiang Shi could only retreat cautiously, striving to remain vigilant against any surprise attack. In the obscurity of night, he could discern only the faint glimmers of cold light, which were his only means of reaction. Yet, even that proved insufficient. The nightingale's speed was too swift for him to counter. Swish, swish, swish. The wounds on Jiang Shi's body multiplied, tainted with blood, leaving him in a state of disarray. He was utterly outmatched, not even on the same level as his adversary. His eyes burned with a crimson hue. He was trapped, unable to flee or fight back. As if the enemy sought to drive him mad. What do you intend to do? The night is my alias, and you are but prey within its depths. Jiang Shi's pupils constricted sharply. I understand now. The night. You are the nightingale, ranked 7th on the assassin's list. Furthermore, you are the 9th on the god of death's list. Jiang Shi shouted in alarm, realizing he faced a true harbinger of death. The gravitas of the god of death's ranking vastly surpassed that of the assassins. The latter merely ranked killers, while those on the former list were merciless figures known for their blood-soaked deeds. Even a random mercenary group from the rankings would likely pale in comparison to a single god of death. A haunting voice echoed within the stillness of the inner courtyard. Clever. Jiang Shi, consumed by rage, retorted, I harbor no grievances against you. Why seek my life? Someone desires your head, and they wish to torment you, rendering your existence a living nightmare. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. These words struck Jiang Shi's mind like a tempest, stirring a whirlwind of turmoil. In the depths of despair, Jiang Shi felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Indeed, if they intended to kill him, it would have been merciful to do so swiftly. If he were to confront someone from the assassin list, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, Nightingale was a figure of dread, ranked 9th on the God of Murder list, a distinction reserved for only 9 individuals. The 7th on the assassin list could only aspire to the 9th position on the God of Murder list, rendering the significance of this rank all too clear. Should Nightingale choose to end his life, he would likely be unaware of his demise until the very last moment. Jiang Shi slumped helplessly to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. All he wished to know was who he had offended. Perhaps it was someone named Shi Jiang. Nightingale, in a moment of candor, divulged this name to him, for it would not do to let him perish as an obscure victim. Jiang Shi scoffed, his disdain palpable. Shi Jiang, damn him. I knew this boy was not ordinary, but to have such a powerful backing. Come then, grant me a swift end. No sooner had he spoken than Nightingale was already behind him, 2 gleaming blades crossing in an instant before gliding forward. Swish! The moonlight bathed the earth in a pale glow, casting a faint light as the cold wind rustled through, stirring the dry leaves. The head of the imposing figure slowly fell to the ground, and everything appeared eerily natural. Silence enveloped the scene, an overwhelming tranquility, a suffocating quietude. Nightingale vanished like an embodiment of the night, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the courtyard of the Tang family remained undisturbed. Some lay asleep in their beds, while others rested on the ground. Among them were those feigning slumber and those truly lost in dreams. In the Zhu family, Shi Jiang lay in bed, resting, until he was abruptly roused by the clanging of the system notification. Mission accomplished, famed blade activated. Shi Jiang was instantly filled with ire. Clearly annoyed with the system for disturbing his slumber. Are you trying to drive me mad? Waking me up in the middle of the night with this nonsense? Do you want me to lose my sleep? Wait, what did you just say? Mission accomplished, famed blade activated. Goodness gracious, when did I complete a mission? Just like last time, it makes no sense. Nevertheless, I won't complain. I hope to receive more tasks like this in the future. With a thick skin, Shi Jiang chuckled. Famed blade. Deflect a lethal attack once. System, I adore you. So, I have equipped the famed blade of destiny. This truly is the ultimate starter pack. Oh dear. Does this mean I am a man with 2 lives? Enjoy your little secret. Look at you, speaking as if I haven't seen the world before. Without me, you'd probably still be a penniless wretch. I must say, I find that remark rather unpalatable. 3 seconds, famed blade skill cancelled. Shi Jiang's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately pleaded, System, please, don't do this. After finally granting me a life-saving skill, you can't just take it away. I would be utterly finished. Shi Jiang resorted to sweet-talking the system, hoping to salvage his situation. It is indeed quite challenging. Not only must one cater to the system, but also to my esteemed relative, lest I suffer the consequences. I find myself perplexed, wondering how I have become such a sycophant. Shi Jiang is at a loss for words, yet he cannot pinpoint the source of his troubles. Both he and Tang Long are engulfed in frustration. Chapter 44, The Situation. In the early morning, a faint light of dawn graces the horizon. Tang Long lights a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, appearing rather despondent. A stark contrast to his ambitious self from the previous day. The death of Jiang Shi has evidently dealt a severe blow to him. Before him lies Jiang Shi's lifeless body. Though shrouded, it still bleeds a foul, crimson liquid. He cannot fathom how anyone could infiltrate the Tang family and assassinate Jiang Shi. Something is amiss. It simply does not add up. If someone from the Tang family had entered, why not eliminate him directly instead of targeting Jiang Shi? Perhaps it serves as a hint or a threat. How dare they threaten me? Tang Long, as the head of the family, has never endured such indignity. He reflects deeply, affirming Zhang Banjian's words. This is the essence of difficulty. And perhaps it is only the beginning. The master does not deceive me. If Master Zhang were to become my strategist, seizing half of Jinghai would be effortless. Yet, why does he refuse? Am I deemed unworthy? Tang Long, filled with disappointment, exhales a heavy sigh. Dispose of him properly, and give him a grand burial. His gaze suddenly darkens ominously. I care not whether you are from the Li, Zhu, or Xiang families of Jinghai. Should I discover who killed Jiang Shi, you shall await your doom. Tang Long's brow furrows with wrath, shrouded in an ominous gloom. One day, you will learn who truly reigns over Jinghai. At this moment, a figure approaches Tang Long, speaking slowly, young master. Officer Liu from the police station has already contacted the Zhu family, though the specific reason remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's expression shifts to one of delight and intrigue. Oh, truly? My subordinate would not dare to speak carelessly. Could it be that the Zhu family has committed some transgression, drawing Officer Liu's attention? This is fortuitous indeed. Tang Long gazes at the jade pendant in his hand, a serene smile gracing his lips. The master does not deceive me. This pendant truly enhances my fortune. The recent events concerning the Zhu family serve as the finest testament to this. However, the master had warned that fortune can ultimately be outmatched. This notion causes Tang Long to feel conflicted. If that is the case, has he not already lost before the race has begun? He furrows his brow, murmuring to himself. It seems I must reconsider my plans to guard against unforeseen circumstances. At the Zhu family, Shi Jiang suddenly turns, a fierce expression on his face. Could you please stop dragging me along? I wish to leave. Zhu Xinyue refuses to let go, questioning, why? Your injury has barely had a day to recover. I am not Tang Mu. This minor injury is inconsequential. In your household, that would be a true affliction. Yesterday was perilous. I nearly lost my life. Shi Jiang felt a deep sense of anguish, tears streaming down his face. The Zhu family may engage in battles with whomever they choose, yet it bears no relevance to me. The Zhu family is indeed not a safe haven. With a resolute heart, Shi Jiang was determined to leave, and no amount of obstruction from Zuxinyu would prove effective. Thus, he dragged Zuxinyu out of the gates of the Zhu residence. By chance, Shi Jiang encountered Lunan. Oh dear, who might that be? Shi Jiang was about to curse, but quickly silenced himself, for before him stood several police officers, and he was compelled to act as a courteous university student. Lunan, intrigued, inquired, Shi Jiang, what brings you here? Oh, just visiting a classmate, Shi Jiang stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety as he conjured a flimsy excuse. Lunan chuckled, look at you, why the panic? I'm not here for you. Shi Jiang felt even more flustered. Could this person discern his inner turmoil? Goodness, they are special police. He turned to Zuxinyu. Did you see that? I told you your family is not secure, and now look, the police have come knocking. You can handle this yourself. I shall take my leave. With a pat on his backside, Shi Jiang hastily departed. What a farce. The Zhu family was clearly troubled, and becoming a son-in-law there required a certain fortune. As Zuxinyu attempted to pursue him, she was stopped by Lunan. Miss Zhu, you cannot leave. Your cooperation is vital to our investigation. Lunan, accompanied by a group of officers, entered the Zhu residence. Zuxinyu furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and nodded in agreement. Officers, please come in. In the elegant study, Zhu Hua listened intently, his gaze dim, as Lunan recounted the events, nodding in thoughtful acknowledgement. This matter indeed defies explanation. Hence, I sought the head of the Zhu family to discuss how we might address it, Lunan said, a half-smirk on his face, seemingly awaiting a response. Zhu Hua appeared lost in thought, exhaling deeply. Since the surveillance implicates Zhu Zhua, you may take him into custody. Beside him, Zhu Zhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, I have no choice. People are claiming you are the murderer of Xia Hong, and my family cannot offer protection. Lunan immediately interjected, head of the Zhu family. You might deceive others, but do you truly believe you can mislead me as if I were a mere child? Then let us take Zuxinyu as well. Zhu Hua closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Brother Zuxinyu gasped. Lunan laughed, raising a cup of tea from the table and drinking it down. The tea is quite good. Now please see yourselves out. Zhu Hua waved his hand, only to be halted by Lunan. If the head of the Zhu family is reluctant to speak the truth, I shall be forthright. On the day Xia Hong was killed, Zhu Zhua was present at the scene in the alley, while Zuxinyu, although not witness there, was unexpectedly kidnapped by the Tang family. Am I correct? Zhu Hua's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Lunan smiled faintly. I am certain I am correct. Afterward, Zhu Xiyue was rescued, and the grand banquet of the Tang family proceeded as usual. Surely, it would not be devoid of friction. Zhu would turn to Lu Nan with a piercing gaze. Captain Lu, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Are you merely here to spout idle remarks? He chuckled heartily. I am certain that the two families will engage in conflict. However, their affairs are none of my concern. As long as the innocent are not involved, you may pursue whatever course you wish. Ideally, both families would suffer greatly, and the Zhu and Tang families would be completely expelled from Jinghai City. That would be most advantageous. Zhu Hua clenched the beads in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Even so, what of it? The Zhu family has always maintained a respectful distance from you. Should you wish to meddle, the Zhu family is not incapable of reciprocating. The head of the Zhu family spoke with gravity. I lack the power and the privilege to contend with you. I have come merely to advise you. A war between the Zhu and Tang families will undoubtedly stir up a tempest in Jinghai, and none will be able to control the aftermath. Given the current situation, I hope you will contemplate this carefully. I have considered it very thoroughly, Lu Nan replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he already possessed an answer. He turned to Zhu Xinyue and Zhu Zhua. I shall take the two of them away. No further pleasantries. Zhu Hua gazed thoughtfully, making no move. Brother. Seeing herself being taken away, Zhu Xinyue quickly implored her brother. You must say something. Are you just going to watch your own sister being taken away? Can you bear it? I can bear it, quite well indeed. After much ado, it was revealed that Xia Hong's downfall was your doing. It was not obvious until now. Pretend all you want. You have deceived your brother and still expect him to rescue you? Zhu Hua's expression darkened. You should seriously consider how to report to our elder brother. Chapter 45. Invitation. A new day dawned, and Shi Jiang, filled with confidence, headed to class, his life brimming with beauty. The only difference was that Zhu Xinyue was absent. That is odd. She used to cling to me during class. Today feels strangely incomplete. Shi Jiang pondered. Why isn't Zhu Xinyue here? Could it be that my words yesterday were too much? That can't be. I was quite tactful. Thus, filled with curiosity, Shi Jiang opened his phone, only to discover a message from Zhu Hua. What? Zhu Xinyue is in custody? A smile spread across his face. Is this a joke? And you, as her brother, still tease? There were indeed police yesterday, but it had nothing to do with Zhu Xinyue. It must be that the Zhu family has engaged in some shady dealings. What do you mean? Are you trying to brush me off? You, as her brother, are being rather unkind. He sighed, contemplating deeply. However, if the Zhu family has truly committed some unsavory act, Zhu Xinyue will undoubtedly be embroiled in it. I certainly shall not agree to this. Otherwise, I would become a widower. One must take the time to thoroughly admonish Zhu Hua. What sort of person is this? Attending to one's own affairs, yet sending one's sister into trouble? How absurd. Slap. Li Tong chuckled, playfully striking Shi Jiang on the back. What's this? Have you angered the young lady Zhu? No, of course not. Shi Jiang quickly waved his hand. Li Tong, however, was unconvinced, casting a skeptical glance. If she's upset, just admit it. Soothing her would be simple enough. You blockhead. Who's a blockhead? Shi Jiang retorted. Just because Zhu Xinyue skips class doesn't mean I'm involved. All right, let us not escalate this. Brother Jiang, I concede my fault. To make amends, allow me to present you with an invitation. I hope you will grace us with your presence at the upcoming banquet. Suddenly, Li Tong produced an invitation and slipped it into Shi Jiang's pocket. All our classmates will be there. It's my birthday. Shi Jiang blinked in confusion. It's your birthday? You're giving out invitations? Are you serious? Seeing the disdain in Shi Jiang's eyes, Li Tong chuckled. What's the matter? You can't even accept an invitation from your brother? Fine, but I must insist on a glass of Lafite, the 1982 vintage. Li Tong replied. A young man from Jinghai is rather pretentious. Just say whether you'll come or not. With a heavy sigh, Li Tong said, I'll bring it. Is it acceptable for a young man from Jinghai to attend without a gift? Li Tong grumbled. Sure. Before he could finish, Li Tong interrupted. Just go. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. By the way, why don't you send a message to the young lady Zhu and see if she can attend? Shi Jiang shook his head. I'm afraid she cannot come. Why not? Li Tong pressed. Shi Jiang shot him a glance. Why all the questions? He certainly couldn't reveal that Zhu Xinyue was in custody, could he? Who would dare voice such a thing? Very well, Li Tong sighed softly. I had hoped for a surprise, but alas, Shi Jiang remained puzzled. What surprise? What are you talking about? Nothing much. Just meet me at Yijianghai on the 8th floor at 9 tonight, no exceptions. Are you serious? You've booked such an extravagant venue? You've reserved the entire 8th floor of Yijianghai? Li Tong sighed again. A young man from Jinghai has his pride. It had to be arranged. I couldn't just reserve part of it, so I had to take the whole floor. Shi Jiang raised a thumb in approval. Truly, you are the illustrious young Master Li. Money seems abundant. The cost for the 8th floor of Yijianghai for a single night is a staggering sum. Unattainable for the average person. Only a scion from Jinghai could afford such luxury. The 9th floor would cost even more, likely surpassing $1 million for a night. Which is why Li Tong had only booked the 8th floor. As they were about to part ways, Li Tong couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you inquire again if Zhu Xinyue is coming?" Hearing this, Shi Jiang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Between us brothers, why involve that woman? It would only complicate matters. Let us not bother with her." If Zhu Xinyue were to learn of Zhang's remarks, she would undoubtedly be incensed. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself in a precarious position. In the interrogation room of the Jinghai City Police Department, Lu Nin pressed further, "Who truly harmed Xiaohong? Do not assume we are unaware. Confess the truth." Zhu Xinyue blinked pitifully. "Officer, you are being harsh with me." "Who is being harsh? Do not wrongfully accuse others. It would be prudent for you to speak the truth now. I have stated repeatedly that it was not me. Perhaps you should inquire with Xiaozhua instead." Lu Nan's expression darkened. He was tempted to resort to extreme measures to extract a confession from Zhu Xinyue. He was acutely aware of her culpability, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate a charge against her. As for the suggestion of questioning Xiaozhua, Lu Nin merely scoffed, his demeanor steeped in foreboding. For he was aware of the proceedings in another interrogation room. Xiaozhua, in a frenzy of desperation, pleaded, "Esteemed officers, it was I who did it. I am responsible for Xiaohong's injuries. I confess now. Could my sentence be lightened? Indeed, it was I. Arrest me. No, I've already been apprehended. Please, convict me. I promise to amend my ways and will never dare to repeat this." The interrogating officer remarked, "I initially believed I would need to engage in some motivational discourse, but it appears that is no longer necessary. I have never encountered such an eager confessor. Has the world truly descended to this?" With a deep sigh, the officer expressed his disappointment, pondering how things were progressing with Lu Team. Lu Nin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhu Xinyue, yet felt utterly powerless. "I wonder how things are faring in the other interrogation room." At that moment, a police officer entered and whispered a few words to Lu. "It must be done this way," he concluded. As the officer departed, Lu Nin cast one last glance at Zhu Xinyue before losing further interest. Outside, another officer announced, "Good day, Director." Zhu Xinyue's heart trembled, a bitter expression crossing her face. Soon, a figure stood before her, a man with a stern countenance, exuding immense authority. "Hello." She turned her head slightly, her irritation palpable. Not at all pleasant. Zhu Yan smiled faintly, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Zhu Xinyue. "You are aware it is not pleasant, but do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I did nothing. It was Xiao's doing. Please, let me go." Zhu Yan's eyes darkened. "How many times must I remind you? I am the chief of the Jinghai City Police Department, not your elder brother. Mind your language." Then, "Chief of the Jinghai City Police, please release me." Zhu Xinyue paused momentarily before adding, "Do not compel me to lodge a complaint against you." Zhu Yan, exasperated, retorted, "Sister, how many times have I advised you? Yet, you refuse to listen. And now, look where you find yourself." Zhu Xinyue's cheeks flushed pink as she shot a glance. "But you are here, are you not? Preposterous. I once stated that as the chief of the Jinghai City Police Department, I could no longer inquire into the matters of the Zhu family, and thus, I am unable to assist you with your affairs. If Xiaozhua has already confessed, what is the purpose of your continued confinement of me? Release me at once. I have pressing matters to attend to." Zhu Yan, in a fit of anger, pointed a finger at Zhu Xinyue, exclaiming, "You, Xiaozhua is such an honest child. Are you going to let me go or not?" Zhu Yan took a deep breath and replied, "Fine. However, heed this. You will henceforth be a key subject of surveillance at the police department. Lu Nin will monitor your every move. This is beyond my control." Zhu Xinyue scoffed coldly. "Let him supervise. When the time comes, I will deal with him. Let us see who dares to watch over me." Zhu Yan shot her a glare. "Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Conceal your petty schemes." At that moment, Lu Nin burst into the interrogation room, exclaiming, "Chief, I object." "Why do you object?" Zhu Yan inquired. Lu Nin replied slowly, "Chief, I understand she is your sister, but you cannot show favoritism." Zhu Yan retorted, "Then why don't you take the position of chief?" Lu Nin quickly waved his hands. a sense of dread washing over him. Chief, you jest. I am not joking. I speak earnestly. Lu Nen awkwardly stepped back, saying, the chief is merely jesting. Yet this matter indeed warrants greater consideration. Xiaozhua has already confessed, and you possess no evidence. You cannot make such a decisive conclusion. Zhu Yin immediately insisted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Just as Lu Nen attempted to respond, words failed him. Alas, it seems the chief truly wishes to overtly show favoritism. If given the chance, I must take the opportunity to confront him. Zhu Yin gazed at the two, shaking his head in bewilderment. Lu Nen, following my sister will yield unexpected rewards. In due time, you will comprehend my good intentions. With their individual thoughts in mind, the two departed, leaving only Zhu Xinyue in high spirits. At last I am free. What a farce this Jinghai Police Department is, always wronging the innocent. How could a delicate beauty like me ever harm Xiaohong? Xiaozhua, you stay here and rehabilitate. I shall not forget your kindness. She scoffed at the thought of Shijiang, irritated that Li Tong hadn't even called her for the banquet, and thought, it seems you are itching for trouble. Zhu Xinyue noticed a message from Li Tong on her phone, containing recordings of his conversation with Shijiang, along with details about Li Tong's birthday banquet. Still dare to call me a nuisance? Just wait, you insufferable man. Zhu Xinyue glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock, and she had time. Hee, Shijiang. I am on my way. In the grand banquet hall, lights sparkled brilliantly, with resplendent crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, casting dazzling rays of light. The carpet was of exquisite luxury, seemingly woven from the finest silk and wool. Li Tong stepped onto the carpet, his face radiant like the spring sun, surveying the distinguished guests around him. Your presence here today is a testament to the esteem you hold for me, Li. Let us indulge in merriment and not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Indeed, what a fitting display of generosity from young Master Li. We shall raise our glasses in your honor. Observing the scene, Shijiang was utterly taken aback. Such opulent surroundings. Had his friend Li Tong orchestrated all of this? He had assumed his companion was merely a wealthy second-generation heir, but it appeared he was far wealthier than that. Shijiang opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Li Tong. Just then, Su Xinshin approached, smiling as she took Li Tong's hand. Shijiang felt a pang of discomfort, his brow furrowing. So that was why you insisted I attend your birthday celebration. Was it merely to feed me dog food? Shijiang silently cursed Li Tong for his insensitivity. Shijiang, are you not curious? Li Tong sighed. I initially wished to relate to you as an ordinary person, but the result has been estrangement. No more pretense. I am a billionaire, and I reveal this now. Shijiang's gaze sharpened, as if a realization struck him. You share the surname Li. Could you possibly be one of the 4 great families of Jinghai? Astute, Li Tong replied. Why did you not mention this sooner? Here I am, living a wretched life. Li Tong nonchalantly picked his nose and flicked it away, somewhat irritated. In the past, when I offered you money, you rebuffed me, insisting on maintaining your lofty ideals. How was I to know you were a scion of the Li family? Shijiang felt a wave of regret wash over him. Stop joking, Shijiang. I will make amends in the future. Go away. Shijiang felt a wave of nausea. Moreover, I too believe I am the son of a wealthy second-generation heir. Not long ago, I had my father tied to a wooden post and beaten for an entire day, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Li Tong nodded. In my opinion, your father is simply stubborn and requires discipline. That makes sense. Perhaps a more thorough chastisement next time. At that moment, Lu Xiao and Wang Yang approached Li Tong, seemingly to celebrate. Young Master Li, what brings you to host a banquet today? Li Tong chuckled, guess. Just as Lu Xiao was about to respond, he unexpectedly spotted Shijiang nearby, his heart sinking. What was he doing here? Could it be that he knew young Master Li as well? Damn, what bad luck. Wang Yang, known for his fiery temper, shot a disdainful glance at Shijiang. Is this person your friend, young Master Li? Dressed so poorly, it truly tarnishes your reputation. Li Tong awkwardly nodded, attempting to alleviate the tension. We are all family here. It matters not what one wears to the banquet. The essence lies in relaxation. Shijiang remained silent, bemused. How was it that he could be caught in the crossfire, even while lying low? Wang Yang chuckled mockingly and gave Shijiang a shove. Caught off guard, Shijiang stumbled back, nearly toppling over. Hey, what else with the shoving? You're asking for trouble. Country bumpkin, that shove was a courtesy. Consider yourself fortunate I haven't struck you yet. Wang Yang let out a cold snort, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Suddenly, A bundle of red bills was forcefully flung onto Shi Jiang's face. The moment Shi Jiang, who had just clenched his fists, relaxed, his expression softened instantaneously. It hurt, yet he felt elated. Brother, is there more? Why not just bury me in it? Li Tong, with a look of exasperation, retorted, this is my birthday banquet. At least show some decency, will you? Wang Yang laughed heartily, a hint of mockery in his tone. Li Tong, your friend here is truly a character. Shi Jiang picked up the money from the ground, estimating it to be at least 2,000 or 3,000. Although he still had around 100,000 system coins left. Who would ever turn down more wealth? Brother, is there any more? Wang Yang grinned mischievously, producing another stack of red bills, tossing them back and forth. Crawl through my legs for these. They all belong to you. With a resounding slap, another bundle of cash landed on the ground. The other guests at the banquet began to take notice, casting their gazes towards Wang Yang and Shi Jiang. Are there more performances at the banquet? Young Master Li is quite considerate. The atmosphere was oddly subdued. Shi Jiang stared blankly at the pile of cash before him, lost in thought. Damn, is this guy for real? I haven't done anything, and he's just looking for trouble. Noticing Shi Jiang's indifference, Wang Yang smiled faintly. I understand. Soon after, yet another stack of bills was forcefully tossed onto Shi Jiang's face. Is this enough? If not, I have more. His companion, Lu Xiao, quickly intervened, urging him to rein it in. He had seen enough at the Tang family to know exactly who Shi Jiang was. Buddy, there are so many people here. Don't cause a scene. What is there to fear? Can he really hit me? Slap. Unable to restrain himself, Shi Jiang delivered a heavy slap. Wang Yang was taken aback, glancing down to see the money he had tossed now stuffed into Shi Jiang's pockets. You're truly shameless, taking and hitting? Wang Yang felt a sharp pain on his face, his hatred for Shi Jiang intensifying. You dare to hit me? I'm targeting you. Tossing money at me is nothing short of an affront to my dignity. An affront to your dignity? Then don't use my money. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shi Jiang awkwardly chuckled. This is what I deserve. Bah, you shameless country bumpkin. What's wrong? Do you want to compare skills? Wang Yang challenged. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The two immediately engaged in a brawl. However, Wang Yang was no match for Shi Jiang. Oh, you're worth quite a bit, he jeered. What nonsense are you spouting? Just wait until I take you down. Detestable country bumpkin, taking my money and then hitting me. I'm hitting you. That is precisely my intent. Their scuffle sent the banquet into chaos. Li Tong hurriedly tried to intervene, but was sent flying by a kick from both Wang Yang and Shi Jiang. Stay out of it. Li Tong shouted. Shi Jiang, are you not even listening to me? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Shi Jiang continued to fight, relishing in every punch he threw, unwilling to cease his onslaught. Just as he thought he could continue unabated, a captivating voice echoed from a distance, resonating solely with Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang, have you missed me? The once ferocious combatant froze, terror flooding his eyes. How could she have arrived? Chapter 47. The Protective Wife Without a Moment's Hesitation. Shi Jiang turned and fled, leaving Wang Yang utterly bewildered. Though I am a privileged heir and you have taken my money, if I allow this to continue, others may think I am merely letting you win. This is all scripted to showcase my might. Isn't that Miss Zhu? Zhu Xinyue stood menacingly in Shi Jiang's path. Why are you running away upon seeing me? Why are you here? Shi Jiang scratched his head. Why can't I be here? Aren't you supposed to be busy with oranges? Zhu Xinyue replied, her petite face flushed with indignation. Not at all. It was just too sudden. Still denying it. Zhu Xinyue immediately tugged at Shi Jiang's ear. This won't do. If this continues, I shall be defeated. With so many witnesses around, shall the young men of Jinghai lose face? In that critical moment, an idea struck Shi Jiang. Instantaneously, he squeezed out a few tears, running towards Zhu Xinyue with a woeful expression. My dear wife, you have come. Please protect me. This scoundrel has bullied me to the point of losing my dignity. He pointed at Wang Yang. Shi Jiang then collapsed into Zhu Xinyue's embrace, the comforting scent enveloping him, bringing a sense of solace. Whoa, my dear wife is avenging me. A mischievous smile crept across Shi Jiang's face. Wang Yang, prepare for your demise. Zhu Xinyue's anger dissipated as concern took its place. Which reckless fool dares to bully my man? All eyes turned towards Wang Yang, who found himself the target of collective disdain. His heart raced. The weight of public scorn was palpable. Just moments ago, they were not so united. How swiftly they turned against him. Li Tong observed the unfolding drama, speechless. This Shi Jiang, living off others while being so brazen. Zhu Xinyue is clearly a fiercely protective wife, It seems both of them are rather peculiar. Wang Yang, now terrified, hurriedly protested, Miss Zhu, this has nothing to do with me. He took my money and assaulted me. Tell me, who is bullying whom? The attendees of the banquet nodded in agreement, affirming that Shi Jiang had indeed instigated the conflict. Not long ago, he had the upper hand in their altercation. Zhu Xingyue, however, was unyielding, glaring at Wang Yang with fury. Did you strike first, or was it I? Wang Yang was utterly confounded. Isn't this just sheer bullying? Indeed. It is a form of bullying, isn't it? Wang Yang clenched his fists, feeling the sting of this verbal insult. How infuriating. Ah, but I can summon assistance. Zhu Xingyue smiled lightly, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Pray tell, where's your help? Wang Yang quickly glanced at Lu Xiao, desperation etched across his face. My friend, please rescue me. Lu Xiao feigned ignorance, his demeanor icy. What? I don't recognize you. Who are you looking for? They appeared as strangers to one another. Wang Yang stood frozen, feeling as if the sky were collapsing upon him. Ignoring me? Lu Xiao distanced himself. My friend, you must endure a bit of suffering. You did not heed my warning before, and now you regret it? Let me enlighten you. You have landed yourself in serious trouble. Miss Zhu is a fiercely protective wife. And you know all too well how despicable Shi Jiang can be. The two of them together? It is evident they are of the same ilk. I genuinely cannot assist you. Wang Yang watched helplessly as Lu Xiao departed, engulfed in confusion. Smack! A slap landed on his face. Ouch! That familiar sensation. Reminiscent of Shi Jiang's earlier strike. Pain is expected. There is even more to come. Wait. Wang Yang covered his face with one hand, raising the other in surrender. What is it? Could you refrain from striking my face? Zhu Xingyue nodded. Very well, no more face slapping. Wang Yang's bodyguards dared not act recklessly, for their adversary had an overwhelming number of supporters, and they wished to preserve their lives. Shi Jiang was displeased. He immediately adopted a sulky tone. Xingyue darling. He just slapped my face, it hurts terribly. Li Tong watched, lost in thought. How absurd, let them be absurd. Well then, daring to strike my man's face? Someone. Punish him severely. The onlookers were too intimidated to utter a word. They recalled a saying, it is better to offend the Zhu family's Zhu Hua than to cross Zhu Xingyue. Indeed, this adage held true. It was utterly unreasonable. Zhu Xingyue laughed lightly. Why should there be any rationale in striking someone? Wang Yang endured a beating, writhing in agony. Please stop. I was wrong. It is I who failed to recognize the formidable presence of Master Jiang. Shi Jiang grinned, his satisfaction palpable. Delightful. Without breaking a sweat, I have triumphed. Xingyue is truly good to me. The world is a fade. Everything is an illusion, but Xingyue is real. How moving. Shi Jiang, have I treated you well? Zhu Xingyue asked with pride. Very well. Will you still want me in the future? Yes. Will you still marry me then? Yes. Li Tong observed the scene. And even with his composure as a seasoned player, he felt slightly overwhelmed. What? Is my brother truly becoming a fool? Is this for real? Enough. If this continues, someone may lose their life. 1, 2, 3, go. Wang Yang was violently thrown aside, collapsing onto the ground, rendered unconscious. He struggled to rise, his face marred by numerous bruises. With trembling lips, he directed his gaze towards Lu Xiao and weakly inquired, Why didn't you warn me just now? I did. But would you have heeded it? Zhu Xingyue then turned her attention to the assembly, admonishing, Is there anyone else who dares to oppose? With her words, silence fell. Who would dare speak out? With such a fiercely protective wife, even those who disapproved of Shi Jiang remained unyieldingly silent. Even his close friend, Li Tong, found him disagreeable, let alone the others. Li Tong sighed, attempting to ease the tension in the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, that was merely a brief performance to lighten the mood. Now, we move on to the main event. A mysterious smile crept across Li Tong's face. The guests quickly chimed in. Indeed, Li Tong. You gathered us for such a grand occasion, merely to celebrate a birthday? Of course not. Li Tong took Su Xinxin's hand and gracefully approached the stage. Observing this, the crowd whispered, Oh no, it seems we're about to witness a romantic interlude, and it's still warm. Shi Jiang was equally perplexed, narrowing his eyes. Indeed. The fierce tigress had managed to tame the Ocean King. Excitement buzzed among the guests. Could there be a public confession? How romantic. Li Tong produced a beautifully crafted box from his pocket and slowly opened it, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. Su Xinxin, I adore you. The assembly erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Wow. Su Xinxin gazed at the ring, then abruptly seized Li Tong's ear, executing a dramatic twist. Ah! A cry of pain echoed through the hall. Gradually, Su Xinxin stated, I do not like you. Shijiang, Zhu Xinhua, Lu Xiao, the fallen Wang Yang. Everyone was left in shock, except for Li Tong, who wore an awkward smile. However, they could not discern his true feelings. Beneath his calm exterior, turmoil raged within him. This script was not unfolding as expected. Why had Su Xinxin rejected him at such a critical moment? What a disgrace. Li Tong looked at the bewildered faces of the assembly and, with a nonchalant smile, exclaimed, surprised? Unexpected? This was merely a little act, a performance. The crowd remained skeptical, uncertain of Li Tong's explanation. He quickly shifted the focus, gesturing as the lights dimmed and illuminated Shijiang and Zhu Xinhua. In truth, the real protagonists of today are these two. Shijiang, you truly are a good brother, are you not? If you continue this way, there will be no brothers left. Someone might get hurt. Chapter 48. A confession to Zhu Xinhua. Li Tong has been saved. All eyes turned to Shijiang and Zhu Xinhua. Li Tong had already approached Shijiang, his face filled with gratitude. He pounded his chest vigorously, considering him a true brother in his heart. Before he could finish speaking, the diamond ring was already placed in Shijiang's hand. In truth, it was prepared for you. You. Shijiang was astonished. What does this mean? Setting a trap for a brother? At this moment, he only needed to glance back to discern Zhu Xinhua's expression to understand his fate. He turned around to find Zhu Xinhua radiating a dazzling smile, utterly enchanting. Oh no, she looked so pleased. Shijiang tightly clutched the diamond ring, as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. Damn, Li Tong, look at your disdainful expression. My friend is helping you. Young girls fall for this kind of thing. And Zhu Xinhua is no exception. You can definitely win her over. That aside, do you not have feelings for her? Upon hearing this, Shijiang's throat tightened. Do I like her? Nonsense, whoever likes her is a fool. Yet, to be fair, Xinhua has treated me quite well, and I do feel an inexplicable connection. But it is certainly not love. The Sea King, Li Tong, chuckled lightly. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Go on, she is waiting for you. You cannot refuse Zhu Xinhua publicly like Su Xinxin, can you? Shijiang did not retreat. Instead, he tightened his grip on the diamond ring. He felt as though he had entered into someone's scheme, but there was no turning back now. He could only press forward. Step, step. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the entire banquet fell into an unusual silence. Let us witness this. Zhu Xinhua appeared bashful, turning her face aside. How embarrassing, with so many people here. To confess to me. Her heart raced wildly. Yet, Shijiang's heart raced even more. This was his first confession, and even though it was merely 3 steps, it felt like an endless journey, filled with anxiety. Li Tong quickly stirred the crowd's emotions, shouting, confess, confess, confess. The atmosphere erupted, filled with classmates. Confess, confess, confess. Together, propose, propose, propose. I say, my friend, have you wandered into the wrong scene? Shijiang took a deep breath, clutching the diamond ring as he approached Zhu Xinhua. Their gazes locked, an unspoken shyness enveloping them. Do not be shy, go for it. Li Tong gave a gentle push, providing an unexpected assist. Shijiang nearly stumbled, as if about to fall, but thankfully, Zhu Xinhua steadied him. Since I am here, I might as well proceed. Before such a stunning beauty, who treats him so well. To claim he is not moved would be a lie. Shijiang summoned his courage and took a deep breath. Zuxinyu, with a playful smirk, revealed a gaze filled with affection. What are you doing? A gentle voice resonated in Shijiang's mind. I love you, he declared loudly. The prepared diamond ring sparkled brilliantly before Zuxinyu. She gazed at Shijiang, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The fiery ring was soon placed upon her ring finger. Li Tong, catching a whiff of the atmosphere, jested. Is that the scent of decayed romance I detect? Su Xinxin immediately twisted Li Tong's ear, retorting, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. I love you too, Zuxinyu replied, her voice choked with emotion. Really, she was overwhelmed. After pursuing him for so long, she had finally moved Shijiang. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Who would have thought that the esteemed young lady of the Zhu family harbored feelings for him? Was this a birthday celebration for Li Gongzi or their confession banquet? Will you marry me? Zuxinyu blinked her innocent eyes. Shijiang tenderly brushed Zuxinyu's hair and whispered in her ear, I shall marry no one but you. The flower curtain atop the platform gradually descended, showering pure red rose petals, perfuming the air. At that moment, The couple was enveloped, petals falling like rain. How romantic! An exclamation of envy erupted from the crowd. The young lady's man is so considerate, even preparing rose petals in advance. Shijiang protested. What are these flowers doing here? I certainly did not prepare them. Do not wrongfully accuse me. A hint of conspiracy wafted through the air as Shijiang cast a fierce glance at Li Tong. Kiss, kiss. The crowd cheered. Just as Shijiang attempted to respond, Zuxinyu leaned in. In broad daylight, she pressed a fervent kiss upon Shijiang's lips. This is your reward. Enjoy it secretly. Shijiang, momentarily bewildered, felt his lips move and was enveloped in a tender reverie. The onlookers, who had just wished to celebrate, suddenly wore expressions of disapproval. Oh, my eyes! How painful! It was evident that this banquet was anything but ordinary. They were indulging in a feast of romance. After a prolonged moment, Shijiang finally broke free. Yet the sight of Zuxinyu's flushed cheeks left him yearning for more. We cannot continue. There are too many witnesses. Zuxinyu, resembling a coy bride, grasped Shijiang's hand. Reveling in the moment. Get off the stage. Get off the stage. The crowd erupted in laughter. They could no longer endure the couple's affectionate display. Even the finest dog food could not satiate their appetite for romance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shijiang and Zuxinyu descended from the stage, their hands still entwined, radiating sweetness. Li Tong chuckled. How can you still be amused? I suspect you orchestrated this all along. No, Li Tong denied. Who would prepare such exquisite rose petals for you? At that moment, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Su Xinshin's eyes as she joyfully remarked, What do you think, my dear Xinyue? This is something I specially prepared for you. You see, I told you, this was entirely Su Xinshin's idea. She just made me feel utterly awkward on stage. Bamboo Xinyue was overjoyed and immensely grateful. Thank you, Xinshin, but you just rejected Li Tong. It's nothing. He has a thick skin. Let him feel embarrassed. Ha ha. Shijiang was momentarily taken aback. So all this time, it was just for me to confess? What else did you think? Just enjoy your little secret. Shijiang shot him a glance, thinking that Li Tong must be out of his mind. Why would you come after me when you could be perfectly fine? Truly bewildering. Come, let us drink today. We won't return until we're drunk. Cheers. The entire banquet was filled with exuberance. Outside, however, Lunin had been observing for quite a while. Feeling perplexed. So all this fuss was merely to attend a banquet? How dull. But that lad's girlfriend is Bamboo Xinyue? Lunin sneered inwardly. That's bound to bring you trouble. Just as he contemplated leaving, a figure approached from the Yijianghai restaurant. From the silhouette alone, Lunin felt an uncanny familiarity. Li Feng. Why is the Li family here? But why is Li Feng on the 9th floor? Lunin could only quietly conceal himself, following cautiously. Yet he faintly caught snippets of conversation. Do you intend to honor your commitment to the Li family? The individual concealed their face, rendering their identity unclear. Naturally, with our support, who in Jinghai could possibly oppose you? Li Feng's expression was grave as he shook his head. Even so, we must remain vigilant. The Li family's strength is not overwhelming. We must strategize carefully. The masked figure spoke slowly. That is indeed the case. The Tang and Zhu families have already taken action. Now, we shall observe the Li family's performance. There is no rush. We are only interested in the outcome. Li Feng exhaled deeply, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Jinghai needs a thorough reshuffle. Chapter 49. An unexpected call? Lun and eavesdropped cautiously, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a new discovery. His mind raced, unable to fully comprehend the implications. The Li family is also getting involved in the conflict between the Zhu and Tang families? Damn. Just when I thought nothing could surprise me. At that moment, someone quietly tapped Lu Nan on the shoulder from behind. Lu Nan waved his hand dismissively, signaling to continue his surveillance without interruption. The staff behind him appeared grim. Sir, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I may have to call for assistance. Lu Nan then realized and immediately covered the staff member's mouth. It was evident they were part of the 9th floor staff. Lu Nan swiftly displayed his police badge, signaling for the staff to remain silent. Do you understand? Yes. Then I shall release you. Please do not raise an alarm. All right. Lu Nan gradually released the staff member's mouth, only to hear him shout frantically, Police! There's a police officer. Lu Nan retorted, If I were not clad in this skin, would you believe I could end your life? Li Feng, still whispering with others, was startled by the commotion. In such secrecy, how could the police be tracking them? Damn it, the plans that must not be leaked. I shall eliminate him at once. Li Feng drew a handgun from behind, a grim expression etched across his face. He was intent on showcasing his prowess, hoping to gain favor with the masked figure. There's no need for that, the masked individual replied slowly. To attempt to silence someone after the matter has been exposed is the mark of incompetence. This does not affect our plans. Every upheaval typically invites police involvement, akin to a stubborn adhesive that cannot be shaken off. Li Feng signaled his consent. Let him be. I have other matters to attend to. Amidst the staff's outcry, Lu Nen cursed his ancestors and hurriedly departed. This time, he had resolved to be entirely cautious and would henceforth trust no one. To inquire is to be deceived. It appeared that matters were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Thus, in this turmoil, 3 of the 4 major families in Jinghai would mobilize, alongside a mysterious force sowing discord, rendering even the police impotent. Lu Nan's countenance grew increasingly grim. It seemed that a storm was brewing over Jinghai. At the banquet, drink. You owe me 20 cups, Shi Jiang. You can repay me tomorrow. Don't be so slippery. Then I'll drink on his behalf. Zhu Xinyue warmly lifted a small cup and downed it in one gulp. My goodness, Miss Zhu has quite the capacity for liquor, Li Tong exclaimed, giving her a hearty thumbs up. Shi Jiang observed Xinyue with a grin. Do you enjoy drinking so much? Take it easy, you might get drunk. I'm already tipsy, Zhu Xinyue declared, her face flushed and dazed as she leaned against Shi Jiang. Are you truly drunk or merely pretending? How did you become so inebriated so quickly? Li Tong observed her demeanor and gently suggested, since you both are intoxicated, perhaps you should leave. Yes, I want to go home, Zhu Xinyue exclaimed, her arms flailing. Shi Jiang, seeing her goofy state, became increasingly convinced of her drunkenness. Look at you, I warned you not to drink so much, and now you're tipsy. I'll have to escort you home. With great care, Shi Jiang supported Zhu Xinyue as they exited Jianghai. Let's hail a taxi. Shi Jiang waved his hand, and a passing cab came to a stop. Where to, young man? The nearest place is the Wenshui Hotel. Would you like a ride? Shi Jiang shot a glare at the driver. Please, let us speak respectfully. Do I look like that kind of person? You do. However, upon a closer inspection, the driver was taken aback by Shi Jiang's presence. The driver suddenly recalled that it was the same individual he had previously transported, a client named Shi Jiang, who was burdened with financial woes. Frustrated, he thought, even a dog wouldn't be worth picking up. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. Shi Jiang, taken aback, could only wait for another taxi. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Zhu Xinyue, feeling a sense of resignation. It was late at night, yet he still needed to escort her home. After a brief moment, Shi Jiang managed to hail another taxi. Driver, my wife is feeling a bit warm. Could you please open the windows? Certainly, the driver responded, simultaneously rolling down all 4 windows. However, the wind is rather strong. Let us close the windows and turn on the air conditioning instead. All right, the driver complied, shutting the windows and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Driver, my wife is feeling nauseous, Shi Jiang said apologetically. It's all right, the driver reassured him. Thank you, Shi Jiang replied politely. But before he could continue, the driver interrupted him, exclaiming in anger, Are you done? Get out. I won't take you anymore. Driver, you can keep the fare. With a definitive slam, the car door shut, and the vehicle accelerated abruptly, eager to depart from the scene. Shi Jiang, feeling helpless, watched as the car sped away into the night. Sighing, he thought, I merely wished to inform the driver that I had arrived. As he gazed back at the Zhu family's estate, a mischievous smile crept across his face. How delightful. I've saved on another fare. What a pleasure. The security guard, recognizing Shi Jiang, promptly opened the gate. Young master, please come in. Shi Jiang responded. Pleased. Good job. That is what I like to hear. Once I inherit the Zhu family business, I'll appoint you as a steward. Thank you, Master Zhu. The guard replied. Shi Jiang then escorted Zhu Xinyue to her room, gently tossing her onto the bed. Is this girl really that heavy? He pondered with some confusion. Just as he released her, Zhu Xinyue clung to him like a stubborn burr, her legs wrapping tightly around his waist, drool escaping her lips. I want to sleep together. Although Shi Jiang understood she was merely talking in her sleep, he found it endearing. He wiped the drool from her mouth and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sleep well, I'll take my leave now. However, a dilemma presented itself. Zhu Xinyue's legs were firmly locked around his waist, making it impossible for him to depart. What does this mean? Do you want me to stay? He mused, contemplating the situation. It's not entirely out of the question. Yet he wondered, was she truly asleep? How could she have such strength to cling to him while intoxicated? Ah, whatever, he thought. She's in a deep slumber, if I lie down beside her. She won't even notice. Without hesitation, Jiang flopped onto the bed. This bed is incredibly comfortable. And so, the two lay entwined together on the same bed, lost in a tender embrace. Zhu Xinyue lay sideways, her back turned to Jiang, when suddenly a smile graced her lips. Good night, Jiang. Just as Jiang contemplated embracing Zhu Xinyue to sleep, his phone erupted with an unexpected ring. Who would dare to call at such an hour? I was about to hold my beloved wife in my arms. How busy I am. Reluctantly, Jiang answered the call, which appeared to be from his gambling father. Son, your old man misses you. The phone call bewildered Jiang from the outset. You miss me? He thought, perplexed. Speak plainly. Your father is in dire straits. I might lose my head. Come save me. Jiang tentatively suggested. Perhaps we could discuss this tomorrow? I'm a bit preoccupied right now. No way. You are my flesh and blood. Chapter 50. The underground casino. With a slight sigh, Jiang felt a twinge of disappointment. So much for a peaceful night's rest. Had he not ruined his own chances for happiness? What have you gotten yourself into, father? On the other end, Zhentian spoke with trepidation. I owe 350,000 at the underground casino. If I do not repay them today, they will take my head. Why? Because I have been in debt to them for 6 months. And I have accumulated new debts. Jiang exclaimed, What the hell? Hey, how dare you curse your grandmother? Jiang was at his wit's end. Truth be told, he felt like twisting his father's head off and using it as a ball. You owe 350,000? Well, I've made some extra money recently. Enough to cover about 200,000 system credits. I can exchange that to clear your debts. Otherwise, no one can save your miserable head. Wait for me. Tell me the address. I shall go immediately. Zhentian expressed immense gratitude. Oh, my dear son, I can always rely on you in a crisis. Your mother won't even answer her phone. Jiang scoffed. I wouldn't expect her to. With a resigned sigh, Jiang glanced at the peacefully sleeping Zhu Xinyue. Xinyue, I'm sorry, but I cannot keep you company tonight. Blame my good-for-nothing father. I cannot stand by and let him meet his doom. Though Zhu Xinyue lay still, turmoil brewed within her. It's all your fault, you wretched Jiang. After finally getting to sleep beside me, she sulked, closing her eyes and remaining motionless. Fine, I'll just sleep. As for Jiang's troubles, I couldn't care less. Let him fend for himself. It's none of my concern. It would be best if they all perished. Wretched men are hardly worthy of my sympathy. As Jiang stepped outside, he was greeted by the chime of the system. Mission triggered. Instant comprehension has been upgraded. Pinnacle of mastery accompanies you. What does this mean? Jiang, bewildered as he stood outside, pondered why the system had granted him a free upgrade. It appeared this journey would be perilous indeed. Jiang nodded to himself, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Thus he began to inquire about the utility of reaching the pinnacle. An upgraded version of one understanding leads to all understanding. Any knowledge can attain the pinnacle of excellence. What about the combat techniques I haphazardly learned online? Upgraded, capable of reaching the zenith of mastery. How do I compare to Jiang Shi? Equally strong. Excellent. Jiang burst into laughter. So, it seems I have become a competent fighter. Fear not. Father, your son is here to rescue you. Jiang intended to employ the most forceful methods to effect a rescue. Not only had he acquired martial arts skills, but he had also learned various assassin concepts and other eclectic techniques. Since he could reach the pinnacle, with such abilities, eliminating anyone would be a trivial matter. How dare he ask my father for money? Just wait and see what I do to him. Jiang snorted coldly and hurried along, following the address provided by his father, heading towards a concealed location he had never encountered before. It proved rather challenging to locate the underground city. The underground casino. Within the casino, smoke lingered and the lighting was dim. A diverse array of individuals sat at the gambling tables. Some appeared anxious, others flushed with excitement, while some remained composed. Clearly, some were striking it rich, while others faced ruin. The dice emitted a crisp sound within the shaker, and playing cards fluttered between players' hands. The clattering of chips intertwined with the shouts of the crowd, creating a cacophony. I bet on small. Damn it, I'm going all in. Jiang quickly found himself amidst the noise, his eyes scanning the room, yet he could not locate his father. Where could he be? In such a vast casino. How am I to find him? The dealers displayed impassive expressions as they dealt cards and collected chips, their gazes sharp and composed. A golden-haired woman, Rualina, with eyes shimmering like sapphires, noticed Shijiang amidst the crowd. "Young man, are you interested in a game?" Shijiang's eyes darted about, seemingly searching for someone. And Rualina perceived this instantly. Even though Shijiang did not respond to her, Rualina remained unperturbed. "Young man, are you looking for someone? How do you know?" Shijiang's mouth fell agape, his expression one of confusion. "It's apparent to anyone. Why express such astonishment?" Rualina offered a faint smile. "In this entire casino, there is no one I do not know. Would you care to gamble? If you win, I shall assist you in finding your person." At this moment, Shijiang was unaware of where his thrifty father was hiding and could only acquiesce to her offer. Ding. Win Rualina, acquired gambling mastery. Look, here comes the warm-hearted brother again. Look, more experience is being bestowed upon us. Look, a man with extraordinary luck is indeed remarkable. Shijiang then took a closer look at the golden-haired, blue-eyed woman before him. "So, you are a foreigner. Very well, but what game do you wish to play?" To be candid, Shijiang had never gambled before. His previous encounters with it were solely through television and film. However, having ventured out, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity. Rualina flashed a subtle smile, exuding the allure of a mature woman. "Choose freely. But do bear in mind that there are stakes involved," she remarked. Shijiang scoffed inwardly, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon Rualina, sensing her ulterior motives. "As for my defeat, it entails finding someone for you. Should you lose, you will become a servant here." "Very well, I shall make my selection," he replied. "Indeed," she affirmed. Shijiang's lips curled into a slight smirk as he produced a coin. "You are not particularly astute." Rualina queried, "What do you mean?" "Oh, being a foreigner makes it easier to deceive you," he mused, "mainly because you are somewhat gullible. Now, guess whether the coin will land heads or tails when I cover it." Rualina paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "Young man, you are trying to trick me. No matter what I say, I will lose because the advantage lies with you. You must toss the coin first, allowing me to guess, and your hands must remain still." "Oh, you seem to know a fair bit," she retorted. "I have played such minor tricks before." Shijiang nodded, blowing gently upon the coin before tossing it into the air, where it spun gracefully. With a resounding clap, he caught it, his hand remaining motionless. Rualina's eyes darted, scrutinizing every detail as if she were deep in thought, deliberating between heads or tails. "Which will it be?" Shijiang inquired with a smile. Without hesitation, Rualina declared, "Tails." "Incorrect," he replied with unwavering certainty. "How could that be?" Rualina's keen gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the coin, which he had caught showing tails. "Not satisfied? You have another chance. Heads." However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, Shijiang unleashed a scathing mockery. "When I say you lack intellect, it is indeed true. You are wrong once more. This is absolutely impossible. You must be cheating," Rualina protested. Shijiang chuckled with pride, his hand remaining still. "Now watch closely. Do not accuse me of bullying you." He slowly unveiled his palm, revealing that the coin had miraculously stood upright, stable as can be. "The coin is standing? Thus." "You guessed incorrectly. It is neither heads nor tails, but rather on its edge." He pocketed the coin and turned to Rualina with a serious expression. "Now, beautiful lady, can you divulge the information?" "No, I refuse. I wish to wager again." A chime echoed. "Gambling technique expert acquired." With this, Shijiang felt emboldened and no longer intimidated. "Since you wish to play, I shall engage you until the end." Rualina produced a deck of cards and placed it upon the table. Shijiang inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well, let us see if I can outplay you." "Do you dare to let me deal?" Rualina was immediately infuriated. It was merely a provocation, yet what harm could it bring her? "Deal the cards." Chapter 51. The collision of technology and cheating. Shijiang sat at the card table, the playing cards in his hands fluttering like butterflies. His movements were both deft and flamboyant, each play imbued with a unique rhythm. His fingers danced gracefully upon the card faces, akin to a musician performing a symphony. Was it truly that smooth? An increasing number of onlookers expressed their doubts. Rualina fixed her gaze upon him, utterly unable to see through this young man. Had he not claimed to have never gambled before? His technique resembled that of a seasoned veteran. Could it be that this lad was merely feigning ignorance while hiding his true prowess? No, I must resort to technology. Absurd. The casino was her family's establishment, and she could play as she wished. Shijiang swiftly shuffled and cut the deck, the cards flowing through his hands like water. He skillfully employed various techniques. causing the playing cards to transform into a plethora of patterns. Just you wait. I will outplay you, for I am a man equipped with advantages. Let us simplify things. Let us play high card, best of three. That works. Raylina immediately agreed. Sejong chuckled, casually tossing the cards. Deal. 3 cards were handed out in sequence. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a game of chance, but to those in the know, it was a display of skill. Raylina smiled faintly. Losing was not an option for her. She directly examined her 3 cards, the 2 of spades, the 5 of spades, and the 8 of clubs. Such poor luck. She suspected that Sejong had tampered with her cards, yet she had no evidence. At that moment, she quietly said, "Exchange the 5 of spades for the 8 of hearts." It seemed as if she had a secret earpiece facilitating communication. Soon, the cards in his hand morphed, as if by magic, transforming the 5 of spades into the 8 of hearts. Should other gamblers witness this, they would surely be driven to desperation. Pure technology. Her playing cards had indeed been manipulated. Raylina then smiled calmly, glancing at Sejong. "Let us see what you've got." Sejong appeared nonchalant, spreading his cards with ease. A pair of 7s, plus a 3. The crowd commented, "The odds of winning with this hand are exceedingly low." Yet Sejong chuckled. He possessed the skill of a seasoned gambler, practically cheating. As long as the cards on the opposite side were inferior, it mattered not what he held. Adequate was all that was necessary. Defeating her was sufficient. Raylina revealed her 3 cards, a pair of 8s, accompanied by a 2. Sejong, his expression darkened, and his brows knitted together. What was going on? I distinctly dealt him 3 individual cards. How did they transform into this? This is bad. The opponent must also have an advantage. Sejong swallowed hard, stiffly nodding. In this round, you have triumphed. The crowd murmured in astonishment. How pretentious. The last person to act like this ended up bankrupt, returning home to sell his wife. Sejong shot them a fierce glare, silencing them with his eyes. Shut your mouths. Let us continue. This time, Sejong wore a serious expression, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his gaze resolute and focused. I shall see what skills you possess. Soon, 3 cards were dealt. Sejong glanced at his cards. Yes, a king among them. Steady, steady. Meanwhile, the cards dealt to Raylina consisted of a joker and 2 single cards. Victory seemed within reach, at least a fair contest. This, indeed, is the true peril of gambling. Sejong was acutely aware, his demeanor unruffled. Raylina scrutinized her hand, sensing something amiss. This fellow seems to have a trick up his sleeve. I need to swap cards, exchange for 2 kings. A voice on the other end of the earpiece responded. You cannot exchange. Your opponent already possesses a king. What about the other 2 cards? The boy's hand was concealed. The angle too oblique to discern, but it was evident he held a pair. Clearly, Sejong's hand was laid bare, though not completely. Then let me exchange, leave the joker untouched, and swap the other 2. Very well. In an instant, her cards transformed. 2 cards, 1 joker. With these 3 cards, whatever the opponent holds, as long as it's not a straight or a triplet, no one could surpass her. Steady, steady. Both harbored their thoughts, their gazes locking momentarily. Shall we reveal? Let us do it. In that fleeting moment, both unveiled their cards. Everyone was taken aback. For cards, 2 kings? Raylina stared at Sejong's hand, lost in contemplation. Oh no, how did I not foresee this? Comparing the 2 is futile. It all comes down to the kings, and now I have the joker, utterly defeated. Damn it, I should have opted for a triplet. Raylina was consumed by frustration. Sejong, on the other hand, was tumultuous within, thinking, it's revealed, absolutely revealed. He could scarcely believe such a stroke of luck. Were her cards genuine? Did I not deal her 3 singles? How could they transform into this? That was close. I nearly lost. Sometimes, even with an advantage, victory is not guaranteed, puzzling indeed. Raylina exhaled softly, anxiety creeping in. So this lad possesses skill. How vexing. I was careless this time. Neither of them was willing to concede. Again, Sejong was determined, even if she had the upper hand. He too had revealed his cards. Could he not best her? Swiftly, 3 cards were dealt once more. Raylina shot Sejong a glare before revealing her cards. Oh, these cards are formidable. 3 threes. Something feels off, utterly off. Raylina realized that the young man before her undoubtedly had some tricks. It was impossible he would deal her such advantageous cards. Absolutely impossible. Swap the cards. Swap what? What cards does he possess? Clearly, she referred to Sejong. Report. He has yet to reveal his cards. What does that mean? It seems he might have sensed that we can see his cards, hence his reluctance to show them. Ruelina found herself in a perplexing dilemma. She felt compelled to cheat, yet if she were to alter her cards to resemble those of Shi Jiang, it would undoubtedly indicate her deceit, leading to her inevitable defeat in the game. It was truly exasperating. Just let me change his cards, she muttered. However, he was aware of their methods. Ruelina scoffed, and what of it? We shall lay our cards bare, even if we are indeed cheating. It is merely a testament to our skill. Very well. Replace his cards with 3 threes, and mine with 3 of my own. Shi Jiang appeared as though he had been waiting for an eternity, yet he refrained from exposing his hand, as he needed to grant Ruelina ample time to execute her trickery. Everyone was acutely aware of the situation, and there was no need for pretense. He casually lit a cigarette and tousled his hair, exuding an air of confidence that might lead one to believe he was a gambling prodigy. Ruelina glanced at her 3 cards and smiled triumphantly. Let us see what you can do against me. The trio of explosive cards laid on the table was truly astonishing. What a stroke of luck. Shi Jiang's demeanor remained cool and detached. He had not revealed his cards throughout the encounter. Gradually, he made his move, nonchalantly flipping his cards over. A straight flush. How could this be? Ruelina was struck dumb. Had she not already changed his cards? Surprised, are we? What can your technology do against my cheating? A bystander queried. Brother, how did you manage to get that hand? Teach me. Shi Jiang feigned ignorance. I am equally astonished. Did you perhaps swap the cards incorrectly? The player you caught is rather good. Thank you. As Ruelina absorbed these words, her fury ignited within her. How did you change his cards? She demanded. I apologize, my leader. I know not, came the reply. You. Shi Jiang cast a mild glance her way and smiled gently. Let us discuss finding someone instead. Who are we searching for? Shi Jintian. Who? Shi Jintian. Meanwhile, Shi Jintian was enduring torment in a shadowy chamber. My dear son, why have you not yet come? You haven't forgotten me, have you? If you delay any longer, your father's head may very well roll. Upon hearing that Shi Jiang was seeking Shi Jintian, Ruelina erupted into a triumphant laugh. So it's you. Seize him. Shi Jiang quickly exclaimed, You've got the wrong person. You misheard. What I actually said was, the feces is truly sweet. Chapter 52. A gamble for life. Feces is truly sweet? Have you tasted it? Indeed, I had some on my way here. It was exceedingly sweet. Ruelina regarded Shi Jiang as though he were a fool, suppressing laughter. Are you jesting? Truly, I am an exemplary student. I would never lie. The crowd rolled their eyes at his absurdity. An exemplary student who frequents underground casinos? Not even the gamblers believe that. Ruelina's gaze held a hint of intrigue as she looked into the distance. Are we not searching for Shi Jintian? I can take you there. Shi Jiang, though skeptical, sensed that the woman before him harbored ulterior motives. Let us assess the situation. All right. Shi Jiang followed him into a concealed chamber. Inside, a group of individuals encircled Shi Jintian, who was bound tightly and pleading desperately, Do not strike me anymore. As the door swung open, all eyes turned toward Shi Jiang, who stood behind Ruelina. Is the money here? The scar-faced man disregarded Ruelina, his menacing gaze fixated on Shi Jiang. Perceiving the unsettling atmosphere, Shi Jiang was about to assert that he was merely passing through when he heard Shi Jintian's anguished cries. My dear son, please save your father. Shi Jiang thought to himself, You foolish old man, you've revealed my presence. How can I save you? The scar-faced man chuckled derisively and approached Shi Jiang. So, you are his son. You arrived rather swiftly. Shi Jiang glared at him, stepping forward to match his intensity. Indeed, release my father, and I shall provide you with the money. Is it 350,000? Would you prefer it in banknotes or cash? The crowd appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for Shi Jiang's audacious offer. The scar-faced man smirked, his sarcasm palpable. I believe you are mistaken. It is not 350,000, but rather 700,000. What? Shi Jiang was taken aback. If you demand such an amount, you might as well rob a bank. Why trouble me? You think we are deceiving you? Perhaps you should inquire with your father, the scar-faced man replied, a mocking smile on his lips, gesturing with his dagger towards the bound Shi Jintian. Father? Shi Jintian's face flushed with shame, his head bowed as he stammered incoherently. Son, I am sorry. What on earth happened? Shi Jiang demanded. I originally owed 350,000, but after calling you, I was obstinate and gambled again with them, which led to this dire situation. Shi Jiang blinked, glancing at his 200,000 system currency. realizing that even converting it would only yield 400,000. You truly are my dear father. I could have ransomed you. Yet here you are, such a disappointment. Infuriated, Shurjong observed his father, who was as helpless as mud. And with a huff, he turned to leave. You intend to depart? The scar-faced man's expression darkened as he obstructed Shurjong's path. What now? Am I not allowed to leave even if I refuse to ransom you? How shall the 700,000 be repaid? Shurjong scoffed inwardly. Are you unwell? Whoever incurred the debt should be responsible for repaying it. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing his son's intent to leave, Shurjin Tian lamented, Son, please save me. Struggling against his bindings, he approached his son with great difficulty. If you leave, they will behead your father. Can you bear that? Of course I can. Shurjong retorted coldly. I have warned you countless times against gambling, yet you chose to defy me. Do not blame me for your misfortune. Alarmed, Shurjong recognized that he could scarcely ensure his own safety, let alone rescue his father. Father, you may find peace. I shall burn a few billion ghost coins for you, so you can gamble in the afterlife. As Shurjong lifted his foot, several individuals slowly surrounded him. A sense of foreboding enveloped his gaze, darkening his eyes as he scanned the area. No wonder the system had upgraded his skills. This venture was fraught with peril. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Shurjong knew he had to take each step cautiously. Ruelina appeared as a mere passerby, her eyes scanning the surroundings, suggesting that violence was unnecessary. The scar-faced man snorted disdainfully. Then what do you propose? That old scoundrel has no money. Killing him would be a loss, and his son is just as impoverished. Should we eliminate them both? Upon hearing this, Shurjong gulped. What kind of friends are you? Why is your solution always violence? I'm still just an 18-year-old kid. Yet, he noticed something intriguing. Ruelina held a certain status in front of the scar-faced man. As she was able to speak freely, an idea struck him. The world of martial arts is not merely about violence, but also about human connections. Why not let me deal with this old scoundrel? You can propose whatever terms you wish. Oh, Ruelina pondered, a smile gracing her lips. That could work. You stay? He leaves. Absolutely. Shurjin Tian exclaimed, only to be met with a sharp glare from his son. Quiet. I do not agree. Then we have no choice but to kill them all, the scar-faced man replied with a sinister grin, the sound of his knife scraping sending chills down their spines. In that case, I shall not hold back. Which one shall I eliminate first? Shurjin Tian, feigning despair, pleaded, of course, it should be my son first. He's tough and would require more effort to kill, so he should go first. Shurjong retorted, I regret saving you. It would be better for you to perish in this casino than to bring harm to others. Very well. Shurjong watched as the scar-faced man approached with the knife, while the crowd closed in around them. If a confrontation ensued, they would surely be at a disadvantage. No, this won't do. Suddenly, Shurjong spoke up. Since you operate a casino, why not engage in a wager? The scar-faced man halted, looking at Shurjong with suspicion. At death's door, and you still wish to gamble? Shurjong nodded. I fear you may lack the courage. How absurd. Lacking courage? I run a casino. To suggest I lack courage is an insult. The scar-faced man's flesh quivered as he gripped his knife tightly. I can wager with you, but let us see if you have the means. Indeed, I do. For ever since he ventured into gambling, he had yet to face defeat. Shurjong spoke with conviction, though he had only participated in 2 games thus far. My record of 200 is verifiable. What the scar-faced man thought remained a mystery. I wish to engage in a showdown. It is well known that such games require intellect. Intellect is an art, and art is explosive. Thus, one can conclude, gambling is akin to an explosion. Who cannot boast? If you cannot even produce 700,000, what right do you have to gamble with me? Indeed, Shurjong lacks funds, yet he harbors no desire to wager money. His gaze was intense, fixated on the scarred man, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange of wills. Who said we were to gamble with money? What do you wish to wager? A faint smile graced Shurjong's lips, a glint in his eyes akin to that of a deity of death. The moment their eyes met, the scarred man felt a jolt in his chest, startled and overwhelmed by a creeping sense of dread. I wish to wager my life against yours. Chapter 53. The bludgeon. It must be an illusion. How could I possibly fear this young upstart? The scarred man erupted into laughter, echoing throughout the room. Ha ha ha, you are utterly deluded. Since you wish to gamble, let us proceed. It appears the scarred man is quite accustomed to the edge of danger, as he drew a heavy iron object from his waist. slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. Bang! It was unmistakably a revolver. At this moment, Shi Jintian was moved to tears. Boo-hoo! I knew my dear son would save me. Silence! Shi Zhang's face darkened, a storm brewing within him. Come! The scarred man shouted defiantly. As Shi Jiang gazed at the revolver on the table, a flicker of inexplicable anxiety surged within him. Wagering one's life. Who would not be terrified by such a prospect? Any ordinary person would quake in fear. It is an immutable truth that humans are inherently afraid of death. Shi Jiang was no exception, his heart racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he declared with solemnity, If I win, you shall spare my father. No problem. But should you lose, you and your father will accompany each other to the underworld. The scarred man smiled ominously, the revolver loaded with 6 bullets, 5 of which had been fired, leaving 1 remaining. You go first. The revolver was placed in Shi Jiang's hands, and he focused intently. You wish for me to fire first? Is that not a gamble with my life? At this moment, a twinge of regret and fear crept into Shi Jiang's mind. Perhaps we should not proceed? Should I simply concede? Why not play along? What are you afraid of? You may not fear, but I certainly do. You have lucky stars on your side. What is there to fear? As long as you gamble, he is bound to miss. Really? Shi Jiang pondered, wavering in his conviction. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. Ha ha ha. Then what do I have to fear? Let us proceed. The scarred man observed Shi Jiang with a grin, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Could it be that he has never encountered a firearm before, rendered speechless by fear? Indeed, wagering one's life is not for the faint of heart. Should you concede, I might spare you half a life. No need for that. Perhaps earlier I might have considered it, but having heard the assurance from the leader, I have no reason to fear anything. Ruelina observed the unfolding drama with great amusement, her golden locks cascading as she rested her chin on her hand. Oh, what a thrilling game of chance. I certainly do not wish to miss this. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang harbored a cold smirk within, dismissing the stakes as inconsequential. Let them come. I am not the one in peril. With a swift motion, the roulette began to spin. Shi Jiang slowly raised his hand, the barrel aimed at his own temple. Click! The revolver remained silent, yielding no sound. Taking a deep breath, Shi Jiang appeared slightly disheveled, as though the weight of the preceding tension had taken its toll. One must admit, his performance was quite commendable. The scarred man expressed a hint of disappointment. What fortuitous luck you possess. Yet, your evident fear suggests you shall never achieve greatness. With a scoff, he seized the revolver and aimed it at his own forehead. Click! An empty chamber. The spectators erupted in cheers, celebrating his audacity. Brother Scar, how valiant. Shy, yet undeniably impressive. He tossed the revolver into Shi Jiang's hands. Your turn for the 3rd round. The crowd held their breaths, unwilling to miss this captivating spectacle. As the 3rd shot drew closer, the likelihood of being struck escalated. Shi Jiang's hand trembled as he clutched the revolver. If he were to perform, he must commit fully. With a resounding thud, the revolver slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The scarred man sneered, refusing to spare Shi Jiang even a glance. Look at him. Trembling in fear for the 3rd shot, he is nothing but a coward. Cautiously, Shi Jiang retrieved the revolver, pulling the trigger for the 3rd time. The gun remained silent. The scarred man's previous elation instantly morphed into a serious countenance. With luck like yours, you ought to try your hand at the lottery. However, your fortune shall not hold for long. He then seized the revolver back, not bothering to aim, and fired a shot at his own head. Bang! The deafening sound echoed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Chunks of brain matter splattered against the sky, tainted with a rosy hue. The scarred man's eyes widened in shock, and before he could utter a word, he collapsed heavily backward. Indeed, you were correct, your luck will not last. Shi Jiang remarked coldly, not even casting a glance at the fallen figure. The scarred man was dead, his demise abrupt and rash. The onlookers fixed their gazes on Shi Jiang, their expressions rife with murderous intent. This young man had seemingly stumbled upon extraordinary luck. He could not be allowed to escape so easily. What is the meaning of this? I have one, and yet you wish to kill me? Shi Jiang declared, untying his father while casting a dark look at the gathering. That was quite the performance. My son, enough chatter. We must flee. They surely do not intend to let us go. We must break through, Shi Jiang murmured urgently. Ruelina cast a disdainful glance at the fallen scarred man, her expression one of utter contempt. What a useless creature. Shi Jiang fixed his gaze intently on Ruelina, as if in this moment, he were the true master of the realm. I have won the wager. Do you dare to breach the agreement and not let us go? His laughter echoed with an air of madness. Really, Ina, in that instant, resembled a woman possessed, her laughter brimming with arrogance. You are indeed delusional. His wager bears no relevance to me. This assertion struck a chord with Shi Jiang, who found it oddly reasonable. Since you have won the bet, I shall not oppress you. You may leave, while I remain. No. Shi Jiang promptly rejected the notion. Yet, Shi Jintian was elated, commanding silence. I do not consent. He turned abruptly, darting away like a flash of lightning, having resolved upon a certain course of action. In an instant, Shi Jintian had dashed from the room, unimpeded, as if the woman's words were a decree. Shi Jiang stood frozen, watching the retreating figure, reflecting on the absurdity of familial betrayal. Son, hold fast. I shall certainly call for help. He cursed inwardly. The assailants surged forward, and Shi Jiang had no choice but to engage. Fortuitously, his martial skills had reached a pinnacle, enabling him to contend with multiple opponents. Really, Ina observed calmly from the sidelines, as if watching a performance. The attackers were formidable, each strike delivered with ferocity. Shi Jiang gritted his teeth, taking 2 swift steps forward, unleashing a dual-fisted assault. The 4 assailants staggered back, bearing the weight of an unspoken pressure. This lad possesses some skill. Let us strike together. The leader sneered. Let us beat him to a pulp. Shi Jiang's expression darkened as he recalibrated his stance, channeling his energy with sudden force. You are the loudest. Let me deal with you first. He lunged forward, executing a whip kick. The foremost attacker was unfortunate, receiving a direct hit. Ouch! The man howled. Where did you kick? Shi Jiang scoffed, suddenly lowering his center of gravity, and executed a leg throw, propelling his opponent forward. The man crashed to the ground with a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. Before long, the remaining assailants swarmed in, and Shi Jiang became a human punching bag, engaging in close combat, employing trip throws. They had entered his sphere of control, their limbs effectively immobilized, allowing him to dispatch them with brutal efficiency. Really, Ina observed quietly, her mind swirling with questions. Whip kicks, leg throws, trip throws. This combat style is astonishingly adept. Who exactly is this young man? Things are looking grim. We can barely hold on. Despite their numbers, they were steadily overwhelmed by Shi Jiang's relentless assault. Die! He roared, growing emboldened as he executed a straight punch. A fundamental yet effective fighting technique. The group faltered, scattering in disarray. What are you afraid of? Leave this to me. Really, Ina's proclamation caught Shi Jiang's attention. Indeed, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. If I capture you, what need is there to contend with them? As Shi Jiang was about to turn his head, he sensed an unusual presence. Suddenly, a thud resounded. Shi Jiang felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, and his vision faded to black as he lost consciousness, collapsing slowly to the ground. Behind him stood a corpulent figure. Wang Fulai groped the iron rod in his hand, revealing a sinister grin. This strike was perfectly measured, not too forceful to cause lasting harm, yet effective enough to incapacitate. Simple enough to eliminate him, right? Given this kid's fighting prowess, would you confront him head-on? Sometimes, it pays to employ a bit of cunning. Wang Fulai hoisted the unconscious Shi Jiang onto his shoulder. Boss, how should we deal with this kid? Chapter 54. Take me to my room for interrogation. Take me to my room, Wang Fulai responded, puzzled. The surrounding lackeys appeared equally confused, their minds not quite grasping the situation. Really, Ina offered an awkward smile and waved her hand dismissively. You're overthinking it. I meant this kid is quite extraordinary. Take me to my room so I can interrogate him thoroughly. Oh, Wang Fulai nodded, but then realized something was amiss. Was it a matter of taking him to your room for interrogation, or were you intending to take him to your room for other purposes? Really, Ina chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Why do you keep fixating on that? Well, I can't control it. You're the boss, after all. As a subordinate, how could he not know his boss's tendencies? Clearly, she was smitten with the pretty boy. Wang Fulai promptly carried the unconscious Shi Jiang toward Relina's room, sighing as he did so. Alas, this guy is in for a rough time. But it's none of my concern. I know nothing. By the way, boss, that old man mentioned calling the police. What do we do about that? Relina scoffed derisively. That man is nothing but a coward, willing to sell out his own son. Can we rely on him? This is the underground city. If the police dare to show up, they vanish without a trace. Enough, I'm tired. You all may leave now. Wang Fulai merely cast a glance her way, swallowing the words he wished to voice. Tired? It seemed to him she was merely hungry. At that moment, Only Ruliina and the unconscious Shi Jiang remained in the room. Ruliina pondered deeply, as if trying to unravel all of Shi Jiang's mysteries. He appeared to be just a mere student. How could he possess such remarkable skills? Yet, he was undeniably handsome. Ruliina chuckled softly, caressing Shi Jiang's face. Well then, I shall gladly accept. Just as she was about to act, she heard Shi Jiang mumbling in his sleep. Don't go, don't go. Ruliina's irritation flared, and she slapped Shi Jiang sharply across the face, coincidentally waking him up. He slowly opened his eyes, still dazed, as if lingering in the remnants of his dream. Where am I? Why are you hitting me? He questioned. Ruliina immediately pressed him. Who is that you just mentioned? What a ridiculous question. Who else could it be but my wife? Your wife? Have you truly married at such a young age? Shi Jiang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Fiancée. He corrected. Ruliina, realizing that she could extract no useful information, decided to be direct. Spare me the nonsense and tell me, who sent you? Shi Jiang's bewildered mind struggled to comprehend. Wasn't it you who summoned me here? Ah, indeed, Ruliina replied, tapping her forehead. In that case, let us get straight to the point. You are quite handsome, and I intend to include you in my harem. Shi Jiang shot her a disdainful glance, expressing his discontent. You foreigners seem to know quite a bit. It appears you are living like royalty here. So, do you agree to join me? She pressed. You would enjoy a life of luxury. And if I refuse? Shi Jiang's demeanor turned frosty. Then I shall sell you into the underworld, where you will experience a fate worse than death. If fortune smiles upon you, you may live as a dog. If not, you might find yourself dissected. Your remains utterly obliterated. Shi Jiang gasped. What do you mean, dissected for organs? That is one way to interpret it, though it would be more excruciating than mere organ harvesting. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiang quickly devised a counter-strategy, assessing that Ruliina appeared somewhat unskilled. Surely he could overpower her. Ruliina seemed to read his thoughts. Smiling subtly, you should abandon those notions and take a look at your wrists. With his head slightly bowed, Shi Jiang's eyes widened in shock. He had been presented with a pair of rose-gold handcuffs. Sister, you ought to have mentioned this earlier. Let us dispense with the theatrics. Just tell me if you want me or not. Shi Jiang immediately shook his head, his gaze resolute. I have a family. My wife is waiting for me to tend to our child. Ruliina raised an eyebrow. You're not being entirely truthful, are you? Very well. I wish you the best of luck. What do you mean by that? Just then, the door burst open as Wang Fu entered, wielding nunchaku, and struck without hesitation. Hey. Shi Jiang felt darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness. Fear not. I know my limits. The force applied will suffice to fetch a good price. Ruliina remarked with a glance, nodding in approval. What a stroke of bad luck. That scoundrel Shi Jintian managed to escape so swiftly. I suppose I must settle for his son as compensation. At Jinghai University, Zhu Xinyue sat in a state of ennui, her complexion somewhat pale. She had hardly slept the previous night, all due to Shi Jiang. It was all well and good until he chose to answer a phone call. Zhu Xinyue pouted, visibly irked. That insufferable Shi Jiang. It's already 8. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he fears my displeasure? But I am not fierce with him. How could he be afraid of me? Unsettled, Zhu Xinyue decided to call him. Tangmu, is your injury healed? A heartfelt voice responded from the other end of the line. Alas, I knew that the young lady would be concerned for me. I am truly moved. Do not worry about my condition, for my wounds have healed sufficiently. Very well, since Shi Jiang has not arrived today, please look for him. Tangmu was momentarily speechless, staring at his phone in a daze. Look for him. Why are you in a daze? The young lady, my injuries are not entirely healed. If he cannot be found today, I shall await my fate. Click. The call ended abruptly. Tangmu, wrapped in white bandages, gazed bitterly at the disconnected phone, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of desolation. Everything has been ruined. Damn Shi Jiang. Tangmu gritted his teeth in anger, vowing to tear him apart upon their next encounter. As for now, he naturally sought out someone despite his illness. He was also quite perplexed. What kind of potion had Shi Jiang fed the young lady that he might receive a dose as well? In the classroom, teacher, Shi Jiang is absent today. Yes, I am aware. Then you should mark him as absent. Shun Yin shot him a glare. Child, what nonsense are you uttering? I know Shi Jiang is not here. I have already granted him leave. You simply do not wish to mark him absent. Shun Yin cleared his throat, exuding righteousness. It is not that I do not wish to mark him absent, but rather that he excels in his studies and possesses excellent character. He must surely be preoccupied with some pressing matter. As a teacher, I must show understanding. Teacher, you are biased. Indeed, I am biased. What of it? Xinyan retorted immediately. The classmates in class 1 seethed with frustration. Mediterranean, you have no shame. How dare you insult the teacher like that? Very well. Even if the king himself were to attend this class, you would receive but a 59. The student who had shouted was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, they insulted you as well. I did not hear them. I only heard you. I, Zhu Xinyue, quietly observed the classroom in uproar, yet my emotions remained subdued. Filled with worry. My dear Shijiang, where have you gone? Yu Haven't even sent me a message. I miss you. Chapter 55. The voice of the past. Ah, my head aches terribly. Where am I? Shijiang opened his bleary eyes, gazing upon this unfamiliar realm. Around him was a colossal cage, confining him within its grasp. He strained against it, attempting to break free from the immense prison. The cage, forged of iron, could not be breached by sheer force. Stop shaking, settle down. Beside the vast cage stood a figure clad in black, wearing a black hat, exuding an air of leisure. Who are you? Why am I trapped in here? The figure smiled faintly, shaking his head as if regarding a fool. Shijiang's gaze swept the surroundings, which appeared dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an underground lair. The people nearby donned bizarre attire, leaving him utterly bewildered. Help! Help! Shijiang shouted loudly, shaking the prison cage incessantly. The man reclined on a lounge chair, casting a fierce glare. Shut your mouth, you're making a racket. This is the underground city, and no one can save you. What place is this? Shijiang inquired, perplexed. How could you not know where this is? You were sold off from the underground city's casino, and I just happened to take over. Following the man's gesture, Shijiang glanced at the sign before him. It read, skillful, adept at combat, available as a bodyguard or a dog. Price, 350,000. What the hell? Shijiang fumed upon seeing this. Are you kidding me? My 2 kidneys are worth 400,000. Isn't this an insult? Why is it that when disassembled, they hold such value, yet when reassembled, they are worthless? Enough, enough, stop shouting. You know nothing. In this underground city, business is not merely about the amount of money, but rather about human relationships. This is the black market underground city, rife with countless hidden experts. If you continue to shout, be wary of inciting their displeasure. You might end up skinned alive. Shijiang immediately sealed his lips. If he wished to survive, he had to obey. Brother, can I redeem myself? The man became intrigued and smiled. That is indeed possible. It would not be wise to leave you as a mess in my hands. Then let me out first. First, pay up. Let me out so I can get the money. You're insane. Your entire family is insane. I curse you and your ancestors. Shijiang erupted with a torrent of expletives. This fellow clearly intended to keep his money without releasing him. I am a clever university student. I cannot be so easily deceived. The man chuckled. Not foolish, but not particularly wise either. Shijiang, defeated, slumped to the ground, unwilling to argue further. That wretched woman from the casino sold me out. Damn it. When I get out, I will tear down your sign and smash your casino. Shijiang threw a few mock punches in the air. The man shook his head. Indeed, those who end up in my hands are the finest of the finest. The price of 350,000 is a bit steep. Perhaps I should lower it. Shijiang seemed to hear the man muttering to himself and instantly became furious. What do you mean? Looking down on a lad from Jinghai? Raise it. Raise it to 1,000,000. You will soon know suffering. You will soon regret it. I feel no suffering. I have no regrets. After a while, within the cage, Shijiang knelt, crying out in despair to the passers-by. Esteemed gentlemen, please, have mercy and buy me. If not, I might starve to death here. 4,350,000. You cannot lose. You cannot be deceived. His desperate plea did indeed attract a gathering crowd. A man, resembling a boss, stroked his beer belly and inquired, Are you skilled? Can you fight? Shijiang, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded fervently. Old sir, how about it? If you like me, take me home. The man slowly shook his head. I am only interested in women. Damn it, then why ask? Shijiang lamented, feeling his emotions squandered. The man casually cast a glance, seemingly unwilling to move from his reclining chair. Now you understand? If you wish to raise the price, with your condition, not even for free would you be desired. 100,000? For now, just obediently shout for me. Otherwise, if you follow me, you shall endure great suffering. Shijiang nodded. knowing he had no choice but to comply for the sake of his life. At that moment, a throng of people passed by, exuding a formidable presence. "Gentlemen, is there anyone who would fancy me? Take me home. I am not picky and easy to care for." At the forefront of the group, someone halted and murmured, the voice of an old friend. "Oh." Shi Jiang noticed their pause and seized the opportunity. "I am a fighter, capable and strong. Not for 95,000, nor 75. Just 35,000, and you may take me home." The two individuals ahead turned to face Shi Jiang, their gazes locking, as if encountering kindred spirits. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone had been momentarily stunned. "Brother?" The familiar voice struck deeply at Shi Jiang's heart, with a face full of grievance. He could no longer hold back his tears, which flowed freely. "Third brother." The little rascal glanced at his elder brother in the cage, and then at the others nearby. "Brother, why do you torment yourself? I know you have a penchant for suffering, but it need not be to this extent." Shi Jiang almost revealed that he had been sold, but swallowed the words. He was their elder brother now, and he could not afford to lose face in front of them. He could only nod in agreement. "You do not understand, little rascal. When you reach the level of an elder brother, you will comprehend." The little rascal nodded in admiration. "Brother, I trust you." At that moment, Wei Long chimed in, "Brother, who would have thought we would meet in this underground city? What a twist of fate. Come, step out so we may reunite properly." Shi Jiang wore a bitter expression, scratching his head. "Step out? How can I?" "Brother merely spoke in jest. You must save me." Shi Jiang pointed discreetly at the people nearby, signaling for assistance. The little rascal chuckled, understanding the implication, and promptly kicked the man. "Kid, my brother commands you to release him. Hurry up." The man's expression darkened, clearly exasperated. "What kind of little punk are you? Scram." "Ah, my temper." The little rascal swiftly drew dual pistols, pressing them firmly against the man's forehead. "Are you seeking death?" The man did not flinch, but rather fixated intently on the dual pistols drawn by the little rascal. You are a gunslinger." "Oh, so you know my name." The man took a step back, as if he had come to a realization. Rumor had it that the dual gun wielder and the dragon sniper operated in the underground city. Could this be the very person before him? And the individuals behind him? Could they be the dragon's Sting mercenary corps? A surge of excitement mixed with trepidation coursed through him. They were the newly elevated dragon's Sting mercenary corps. "Shouldn't you scram?" he barked. A young man swiftly struck out, sending the man crashing to the ground. Faced with such humiliation, the man remained silent, lying on the floor with his fists clenched tightly. "I must not retaliate. I must not retaliate. If I act, my life is forfeit." Moreover, he cast a resentful glare at Shi Jiang. That scoundrel pretends to be harmless. Yet he is the leader of the dragon's Sting mercenary corps, playing roles here. The young man observed the man's lack of resistance and chose to ignore him. Turning his gaze to his older brother, Shi Jiang was already bewildered. "Little brat, tell me honestly, why does he fear you so much?" Chapter 56. Making a scene. Why does he fear me? The young man scratched his head for a long moment, unable to recall. "It must be because you are here. Big brother." Shi Jiang raised a thumb. "Makes sense." The young man retrieved a key and unlocked the cage. "Big brother, let's refrain from such role-playing in the future. It's quite detrimental. We still have to stay in this cage and bear labels. Preparing for sale?" Shi Jiang cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. "Well, I will be more mindful in the future. But tell me about your affairs." "About that, we owe you a great thanks, big brother. Ever since we acquired those 3 volumes of your secret techniques, the gang we lead has been thriving like never before." As for the dragon's Sting mercenary corps he mentioned, before the young man could respond, the man on the ground interjected, "You're their leader, and you don't know? I suspect you orchestrated it all. Just 3 days ago, they annihilated the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, ranked 73rd, and looted the Wolf Fong Chamber of Commerce clean." "So that's what happened," Shi Jiang mused. Although he was unaware of the mercenary rankings, he understood that being listed was no trivial matter. "Little brat, you're impressive. It's all thanks to big brother." Shi Jiang patted the young man on the shoulder. Indeed, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The young man twirled his dual guns, smoothly sheathing them at his back. "Big brother, what brings you to the underground city?" "I was about to ask you the same. To be honest, ever since we got your 3 volumes of secret techniques, our lives have been like a cheat code, flourishing in this underground city. However, with so many experts here, even the police cannot infiltrate, so we must tread carefully." Shi Jiang opened his mouth to speak. "Tread carefully? You just wiped out the 73rd ranked Wolf Fong mercenary corps, and you dare tell me to tread carefully?" It was a situation born out of necessity. For having offended the Wolf Fong mercenary group, our Dragon Sting mercenary group had no choice but to retaliate. And with great ferocity, Shi Jiang felt as though tears could spill forth. Just take a look at the lives your subordinates are leading. Now, cast your gaze upon the life of the elder brother. Brother, why are you crying? No, it is merely emotion. Seeing you all in such dire straits brings me solace. Oh, brother, how is it that you bear wounds upon your back? The keen-eyed Xiao Si immediately discerned the source of the injury. Who dares to strike you? Tell me, and I shall deal with him. Let it be. Wei Long promptly refused. Brother, it cannot simply be overlooked. In the underground city, to lay a finger upon you would be tantamount to severing a brother's head. Can I abide such an affront? Xiao Si chuckled, turning to his comrades. Brothers, our elder brother has been wronged. Do you think we should seek vengeance? Indeed. Listen closely, for our Dragon Sting mercenary group is led by you. Shi Jiang, perplexed, replied. Me? Yes, the tome you provided has greatly enhanced our Dragon Sting mercenary group. Shi Jiang immediately donned a facade, nodding slowly. It is the duty of an elder brother. Brother, pray tell, how did you sustain such injuries? A proud smile emerged on Shi Jiang's face. At the underground city casino, Xiao Si, somewhat puzzled, remarked. There are 3 casinos in the underground city. I wonder which one you refer to, the smallest one? Shi Jiang had already inquired and gathered intelligence about that particular casino. All for this very moment. I have arrived. The underground casino, previously filled with the clamor of gambling, fell into sudden silence. A seasoned onlooker gasped in surprise. Isn't that the Dragon's Sting mercenary group? What brings this band of brigands here? The casino staff, sensing the ominous atmosphere, hurried to report the situation. Upon hearing the news, Wang Fulai chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? Our casino holds no conflict with the Dragon's Sting mercenary group. Anything that can be resolved with money is trivial. Come, let us proceed together. Xiao Si immediately shouted, brandishing his twin pistols at the crowd without hesitation. Have the casino owner come forth. Brothers, let us wreak havoc. Gamble, gamble. Cease all gambling. One member of the Dragon's Sting mercenary group promptly overturned a table. Tokens cascaded to the ground, finally resting at Wang Fulai's feet. His flesh quivered as he grasped a club. Dragon's Sting mercenary group, you come in such numbers and with such fanfare to my casino. What do you intend to do? Xiao Si scoffed. Are you blind or truly incapable of seeing? It is evident. I am demolishing your establishment. Wang Fulai's gaze swept across the room before landing in surprise upon Shi Jiang. What brings you here again? Have you been sent for revenge? Is it truly possible to play such games? This is disastrous. In a matter of moments, the casino staff found themselves under the control of the Dragon's Sting mercenary group. The small-headed gunman pressed his dual pistols firmly against Wang Fulai's temple, his expression menacing. Wang Fulai dared not move, having long since dropped the club in his hand. Brother, I have never offended your Dragon mercenary corps in my casino. Are you truly seeking to defend this brat? With a resounding slap, the small-headed gunman struck Wang Fulai's face. How dare you speak to my brother like that? Wang Fulai, bewildered, felt his face swell with confusion. He is your brother? Please, do not jest. Another slap from Shi Jiang landed harshly on Wang Fulai's cheek. Who is joking here? When you were sneaking up behind me with that club, you didn't seem so bold. Now, give me a smile. Wang Fulai swallowed hard, his complexion turning ghastly. Smile. Shi Jiang bellowed. Reluctantly, Wang Fulai forced a smile. Brother, can we not jest? Shi Jiang, with a smug grin, pointed at Wang Fulai's shoulder, boasting, are you good at fighting? What good is that? In this world, one must have power and connections. What faction do you belong to? I was just a small-time nobody. Wang Fulai stammered, elder brother, what do you truly wish to achieve? What do I wish to achieve? Shi Jiang chuckled heartily, surveying the casino. Brothers, smash it. Smash it hard. Instantly, the casino was filled with the sound of shattering glass, causing gamblers to panic and flee in disarray. Shi Jiang shot a fierce glare at Wang Fulai. Not much, just here to create chaos. Wang Fulai watched helplessly as the casino was destroyed, his heart heavy with despair. What can I do? Just moments ago, the boss entrusted me with managing everything, and now it's all being wrecked. Soon, his attention was drawn back to Shi Jiang. The small-headed gunman referred to him as brother. He was the leader of the Dragon mercenary corps? Heavens, you wish to end my life without such theatrics. Shi Jiang seized Wang Fulai by the collar, shouting, Where is that woman? No need to look. I am here. came a cold voice as Rilliana appeared before the crowd. The small-headed gunman twirled his pistols, a smirk gracing his lips. Since the main character has arrived, you are of no further use. Bang! The spinning gun suddenly erupted in a flash of fire, striking Wang Fulai squarely in the forehead. His eyes widened in shock, leaving him no time to react. A headshot. The small-headed gunman exhaled, blowing the smoke from the barrel. Apologies, it jammed earlier. Wang Fulai lay quietly on the ground, a pool of blood forming around him. Isn't this a bit rude? I lay here motionless. And you still shoot me? Am I merely a prop for your bravado? How presumptuous. Rilliana's expression darkened ominously. Yet from behind her, a sinister voice echoed. No doubt. The dual-wielding little rogue lives up to the rumors of his ruthlessness. Chapter 57. Who to kill? Who are you? The man smiled faintly, his gaze chillingly fixed. What do you think? You dare to disrupt my territory and still inquire about my identity? The little rogue's expression was far from benevolent as he deftly twirled his twin pistols. Very well, let us bring everything down together. Hold on, we can still negotiate. The Scorpion Dragon Mercenary Corps is merely driven by profit. The dual-wielding little rogue is ranked 73rd on the assassin's list, while the Dragon Sniper is 52nd. You two possess formidable skills. Assist me in eliminating someone. Upon hearing the promise of payment, the little rogue's demeanor softened, and he sheathed his guns. His reasoning was not without merit. Just days prior, they had decimated the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps, having accepted a bounty. Otherwise, how could the entire Scorpion Dragon Mercenary Corps sustain itself? Who shall we kill? The man chuckled with satisfaction. Zhu Xinyue, of the Four Great Families. The sister of Zhu Hua. As for the remuneration, I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. However, the assassination must be carried out in the name of the Xiang family. Are you attempting to frame the Xiang family? The man smiled casually. Clever. Who are we killing? The little rogue felt a sense of familiarity and inquired once more. Zhu Xinyue, one of the Four Great Families, the sister of Zhu Hua. Is she the girlfriend of our boss? You're done for. The little rogue pointed at him, grinning maliciously. Kid, you're finished. My big brother will take care of you. Shi Zhang's face had turned a shade of deep anger, his gaze fixed intensely on the man. A palpable aura of menace sent chills down the man's spine. What do you intend to do with me? Why the grim expression? Zhu Xinyue is not your wife. Shi Zhang clenched his fists, teeth bared. Not my wife, but yours, you fool. Little rogue. Yes. Shut the door and unleash the hounds. Leave no one behind. Understood. The little rogue quickly halted, as if realizing the crux of the matter. The door is shut, but where are the hounds? Shi Zhang glanced at him. Aren't you the hound? The little rogue was momentarily speechless, casting a hesitant look at his elder brother. Isn't it a bit too vulgar to insult someone like this? You admitted it yourself. I said nothing. The man also sensed the shift and fixated his gaze on Shi Zhang. Could it be that Zhu Xinyue is your wife? Shi Zhang revealed a sinister smile. You need not know, for the dead require no such knowledge. You dare? I am of the Gao family. Little rogue, ready your guns. The little rogue held his breath, focusing intently as he aimed his pistols at the man's head. If my brother wishes for you to die at midnight, who dares to let you live until dawn? Feeling the icy touch of the gun barrel, the man was taken aback, sinking to his knees. He seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Big brother, spare me. I'm just a lackey, merely here to collect rent. Shi Zhang smiled indifferently. You collect rent, I collect you. It is only fair. He, fully aware of his impending demise, ceased to plead for mercy. Very well, consider it my misfortune. However, should you take my life here in the underground city, the entire Gao family will not let you escape unscathed. Shi Zhang, visibly impatient, absent-mindedly picked at his ear, seemingly disregarding the man's futile threats. Little brat, fire. A gunshot rang out, and a spray of crimson brain matter splattered against the white wall as the man collapsed. A bullet having struck true at his forehead. Next to them, Rilliana trembled in fright, her voice quivering as she asked, Big brother, if you kill him, will you not kill me as well? You think too highly of yourself. Accompany him to the afterlife. Rilliana's face darkened, becoming a ghastly shade. Worse than one who had tasted excrement. The little brat twirled his twin guns, unleashing a flash of fire that echoed throughout the room. Shi Zhang, observing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. Little brat, I am quite pleased with your style. However, he pondered what the little brat had just been babbling about. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in the little brat's eyes as he nodded. It seems he mentioned something about the Gao family, trying to intimidate us. Is the Gao family truly formidable? Shi Jiang inquired, perplexed. The little brat inhaled sharply. How should I put it? 70% of the underground city's enterprises belong to the Gao family. They can be considered the leading power here. Are they that powerful? Shi Jiang asked, his curiosity piqued. The little brat nodded affirmatively. Indeed, crossing them will yield no favorable outcomes, and we might very well meet our end here. If they discover that we have killed him, we will undoubtedly be doomed. What are we waiting for? Let us flee at once. Also, the deed was yours. I had no part in it. I saw nothing. And I know nothing. The little brat replied. Wei Long, suddenly reminded of his classes, interjected, I still have an early morning class to attend. If you could hold the fort, I shall take my leave. Brother, it is already 10 o'clock. Is there still time? Shi Jiang responded without hesitation. There is time. Just for the 10 o'clock class. He hastily gathered his things and made his exit. The Gao family would undoubtedly arrive soon. You must hold your ground. Rest assured. Big brother. Shi Jiang patted his chest, affirming their bond as brothers. The little brat and Wei Long watched Shi Jiang leave in haste, exchanging puzzled glances. Wei Long queried, why is Big Brother so fearful? Can he truly be intimidated by the insignificant Gao family? Little Niu Ma, with a serious demeanor, replied, do not underestimate the depth of Big Brother's resolve. Our current achievements are all thanks to him. Indeed, whatever Big Brother says, we shall follow. They exchanged knowing glances. Should we not flee as well? What are we waiting for? Are we to remain here and celebrate the new year? Amidst the ruins of the casino, a group of men in black encircled the area, the two leaders displaying grave expressions. Gao Sheng's gaze was ominous, as if probing the desolate remains around them. Brother, the investigation has been completed. It is related to the Dragon Assassins mercenary group. Gao Chong was momentarily taken aback. Is it the recently promoted Dragon Assassins mercenary group? Indeed. However, we have no connection with them. Gao Sheng quickly responded. The surveillance footage reveals that a person named Shi Jiang appears to be the leader of the Dragon Assassins. Though he seems to be the boyfriend of Zhu Jia's Zhu Xinyue, he came to cause trouble. Gao Chong clenched his fists tightly, fury evident on his face. In the entire underground city, no one has ever dared to lay a hand on my subordinates. I will not tolerate this. Gao Sheng had just risen when Gao Chong called him back down. No need. You have other matters to attend to. Inform old Mo that I wish to have fish. Understood. An hour later, at the Gao family villa, old Mo hurriedly arrived, carrying several large bags containing a few big carp. Brother Chong, I heard you were looking for me, so here I am. Upon seeing old Mo, Gao Chong smiled and said, Old Mo, how did you arrive so quickly? Old Mo, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, Brother Chong, didn't you just say you wanted to eat fish? I brought a few. We can prepare steamed carp, braised carp, sweet and sour carp, or spicy carp. Gao Chong's smile immediately faded, his brows furrowing as he looked at old Mo. Old Mo, you truly have a sense of humor. I meant that I want to eat fish. Old Mo, holding the large carp, appeared puzzled. Yes, you said you wanted to eat fish, so I brought the fish over. Gao Chong's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. Are you feigning ignorance? Get rid of your stinking fish. Old Mo picked up the fish and started to leave. If you want to take it, then take it. Come back. Gao Chong sternly reprimanded, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Old Mo chuckled. Brother Chong, I was just joking with you. Don't be angry. Who are we killing? Gao Chong slowly exhaled, pulling out a printed photograph from the surveillance footage. Shi Jiang. The photo clearly displayed Shi Jiang's face, grinning broadly. Old Mo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Leave it to me. Chapter 58. Shall we go hiking together? Jinghai University. Early morning. I declare to you, my lady, that every word I have spoken is the truth. If there is the slightest falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. Shi Jiang knelt on the ground, raising his arm in oath. Suddenly, outside the classroom, the skies, once clear, darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by torrential rain, thunder, and lightning. Zhu Xinyue, how can I trust you? It's thundering outside. What more do you have to say? Shi Jiang lamented. I am wronged, my lady. Last night, I saved my father, and in a moment of joy, I drank too much. Otherwise, I would have returned earlier. Li Tong, standing nearby, fanned the flames. Shi Jiang, stand up. Where is your family's imperial throne? I have always looked down upon those with bronchitis. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Xinshin seized his ear and executed a Thomas spin. The sounds of exaggerated pig-like squeals followed. Shi Jiang cast a sidelong glance at the vociferous Li Tong, internally scoffing. Look at yourself before you criticize me. No laughing. Under the fierce gaze of Zhu Xinyue, Shijiang quickly composed himself. Zhu Xinyue's previously menacing demeanor softened as she addressed Su Xinxin, saying, Xinxin, shall we meet tomorrow? Certainly, Su Xinxin replied, tugging Li Tong's ear and departing without a care for his feelings. What are we doing tomorrow? Shijiang inquired. Shall we go hiking together? Shijiang responded with a puzzled expression. Xinyue, be honest with me. Are you plotting against your husband? What are you thinking? Su Xinxin and I have already made plans for the four of us to go hiking tomorrow. Li Tong mentioned that there seems to be a meteor shower in the coming days. But I haven't agreed yet. You all have already made plans? Zhu Xinyue chuckled. That is only natural. Did you ask me first? Is there a need to? Zhu Xinyue's expression darkened, and she glared menacingly. Shijiang immediately wilted, taking a step back. Xinyue is right. Tomorrow promises to be splendid weather. We should indeed hike. Zhu Xinyue snorted. Let us go. Where to? Shopping. Shijiang rolled his eyes at her. Is that really shopping? The way women shop is terrifying. I know all too well. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. All right. An hour later. Shijiang wore a stern expression, trailing behind Zhu Xinyue, his arms laden with bags. I say, dear lady, we've bought so much already. Let us call it a day. No way, this one is lovely. I must have it. Shijiang sighed, glancing at his burdened arms, reflecting on how fortunate it is to be a woman. With wardrobes brimming with clothes that go unworn, merely decorative. Unlike men, whose wardrobes consist of a few meager garments for every season. As the saying goes, they can be washed and still worn. After stowing away the items, Shijiang finally felt a sense of relief, his body feeling remarkably light. Were it not for the enhancement of his physique, he might not have been able to bear the weight. Shijiang, come here. Zhu Xinyue called out joyfully. Shijiang sighed languidly. The joys and sorrows of individuals seldom resonate with one another. All he perceived was her incessant chatter. Come quickly, did you hear me? I'm coming. I'm coming. As Shijiang approached, he was surprised to find Zhu Xinyue standing before a claw machine, beaming with delight. She pointed at a strawberry bear inside the machine and exclaimed, Jiang, I want that one. If you want it, just take it. Why tell me? Don't you have hands? Grab it yourself. Shijiang shot her an exasperated glance and fell silent. Zhu Xinyue covered her mouth, fuming, Shijiang, you scoundrel. You want to help me get a strawberry bear and yet claim to like me? You great deceiver. Who deceived you? It's not that I'm refusing to help. Shijiang promptly tossed a few coins, cautiously grasping the joystick, his gaze fixed on the machine's claw as it slowly descended, aiming for the strawberry bear that Zhu Xinyue desired. Zhu Xinyue exclaimed with delight, It's caught. It's caught. Shijiang's expression turned serious as he focused intently. In a flurry of anxiety, what was the point of merely catching it? It must be dropped into the designated slot below to truly acquire the strawberry bear. Soon, the claw moved carefully toward the slot at the bottom. Almost there. Success was imminent. Sweat beads formed on Shijiang's forehead as he proceeded with trepidation. Just as the claw was about to release its grip, it suddenly jolted, propelling the nearly fallen strawberry bear back inside. Shijiang stared in disbelief. Was the prize slipping away? How reminiscent of a recent short video. Wasn't it obvious that success was unattainable? By the way, had the operator intervened? Zhu Xinyue stood frozen, watching the strawberry bear bounce away to an even more challenging position. What just happened? Why did it bounce away? What else could it be but an intentional denial of your wish? Shijiang shook his head. Let us move on. We won't pursue this anymore. No, I want this one. Zhu Xinyue insisted. This claw is faulty. Shall we switch to another? No. Shijiang hurriedly covered her eyes. Be good, let us not. Zhu Xinyue shook her head defiantly. I want it. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Zhu Xinyue resorted to a tantrum, drawing disapproving glances from passers-by toward Shijiang. Look at that guy, appearing all proper, yet he can't even get his partner a bear. In the future, avoid dealing with such a petty man. Understood. Shijiang felt speechless, as he was the one truly tormented, yet somehow, he bore the blame. Clenching his fists, he turned to Zhu Xinyue. You're pushing me. Zhu Xinyue looked startled, stepping back. Shijiang, what are you planning? With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch. The sound echoed, piercing through the silence. Zhu Xinyue trembled, her eyes tightly shut. Shijiang slowly retracted his fist, having shattered the glass of the claw machine, with blood now staining it. He reached in and retrieved the strawberry bear, placing it gently into Zhu Xinyue's hands. Here, please stop the fuss. Although she accepted the bear, Her gaze fell upon Shijiang's fist, marked with a trace of blood. Let me see your injury. Zhu Xinyu gently blew on the back of his hand, her touch tender. How could you do this? It pains me. Shijiang scratched his head and smiled. As long as Xinyue is happy, it's worth it. In the distance, the staff stared in shock at the claw machine, now with a gaping hole. What on earth are you doing? The staff walked straight ahead, a visage of anger upon their face. Shijiang extracted a wad of red bills from his pocket and forcefully tossed it at the staff's face. Get lost. As the staff was about to express their indignation, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting a smile to replace their frown. All right, brother. In the distance. To the left, Tang Jin observed with clenched fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, on the verge of madness. After all this time, you merely strolled around and caught a doll? The Tang and Zhu families have long since declared war, and instead of doing something useful, you come here to indulge yourselves? Very well, don't let me catch an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall end both of you. To the right, Lao Mo, donning a baseball cap, harbored a shadowy gaze. Brother Chong expects me to eliminate such scum? How utterly disrespectful to me, Lao Mo. If I catch you too, you won't escape unscathed. The crowd was too dense. It was not the most opportune moment to strike. A true assassin waits for the perfect opportunity. A sinister smile crept across Lao Mo's face. Let me allow you to become a pair of doomed lovers. Chapter 59. The Enchantment of Zhongxiu Mountain. The following day, Zhu Xinyue donned a black tracksuit that accentuated her flawless figure. The attire clung to her curves, outlining her slender waist and elongated legs, rendering her utterly captivating. She carried a large bag on her back, evidently stuffed with numerous items. Shijiang tugged at her, slightly disdainful. Where are you taking me? To Zhongxiu Mountain. Does such a mountain exist? The name is rather peculiar, Shijiang questioned earnestly. Of course it does. It has always borne that name. In the distance, Li Tong and Su Xinxin waved enthusiastically, beckoning. Hurry over. We've been waiting here for ages. Stop dawdling. Zhu Xinyue chuckled. Then let us be off. I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. It would be wonderful to witness it. So, the girl wished to see the meteor shower. Very well, who am I? Shijiang, but a true man? If my wife desires to see the meteor shower, I shall indulge her. Let us go. It's been ages since I last climbed a mountain. Li Tong burst into laughter. Shijiang, don't embarrass yourself by being unable to climb and having Zhu Xinyue carry you up the mountain. Do you look down upon me? I would never require her assistance. That would be ridiculous. Shijiang scoffed. Let me tell you, Zhongxiu Mountain is quite steep. Shijiang pinched his fingers and smiled nonchalantly. It's a mere trifle. A mere trifle? It sounds utterly nauseating. Tang Jin, the left guardian, pouted disdainfully. Climbing a mountain? Are college students really that vigorous these days? Lao Mo, the right guardian, wore a grim expression, shaking his aging legs with a hint of bitterness. If that is indeed the case, my old legs shall suffer greatly. Zhongxiushan. The mountain stands like a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth, its head raised towards the heavens, yearning to soar into the clouds. The peaks and ridges rise and fall, endlessly, resembling an unceasing tide that surges with fervor. The steep cliffs, carved as if by an axe or knife, pierce the sky, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who gaze upon them. Amidst the swirling mists, the mountain's silhouette appears both elusive and enigmatic. It is high, exceedingly high. Shijiang gazes at the horizon, overwhelmed with emotion. Impressive. Li Tong shot him a glance, remarking on his lack of sophistication. Well then, let us proceed. Why are we still dawdling? Li Tong, donning sunglasses and wielding a hiking pole, took Su Xinxin's hand, initiating their ascent. Zhu Xinyue also bestowed a hiking pole upon Shijiang, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully proposed, "Shall we set off as well?" Shijiang promptly replied, "If you're holding onto my arm, we cannot walk." Zhu Xinyue quipped, "I suddenly wish to change partners. Do you have any objections?" "None," Shijiang blurted out nonchalantly. However, he quickly realized the impropriety of his casual response and fell silent. "What is the point of changing? What do you think?" Zhu Xinyue playfully pinched Shijiang's side, twisting it slightly. "Ouch, that is more like it. My dear wife, I was mistaken." "Mistaken about what?" "Everything. Can you please refrain from pinching my side? It's quite valuable." Zhu Xinyue, instantly incensed, retaliated with a kick. "Go away." On the mountain, a steady stream of travelers moved about. Some came as pilgrims to seek blessings, others to admire the scenery, and many to pursue fitness through hiking. At the summit, a colossal tree stood proudly, adorned with countless red ribbons of prayer. As the wind blew, the ribbons danced gracefully, as if narrating the heartfelt wishes of the people. Nearby, a merchant held a bundle of red ribbons. Step right up, take a look, you won't regret it, you won't be deceived. Zhu Xinyue immediately seized 2 ribbons. Grinning mischievously, Shi Jiang, what should we write? Whatever you like. Shi Jiang hurriedly paid the merchant, for Zhu Xinyue disregarded him entirely, leaving his expression darkened with displeasure. My apologies. Holding the 2 ribbons, Zhu Xinyue pondered what to inscribe. Should she write names or verses? Soon, she made her decision. Heartfelt thoughts, day and night. One ribbon was tied to the tree. Shi Jiang observed her. What about the other one? Zhu Xinyue handed it to him. Naturally, you shall write on this one. If I write, I shall do so with far more eloquence than you. Shi Jiang grasped the pen, halting before the ribbon. How does one write this? Shi Jiang racked his brain, struggling to conjure a single word. Is it truly so difficult? Zhu Xinyue inquired, puzzled. Shi Jiang suddenly had an epiphany and inscribed upon the ribbon, Xinyue Shi Jiang. The boss beside him looked a bit embarrassed, his eyes wide open in astonishment. He had expected a display of talent, yet was met with a rather clumsy performance. Zhu Xinyue glanced at the 4 characters written by Shi Jiang and, covering her mouth with a smile, remarked, well, it sounds quite pleasant. Shi Jiang burst into hearty laughter, setting down his pen and tying a red ribbon to the tree. I told you, we do possess some talent. Mostly, it saves ink. Shouldn't you express your gratitude, boss? The boss's face turned pale. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Lacking literary flair was one thing, but attempting to feign it with him was another. Noticing the boss's indifference, Shi Jiang, feeling indignant, huffed coldly and took Zhu Xinyue away. This boss was utterly oblivious. He would not return again. All right, Zhu Xinyue replied. The boss sighed as he watched the 2 departing figures, lamenting, this girl, you ought to indulge him. He will undoubtedly become spoiled. As they left, the 2 guardians approached the grand tree adorned with red ribbons. Their eyes met briefly, igniting a peculiar sensation. Beneath the ribbon-laden tree, they encountered the right individuals. The ribbons fluttered incessantly, akin to billowing sails. Tang Jin's gaze was solemn as he pondered, who is this person? His eyes harbor such lethal intent. It seems his target was indeed Shi Jiang and the others. Could he be here to protect them? That is a possibility, and it complicates matters. Lao Mo was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. This individual's objective appeared to align with his own. Observing how much he cared for Shi Jiang and the others. Could he be a bodyguard from the Zhu family covertly watching over them? It would be challenging, and I relished the challenge. Lao Mo chuckled softly, pulling out a red strip of paper and promptly inscribing, God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Tang Jin, unwilling to be outdone, fiercely pulled out a red strip himself and wrote, Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. God blocks, kill God. The boss, sensing the situation was escalating, inquired, which of you 2 will pay? Him. They both exclaimed in unison, pointing at each other. Tang Jin and Lao Mo exchanged dark glances, their murderous intent palpable. However, acting upon it at this moment seemed unwise. After a tense standoff lasting half an hour, neither moved an inch. Finally, Lao Mo snorted, turning to leave. The pursuit of Shi Jiang took precedence. The boss quickly interrupted, you haven't paid yet. To hell with you. I used to dine without ever asking for the price. Lao Mo retorted, kicking him away. The boss cried out in pain. Just as Tang Jin was about to depart, the boss seized his ankles tightly. You both haven't paid me yet. You are asking me for money? Tang Jin replied, furious, as he grabbed the boss by the collar and hurled him away with force. You wretched creature. I have always been the one to demand money from others. Never has anyone asked me for money. The boss, in excruciating pain, bore the marks of his injuries on his face, lamenting, 2 brutes. What skill is it to bully me? On the mountainside, Shi Jiang was panting heavily, his face flushed. As the air grew thin, exhaustion set in. Why not, Xinyue, carry me? At the forefront, Li Tong couldn't help but revel in the misfortune. Didn't you boast about your prowess? Let us see you handle this. The voice of reason chimed in. It's all right, I'll carry him. Chapter 60. You've earned yourself some dollars. Li Tong stared in disbelief. Wait, you truly intend to carry him? His eyes shimmered with envy as he observed the graceful Miss Zhu. Not only was she stunning, but her compassion was evident, unlike my own fierce mother, who only knows how to unleash her fury upon my ears. Li Tong, filled with indignation, remarked, Xuxin, look at her. You ought to learn from her. Xuxin slowly lifted her foot, and Li Tong promptly fell silent. They both completed their gestures in unison. Xuxin, I was merely jesting, she replied, a smile dancing on her lips. It's good to joke, but if you feel wronged, speak up, don't bottle it up inside. Look at you. With you by my side, I am the happiest man in the world. There is no injustice here. If I were to voice my grievances, would you allow me to live? Li Tong wrestled with his emotions. He sometimes envied Shi Jiang for being with such a virtuous lady. Alas, comparisons can be disheartening. Zhu Xinyue had already shouldered Shi Jiang. They found themselves on a plateau halfway up the mountain, where the incline was gentle. Shi Jiang, reveling in the moment, raised an eyebrow at Li Tong. Go ahead, keep envying me. Take a stroll and witness the spectacle. Fortune teller, if you can't predict accurately, you want to charge a fee. This exclamation drew the attention of the crowd. Is there truly someone selling fortunes on this mountain? What audacity! Curiosity spread among the onlookers. Zhang Banzian maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze drifting until it settled on Zhu Xinyue. Miss, it is unwise to overly indulge your boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiang shot him a glare. Old man, stick to fortune-telling. This is none of your business. Care for a reading? Guaranteed accuracy. Intrigued, Zhu Xinyue discarded Shi Jiang and approached Zhang Banzian. Master, how do you perform this? By merely counting on my fingers. Very well, proceed. Zhu Xinyue rubbed her hands together in anticipation, awaiting Zhang Banzian's calculations. Shi Jiang tugged at her sleeve. Don't believe him. He is just a charlatan. It's fine. He is not charging anything. Shi Jiang nodded, acknowledging this point. To his surprise, the old man displayed unexpected integrity by offering readings without a fee. Just as Shi Jiang began to appreciate him, Zhang Banzian declared, Young lady, you are likely to encounter misfortune soon. This exclusive talisman will ensure your safety. Zhang Banzian placed a talisman, adorned with a lotus seal, into Zhu Xinyue's hands. It's inexpensive, just 20 yuan. Zhu Xinyue gazed at the beautiful talisman with delight. Thank you, master. Shi Jiang glared furiously at Zhang Banzian. I told you this old man harbored no good intentions. Look, his true colors are revealed. He is merely a seller of fortune bags. Oh dear, Shi Jiang, the master has proclaimed safety. Just purchase one. No, two, Zhu Xinyue suggested, glancing at Zhang Banzian. Hoping he would produce another fortune bag, Zhang Banzian shook his head in resignation and sighed. My dear girl, there is but one fortune bag, and that is precisely what makes it so precious. Pay up, or the fortune bag will be returned. Shi Jiang scrutinized the situation, realizing it indeed appeared suspicious. Fortunately, he had downloaded an anti-fraud application. You think you can deceive me? I've encountered many con artists like you, with your pretentious air of wisdom. Shi Jiang, pay up. Zhu Xinyue insisted. I have no money. What? Zhu Xinyue shot him an indignant glare, visibly enraged. Sighing, Shi Jiang lamented, it is truly difficult to be a frugal man. He fished out 20 yuan from his pocket and tossed it in front of Zhang Banzian. Zhang Banzian's expression darkened immediately, and he did not accept the money, revealing a deep-seated contempt. Are you offering a beggar's fare? I said 20 U.S. dollars. Shi Jiang was momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? You expect to earn in dollars? Youth, times have changed. Hurry and produce the cash. Shi Jiang's face turned ashen as he calculated. Today's exchange rate for the dollar is 72,502, so $20 equals 145,004. He gasped, staring at the lotus-marked fortune bag with confusion. This little fortune bag costs over 100 yuan? Old man, why don't you just rob someone? Zhang Banzian chuckled. Robbing might not yield such swift returns. This made sense to Shi Jiang. Are you a genius? If one were to rob, they'd likely be pursued. Selling fortune bags is indeed more profitable. See, I told you he was a fraud, Shi Jiang declared defiantly, throwing the lotus-marked fortune bag to the ground. He is trying to swindle me. Zhu Xinyue admired the fortune bag and reached to pick it up, but Shi Jiang stopped her. Don't bother, this fortune bag looks dubious. Let us go and ignore this old man. Zhang Banzian snorted dismissively. Take it if you wish. He began to pack his belongings and left without a backward glance at the discarded fortune bag. Shi Jiang pointed out to Zhu Xinyue, look, even he doesn't want the fortune bag. It's clearly a sham. Fine, we'll leave as you say, he conceded. Li Tong urged from ahead. Are you two buying the fortune bags or not? If not, hurry along. Why don't you buy one then? Shi Jiang retorted. Li Tong scoffed. I don't believe in such nonsense. Hurry up. It's midday, and I'm starving. Let us find a good place to eat. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing about food, Shi Jiang's earlier misgivings evaporated. As the fortune bag tumbled to the ground, it garnered no attention. Tang Jin, panting heavily, rushed over. His gaze fierce as he looked upwards. It made no sense. How could these university students possess such stamina, vanishing in the blink of an eye? He had pursued them relentlessly. Those wretched little rascals, if I catch you, I shall break your legs. Just then, in his fury, Tang Jin spotted the exquisite lotus fortune bag at his feet. Such a finely crafted item, and yet it seemed to be overlooked. Glancing left and right, and seeing no one around, he seized the lotus bag, brushing off the dust before examining it closely. It was precisely to his liking. The more he gazed, the more he adored it. A grin spread across his face, akin to discovering a treasure, as he tucked it into his pocket. Trailing closely behind him was Lao Mo, who was equally vexed at the persistent presence of Tang Jin. How annoying that he continued to follow. With a cold snort, Tang Jin quickened his pace. The midday sun blazing down, beads of sweat trickling down like rain. Run, run. Once I reach the mountain's peak, I shall see where you can flee. Lao Mo grumbled softly, keeping pace with Tang Jin, his mind calculating how to subdue him. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang and his three companions found a spot to rest. To their surprise, Zhu Xinyue's large backpack contained provisions. Originally intended for camping, they proved just as useful for their mountain expedition. You all take a break. I shall prepare a meal for you, Zhu Xinyue announced. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Dear lady, can you cook? Zhu Xinyue scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I can manage, I suppose. Su Xinshin seized the opportunity, smiling slightly. No worries, if you can't, I can cook. This comment fell upon Li Tong's ears, his face contorting as if he had tasted something foul. You can cook? The meals you make wouldn't even entice my dog. Shall I take over? Li Tong inquired tentatively, only to be met with a venomous glare from Su Xinshin. That's not out of the question. You cook, and I shall handle you. It's only fair. Never mind. You should just cook. Li Tong swallowed hard. Settling down beside Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. Even if it's unpalatable, it can still be eaten. Li Tong was torn. Should he disclose the incident of his dog refusing to eat the meals Su Xinshin prepared during their 3-day stay? Observing Shi Jiang's cheerful demeanor, he thought better of it. Chapter 61. A culinary delight. This is mushroom soup, this is braised pork ribs, and this is minced meat with eggplant. Zhu Xinyue said with delight, placing the dishes before Li Tong and Shi Jiang. Su Xinshin patted Li Tong on the shoulder. What are you staring at? Just eat. Li Tong glanced around, bewildered. Were these truly fit for human consumption? He swallowed nervously, pushing the dishes forward to Shi Jiang. Brother, you've lost weight recently. You should eat more. These were all Shi Jiang's favorites. Let him indulge first. You're quite the good fellow, Shi Jiang remarked, casting a glance at the 3 dishes. Mushroom soup? Why is this soup so vibrantly colored? Braised ribs? Shouldn't it be red? Why does it resemble carbon in its blackness? Minced eggplant? It seems more like minced scraps. After wrestling with his thoughts, Shi Jiang set down his bowl and chopsticks, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, he felt less hungry. I suspect Li Tong is still famished. You should partake, lest you seem to disparage Su Xinshin's culinary skills. Shi Jiang casually pushed the dish towards Li Tong. Not bro. Are you trying to set your brother up? Su Xinshin smiled from the side. Li Tong, you must try it and let us know how it tastes. Right away. Li Tong replied, forcing a smile, yet he did not touch his chopsticks for quite some time. Su Xinshin's anger flared, and she promptly grasped Li Tong's head, pushing it down towards the food. Eat. Do it now. Shi Jiang stepped back in fear. Thankfully, my beloved Xinyue is not like this. She is gentle, virtuous, and a true beauty. I will eat. I will eat. Is that not sufficient? With tears streaming down his face, Li Tong picked up his chopsticks, intending to grab a rib, but suddenly changed his mind and opted for the eggplant instead. The ribs, black as coal, were undoubtedly inedible. A mere eggplant would suffice. As for the mushroom soup, he dared not even contemplate it. Its myriad colors promised a swift descent into discomfort. With a satisfying crunch, Li Tong took a bite of the eggplant, his expression one of utter enjoyment, eyes closed in blissful chewing. Ah, this is a culinary delight. Shi Jiang found it amusing. Has he truly forsaken his dignity to avoid a beating? Su Xinshin leaned closer. Is it delicious? Ugh. Li Tong could no longer hold back and immediately expelled it onto the floor. Delicious, he managed to say. Su Xinxin's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. You are lying. In an instant, she unleashed a torrent of blows. Shi Jiang felt no sympathy, for he was benevolent. Come, let me feed you. Upon hearing those words, Shi Jiang realized he was doomed as well. I do not wish to eat. No, this is my personal creation. Zhu Xinyue picked up a rib and forcefully stuffed it into Shi Jiang's mouth. Eat. Wailing, Shi Jiang chewed on the rib, tears streaming down his face. Is it good? This is a true delicacy. That's splendid. I shall make it for you again next time. Zhu Xinyue clapped her hands, radiating joy. No, please don't. Even dogs would refuse this. Shi Jiang drank a bottle of water to recover, having to admit that the braised ribs were essentially braised charcoal, nearly impossible to swallow. A peculiar taste lingered. The two girls were indeed talented to have created such a dish. It was no small feat. Eat, or you shall perish. Tang Jin, gnawing on an old-fashioned loaf of bread, glared at the four of them with a face full of resentment. What a predicament! While you all indulge in a feast amidst the wilderness, I find myself gnawing on this stale bread. Does this seem fair? Moreover, this antiquated bread is devoid of flavor, making it exceedingly difficult to swallow. How I yearn to savor their succulent ribs and partake in their delightful mushroom soup. Tang Jin, feeling a pang of envy, gazes at them relishing their delectable meal, his own hunger peaked. Yet, the harsh reality remains. He can only gnaw on his old bread, forcibly shoving it down his throat. Just wait. Should an opportunity arise, I shall ensure you regret your indulgence. Curse it, this fellow still has the luxury of consuming stale bread? Lao Mo's eyes glimmer with a sinister intensity as he munches on his compressed biscuits, filled with resentment. Each of them seems to fare better than I do. This is utterly infuriating. Lao Mo crushes his biscuits to dust, his heart heavy with unspoken grievances. Oh, how I long to taste their minced eggplant, my favorite dish. The thought makes Lao Mo salivate in desperation. Yet unbeknownst to them, Shi Jiang and Li Tong have already descended into a hellish mode of consumption, eating, then regurgitating, only to eat again, all while providing critiques on the taste. Truly delectable. The two shiver in fear, one a tempestuous tigress, the other concealing a dagger behind a smile. Who would dare to move? Not Shi Jiang, and certainly not Li Tong. It was only after both had released a satisfied belch that they found respite. Are you two not eating? Zhu Xinyue and Su Xinxin exchanged faint smiles and shook their heads. We prepared this feast exclusively for you. We have no desire to partake. Why? Shi Jiang and Li Tong inquired in unison. The primary motive was to allow the two women to experience their own hardships. But little did they know. The women were entirely unfazed. Let us go. Once we are satiated, we must set forth. It is said that there will be a meteor shower tonight, and we must reach the summit before dusk. Shi Jiang questioned. Isn't the peak not too far from here? However, Zhu Xinyue huffed. Is it not better to arrive a bit earlier? What if we miss the meteor shower? If we miss it, we miss it. What is the big deal? You know nothing, Zhu Xinyue retorted, pulling Su Xinxin along to ascend the mountain. Shi Jiang scratched his head, perplexed. This is utterly nonsensical. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Li Tong chuckled, patting Shi Jiang on the shoulder. My good brother, you truly are a blockhead. I wager you haven't even glanced at the Sea King's manual I gave you last time. Can't you see? A meteor shower is meant for making wishes. Shi Jiang shook his head. I do not entertain unattainable dreams. What are you still waiting for? Thus, the two followed closely behind. However, just moments ago, the sky was clear, and now dark clouds loomed ominously, shrouding the entire peak. The weather forecast indicated no rain today. What is happening? The two began to murmur in confusion. So are we going or not? Zhu Xinyue and Su Xinxin, noticing the lack of movement from behind, called out. Even if it rains, we are going. If you do not come up, you might as well wait for your demise. Very well, Shi Jiang relished such threats. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Do you truly wish to await your demise? Indeed, the fierce winds howled, and torrential rain lashed down. The climbers retreated in fear of this natural calamity. Tang Jin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the four figures ahead. An opportunity. This was indeed a moment of chance. He drew a dagger, advancing ominously. Lao Mo, observing Tang Jin unsheath his dagger and glancing at the raging storm, could not suppress a cold smirk. Could he not hold himself back? Very well, I shall eliminate all five of you. He brandished a sharp knife, charging into the tempest towards the five silhouettes. For him, this was also an opportune moment. Chapter 62, A Duel. Stop. A voice pierced the air, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Only Shi Jiang, flanked by his guards, appeared somewhat awkward. Observing the daggers in their hands, Shi Jiang fell into contemplation. Gentlemen, what is this about? Zhu Xinyue, nudging Shi Jiang, quickly remarked, the one on the left is Tang Jin, the brother of Tang Yin. I know him. He surely intends to kill you. I am unfamiliar with the other one. Oh. Noticing the two of them silently and ominously fixated on him, Shi Jiang suddenly realized something. Yet, he also sensed something amiss. The two seemed to be on guard, each eyeing the other. It appeared they were not allies after all. Shi Jiang chuckled inwardly. He made his move, utterly unperturbed, which left the two assassins somewhat bewildered. Is this fellow oblivious to his own peril? Shi Jiang approached Tang Jin, whispering, You are Tang Jin, correct? You know me? Yes. I am not afraid of you. Do you see that assassin behind me? He is my bodyguard, so tread carefully. Shi Jiang pretended to threaten. Tang Jin snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the dagger. No wonder this brat has been following me. I never expected a university student like you to have such a bodyguard. You shall be dealt with. I must eliminate the threat for young Master Long. Oh, hold on before you strike. Can you defeat the fellow behind me? Tang Jin cast a dark glance at Lao Mo, exuding an aura of menace. Do you look down on me? Shi Jiang laughed heartily. That was not my intention. How about I inquire on your behalf? Tang Jin was uncertain of Shi Jiang's true intentions, but to kill him, he must first deal with the assassin. Let him inquire. There is nothing to lose. The rain soaked through Lao Mo's garments, but he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Jin and Shi Jiang, gritting his teeth. Indeed, they are certainly in cahoots. They must be plotting to eliminate me. Shi Jiang halted before Lao Mo, who instinctively took a half-step back. What do you intend? Do you see my bodyguard behind me? He referred to you as a fragile being and insulted you as a fool, claiming that a simpleton like you could never defeat me. Lao Mo, is he so arrogant and self-righteous? With a cold gaze, Lao Mo gripped his sharp knife tightly, casting a sinister glance towards Tang Jin. Do not rush. He continued. He also said you lack the ability to bear children and that your wife is a transgender. Lao Mo could no longer contain his anger. How bold. Let us settle this one-on-one. Tang Jin narrowed his eyes, enduring the provocation. It appears that he truly is that boy's bodyguard, not to be underestimated. Shi Jiang waved his hand dismissively. My bodyguard is indeed formidable. He looks down upon you. If you are displeased, challenge him to a duel. He relishes battling those like you. You are the fragile one. Tang Jin's face turned a shade of ashen gray. Who are you calling fragile? Was it not you who first labeled me? You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Your entire family is nonsense. Lao Mo could no longer tolerate such insults. To be called fragile and not have it acknowledged, he was determined to teach him a lesson. The two immediately engaged in combat. Zhu Xinyue and her companions stared in astonishment. Li Tong opened his mouth and suggested, Shall we leave while this does not concern us? Let us go? And we must hurry. Shi Jiang quickly fled, realizing that their only option was to escape to the mountain peak. As for the two of them, let them fight. It would be best if they both perished. After all, it had nothing to do with Shi Jiang. The torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Two glimmering blades flashed in the dim light. I have long found you displeasing. How absurd. Do you think you can contend with me? Lao Mo, wielding his sharp knife, lunged towards Tang Jin's heart with lethal intent. Each move ruthlessly aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Tang Jin was no mere ornament. His strength far surpassed that of Tang Yin, and he fiercely swung his dagger to counter the assault. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between us. Swish. Lao Mo's knife unleashed a flurry of strikes, so rapid that Tang Jin could hardly react. How swift. Tang Jin dared not confront him directly, hastily retreating. Crack. The dagger he had flung struck against the sharp knife, causing Lao Mo's arm to tremble slightly. With a burst of speed, he launched a fierce attack. Without a weapon, Tang Jin found himself at a disadvantage, constantly evading. From the very first exchange, he was already on the back foot. Is this truly Shi Jiang's bodyguard? Tang Jin pondered, filled with doubt. Prepare to meet your end. For daring to insult me, this is your fate. I did not insult you. Lao Mo chuckled mockingly, as if observing a foolish clown. Do you expect me to believe that? Realizing the situation was dire, Tang Jin began to ascend the mountain. His mission was with Shi Jiang, and he could not afford to be entangled here. You wish to pursue him? Forget it. If I kill you, I shall also eliminate your master, and you will both meet your demise. Tang Jin replied, My master? You must be mistaken. I am here to kill him, not to serve as his slave. Alas, the moment has arrived, and the expressions are delightfully vivid. This year's Oscar undoubtedly belongs to you. Lao Mo's countenance darkened, and he thrust his sharp knife towards Tang Jin. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, grappling closely. In such proximity, Lao Mo's advantage would be significantly diminished. Futile. Even in this scenario, you remain no match for me. Without hesitation, Lao Mo delivered a couple of powerful punches. Enduring excruciating pain, Tang Jin retaliated with a forceful strike to his face. One must never suffer in silence. They rolled on the ground, exchanging blows. Suddenly, another wound appeared on Tang Jin's body, agony overwhelming him, blood gushing forth. A tempest raged, with torrential rain and the crackle of thunder. Lao Mo shook off the rain from his head and grinned sinisterly. You are still too green to challenge me. I shall render you incapable of fathering children and ensure your bride is a transvestite. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Tang Jin clung tightly to Lao Mo's leg, wielding a brick in his other hand, striking fiercely. Lao Mo doubled over, his eyes ablaze with fury. The blade, swift as the wind, pierced forth. Tang Jin was struck in the left arm and was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Lao Mo. Down you go. Gazing at the dark abyss below, Lao Mo appeared extraordinarily exhilarated. Tang Jin could no longer hold on and was kicked again, tumbling off the cliff. No. A chill ran down Tang Jin's spine, engulfed by an abyss of despair. He had never anticipated that Shi Zhang's bodyguard would possess such formidable strength, entirely beyond his league. Regret came too late. Thus, Tang Jin endured the pain. He closed his eyes. Farewell, my parents. Farewell, my dragon lord. Lao Mo bent over the cliff, spitting disdainfully. I spit. You dare insult me, worthless wretch. You deserve to meet your end in hell. He lowered his forehead, casting a sinister glance at his own leg, where his calf was crushed, revealing bone, blood flowing freely. Infuriating. Pain forgotten, he braved the storm, ascending the mountain in pursuit. Today, Shi Zhang must perish. Moments later, Lao Mo, clutching the knife, reached the mountain's summit. Shi Zhang gazed at the limping Lao Mo, his expression darkening. How is there still another? Could it be that Tang Jin has fallen? Utterly useless. Facing the four before him, Lao Mo's gaze fixed fiercely upon Shi Zhang. You, my boy, are quite extraordinary. But this is where your journey ends. Though hindered, Lao Mo continued to sprint. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Lao Mo slipped heavily to the ground. Oh dear, I've fallen. This ground is quite slippery. Shi Zhang found himself at a loss for words. This fellow is a top-tier assassin. Chapter 63, Body Enhancement, Intermediate. Shall I assist you? No need. Lao Mo grunted, resolutely rising to his feet. Just a moment of carelessness, but what follows is far from simple. Old Mo's murderous intent became evident, instilling fear in the onlookers. Zhu Xinyue shielded Su Xinxin, who in turn protected Li Tong, while Li Tong shielded Shi Zhang. As Shi Zhang found himself face-to-face with Old Mo, the proximity rendered him somewhat speechless. You three, stop your prattling and prepare to receive my attack. With that, Old Mo swiftly brandished his sharp knife, moving with astonishing speed. Shi Zhang hastily dodged, yet a slice marred his clothing. That was close. Just as relief washed over him, Old Mo delivered a fierce kick, sending him crashing to the ground. In an instant, Old Mo loomed over Shi Zhang, knife poised to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing the imminent danger, Shi Zhang executed a nimble roll, narrowly escaping death. He sidestepped and lunged forward, engaging Old Mo in close combat. Utilizing a trip throw, he sought to restrain Old Mo. However, Old Mo was no novice. He had already sensed Shi Zhang's intentions, and the blade plunged viciously toward his thigh. The cold glint of the knife sent shivers down his spine. Shi Zhang quickly evaded, the knife embedding itself in the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Old Mo advanced through the rain, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Unyielding, Shi Zhang clenched his fists and retaliated. Each blow landed with ferocity, and soon, Shi Zhang was covered in a multitude of injuries. The situation was dire. Old Mo pressed forward, taunting, You are even weaker than that kid from earlier. How can you hope to contend with me? Li Tong and the others trembled in fear, urging, Shi Zhang, you must persevere. If you fall, we shall perish as well. Shi Zhang exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the trio. So, you want me to bear the brunt of the danger while you encourage me? It seems you wish for me to sacrifice myself. Yet, with Zhu Xinyue behind him, retreat was not an option. Damn it, for Xinyue. I shall fight with all my might. Shi Jiang charged forward. To hell with you. Old Mo raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, knocking Shi Jiang to the ground. Pain engulfed him as he writhed in agony. Brother, please stop. If you continue, he will die? Then let him die. Old Mo replied darkly, his knife shimmering menacingly as it aimed for Shi Jiang's eyes. Help! Someone save me. Who will rescue this child? Shi Jiang's heart screamed in desperation. Skill refreshed, body enhancement intermediate, priced at 80,000 system coins. Do you wish to purchase? Shi Jiang hesitated at the expense and weakly inquired. Is it possible to survive? Guaranteed. With no other options and Old Mo's knife approaching, he no longer had the luxury to ponder. Purchase. Ding dong. Intermediate body enhancement activated. With a sudden thud, Shi Jiang sprang to his feet, startling Lao Mo, who had intended to launch an attack. What are you doing? Shi Jiang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. What I wield is not merely strength. Observing Shi Jiang's self-muttering, Lao Mo was taken aback. Bewildered. Has he lost his mind? He pondered. Shi Jiang felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting, I spent 80,000 system coins on this. You owe me. With a fierce glare, he advanced. You must compensate me. Come at me. Lao Mo chuckled, welcoming the challenge, initially fearing Shi Jiang might flee, only to be met with an unexpected offensive. Bang! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Lao Mo felt a sharp pain in his hand, prompting him to thrust his dagger. Shi Jiang, moving with incredible speed, retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the blade. Upon glancing back, Lao Mo was stunned. Something was amiss. After their initial clash, he could clearly sense that Shi Jiang's prowess had escalated significantly. Had this young man truly awakened his potential? But how could such a transformation occur so swiftly? Enough pondering, for your intuition is correct. Shi Jiang delivered a powerful punch, disrupting Lao Mo's train of thought. Reacting defensively, Lao Mo brandished his dagger to counter. Shi Jiang chuckled, crouched slightly, and charged forward, executing a seamless shoulder throw that sent Lao Mo crashing to the ground. One word, formidable. Two words, utterly extraordinary. The intensity of Shi Jiang's newfound speed left Lao Mo momentarily dazed. After coughing twice, Lao Mo struggled to rise. How has he become so strong? Could it be that he was merely feigning weakness, playing the role of a fool? Li Tong, equally perplexed, inquired. Have you been training behind our backs? Shi Jiang sighed. There's no way for you to comprehend my excellence. I initially desired to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet I have only encountered distance. No more pretense. I am a top-tier assassin, and I lay my cards on the table. Lao Mo's brow furrowed as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The best strategy is to retreat. This fish has too many bones. Best to leave it untouched. If this battle continued, Lao Mo feared he would be defeated, especially with his injured leg. He stood no chance against Shi Jiang in his current state. Just as Shi Jiang finished his conversation and turned around, the man had vanished. Come on, my friend. You are supposed to be a top assassin. How can you disappear just like that? In an instant, Lao Mo slipped from everyone's sight without a trace. Did you see him just now? No. Did you catch a glimpse? Not at all. None of the three had noticed his departure, and Shi Jiang scratched his head, realizing he had been facing away, making it even harder to spot him. He clenched his fists and sighed. He has already gone. What a letdown. I spent 80,000 system coins and didn't even get a sound in return. What a loss. At this moment, Lao Mo raced downwards with legs like arrows. Ha ha. It's fortunate that I fled swiftly. It was indeed my prowess. Nevertheless, this endeavor cannot be deemed a failure, for I managed to eliminate one of Shi Jiang's bodyguards. Lao Mo reassured himself. I must report the situation without delay. This assassin is no ordinary foe. With a grim expression, Lao Mo hastened down the mountain. Suddenly, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground due to his haste. Damn, why is this path so slippery? Why am I so unfortunate lately? Shi Jiang had already collapsed onto the ground, his body having reached a mid-level enhancement that granted him extraordinary strength, though it also came with its own burdens. Perhaps it was due to his recent acquisition, leaving him unaccustomed. The sky was dim, yet luminously bright. The rain seemed to have ceased. With his head slightly bowed, Shi Jiang gazed at the moonlight obscured by the thick haze. Li Tong exclaimed with excitement, I never expected you possessed such skills. Why are you so astonished? What is it different from the barking of my dog? Oh dear, how rude of you. Shi Jiang slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, ignoring the noise. He thought, what a fool. Look, Zhu Xinyue shrieked, looking up at the sky. In the pitch-black canopy, dazzling lights streaked across the night sky, resembling brilliant gemstones descending to the earth. The meteor shower illuminated the entire night, leaving behind ethereal halos like silver ribbons. It's a meteor shower. Zhu Xinyue appeared extraordinarily excited, shaking the meditative Shi Jiang vigorously. Shi Jiang slowly opened one eye and glanced. Is it truly happening? Chapter 64. May your dreams come true, fool. Make a wish quickly. Zhu Xinyue urged, as if desperate not to miss this celestial event. Shi Jiang promptly received a punch on his forehead. This is futile. It won't work. What do you know? Sincerity brings fortune, Zhu Xinyue retorted, disregarding him as she gazed at the meteors streaking across the sky. She gently closed her eyes, hands clasped, and silently wished. I want to be with Shi Jiang forever and ever. A warm smile graced Zhu Xinyue's lips, and after a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Li Tong and Su Xinxin also made their wishes. Such a rare meteor shower at the mountain peak was not to be missed by anyone. In contrast, Shi Jiang was left staring blankly. Zhu Xinyue's anger flared as she grasped Shi Jiang's ear. Everyone is making wishes, and what are you doing? Hurry and make a wish. Zhu Xinyue commanded. Shi Jiang could only comply, watching the lights traverse the sky, closing his eyes to silently wish. May your dreams come true. That phrase gradually faded within him, and Shi Jiang slowly opened his eyes. Zhu Xinyue chuckled, leaning close to Shi Jiang's weathered face. What did you wish for? Shi Jiang quickly stepped back, maintaining his distance from her. If I say it, it won't come true. Cut it out, who cares? Zhu Xinyue instantly rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue. Shi Jiang, however, inquired, what wish did you make then? Since Shi Jiang had not made a wish at all, he was at a loss for words. Zhu Xinyue huffed proudly and turned away. If I say it, it won't come true. Should she say it? Shi Jiang immediately pounced on her, tickling her. Hey, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, that tickles, don't touch me. Shi Jiang chuckled mischievously before relenting. So, will you tell me? I certainly won't. Then you'll just have to keep being tickled. Li Tong and Su Xinxin exchanged silent glances, unable to comprehend the situation. How come those in a relationship are still serving up dog food? This couple's flirtation was making them feel a little murderous. Any objections? Su Xinxin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the two rolling on the ground and promptly replied, no objections. I have objections. Shi Jiang shouted. Li Tong scowled darkly. What nonsense objections do you have? We're on a mountaintop, not in a room you two rented. Are we not human? Actually, we could choose not to be. Damn you. Li Tong kicked him in response. The intense pain jolted Tang Jinsu awake from his stupor. I'm not dead. He then realized he was precariously hanging from the massive trunk of a tree on the cliff's edge. Hiss. As Tang Jin gazed into the unfathomable depths below, he inhaled sharply. He hurriedly scrambled to climb, discovering a rocky ledge below. What a stroke of luck. Strangely enough, the lucky pouch with the lotus mark from his pocket was also hanging from the tree, swaying gently in the breeze. Tang Jin's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed, I understand. It must be this pouch that has protected me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen just right to hang on this tree. I've truly stumbled upon a treasure. Just as the words left his mouth, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the lucky pouch to be whisked away into the abyss. Tang Jin wanted to retrieve it, but it was no longer feasible. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down, rolling onto the rocky ledge below. Next to the ledge, there was a cave. Tang Jin could scarcely believe the scene before him. Being pursued, falling off a cliff, escaping death, and acquiring extraordinary skills. Indeed, he had struck gold with all three. Am I not the quintessential martial arts protagonist? He laughed triumphantly, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through his body. The cave before him evidently held remarkable secrets. Without further ado, he stepped inside. This would mark the beginning of Tang Jin's legendary journey. As he entered the cave, a damp, decaying scent assaulted him, sending a shiver down his spine. Faint rays of light struggled to penetrate the cave's entrance, only to be swiftly consumed by the profound darkness, leaving behind a chilling void. The cave's ceiling was adorned with jagged stones, and sporadic droplets echoed with a crisp, hollow sound in the silence. As Tang Jin gazed into the foreboding cavern, a sense of trepidation welled within him. The oppressive gloom hinted at lurking dangers, Yet retreat was not an option. Resolutely, he embraced the notion of high risks yielding high rewards and ventured deeper into the cave. At the heart of the cavern, he discovered rows of stone tables cluttered with various antiquities, each seemingly aged and perhaps of monetary value. However, Tang Jin paid little heed to this. He was a trusted confidant of Tang Long and hardly in need of funds. After rummaging through the items, he eventually unearthed an exquisite box, shrouded in dust and corroded bronze. Undoubtedly, it was a treasure. Impatiently, Tang Jin struck it with a fist. Ouch, that hurt. Shaking his numb hand, he seized a stone and struck again. With a series of resounding thuds, fortune favored the persistent, and the box finally yielded its secrets. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what unparalleled tome lay within. A broad smile graced his face as he extracted a book from the box. Indeed, it was a manual of extraordinary martial prowess. Should he master it and return, he would ensure that the wretched individual he encountered earlier would pay dearly. However, as he opened the book, the smile faded, replaced by a stern expression. What was this? The evil repelling sword manual? The name struck him as peculiar, and as he leafed through its pages, he sought to discern whether it contained divine skills or sinister arts. Initially incomprehensible, it was only upon reaching the final page that 8 conspicuous characters caught his eye. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Tang Jin's gaze drifted slowly to his groin, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. Who on earth would dare to practice such a thing? Enraged, he hurled the manual to the ground, fuming at the absurdity. He had believed that Mount Xiong had genuine treasures, only to be met with such preposterousness. Patting his backside, he lamented the futility of his efforts. Right, he recalled, he needed to report the situation urgently. His phone, nestled in his pocket, revealed a mere 2% battery remaining, enough to suffice. He promptly located his contact, Long Xiao, and typed a brief message. Long Xiao, the university student Shi Jiang is formidable. On this mountain peak, he is guarded by experts. My mission has failed, and I am now trapped within the mountain. Be exceedingly cautious. Just as he sent the message, the phone powered off. Tang Jin surveyed the pitch-black cave once more, casting a glance at the manual discarded on the ground, his frustration simmering within. He needed a plan to escape this predicament. Yet, how could he depart when a sheer cliff awaited below? Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that climbing was his only option. However, one must not falter. At that moment, atop the mountain, the 4 of them had already set up camp and were preparing to rest. Suddenly, Shi Jiang's phone rang. It was not his father, but rather his sister, Shi Yu. Upon answering, she exclaimed, "Hello, brother. I've been discharged from the hospital." "Discharged already? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" he inquired. "It's because our father came," Shi Yu replied. Shi Jiang gasped in astonishment. What? Chapter 65. The bias of the old man towards daughters over sons. "Ah, my dear grandson. Why do you not seem pleased to see me?" the elderly man said, retreating slightly while casting an appraising glance at Shi Jiang. He leaned on a cane, intricately carved with dragon motifs that shimmered faintly. "What brings you here?" Shi Jiang demanded. "Of course, I have come to fetch you her. I cannot bear to see her suffer in your company. My heart aches for my beloved granddaughter. What are you doing here, causing a ruckus? Why not enjoy your retirement in Beijing instead of coming here?" The old man chuckled and waved dismissively. "It pleases me. If my granddaughter so much as endures a modicum of hardship, you shall answer for it." "Indeed," Shi Jiang retorted, suppressing his irritation while glaring at the elder. "You have always favored her, and even now you continue to do so. I shall not engage in this any longer." "Oh, you little rascal. When did I ever show favoritism?" The old man's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. "Huh, I remember it clearly from my childhood. Would you care for a reminder? You bought 3 candies, 1 for me and 2 for you. How do you explain that? Why not give me 2 and her 1? That is blatant favoritism," Shi Jiang accused, pointing an accusatory finger. "Answer me, why was I given only 1? The old man chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, finally recalling. "Ah, you refer to that incident. It wasn't my fault. I had a toothache and could not eat more." "Oh, so you didn't wish to give me any at all?" Shi Jiang replied, his expression darkening as he chose not to engage further. "Since you are here to take you please do so." This decision was made after careful consideration, as he had encountered 2 assassins during his mountain trek. Frankly, had it not been for his fortunate circumstances, he would have been genuinely frightened, especially concerning his family. As for his parents, he could let that go. What truly mattered was Should those assassins target her, he would be left with a lifetime of regret. Take her away. I have no objections whatsoever. Yet, Shiryu hesitated, reluctant to leave so soon after her discharge, eager to catch up with her brother. Brother, I don't want to go. Be obedient. Your grandfather receives a substantial pension each month. Find a way to help your brother out. Shirjiang flashed a mischievous grin, exchanging a knowing glance. Huh. Shiryu appeared momentarily taken aback. The old man, gripping his dragon-headed cane, struck the ground forcefully, exclaiming in anger, "You rascal, my hearing is perfectly fine, and you intend to meddle with my pension. Tell me, what do you expect me to do? The most obedient one in my life has always been my eldest granddaughter. All right, your granddaughter is commendable, but your grandson is ungrateful. Now, that's more like it. At least you possess some self-awareness." The old man surveyed his surroundings, his anger dissipating. "Where are your parents?" Shirjiang offered an awkward smile, replying, "They are away on a business trip." He felt a twinge of shame as he spoke. It was indeed rare for them to be working while the sun shone from the west. He pondered whether his father had reported him to the authorities and if it had anything to do with going abroad. "Ah," the old man responded, half in disbelief. As he tidied himself up, "Let us go, granddaughter. This rented room is hardly fit for human habitation." Shirjiang nodded and smiled obsequiously. "Take care, grandfather." He waved his hand dismissively. "You err. Don't forget to ensure that old man's pension is set aside for your brother." Shiryu pouted and followed the old man closely. "Understood, brother. Wait a moment." Suddenly, Shirjiang called out. This statement brought joy to Shiryu. Could it be that her brother regretted not allowing her to accompany the old man to Beicheng? Oh yes, that would be wonderful. Shirjiang approached Shiryu, his face alight with excitement. "Waiter, if you miss me in Beicheng, call me in the evening." Shiryu promptly received a series of digits beginning with 3, linked to the postal savings bank. "Brother, there's a reason why grandfather favors girls over boys, wouldn't you agree?" "That is certainly the case." Shiryu smirked. "Can you guess why?" Shirjiang shook his head. "Because you're mischievous." Shirjiang's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily speechless. "Didn't I just say to call me in the evening? Is this still how you treat your brother?" Shiryu, uninterested, left with her grandfather. Ah, a safe departure. A safe return. Shirjiang returned to the quiet room, opening the left drawer, revealing the handgun he had seized from Tang Hu. "If anyone dares to assassinate me, they shall not find me merciful." Shirjiang's expression darkened, his brow furrowing. He had already heard rumors of conflict between the Zhu and Tang families when he parted ways with Zhu Xinyue. The initial skirmishes were brutal. This was a source of great concern for Shirjiang. Day after day, it was all about violence. It was utterly tiresome. The world of martial arts should emphasize human connections and social etiquette. He wondered what madness had possessed the old man to arrive just in time to take Yue away. Shirjiang felt a surge of joy. The old man was quite affluent, and with his pension, he would be well off every month. Surely, Yue would live like a young lady of great fortune under his care. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered whether his younger sister, now successful, might think of her elder brother and perhaps call him in the evening. Yet, why dwell on such thoughts? Shirjiang felt a throbbing headache. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. "Skill refreshed. Would you like to upgrade earning money through beating?" Shirjiang's spirits lifted instantly. An upgrade is possible? It requires 100,000 system coins. What? 100,000? Go and rob a bank. The body enhancement at the mountain peak cost 80,000, and now to spend another 100,000 would leave me with less than 20,000. I had hoped to save for a house for you. Disappointment washed over Shirjiang as he inquired further, "What are the effects?" Upgraded to earning money while lying down. Removing the effects of earning money through beating. Earning money while lying down. Gain 1 system coin per second. What? What did you say? Shirjiang gazed at the system panel, seemingly grasping a revelation. This meant transforming passive income into active income. However, let me calculate this first. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. 24 hours in a day. 60 times 24 equals 86, 400. Shirjiang continued to count with his fingers, calculating this sum. By this reckoning, doing nothing all day would yield over 80,000. Indeed, one can earn money while lying down. Ultimately, whether one is wealthy or not is trivial. The crux lies in the ability to lie down. A grin spread across Shirjiang's face as he upgraded the skill without hesitation. At this rate, 1 year later, he would possess tens of millions, an amount that would be impossible to exhaust. Wouldn't I become a billionaire in the future? Truly, Heaven rewards the diligent. Even if my family faced calamity from the start, with my extraordinary capabilities, I would never falter. Shi Jiang felt invigorated. At the Tang residence, Tang Long sat in his chair, eyes tightly shut, his hands rhythmically tapping, seemingly deep in thought. He had already seen the message from Tang Jin, which left him quite troubled. The unfolding of events had exceeded expectations, and plans would undoubtedly be disrupted. The most critical issue was the uncertainty. The audience below gazed expectantly, as if awaiting orders. The moment had arrived. Tang Long slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tonight, they would act. Chapter 66. My wife gave birth. Shi Jiang. You are 2.5 minutes late, Xin Yan chided. Should I leave then? Shi Jiang replied promptly, taking a step forward. Where do you think you're going? Hurry and come to class. This session is a review. You say I should leave, yet you don't want me to. Do you want me to go or not? Shi Jiang could only helplessly enter the classroom, listening as teacher Shun discussed the answers for the final exam, moving to the blackboard to point and illustrate. Students, quiet down. The semester is drawing to a close, and the final examinations are upon us. Allow me to guide you through a review. Teacher, just tell us where the answers are, one student interjected. Xin Yan, unfazed, pointed to the key concepts on the blackboard. This one, and this one. Please continue. I've noted everything down, the student urged, a grin spreading across Xin Yan's face. These topics won't be on the exam. The faces of those who had just scribbled down the knowledge points fell, their grips on their pens tightening. Why didn't you say so earlier? I hadn't finished speaking, Xin Yan replied. The school forbids us from highlighting key points, so I must resort to the process of elimination. One must appreciate the teacher's good intentions. I appreciate nothing, retorted a classmate, who had merely been copying the points into his notebook. However, Shi Jiang remained unperturbed, exchanging glances with Xin Yan. What are you looking at me for? Do you know? Xin Yan shot back. Well, I know it all. Thus, they maintained their gaze for several seconds, unable to endure the tension any longer. Xin Yan shook his head and resumed his annotations of non-crucial information. Pay attention, everyone. These will not be included in the exam. If any of you fail, I won't be bailing you out. A few students lamented. This is unfair. How can the teacher not help us? But to be fair, hasn't the teacher provided us with the answers? They chuckled. Does giving us the answers guarantee passing? Who established that rule? Shi Jiang, indifferent to their antics, suddenly realized that Zhu Xinyue had not shown up, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness. That girl, calculating the time. I wonder if Zhu's family has gotten into trouble? He sighed. With her out there, I can't help but worry, while her husband frets on campus. If the Tang family were to interfere, that silly girl would undoubtedly be in danger. Shi Jiang opened his phone and messaged Zhu Hua. The reply came instantly. Shi Jiang felt as though he were the most significant person in Zhu Hua's life. He inquired about Zhu Xinyue's whereabouts. Zhu Hua responded that she was at their family's arms factory. How familiar that sounds, Shi Jiang thought, suddenly jolted awake as memories of when he used to pat Tang, whose head flooded back. Did this mean it was a scheme by the Tang family? This is bad. Zhu Hua, answer your phone. You fool. How could you let Zhu Xinyue guard your family's arms factory? Do you understand how perilous that is? Zhu Hua, bewildered, replied. Shi Jiang, you must be mistaken. I am Zhu Xinyue's brother. How could I ever put her in danger? Our arms factory is completely undetected and absolutely safe. Enough of this. The Tang family will undoubtedly act tonight. I must prepare. All right, but tell me, where's your arms factory? Zhu Hua asked, his brow furrowing. What are you planning? Certainly, my priority is to protect Xinyue. Let me tell you, if anything were to happen to her, I would not spare you. Zhu Hua stood frozen on the other end of the line. Shouldn't that be my statement? Enough. If you weren't Xinyue's brother, I wouldn't bother conversing with you. Zhu Hua's face darkened as he clenched his fists. If my sister weren't infatuated with you to the point of forsaking her family, I would have shot you dead by now. How dare you point fingers at me? You presumptuous fool. In the end, Zhu Hua obediently provided the address before hanging up, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang stared at the disconnected phone, snorting coldly. If you were to discover that I saved your family's arms factory, you would truly understand who holds the power. Shi Jiang was too apathetic to indulge in trivial exchanges. If he were to align with Zhu Hua, Xinyue would undoubtedly side with him, and that was sufficient. What was there to fear? With a swift motion, a piece of chalk flew from Shun Yan's hand, hurtling towards Shi Jiang. I dodged. Shi Jiang seemed to sense it, narrowly evading at the last moment. What are you doing? Old man, Is there no decorum? What phone call was that? This is a classroom. Do you not possess basic courtesy? Shen Yin reprimanded. Old Shun, the students are present. It's rather inappropriate for you to say that. Show me some consideration. Don't try to ingratiate yourself. Humph, as if I wish to. Shi Jiang suddenly stood up, startling Shen Yin, who took a step back. What on earth? Why did you suddenly stand up? Shi Jiang smirked. Look at you. I'm not going to hit you. You wouldn't dare strike me? Shen Yin puffed his cheeks in indignation, brimming with anger. Old Shun, I have a favor to ask. Grant me some time off. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin immediately became displeased. Just the other day, I helped you with a leave request. And now you seek another? Please, I genuinely have an urgent matter, an exceptionally pressing one. Urgent for what? My wife is about to give birth. Shen Yin silently regarded Shi Jiang, wondering why he suddenly felt the urge to thrash this insolent brat. Nevertheless, being a teacher, he had to maintain composure. Especially with so many students watching, he ought to give Shi Jiang some leeway. Speak plainly. What could Shi Jiang possibly say? He certainly couldn't disclose that he was heading to an arms factory. Truly exasperating. My wife has gone into labor. Shen Yin, quite urgent. Shi Jiang opened his mouth wide, his demeanor serious, tinged with a hint of panic. Shen Yin observed Shi Jiang's distress, feeling equally vexed. If what you say is true, your wife is truly giving birth. You've known Zhu Xinyu for only a few months? What an extraordinary child. Fine, you may go. It's not like you're studying anyway. Shen Yin pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to let Shi Jiang off the hook. After all, he was his prized student. It would not do to make things difficult for him. Shi Jiang then let out a chuckle, swiftly leaping from the classroom. Leaving his classmates bewildered. Was he in such a hurry to be reborn? No, judging by his demeanor, it appeared that his wife had given birth. Shen Yin chuckled, confirming the speculation. He had just been informed that Shi Jiang's wife had delivered, prompting his haste. What? The classmates gasped in astonishment, particularly Li Tong, whose mouth gaped widest. How could her belly have grown so large in just a few months? The truth was becoming clear. One astute classmate analyzed the situation, his eyes gleaming with insight. This was impossible. There wasn't enough time unless Shi Jiang had already been involved prior. It made sense why Zhu Xinyu pursued him daily. It turned out he had been irresponsible and had taken advantage of her. Am I right, brothers? The group nodded in agreement, finding the logic sound. Li Tong was rendered speechless. Listening to such nonsense was akin to being enlightened by Zhuangzi. What was all this rambling? Don't spout unfounded claims with your eyes wide open. Chapter 67. Captain of the Dragon Guard at the Tang Family Munitions Factory, Tang Long smirked, exuding confidence. I knew you would come, so I have been waiting for you. This was akin to waiting for a hare to come by. Zhu Hua had encountered an ambush. He had not anticipated that Tang Long could foresee his actions and set a trap in advance. Consequently, the Zhu family faced defeat and found themselves in dire straits. The Tang family surrounded the Zhu family, their gazes fixed intently. You cannot escape now. How naive to think you could destroy my munitions factory. At that moment, Sun Ho approached Tang Long. Young Master Long. Everything is ready. The munitions factory remains secure. Excellent. Let us resolve this matter once and for all. Zhu Hua smiled, remaining calm even in adversity. Tang Long, you are truly delusional. You cannot seriously think I possess only these means. With a laugh, Zhu Hua commanded, attack. In an instant, Sun Ho's expression turned sinister as he lunged with his blade towards Tang Long's heart. Swish. Clang. The strike missed. Someone had intervened. Sun Ho was caught off guard. He had not expected to be thwarted so swiftly. Tang Long had already retreated 3 steps, fixating coldly on the scene. The individual standing before Sun Ho astonished everyone. It was the captain of the Dragon Guard, one of Tang Long's most trusted confidants. The captain wielded a massive sword, fiercely pushing Sun Ho back. The latter and his accomplices hurriedly retreated. It was clear they were traitors. However, Sun Ho had no time to react, as he was too close to the captain. With a swift thrust, the giant sword pierced through his chest, the gleaming blade protruding from his back, dripping with thick crimson blood. Sun Ho's eyes widened in shock, blood pooling in his mouth, his expression filled with bitterness. The sinister laughter of Tang Long echoed through the darkness. Oh, Sun Ho, you are ultimately an outsider. Did you truly believe I would trust you so easily? This is the consequence of your betrayal. Sun Ho let out a cold sneer, his eyes dimming with despair. What of being an outsider? If I am not favored by you, can I not seek refuge with a more powerful faction? Tang Long, your arrogance is your downfall. Even in death, I shall ensure you pay for your hubris. With that, Sun Ho charged forward, rallying those behind him into a fierce assault. Zhu Hua, previously trapped, now found himself in a position of advantage, thanks to Sun Ho's intervention. The leader of the Dragon Guard, with a heavy sword raised, struck down mercilessly. Sun Ho was cleaved in two, blood splattering across the air. With a resounding thud, the leader of the Dragon Guard planted his massive sword before him, exuding a presence that left all hesitant to attack. Ha ha ha. Look at them, paralyzed with fear. Tang Long reveled in their trepidation. Who dares approach? That colossal sword would spell certain death for anyone who dared come close. Sun Ho, that fool, has already met his demise. Who would dare take a step forward? Zhu Hua's expression darkened. With the Dragon Guard leader present, they were at a distinct disadvantage. Slowly, he drew his pistol. Seeing this, the Tang family members also brandished their firearms. In the realm of the underworld, an unspoken rule dictated that families engaged in conflict must wield the same class of weapons. Violating this norm would invite retaliation from other clans. Tang Long, visibly irritated, despised having a gun pointed at him. What amusement is this? Should a gunfight break out here, none of us would emerge alive. His words rang true. Zhu Hua fixed his gaze, hesitating to fire as if caught in a standoff. Very well, let us remain in this stalemate. Yet, you seem to have forgotten something. Zhu Hua promptly retorted, I know what you're implying. Only the leader of the Dragon Guard is present. Your faction must have gone to ambush my arms factory. But my family's arms factory is exceedingly secretive. You could not possibly know its location. Upon hearing this, Tang Long erupted into boisterous laughter. Zhu Hua, oh Zhu Hua, if I called you foolish, it would be an understatement. Recently, whispers have circulated, and the location of your arms factory is now common knowledge. Zhu Hua's heart sank. Impossible. I just informed Shi Jiang. That scoundrel could not have leaked the information so widely. Furthermore, no more than 5 individuals in my entire family know of the factory's existence. It's utterly inconceivable. Curious, are we? Not that I mind sharing. The news originated from the Li family. How they acquired it, I cannot say. Zhu Hua's countenance darkened. Facing Tang Long head-on was now exceedingly perilous, especially without Tang Mu by his side. Even more dire is the absence of Tang Long's guard team at this location. If his claims hold true, then his sister is in grave danger amidst the entire arms factory. Although Tang Long's guards may not rival the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps led by Xiang Tianming, their combat capabilities are formidable. Even with Tang Mu's presence, the outcome remains uncertain. Retreat. Zhu Hua immediately issued the command. Realizing the urgency now was too late. Tang Long's gaze swept across the area. His intent was to trap Zhu Hua here, creating chaos without engaging in direct conflict. The objective was to render him incapable of providing support. Once your arms factory is obliterated by me, your family will be devoid of any military supplies. What then? Will you have to contend against the Tang family? Zhu Hua gritted his teeth in frustration. He had miscalculated. Even dispatching Tang Mu would not alter the larger scheme. Oh, and Shi Jiang has also gone. That scoundrel, what can he accomplish there? The more Zhu Hua pondered, the angrier he became. Moreover, he dared not act recklessly. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Tang Long had deceived even Sun Ho, let alone him. Zhu Hua, I recognize your talents. Surrender, and I may spare your life. Absolutely not. Very well, then. Just watch as your Zhu family is utterly destroyed by your own hand. Tomorrow, I shall declare war on your family in the Sin City. Sin City refers to an abandoned area of Jinghai City, typically the battleground for underworld factions. Should you choose not to come, I shall directly assault the Zhu residence. The voice reverberated, lingering in the air. Tang Long was clearly intent on threatening Zhu Hua while the latter lacked military supplies. Zhu Hua fell into silence. Fine, fine. Tomorrow, in Sin City, it will be a fight to the death. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhu Hua signaled. A breakout was imperative. The greatest headache for Zhu Hua was the captain of the Dragon Guard. In terms of strength, he surpassed Jiang Shi by several levels. Yet there was no room for further development. He had to break through swiftly to support the arms factory. Zhu Xinyue and Tang Mu were there, and he could not rest easy. In an instant, the two sides clashed. No firearms were used at this moment. The captain of the Dragon Guard stood firm against 10 adversaries, his presence overwhelming. Zhu Hua snorted coldly and charged at the captain of the Dragon Guard, while Sun Ho led the others to break through, aiming to avoid prolonged confrontation. Tang Long chuckled coldly. Even if you manage to escape, what does it matter? A mere insect remains an insect. incapable of contending with a true dragon. Zhu Hua had long been willing to pay any price to break through the encirclement. Tang Long refrained from intervening. The battlefield was ever-changing. Even with the advantage now, should he engage, unforeseen circumstances could arise, proving detrimental. It was best to maintain a stronghold. The Zhu family suffered heavy casualties, but managed to break free. Tang Long observed silently. At this moment, however, the captain of the Dragon Guard was unwilling to concede. He drew his pistol, aiming at Zhu Hua. Young Master Long, let me finish this with a single shot. Why adhere to such rules? Once you become the overlord of Jinghai, you will be the rule. Tang Long deflected his gun, and you do not comprehend. If I were to shoot him dead, what significance would that hold? A victory obtained through underhanded means is akin to a meal handed out of pity. I, Tang Long, have yet to stoop to such disgrace. To achieve genuine success, one must first conquer through absolute strength. Only such individuals can truly ascend to the pinnacle of the mountain, earning the respect and eventual submission of others. Tang Long gazed at the fleeing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The child from the Zhu family is hardly worth my concern. At this moment, their arms factory has already been obliterated by my Dragon Guard. So what can they possibly use to challenge me? Ha! Soon, I, Tang Long, shall reign as the sovereign of Jinghai. Chapter 68. A grand scheme unfolds at the city gates. Li family. Brother, please cease your actions, Li Tong implored Li Feng. The waters of Jinghai run too deep for you to navigate. Partnering with the Gao family is akin to courting disaster. Li Feng halted, clearly intent on leaving. Yet Li Tong obstructed him. Unfortunately, you fail to understand my resolve. You are preoccupied with your indulgent lifestyle, showing no regard for the Li family's welfare. I have toiled tirelessly for this family. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the ceiling. I do not rely on you, so I must take action. The winds of change sweep through Jinghai, and the situation is precarious. This is an opportune moment for the Li family to strategize. Tonight, as the Tang and Zhu families clash at the arms factory, I must intervene, regardless of whether the Tang or Zhu family emerges victorious. One less competitor will benefit the Li family. Li Tong chuckled. Even if one family falls, how can your meager strength contend with the other clans? At that point, your alliance with the Gao family would be rendered meaningless, and you would stand no chance against them. Li Feng's gaze darkened. I shall not concern myself with such matters. He turned his back resolutely, as if having made a definitive decision. Await my good news. At the Zhu family's arms factory, Tang Long's Dragon Guard had already laid siege to the establishment. Fortunately, this operation saw Tang Mu left behind. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, even with Tang Mu at the helm, they could not withstand the Dragon Guard's assault. Tang Mu observed the unfolding chaos, gritting his teeth. Did they not claim that the last battle between Tang Long's Dragon Guard and the Xiang family was devastating? It appears that was a falsehood. At this moment, team leader Chao Xing of the Dragon Guard led a squad, charging forth with unrelenting momentum, pushing into the arms factory. Tang Mu, surrender. Victory is impossible for you. If you open the doors of the arms factory and lay down your weapons now, I may spare your life. Bah! Tang Mu spat vehemently. This brat, who had received his fair share of beatings from me in his youth, now seeks revenge. A member of the Zhu family inquired, Brother Mu, what shall we do now? What else can we do? We must remain here and await rescue. This place is fortified. They cannot breach it without considerable effort. Zhu Xinyuet gently patted Tang Mu's shoulder, startling him momentarily. Oh my goodness, young lady, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Oh my goodness, Shijiang, what are you doing here? Shijiang shot him a glance. Tang Mu, you truly do talk too much. Do you think I wouldn't come? If anything were to happen to Xinyue, how could I possibly explain it? Is your head worth losing over this? My head? To explain to you? Tang Mu gaped, lost in confusion. All right, I'm here primarily for Xinyue's safety. Now, kindly open the gates of the arms factory and cover our retreat. Tang Mu nodded, conceding to the logic. What about me? You can die here. Since your task is to protect the young lady, it would be a noble demise. Tang Mu retorted, I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You expect me to escort you two away and then just wait to be blown up by the Dragon Guard? Is this even a reasonable request? No. The gates cannot be opened. If the arms factory falls, the entire Zhu family will be doomed. I must wait for Zhu Hua's rescue. Shijiang scoffed, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he scrutinized Tang Mu. Are you truly this foolish? Zhu Hua can hardly save himself, let alone come to your aid. What then? The arms factory cannot fall into my hands. If it does, our family will be in dire straits, unable to contend with the other three prominent families. I would be branded a traitor. Tang Mu was growing increasingly anxious. General Mu, I have a plan, though I wonder if you are willing to gamble. Shi Zhang's expression shifted to one of mischief. As long as we can secure the arms factory, I will heed your counsel. The method is simple. Open the gates of the arms factory. You must be mad. Tang Mu barked. Shi Zhang's eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness as he smiled calmly. To preserve the arms factory, everything must follow my lead. This is not a game. Tang Mu immediately refused. Xinhua, let us leave, he urged. All right, she replied, taking his hand as they prepared to flee. Tang Mu panicked. Don't go, Jianggu. I'll do as you say. That's more like it, Tang Mu. Stick with Jianggu, and you'll be safe and sound. Very well, what should we do? Shi Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully, a serene smile gracing his lips. Just open the gates. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. But if we open the gates, won't they come rushing in? Huh, do you think they dare? Just follow my instructions. With no other option. Tang Mu complied and opened the gates of the arms factory. Chao Xing, who was strategizing an assault on the factory's formidable defenses, was taken aback when the gates swung open unexpectedly. Wait, has Tang Mu lost his mind? He wondered aloud as he and the Dragon Guard peered into the factory, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Only Tang Mu and Shi Jiang remained. Chao Xing seemed to sense a conspiracy, his eyes narrowing slightly. What exactly did Tang Mu intend? Could there be a deception at play? Yet, the main gate stood open. Even if there were tricks involved, where could they lead? Chao Xing cast a glance at the nearby members of the Dragon Guard. You go and gather some intelligence. Why me? The Dragon Guard member appeared visibly terrified. The arms factory had suddenly opened its doors, and to send him in as a scout felt like courting death. He had just witnessed Tang Mu leading a group into the factory. How could it possibly be just the two of them? It was clearly a trap. I won't go, the Dragon Guard member declared resolutely. Not even if you beat me to death. If anyone should go, it should be you. Chao Xing's expression darkened, tempted to strike him. Yet he refrained, recognizing the inappropriateness of such an action. Although the arms factory's doors were ajar, he wrestled internally with the decision of whether to advance. Watching Chao Xing hesitate from outside, Tang Mu finally sighed in relief, albeit still anxious. What a fright. If Chao Xing dares to step inside, we are truly finished. That won't happen, Shi Jiang replied with confidence. This exemplified the fear inherent in human nature. Their dread of the unknown rendered them hesitant to act rashly. It also confirmed that the leader of the Dragon Guard was a coward. Tang Mu felt a surge of joy. Shi Jiang, you truly are a remarkable strategist. With this plan, we can undoubtedly await Zhu Hua's rescue and ensnare them all. Zhu Xinhua shared his delight. Excellent, Shi Jiang, you are truly brilliant. Stop it. You're making me shy, Shi Jiang responded modestly. Zhu Xinhua's expression darkened. Do you think I'm complimenting you? Outside the arms factory, Li Feng observed the Dragon Guard assaulting the facility. His curiosity piqued as he noticed the open gates. I, from the Li family, have come to support you, Tang family. Yet why do you hesitate to attack the arms factory? Upon realizing it was Li Feng, a prospective ally, Chao Xing quickly recounted the situation. Hearing this, Li Feng smirked lightly. This is utter nonsense. You have been deceived. That little rascal Shi Jiang has tricked you, but not me. Follow me as we charge into the arms factory. With a single command, everyone surged forward. Li Feng cast a disdainful glance at the Dragon Guard. I will scout for you. What a bunch of fools. While Shi Jiang and his companions were engaged in light-hearted banter, Tang Mu suddenly cried out, It's over. Li Feng from the Li family is coming. Shi Jiang, didn't you say they wouldn't dare to enter? Tang Mu's mind raced as he contemplated desperate measures. Shi Jiang felt dizzy and disoriented, the situation far beyond his expectations. How was I to know Li Feng would come? Hurry, let us flee. Shi Jiang urgently pulled Zhu Xinhua. Tang Mu questioned, What are you doing? Of course, we must flee. Tang Mu, hold on. I will escort the young lady to safety first. Li Feng shouted loudly, and the entire arms factory was besieged by the Dragon Guard, leaving no room for escape. Today, none of you shall escape. Chapter 69. Choose one of 3 defensive skills. Why not make a trade? In the face of danger, Shi Jiang spoke calmly. Li Feng's interest was piqued. On the brink of death, you still wish to negotiate with me? Did you not come here intending to destroy the entire arms factory? You can achieve your objective, while also taking Tang Mu with you. Why resort to violence? Tang Mu interjected, confused. Shi Jiang gestured for him to be silent. Trust me. It is the only way to save the young lady. Only by sacrificing you can she survive. Tang Mu immediately protested. I feel you merely seek to exchange my life for your own, cloaked in this facade of saving the young lady. Oh, if that is truly the case, it would save me considerable trouble. Li Feng's gaze was frigid, and he sighed languidly. But if it were true, then that would be a deception. Charge together, besiege them. Li Feng's expression darkened, devoid of any kindness. It seemed he had no intention of letting them leave. Li Feng was cautious. For Shijiang had previously executed a ruse that thoroughly deceived Chao Xing. Even if he suspected a trick, would Chao Xing dare to advance? This was a blatant scheme, making Li Feng realize that time was his real adversary. Therefore, he could not allow Shijiang to escape. It was over, everything was lost. Tang Mu sat despondently on the ground, engulfed in despair. I warned you that opening the door would lead to disaster. Now look, time has not been on our side, and our home has been invaded. Tang Mu clearly blamed Shijiang. Look at you. What great deeds can you accomplish in such a state? I, Shijiang, never undertake ventures without certainty. Since the door has opened, it signifies I have a trump card. As he spoke, Shijiang grew more confident. Upon hearing this, Tang Mu suddenly steadied himself. Are you serious? There is not a hint of falsehood in your words. Enough with the distractions. This arms factory is your grave. Dragon Guard, advance. At Li Feng's command, Chao Xing shot him a dark glance, but said nothing, instead directing the Dragon Guard to attack. Yet, a hint of discontent lingered within him. How dare a member of the Li family command him? Had it not been for Long Xiao's instructions, he might have retaliated. Just as Shijiang and Tang Long found themselves in peril, a group of individuals suddenly emerged behind them. Big brother, we have arrived late to your rescue. The Shilong Mercenary Corps. They withstood the assault of the Dragon Guard, their expressions fierce and menacing. Advance another step, and we shall eliminate you. Tang Mu stared at this scene in astonishment. Shijiang, tell me honestly, where did you gather such a multitude? Are you truly their leader? Speak quickly. What else have you concealed from me? Shijiang offered an awkward smile, scratching his head. Tang Mu, you think too highly of me. I am not their leader. This is merely a mercenary group I have rented. Rented? Shijiang replied with an unwavering demeanor. Tang Mu's earlier expression of delight quickly morphed into disappointment as he sighed. I thought you truly had an army. Li Feng shot him a glare. Although the situation did not exceed his expectations, he was still taken aback. Damn it, when did this kid acquire his own mercenary group? With such a display, even Xiang Tianming's iron-blooded troops might face difficulties. The crux of the matter was that Xiao Niuma and Wei Long were absent, preoccupied with bounty tasks, leaving Shijiang to lead the mercenary group for support. Without the two leaders, the strength of the Xilong mercenary group would undoubtedly be significantly diminished, yet it was evidently sufficient to contend with the Dragon Guard. At that moment, the Xilong mercenary group and the Dragon Guard had already engaged in fierce combat. The situation was unfavorable, and Li Feng sighed. I knew it. Thank goodness I still have a trump card. Li Jian, your subordinate is here. Suddenly, a figure wielding a long sword materialized behind Li Feng, exuding a chilling aura. Kill Shijiang. Upon witnessing this, Tang Mu promptly fled. We're done for. Li Jian ranks 49th on the assassin list and is a master swordsman. If he intends to kill us, we can only present our throats. However, it seemed from Li Feng's words that his target was Shijiang. Tang Mu's expression suddenly brightened as he patted his chest. Fortunately, it's not me he's after. I'll take my leave first. Shijiang, hold on. I'll retreat with the young lady. Hearing those familiar words, Shijiang nearly erupted in anger. All right, Tang Mu, is this how you play it? Leaving me? Just turned 18, behind? Do you have no humanity? Zhu Xinyue felt somewhat uneasy. Isn't this a bit too hurtful? Tang Mu chuckled. Don't worry, young lady. Your judgment is impeccable. If Shijiang cannot withstand this minor challenge, what right would he have to marry you? That is indeed a point. Thus, young lady, you can rest easy. All you need to do is lie at home, binge-watching shows, and await the good news from Shijiang. Zhu Xinyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Ha ha ha, how did you know I haven't watched any shows today? Very well, let us return home and await his news. As Shijiang led the Xilong mercenary group into battle, Tang Mu had already made his escape with Zhu Xinyue. Wait, have you forgotten someone? What are you dawdling for? Li Jian, sword in hand, charged forth in an instant. Shijiang's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated. You little brat, do you wish to fight me? With a cold snort, Shijiang gradually drew his pistol. Ha ha ha, times have changed. Who still relies on cold weapons? Without granting Li Jian any reaction time, he immediately fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Li Jian's gaze was sharp as he executed his swordplay with finesse, parrying the attacks deftly. The bullet scraped violently against the edge of the sword, emitting fierce sparks as it veered off course. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jian advanced, using his blade to deflect the projectile, charging towards Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang stared in disbelief. Dude, are you really using a sword to block bullets? Why didn't you say so earlier? He bobbed his head from side to side, desperately evading the incoming blade. Whoosh! A flash of sword light flickered, blinding Shi Jiang momentarily. He felt a sudden chill at his rear, realizing with alarm that his pants had been severed. Hastily, he pulled them up. Are you out of your mind? Why not just aim for me instead of my trousers? Li Jian let out a low growl, his expression darkening ominously. You slippery little brat, you deserve to perish here. His contempt for Shi Jiang deepened, viewing him as nothing but a cowardly dodger. The two were now dangerously close. Undeterred, Shi Jiang raised his handgun once more. At this distance, let's see how you evade. In an instant, he pulled the trigger. Yet, the anticipated gunfire never came. Shi Jiang, holding the handgun, felt utterly embarrassed. Out of bullets? This is bad. Li Jian chuckled, having previously contemplated dodging, but now realizing it was unnecessary. Are you trying to deceive me? Die? His blade lunged forward. Shi Jiang twisted his body, striving to evade with all his might, yet the sharp edge still grazed his abdomen, leaving a long crimson mark. Struggling to maintain his balance, he fell heavily to the ground. Li Jian, gripping the sword, continued to advance, grinding the blade against the earth. This is your fate for opposing the Li family. It's over, it's over. Dog system, save me. Shi Jiang shouted internally. Ding. Defense skill refreshed. Blocking technique, steel body, 100 empty-handed blade catch. Please spend 80. 000 system coins to choose one. Shi Jiang gazed at the system panel, pondering deeply. Which one should he choose? Blocking technique. Utilize swordsmanship for defensive blocking. Steel body. Fortify personal defenses, having damage from cold weaponry. 100 empty-handed blade catch. Catch the opponent's blade without sustaining any harm. Shi Jiang's eyes darted around. The blocking technique was indeed quite good, but the critical issue was that he lacked a sword. Was there even a choice? Naturally, he opted for the most impressive one. 100 empty-handed blade catch. I'll take it. He lamented the fact that his recently earned 80,000 system coins had been swallowed by this treacherous circumstance. Ding. Defense skill 100 empty-handed blade catch acquired. As Li Jian's blade loomed perilously close, seemingly poised to cleave his head in two, Shi Jiang managed a faint smile. Allow me to showcase my newly acquired skill. 100 bare-handed receptions of a blade. With a swift motion, the sword descended heavily towards Shi Jiang. Just as it was about to make contact with his head, it unexpectedly halted. Li Jian was taken aback, only to realize that Shi Jiang had firmly grasped the blade with both hands. You possess such a technique? Shi Jiang chuckled, exerting tremendous force. You have no idea of the myriad skills I possess. With a sudden motion, he flung the sword aside. Li Jian stood frozen, lost in contemplation. You, my friend, are rather peculiar. Shi Jiang clenched his fists, his expression darkening. It appears the tides have turned. Li Jian chuckled lightly. In an instant, he rolled and seized the sword from the ground, launching another strike towards Shi Jiang. 100 bare-handed receptions of a blade. In that fleeting moment, the descending blade froze in midair. Shi Jiang held it firmly. Despite Li Jian's efforts, the blade remained utterly motionless. Li Jian's expression darkened. Where did you learn this? What business is it of yours? Just tell me how you plan to handle me. Li Jian thought, utterly speechless. His entire swordplay was rendered ineffective, completely restrained by Shi Jiang. Enraged and humiliated, Li Jian swung the blade once more. I will receive. I will strike. I will receive again. Thus began a relentless exchange, with dozens of rounds exchanged. Shi Jiang, panting heavily, asked, Will you ever cease? Li Jian, now flushed with fervor, relentlessly slashed the blade as if possessed. I refuse to believe you can withstand all my strikes. You might be surprised. I am adept at blocking your attacks. Shi Jiang replied, laughing heartily as he caught the blade with both hands, resembling a ritualistic gesture. Li Feng, having noticed Li Jian's struggle, admonished, What on earth are you doing? Can't even handle a university student? Li Jian slowly turned half his head, offering the sword. Why don't you give it a try? Never mind. In terms of swordsmanship, you vastly surpass me. And yet you dare criticize me? This fellow was truly extraordinary, effortlessly countering my swordplay with mere hand movements. Shi Jiang scratched his nose. Why not to say such things? It makes me bashful. Frustrated, Li Feng observed the unfavorable situation, feeling a surge of resentment. If this continued, reinforcements from Zhu Hua would undoubtedly arrive, placing him in a precarious position. Can you resolve this? No, I am utterly restrained. Then let us retreat and have the Dragon Guard shield us. In a flurry of urgency, Li Feng intended to use the Dragon Guard as their shield. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the Dragon Corps relentlessly pressured the Dragon Guard, which was already on the brink of collapse. Li Jian had no choice but to withdraw, casting a glare at Shi Jiang before departing. We shall meet again. It is not the case, my friend. One cannot merely feign capability when it is evidently lacking. Your tactics are entirely countered by my own, and even as time progresses, you shall never emerge as my equal. Shi Jiang, unarmed yet resolute, confronted Li Jian, utterly oblivious to the possibility of defeat. The Li family retreated, leaving Chao Xing of the Dragon Guard in a state of bewilderment. This band of scoundrels, were they not meant to provide us with support? Infuriatingly, they have chosen to use us as mere shields. Brothers, we must hasten our retreat. The Dragon Guard stood no chance against the Dragon Spear Legion and fled in disarray. Observing their withdrawal, Shi Jiang finally exhaled in relief. That detestable Tang Mu, despite entrusting you with the defense of the arms factory, has left me to deal with this mess. Thankfully, the Zhu family's munitions factory seems preserved. Zhu Hua, how shall you express your gratitude? After all, it is I who has taken an interest in the survival of your family. At the very least, you ought to bow to me twice. Boss, there are 4 explosives here, shouted a member of the Dragon Spear Legion. Instantly intrigued, Shi Jiang crouched down for a closer inspection. It appeared they intended to detonate the Zhu family's arms factory, but their scheme had failed. Nonetheless, this explosive material should not go to waste. Stroking his chin, Shi Jiang nodded. I have a bold idea. I wonder how my brothers feel about it. The members of the Dragon Spear Legion chuckled in agreement. We shall follow your lead, brother. Excellent. Then let us pursue the Dragon Guard. Yes, sir. The retreating Dragon Guard seemed to sense the situation behind them, with Chao Xing gritting his teeth in frustration. Why do these scoundrels not pursue Li Feng, but rather us? It makes no sense. We must escape swiftly. We cannot allow them to seize the opportunity. Captain, where shall we go now? One of his subordinates inquired. Fool. Young Master Long is currently lying in wait for Zhu Hua at our arms factory. If we reunite with young Master Long, the pursuing enemy shall find their end. Shi Jiang led the Dragon Spear Legion in relentless pursuit, and the outcome aligned with his expectations. I owe you my gratitude for guiding the way. Although unfamiliar with the Tang family's arms factory, Chao Xing had enlightened him. Leading the Dragon Guard, Chao Xing arrived only to find the arms factory eerily tranquil. Could it be that the ambush had already transpired? Ha ha ha, young Master Long is indeed formidable. Zhu Hua lacks the capability to oppose him. While Chao Xing felt a surge of joy, he was also confronted with a dilemma. In young Master Long's absence, how could he withstand the onslaught of the pursuing Dragon Spear mercenaries? What shall we do now? His subordinate asked. What else is there to do? We must flee for our lives, for that mercenary group's strength far exceeds our own. Moreover, we are perilously close to the Tang family. We must seek reinforcements without delay. In an instant, Chao Xing and his men took flight. However, Shi Jiang chose not to pursue, halting before the Tang family's arms factory. Indeed, Tang Long exudes confidence, not even taking the precaution of assigning anyone to guard it. Yet this precisely illustrates the recent contest between Tang Long and Zhu Hua, revealing who the true victor is. Alas, Zhu Hua, whether tasked with the destruction of an arms factory or not, you are beset by misfortunes. Pay heed, for I shall teach you this lesson only once. With a glance from Shi Jiang, the brothers of the cursed Dragon Mercenary Corps entered the arms factory, armed with 4 explosives. The bombs have been installed. Shi Jiang kept his distance, preparing to retreat. As he turned away, the brothers of the cursed Dragon Mercenary Corps followed suit, just as they lifted their feet. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the arms factory behind them. In the darkness of night, a blinding light burst forth, resembling a colossal mushroom, expanding at an astonishing speed. The brilliance was so intense it seemed to illuminate the entire night sky. Shi Jiang and the brothers of the cursed Dragon Mercenary Corps walked away without a glance back. What a farce! With the arms factory in ruins, who would dare return to inspect the aftermath? Criminals do not revisit the scene of their misdeeds. What if they were caught? Chao Xing, leading the Dragon Guard, dashed forward, halted abruptly upon hearing the echoing blast. What transpired? This does not bode well. By the sound of it, it seems to be our arms factory. Chao Xing's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Do you think Long Xiao will be angry with me? Not likely, replied a brother from the Dragon Guard. Why not? Because Long Xiao would simply eliminate you. Chapter 71. An old friend Long Xiao. All the blame rests upon my shoulders. I willingly accept punishment, even to the point of death. Chao Xing knelt, expressing his remorse. It is all my fault. I have jeopardized your grand plan. Tang Long, with a grim expression, surveyed the ruins of the arms factory, feeling no trace of joy. Despite all advantages seemingly leaning in his favor, how could there still be such blunders? He could not fathom it. Who was responsible? Shi Jiang. Indeed. It was he once more. With the arms factory now obliterated, the repercussions for the Tang family would be significant. The captain of the Dragon Guard regarded Chao Xing without a shred of sympathy, raising his massive sword, a traitor from within. You ought to seek repentance in hell for Long Xiao. Please, no? Chao Xing trembled with fear, retreating step by step. The captain of the Dragon Guard thrust his sword into the ground, positioning it ominously between Chao Xing's legs, instilling terror in him. Can you evade this? The captain stepped forward, relentlessly closing the distance. With a fleeting glance, Tang Long raised an arm slightly in defense. No need for that. When a subordinate errs, the leader must also bear responsibility. Though Tang Long felt intense anger, he pondered what killing Chao Xing would achieve at this crucial juncture. It would be more prudent to harness him as a part of their strength against rival families. Chao Xing immediately reorganized the Dragon Guard. We depart for the city of Sin tomorrow. Understood. Chao Xing, trembling with fear, managed to rise, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, young Master Long, for saving my life. The captain of the Dragon Guard, however, turned to Tang Long and inquired, what shall we do about the arms factory? Tang Long responded with a wicked smile, fear not. I have a contingency plan. Beneath the Tang family estate lies a small arms factory, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Young Master Long, you are indeed wise, the captain acknowledged. Tang Long's gaze wandered restlessly, his breath steadying. Only those who leave no stone unturned may aspire to great endeavors. We have awaited this day for too long and cannot afford further misfortunes. Regardless, tomorrow shall be the day of reckoning for the Zhu family. The captain of the Dragon Guard interjected, Young Master, it seems you have forgotten about the other factions. Should they employ a cunning ambush, it would be detrimental to us. I have considered your concerns, Tang Long replied, but the arrow is already knocked, it must be released. Only amidst chaos can true heroes emerge. Come forth. Let them all come. Let me witness who the genuine victor is. Zhu Hu arrived at the rescue site only to find himself lost in contemplation upon returning to his arms factory. Why the tranquility? Could it be that the arms factory had fallen? Leading his team to inspect, he was astonished to discover the factory unscathed. What a close call. Entrusting the factory to Tang Mu had proven to be a wise decision. Zhu Hu exhaled slowly, choosing to remain vigilant at the factory, prepared to spend the night and gather his strength. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. This battle was of utmost significance, a matter of life and death. The members of the Zhu family nodded in agreement. Shi Jiang had already sent the brothers of the Canglong mercenary corps back to their homes to tend to their families. As for him, he intended to settle accounts with Tang Mu. How convenient for him to abandon his post and walk away without a care. Shi Jiang soon returned to the Zhu family, only to find Zhu Xinyue and Tang Mu engrossed in a television series. Zhu Xinyue was munching on sunflower seeds, while Tang Mu indulged in popcorn, utterly enjoying themselves. You two are quite something. While I'm out there risking my life, you are here watching dramas and snacking. Upon seeing Shi Jiang arrive, Zhu Xinyue's face lit up with delight. Shi Jiang's back. Are you hurt? Shi Jiang chuckled softly. Now you show concern? Come join us for the show. Although still irked, Shi Jiang's curiosity piqued as he glanced at the screen, asking, what are you watching? Despite his words, his hands betrayed him, reaching for the sunflower seeds and popcorn. Share some snacks with me. Tang Mu shot him a glare. You dare glare at me? You're about to go to war tomorrow. Yet here you are, slacking off while we're preparing? Tang Mu remained fixated on the television, chewing on popcorn.
Relaxing before battle is important. Besides, what does my watching television have to do with you? I'll arrive on time, 1TI?
Shi Jiang promptly gave him a thumbs up. The ease with which you engage in battle is reminiscent of a child's play. No worries, just 2 days ago. I consulted a master for divination. He mentioned that my luck would greatly increase the day after I watched a drama the previous night. Shi Jiang was taken aback. How could this be so mystical? Increased fortune? Which old man is deceiving me this time? It seems to be a street vendor named Zhang Daxian, who charged me $20. What a disaster. You've fallen victim to a scam. Shi Jiang's expression turned serious, devoid of jest. The last time we climbed a mountain, I encountered that old man. He is nothing but a fraud, unworthy of trust. Oh, but I have already begun watching the drama. Will my luck truly surge tomorrow? Shi Jiang shook his head. I cannot say. Just make sure you don't fall victim to their schemes. Tang Mu immediately stood up. I suppose I shall retire early to gather my strength for tomorrow. At this moment, only Shi Jiang and Zhu Xinyue remained. Shall we continue watching? Zhu Xinyue inquired tentatively. If you wish to watch, then let us do so. Their battle tomorrow does not concern us. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us stay up late and finish the 10 episodes we owe. Shi Jiang was at a loss for words. Truly, women are night owls. Shi Jiang approached. Zhu Xinyue suddenly called out. Shi Jiang shifted slightly. What is it? Zhu Xinyue unexpectedly embraced Shi Jiang, startling him. What are you doing? It's the dead of night. Zhu Xinyue tilted her head. What are you thinking? When watching a drama, one must hold a plush toy to feel the essence. Alas, I lack a larger one. So I shall make do with you. Shi Jiang, is this how it is? Fine, I shall endure this. Alas, my brothers, when out in the world, we men must safeguard ourselves. In the current situation, we are already at a disadvantage. Gao's residence. Gao Chong stared at a letter on the table. A cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, the Li family is what they are, useless. They cannot even destroy a small arms factory of the Zhu family. How can they bear any significant responsibilities? Gao Sheng immediately responded. Brother, I believe the Li family is unworthy of collaboration with us. These matters should be entrusted to me. No, you do not understand. I merely wish for the Li family to take the lead, as they still hold some utilitarian value. It seems that the Tang and Zhu families are indeed set to clash. Tomorrow's City of Sin is highly anticipated. Lao Mo, seething with fury, remarked, if Shi Jiang were here, I would ensure he faced 1,000 tortures. I would dismember his body and feed it to the fish. They are merely a group of insignificant little kalami, hardly worthy of mention. Gao Chong scoffed, his demeanor exuding disdain. The greatest threat is not the 4 prominent families of Jinghai City. Who then? Gao Chong revealed an inscrutable smile. An old friend. Chapter 72. Is this what you call tomato and egg noodles? As dawn's first light begins to break. As the eastern sky gradually brightened with the faint light of dawn, Shi Jiang slowly opened his drowsy eyes, still appearing as if he were lost in slumber. Foolish Shi Jiang, rise and shine. A gentle voice penetrated his ears. Breakfast is ready. The sun is already up. Stretching languidly in bed, he turned to see himself sprawled on the sofa. Up so early? Have you truly stayed awake all night, engrossed in a series? Shi Jiang's gaze fixated on Zhu Xinyue's face, where he noticed the unmistakable signs of fatigue beneath her eyes. Yes, I simply couldn't hold out any longer, so I made you a bowl of noodles. Eat it while it's hot. Noodles? Shi Jiang paused, realizing with surprise that Zhu Xinyue possessed culinary skills. She had risen so early to prepare a meal, it would be inconsiderate not to partake. Tomato and egg noodles, she announced, placing a steaming bowl before him, her eyes soft and gentle like a docile kitten. Do try it. Shi Jiang glanced at the dish but hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Upon inspection, he found it perplexing. Shouldn't tea tomatoes be red? Why did this resemble a dark purple hue akin to eggplant? Zhu Xinyue examined it thoughtfully, touching her cheek. Perhaps it is eggplant. Then why did you call it tomato? I must have misremembered. Shi Jiang shot her an incredulous look. Your confidence is astounding. If you can misidentify an ingredient in cooking, I dread to think what else might go awry. Gazing at the charred eggplant, he found little appetite, although the egg, perfectly rounded, intrigued him. He took a bite, chewing slowly. Wait, this taste is rather peculiar. Zhu Xinyue quickly checked the egg in the bowl. How could it be wrong? It tastes more like duck egg the more I eat. Impossible, Shi Jiang pondered, realizing that someone unversed in cooking could hardly manage even a simple noodle dish. With a stern expression, he inquired, are those eggs white-shelled? Yes, yes. Zhu Xinyue replied excitedly. Just as I thought. Shi Jiang sighed. You can mistake duck eggs for chicken eggs. It appears you have no culinary skills whatsoever. Let us just eat some noodles. Ugh. After just one bite, Shi Jiang could no longer tolerate the flavor and spat it onto the floor. This is utterly inedible. What on earth did you put in it? Zhu Xinyue looked bewildered. I didn't add anything unusual, just the usual ingredients. Shi Jiang, trembling with disbelief, pointed insistently, tell me the truth. Some chicken essence, oyster sauce, cooking wine. Oh, and also 13 spices. What? Shi Jiang's mouth fell agape. Did you think you were stir-frying? He set the bowl down, no longer wishing to eat. His cheerful morning had been entirely ruined. Seeing the discontent on Shi Jiang's face, Zhu Xinyue's anger flared. What else with that expression? It's quite a treat for someone to prepare breakfast for you so early. Just let me eat. Zhu Xinyue forcefully shoved Shi Jiang's face into the bowl of noodles. You shall not leave until you finish this. Shi Jiang felt a wave of darkness envelop him, succumbing to endless torment. Oh, please, spare me. I truly cannot eat this. It could be fatal. You must choose between living and eating noodles. With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, Zhu Xinyue's face flushed with indignation as she pouted. I choose a third option, to consume you. Shi Jiang immediately grasped the back of Zhu Xinyue's hand, his eyes narrowing with a mischievous glint. I find you quite delectable. His expression was one of playful mischief. You rogue. Zhu Xinyue quickly pulled away, attempting to evade his grasp. You scoundrel. Shi Jiang shook his head, smirking. What is this? I have yet to lay a hand on you, and already you witness my true mischief. Please, no? Zhu Xinyue's heart raced with fear as she continued to dodge. Knowing that if Shi Jiang caught her, it would spell disaster. The two dashed around the room. By the way, where is Tang Mu? He left early for the Sin City. What is Sin City? It is a desolate urban landscape, typically the battleground for underworld families. Oh, fortunately, the Zhu family remains relatively safe. We engage in our usual playful banter, which makes life quite pleasant. And the situation of the conflict? My brother sent a message indicating that all is well, and should there be any changes, he will inform me. Your brother is merely being stoic, not wishing to cause you concern. It is quite infuriating. Indeed, if Zhu Hua were to fall into peril, it would mean Zhu Xinyue lost her brother. Perhaps it would be for the best, as it would render Shi Jiang her only kin. Well then, Zhu Hua, go on and be at ease. Shi Jiang felt no sorrow. As for Zhu Xinyue, she likely felt even less. Logically, that should not be the case. After all, Shi Jiang had obliterated the Tang family's arms factory, thus securing a significant advantage. If Zhu Hua failed to prevail, it could only be attributed to his own inadequacy. Shi Jiang had done all he could, for he was merely the brother-in-law, burdened with worry. Zhu Hua would likely seek his aid in times of danger. In any case, he would await the moment Zhu Hua came to him for help. Shi Jiang, let us take a stroll by the seaside today. Very well. Anything is preferable to eating noodles. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last relaxed. But what about your brother? Oh, who cares? It would be best if he perished in Sin City. It would spare me from worrying. Shi Jiang remarked. I thought I was heartless. Yet your sister is even more callous. Fine. I shall leave it all to Zhu Xinyue. The two changed into casual attire and promptly stepped outside. The wind of Jinghai swept toward the beach. The summer was not overly hot, accompanied by a gentle warm breeze. The beach was bustling with pedestrians, most walking in pairs. Shi Jiang and Zhu Xinyue strolled hand in hand, side by side. In the distance, the waves continuously crashed against the shore. Shi Jiang glanced around, his face relaxed. How wonderful it would be if things could remain this way. Now that he had wealth and a girlfriend, all that remained was a perfect home. Lost in thought, he tightly grasped Zhu Xinyue's hand and strolled to the seaside. Look, a starfish. Zhu Xinyue, like a little girl, joyfully crouched down to pick up the starfish. How beautiful. At that moment, another voice joined in. Wow, it's truly lovely. Shi Jiang gazed into the distance and spotted a familiar figure. Su Xinxin had also noticed the starfish Zhu Xinyue had found. Li Tong. Turning to look behind him, Shi Jiang felt a mix of emotions. Why do I keep running into you two? Ah, Xinyue, you're here at the beach too? Wow, Xinxin, you're at the beach as well? Shi Jiang and Li Tong stepped aside, observing the two girls' playful interaction. Anyone unaware would think they were old friends reuniting after 3 years. Shi Jiang shot a glare at Li Tong. What are you doing here? Li Tong retorted, what about you? I came with Xinyue. I came with Xinxin. What a pair of good brothers. Our situations are quite similar. If you feel threatened, just blink. Li Tong immediately blinked. Shi Jiang comforted Li Tong, gently patting his hand. Did you resist? What was the outcome? Li Tong chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment, his face displaying bruises of purple and blue. Well, here I am. Chapter 73. The Bridge Gate Sniper. The two girls were engaged in lively conversation, while Shi Jiang and Li Tong stood aside with solemn expressions. Once they met, the conversation quickly devolved into trivialities, a common occurrence. Thus, the two men began to converse as well. Isn't there a conflict between the Zhu family and the Tang family? You two still have the leisure to stroll on the beach? Shi Jiang laughed. Look at what you're saying. I'm no longer a member of the Zhu family, so what does it matter to me? That's true. Li Tong nodded, continuing. This isn't merely a dispute between two families. Other clans will also get involved. It's better for you not to participate, or you might get embroiled in this conflict, which is quite perilous. Shi Jiang playfully patted Li Tong's shoulder. You, my friend, seem to possess more understanding than I realized. Just a bit, Li Tong replied modestly. What about your Li family? Are you in charge? Li Tong fell silent for a moment and shook his head. I'm not interested, but my older brother Li Feng is. He is probably already gearing up to head to the city of Sin. What? Shi Jiang's mouth dropped open. Your Li family is also getting involved in this struggle? Why the rush? It doesn't concern me. I've already advised against it. Shi Jiang suppressed his emotions and took a deep breath. This is bad. And it gets worse. The Xiang family will also participate, along with the Gao family from the underground city. So, does this mean the entire Jinghai is mobilizing? One could say so, yet why the excitement? It bears no relevance to you. It is over, all is lost. Shi Jiang is in a state of frantic despair. Should Zhu Hua meet his demise, it would signify the Zhu family's expulsion from Jinghai City, leaving him bereft of the luxury of being a son-in-law. In this era where fortunes are hard to come by, Shi Jiang is the last to accept such a fate. Xinhua, cease the idle chatter. We must hasten back to the Zhu family to rally our forces in support of your hapless older brother. Despite her reluctance, Zhu Xinhua follows closely behind Shi Jiang. Just before departing, Shi Jiang appears to recall something and inquires, what of the Li family's support? Are you aware of Li Feng's current situation? Li Tong scratches his head, reflecting carefully. They just set off. Their route seems to lead towards the long bridge gate of the Sin City. Thank you. Time is of the essence for Shi Jiang. He must intercept the Li family before they reach the long bridge gate, having already contacted Wei Long and Xiao Situ. The remaining members of the Zhu family have assembled. Li Ma arrives, trembling, and approaches Zhu Xinhua. Miss Xinhua, allow me to accompany you. Li Ma, it's far too perilous. You should remain to guard the Zhu family. Li Ma shakes her head, her resolve unwavering. No, the young master is in peril. I must contribute my efforts. Please take me with you. Observing Li Ma's steadfastness, Zhu Xinhua lapses into contemplation. Very well. Shi Jiang is indifferent. If she wishes to join, let it be. Every additional person adds to their strength. I have already contacted other reinforcements. The Li family must not be allowed to provide support, as it will alleviate some pressure from Zhu Hua. After a brief preparation, they set forth immediately. They find themselves in a desolate wasteland, the Sin City. At the Long Bridge Gate, Xiao Situ and Wei Long look at Shi Jiang, grinning amiably. Brother, we've heard you're planning something substantial. We've come to assist. Though, we are unsure of the specifics. Shi Jiang reveals a mischievous smile. You will discover soon enough. For now, we simply await the opportunity. After a while, a familiar voice emanates from the other side of the Long Bridge Gate. Young master, if I encounter that Shi Jiang again, I will not engage him. Why is that? That fellow is exceedingly sinister. After years on the assassin list, I have never met anyone who could unravel my sword technique with a single move. Li Feng's countenance darkens, filled with resentment. You consume my resources daily, yet you cannot even manage to kill one person? Li Jian displays a pained expression, stuttering. It's not my fault. That guy truly is cursed. It's the same for anyone who faces him. In my opinion, we should return home. Enough of your nonsense. Li Feng erupts in fury, cursing vehemently. To retreat now would only invite ridicule from other families. I tell you, whether you like it or not, you will fight today, even if it means death. You must fall in battle. Remember, you are a soldier of the Li family. Ahead lies the Long Bridge Gate. Accelerate your advance. Li Feng, accompanied by members of the Li family, swiftly approaches, and a contingent appears at the Long Bridge Gate. In the distance, the small assassin slowly draws twin pistols, preparing for a stealthy ambush, but is thwarted by Shi Jiang. Do not rush. Let us not disturb the serpent in the grass. Wait until they reach the center of the Long Bridge Gate before we open fire. Shi Jiang reveals a hint of a sinister smile. The small assassin mutters in contempt. How despicable. Ah, Still, the elder brother remains cunning. Wei Long, seizing the moment, sets his dragon sniper rifle, gaze intensely fixed. The target has been confirmed. Shi Jiang meticulously observes Li Feng's every movement. As Li Feng reaches the center of the long bridge gate, he signals, "Brothers, open fire." In an instant, the Dragon Mercenary Corps unleashes a barrage of gunfire. Countless flashes of fire erupt, targeting Li Feng and his entourage. Ambush. There's an ambush. Li Feng senses the impending danger and swiftly dodges. Find cover. Whoosh. Wei Long pulls the trigger, a bullet igniting in a blaze as it shoots forth. The small assassin blinks, glancing into the distance. "Brother Long, it seems you missed?" Wei Long shakes his head, retracting his sniper rifle. "Let the bullets fly for a moment." Bang! Li Feng perceives the imminent peril and, disregarding all else, tumbles backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh, cursed. Pain courses through him, unbearable. His left ear has been shattered by a bullet, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, I dodged swiftly. Otherwise, that shot would have surely struck my skull. Quick, take cover. There's a sniper at the gate. The small assassin's gaze is clouded, firing both guns. Brother Long. The aim was insufficient, merely grazed an ear. Wei Long feels a twinge of embarrassment. That fellow reacted too swiftly, his sensitivity heightened, making a hit nearly impossible. Soon, the Li family members find cover, concealing themselves. The Dragon Mercenary Corps also halts its firing to conserve ammunition. Li Feng, in agony, clutches his ear, hands drenched in thick blood, utterly nauseating. Why have they gone silent? One member of the Li family cautiously peeks out. Whoosh! The exposed head erupts, crimson and peach-colored blood splattering into the sky. Hiss! Li Feng inhales sharply. Instant demise upon exposure? It's over. We've been ensnared. Now trapped in the center of the long bridge gate, they find themselves in a predicament. Unable to advance or retreat, effectively grounded in place. Cursed be the Gao family. They led us through the long bridge gate, while they themselves took the back route. Following the recent attack, the Li family has suffered considerable losses. Now, with instant death upon exposure, no one dares to make a move. Observing the stillness from Li Feng's side, Shi Jiang smiles. It seems they have learned their lesson. Xinhua, let us proceed to support your brother. Small assassin, Wei Long. I leave this to you. The little thorn made a gesture. No problem. We shall remain here, with Brother Long stationed to cover us. Anyone who shows their head will be eliminated instantly. Chapter 74. While his demeanor is commendable, his strength is somewhat lacking. In an abandoned high-rise building, the dragon guards surrounded the premises. Tang Long shouted towards the building. Zhu Hua, cease your futile resistance. Your power has waned, and you are no match for me. If you continue to cower like a turtle, you will only invite ridicule. From within the high-rise, Zhu Hua chuckled. If you have the ability, come and attack. Why waste breath on empty words? If you possess true courage, come down. What skill is there in hiding like a coward? Zhu Hua found himself in a disadvantageous position, retreating into the high-rise and adopting a turtle's shell. Meanwhile, Tang Long, despite his favorable position, hesitated to launch a reckless assault on the building. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Above in the high-rise, Zhu Hua addressed Tang Mu. Have you arranged the explosives as instructed? Everything is ready. If they dare to come up, we shall detonate them immediately. Zhu Hua nodded. There was no other option. He had underestimated the strength of the Tang family. Tang Long was not as simple as he appeared. Zhu Hua was not overly concerned about being besieged. His greater worry lay with the other families. The captain of the Dragon Guard, with a grim expression, gripped his massive sword, eager for action. Young Master Long, we have cornered him thus. It would be better to launch a direct assault to avoid prolonged uncertainty. You speak truth, but a strong attack may result in considerable losses. Just as they were deliberating, the Gao family appeared in the distance, an unwelcome guest. Tang Long was greatly irritated. At this critical moment in his siege against the Zhu family, the sudden arrival of the Gao family could disrupt everything. Who is it? The Gao family from the underground city. This conflict among the four prominent families does not concern you. Gao Sheng smirked ominously, exuding arrogance. Do not think that, because your Tang family possesses some strength, you can act with impunity. In the entirety of Jinghai, it is the Gao family that holds sway. That remains to be seen. Tang Long flexed his arms, his eyes gleaming with hunger for battle. Gao Chong approached Tang Long calmly. Your demeanor is commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired. Tang Long laughed wildly, pointing mockingly at the Gao entourage. You lot, mere pawns, dare to challenge my Tang family? Since you from the underground city wish to meddle, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the 4 prominent families of Jinghai. Seeking death, Gao Chang's companion, Old Mo, wore a grim expression as he lunged forward with a dagger. Bang! The captain of the Dragon Guard, wielding his massive sword, forced him back. Tang Long's expression turned as cold as ice, his eyes radiating malice. If you seek death, do not blame me for what follows. In an instant, the Dragon Guard encircled the members of the Gao family. Gao Sheng's expression darkened. The audacity of this young man is truly remarkable. With your insignificant Tang family, you cannot possibly rival the esteemed Gao clan. Tang Long shook his head. I have awaited this day for an eternity, preparing meticulously for it. The Gao family, once a dominant force, is now nothing but a shadow of its former self. Jinghai is in dire need of a revolution to welcome a new ruler. Gao Chang slowly turned his gaze towards the Gao mansion. Master Zhu, what are you waiting for? If we do not unite, do you wish to see the Tang family dismantle us one by one? Zhu He was equally perplexed. The Gao family seeks collaboration with my Zhu clan? Have you lost your senses? The Gao family is considered the foremost power in Jinghai. Surely, they can handle the minor Tang family. However, this may work to our advantage. Defeating the Tang family would naturally eliminate our long-standing adversary. Very well. Zhu He immediately consented, leading his entourage for support. He was unafraid of a trap. For the Tang family already possessed the strength to assault the Gao mansion. There was no need for deceitful tactics. Now, the 2 families stood united against the Tang clan. Tang Long's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Excellent, very well. If that is the case, let us confront them together. In an instant, the captain of the Dragon Guard wielded his colossal sword, cleaving towards them. Crack! Debris flew as the crowd staggered backward. Lao Mo's gaze darkened as he lunged at the Dragon Guard captain with a dagger. I have been displeased with you from the very beginning. I shall end your life. The Dragon Guard captain, his imposing figure trembling, replied grimly, I too find you distasteful. Let us see who meets their demise first. With a powerful push, he surged forward. Lao Mo gritted his teeth and charged. In combat, the most critical aspect is maintaining one's momentum. One must never falter in spirit. The Dragon Guard defended against the members of both families, and one must acknowledge their formidable strength, as they are an elite unit trained by Tang Long himself. Chao Xing's gaze was fixated on Tang Mu, and he immediately fired 2 shots. Tang Mu evaded skillfully, seizing his own firearm to engage in combat with Chao Xing. Yet, the dark circles under his eyes were unmistakably evident. He felt somewhat drowsy. Bullets grazed past him, igniting sparks. This jolted him awake, banishing his fatigue. And his expression brightened as his spirits soared. Gao Sheng and Zhu He swiftly besieged Tang Long. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Tang Long remained composed. Firing 3 rapid shots from his pistol, Gao Sheng and Zhu He dodged repeatedly, drawing their own weapons. How can you possibly contend with our united front now? Tang Long, your arrogance shall come at a cost. He fired a shot, then evaded, fired again, then evaded. He could only resort to guerrilla tactics. He had not anticipated the alliance between the Gao and Zhu families to combat him, shattering his original plans. Infuriating. A bunch of petty individuals. Gao Chang observed the scene with a calm smile, and now, with the strength of the Tang family, how can you withstand the combined might of our 2 clans? You can only collaborate to contend against me. Tang Long shot a glare at Gao Chang and quickly dodged. What are you avoiding? Wasn't it just a moment ago that you were so arrogant? Nevertheless, it was impossible for their 2 families to conquer the Tang family in such a short span. The Tang family possessed considerable depth, primarily supported by the formidable strength of the Dragon Guard, which surpassed that of both their families. Even if they had the upper hand individually, as long as the Dragon Guard could hold their ground, they would never seize control of the Tang family. Damn it! Witnessing the brazen behavior of the 2 families, Tang Long made a resolute decision. Strike hard. If you wish to consume my Tang family, you shall pay a bloody price. Observing the agitation among the Tang family, Gao Chang squinted his eyes. It seemed they were prepared to fight to the death. In the distance, a formidable troop surged forth, astonishing everyone. Is there more? Indeed, it is Xiang Tianming's Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Gao Chang narrowed his eyes, pondering why unexpected variables emerged at such a critical moment. Tang Long, who had recently displayed signs of embarrassment, smiled upon seeing Xiang Tianming. You have arrived just in time. Join forces with me to take down the Zhu family. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps surrounded them, but they were not encircling the Zhu and Gao families. Each member was robust, exuding an air of ferocity. Their gaze fixed intently on the Tang family. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tang Long felt increasingly uneasy. Xiang Tianming, what are you up to? Did we not agree to confront the Zhu family together? Xiang Tianming chuckled. I have changed my mind. I now perceive you as a greater threat than the Zhu family. Chapter 75. The Tang family's defeat. Tang Long stood dumbfounded at this turn of events, clenching his fists in a fit of rage. Xiang Tianming, I curse you. Zhu Hua was equally taken aback by Xiang Tianming's alliance against the Tang family. Tang Long, how foolish you are. You are truly naive. Now that our three families have united, no matter your extraordinary abilities, you cannot escape our grasp. Tang Long's expression darkened, enveloped in a heavy silence. This was indeed an affront. What began as a conflict between the Tang and Zhu families had escalated into a 3-against-1 battle. Truly, with greater power comes greater responsibility. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Tianming commanded the Iron Blood Corps to advance. Tang Long's demeanor was ominous. Dragon Guard, fight fiercely. The impending clash was imminent. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The Tang family found themselves at a severe disadvantage. They were also outnumbered. Chao Xing quickly fell under the assault of Tang Mu. Displaying visible distress, the captain of the Dragon Guard, wielding a massive sword, valiantly resisted Lao Mo and his group, serving as their greatest support. However, with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps joining the fray, the Dragon Guard swiftly found themselves in dire straits, and the situation grew increasingly one-sided. Young Master Long, I can barely hold on. You must flee at once. Tang Long clenched his fists, watching as the three prominent families relentlessly attacked, gritting his teeth in indignation. Such brazen oppression. Yet what of it? History is invariably rewritten by the victors. Though we may falter in battle, who shall remember us? Who dares to speak of it? With a sweeping gesture, Gao Chong commanded Gao Sheng and Old Mo to advance, their aim squarely fixed on Tang Long. This is dire. In an instant, a colossal sword pierced through the air. The captain of the Dragon Guard stood protectively before young Master Long, urging him to flee. We are no match for him. If you perish, the entire Tang family will be doomed. Xiang Tianming chuckled ominously, declaring, You cannot escape, Tang Long. Today marks your day of reckoning. The captain of the Dragon Guard raised his massive sword, bellowing, All Dragon Guard members, hold the line. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps surged forward, and the captain led the Dragon Guard in a fierce resistance. Hurry, flee. Chao Xing, gripped by fear, witnessed the unfolding chaos and had already lost the will to fight. Indeed, he ran away, terrified. The captain of the Dragon Guard cast a dark glance, his fury boiling within. Cowardly and fearsome, Tang Long gazed at the scene before him, despair creeping into his heart. I never imagined I would meet my downfall in such a manner. What a disgrace. Young Master Long, flee now. I can barely hold on. The captain of the Dragon Guard, clad in battered armor, could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of the three families. As long as you breathe, there is hope. Tang Long watched silently, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. The captain, undaunted, transformed defense into offense, charging at the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Slay them. Under the massive sword, blood splattered in all directions. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death, unstoppable. Xiang Tianming, witnessing the heavy losses inflicted upon his mercenary corps, felt a pang of sorrow. The captain of the Dragon Guard was indeed Tang Long's most formidable subordinate, a force to be reckoned with. No matter who confronted him, it was a considerable challenge. The Gao and Zhu families immediately closed in. Now, besieged on all sides, even the most skilled captain could not break free. Gasping for breath, the captain had expended a significant amount of energy. His eyes were bloodshot, yet he still possessed the will to fight. Brothers of the Dragon Guard, we are of the Tang family in life and will become its spirits in death. Young Master Long has treated us well. We can only repay him with our lives. Hold the line, hold it firm. Tang Long glanced at the captain with reluctant eyes, filled with a sense of helplessness. Finally, he clenched his teeth and departed swiftly. We cannot let Tang Long escape. Charge. The captain of the Dragon Guard, undeterred by death, slowly positioned himself before the others. The faces of the Dragon Guard members were solemn, resolute in their acceptance of fate. Attack. With a fierce roar, the two armies clashed. Soon, the Dragon Guard suffered heavy casualties, leaving only the captain to endure the onslaught. It is over. Everything has come to an end. Our Dragon Guard is doomed to perish here. The captain of the Dragon Guard smiled wistfully, acknowledging, Ever since I pledged allegiance to young Master Long, I anticipated this day would arrive. I merely did not foresee its swift approach. The members were besieged. One by one they fell. The captain could no longer endure, collapsing heavily to the ground. His visage was a grotesque mask of terror, his colossal sword dripping with crimson blood, emanating an eerie chill. He slumped helplessly onto the ground, his breath faint and labored, his body marred with wounds, surrounded by pools of blood. Young Master Long, this is all I can offer you. Xiang Tianming, in a fit of rage, thought that if Tang Long managed to escape, it would indeed be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. He raised his pistol, aiming it at the captain's forehead, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The captain had already closed his eyes, a serene expression gracing his features. Zhu Huo observed and shook his head, muttering to himself that he truly was a fool. With the captain's formidable strength, he had a solid chance of breaking free. However, the captain was not foolish. His heart was heavy with guilt, unable to prolong young Master Long's plight. Amidst the haze of memories, he was transported back to his childhood. At the tender age of 7, he was a beggar wandering the streets of Jinghai, tormented by others and perpetually hungry. Today was yet another day of starvation. As he pondered how to beg for alms, half a steamed bun rolled before him. Just as he reached for it, a foot pressed down firmly upon it. A group of mischievous children seemed to mock him, relishing in his plight. You want to eat? Not a chance. They trampled the bun mercilessly, even taking the time to kick him a few times. Now enjoy. He gazed longingly at the mangled bun, swallowing hard. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked it up and devoured it ravenously. The children looked on, their faces twisted in scorn. Huh, look at him eat. How starved must he be? Soon, the children could no longer bear to watch him consume the ruined bun and began to pummel him with fists and feet. Did I say you could eat? Who do you think you are? He clenched his fists tightly, curling up in a ball, enduring the blows in silence. Hold on, you must endure. As long as you can hold on, you will be able to eat the remaining bun. It was only when the children grew weary and departed that he cautiously crawled on the ground, retrieving the bun that was beyond salvaging. He began to gnaw on it. Yet among the departing children, one remained, fixated on him. That child was none other than Tang Long. He had not intervened from the beginning. He had simply been watching. At that time, Tang Long was also 7 years old, his expression indifferent, his gaze profound. Stay with me, and every day you shall have buns to eat. He halted the motion of gnawing on the stale bun and lifted his gaze toward Tang Long. The two exchanged a glance, as if enveloped in an enduring silence. It was in that moment that he embarked on an irreversible path back to reality. Bullets, ablaze with fire, surged toward his forehead. A faint smile unexpectedly graced the lips of the Dragon Guard captain, one of relinquishment. This life of mine is yours. I return it to you. However, young Master Long, I must take my leave. Chapter 76. No less than the might of World War II, the imposing figure collapsed amidst a pool of blood. This slumber would be eternal. The bloodied great sword lay ominously embedded in the ground, exuding an air of ferocity and majesty. Xiang Tianming did not spare it a glance as he led his iron-blooded battalion in pursuit. Tang Long could not escape for long. Pursue, indeed. For the Dragon Guard captain had not delayed for an extended period. In mere moments, Xiang Tianming would catch up with Tang Long. Tang Long had fled from the ruins of the city to a sprawling wilderness. The dense forest in the outskirts, with its intricate pathways, was the ideal escape route. Behind the frantically fleeing shadow, a group of pursuers was hot on his heels. Xiang Tianming laughed raucously at the sky. Tang Long, you cannot evade me. Tang Long dared not halt his steps. He must escape, he must survive, and he would make them pay for this. His eyes blazed with resentment, and he ran relentlessly, pouring every ounce of his being into his flight. Xiang Tianming, astonished by Tang Long's swiftness, commanded, "Give me the gun." A brother from the Ironblood Mercenary Corps handed him a large sniper rifle. Xiang Tianming aimed at the rapidly advancing Tang Long, the silence hanging heavily for 3 seconds. Bang! In the distance, as Tang Long sprinted at breakneck speed, he seemed to be struck by the bullet, his body faltering before crashing heavily to the ground. Xiang Tianming narrowed his eyes, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Got him. I hit his heart. Tang Long is finished. In that moment, Xiang Tianming resembled a victorious conqueror, tossing the sniper rifle back to his compatriot in the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Let us return home. It's time to deal with the troublesome ones. The individuals he referred to as troublesome were none other than the remaining Zhu and Gao families. Leader, are we certain Tang Long is dead? Should I go check? Xiang Tianming shook his head. A waste of time. There's no need. I struck his heart, and I saw it with my own eyes. He cannot possibly survive. Now, we simply await what is likely to be a fierce battle. Understood. In a muddy expanse, Tang Long lay quietly, his body racked with pain. Slowly, he rolled onto his side. It hurts so much, he murmured, his chest burning with agony. Gradually, he stood up, and pieces of shattered jade tumbled from his body with a clatter. This is... Tang Long's gaze narrowed. The protective jade given to me by the master. How did it shatter? Tang Long limped as he gathered the shards of jade, wrapping them carefully. Surviving under the gunfire was an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. As long as he drew breath, he believed he could rise again. I shall avenge you, Tang Long declared, his gaze fixed far ahead, apprehensive of Xiang Tianming's pursuit. And he plunged headlong into the depths of the dense forest. He resolved to hide out for a few days in this advantageous terrain, confident that even if Xiang Tianming pursued him, he would remain undiscovered. However, when Xiang Tianming returned, the Gao and Zhu families were already embroiled in fierce conflict. Gao Chong, seizing the opportunity, smiled and said, "Young Master Xiang, let us join forces to eliminate the Zhu family." Yet, Xiang Tianming merely smiled faintly, remaining unmoved. Gao Chong, sensing his silence, secretly scoffed. "I am aware of your intentions, but the Zhu family is far from the simple adversary you believe it to be. If our two families do not unite, we shall be picked off one by the Zhu family and the police." The police? Xiang Tianming chuckled derisively. "Gao Chong, as the head of the Gao family, a prominent force in the underworld, how have you sunk to such depths of deceit?" Gao Chong remained unperturbed, shaking his head. "Old friend, after evading for so long, are you not ready to reveal yourself?" With this remark, all eyes turned towards the Zhu family. What secrets lay hidden? Could there truly be police involvement? Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the abandoned high-rise behind the Zhu family, signaling an imminent arrival. Soon, a squad of uniformed police officers, armed with sophisticated weaponry, came into view. Lunan. Xiang Tianming gritted his teeth upon recognizing the figure. This man had consistently thwarted his plans and claimed the lives of many of his mercenary brothers. Lunan, however, took a step back, clearing a path. Zhu Yan approached slowly, locking eyes with Gao Chong. "I didn't expect you to know I was here." Gao Chong chuckled lightly. "Are you aiming to eradicate all the underworld families in Jinghai?" Zhu Yan's expression was frosty, his tone somber. "So, this conflict between the Tang and Zhu families was instigated by you?" "Indeed," Zhu Yan sighed. "Your underworld families have entrenched themselves in Jinghai for years, becoming a source of my distress. Although I have sought to contain you, what heinous acts have you committed in secret? My police force is too weak to confront your four families directly. Thus, I resorted to this desperate strategy to draw you out." Gao Chong retorted. "But how can you be so sure we would come? Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. For you, this presents an opportunity, a chance to become the sovereign of Jinghai. You are all ambitious men, who would willingly cede control of Jinghai to another." Gao Chong scoffed. "But with merely this, do you think you can expel us from Jinghai? Do not harbor such delusions." Xiang Tianming's gaze swept across the scene. As events spiraled beyond his control, he had never anticipated that the police had been monitoring this matter all along. With their intervention, the aspiration to unify the underworld of Jinghai seemed an insurmountable task. "Xiang Tianming, what are you still hesitating for? Let us unite and confront them together." "The outcome remains uncertain," Gao Chong remarked with a hint of a sinister smile. Zhu Yan sighed deeply, recognizing that it was indeed time for a decisive clash. "You are merely a malignant tumor in Jinghai City, and I shall not allow your existence to persist. Even if you plead for mercy, I will not spare you." Lu Nan led a contingent of officers, armed with superior weaponry. Xiang Tianming issued commands to the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps with unwavering resolve. Load and fire. The exchange of gunfire erupted, reminiscent of the ferocity witnessed during World War II. "Strike hard. Overwhelm the police with our momentum." "Chief, what about the ammunition?" one of his subordinates inquired. "Do not concern yourself with that." Lu Nan, gritting his teeth, barked at his officers. "Fire. Do not conserve ammunition. We must dominate the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps with our presence. One might think Jinghai belongs to them." Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, daring not to reveal themselves. Any exposure would result in instant annihilation. Lu Nan, driven to fury, cursed aloud. "Where's my Italian cannon?" "Here it is," replied 3 police officers, wheeling in a small artillery piece. "I must find a way to fire it," Lu Nan declared, using his thumb as a makeshift sight while clumsily positioning himself on the cannon's base. "Fire the shell." With a thunderous boom, a massive fireball erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, the dominant force among the 4 great families, could not endure such humiliation. "Where's my rocket launcher?" Lu Nan demanded. "Right here," came the response as 2 of his mercenaries hoisted an oversized rocket launcher. Xiang Tianming seized the launcher without a second glance and fired a shot. Boom! The derelict skyscraper crumbled under the blast, smoke billowing into the air. The magnitude of the conflict rivaled that of World War II, a spectacle that would be remembered as the Third War. The Gao family observed Xiang's forces, while the Zhu family scrutinized the police, both feeling superfluous to the unfolding chaos. "Shall we find a place to hide until this madness subsides?" one suggested. Great minds think alike. Chapter 77. When tasked with killing a person, it either rains or it blows, a police officer inquired, offering a handkerchief to Lu Nan. "Are you not weary?" "I am not fatigued. Continue loading shells." Lu Nan replied. "We have run out," the officer muttered, fearing retribution from Lu. "How could we exhaust our supplies so swiftly? You've been relentless since the onset. That abandoned skyscraper was 20 meters tall, and you've reduced it to mere inches. Is there any left?" Lu Nan responded with an awkward smile, scratching his head. The exhilaration of the previous battle had caused him to momentarily forget. Xiang Tianming shouted to the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, "Reload." His subordinates, scratching their heads, rummaged through the ammunition box, but could not find a single rocket launcher round. "We're out." "What? Out?" "Yes. You were so caught up in the fight that we warned you several times about the dwindling ammunition, yet you paid no heed." "Did you?" Xiang Tianming chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head again. "In that case, let's resort to firearms. There's no more ammo for the guns either. We used it all up earlier." "Disastrous. It seems we must resort to bayonets." This scenario felt all too familiar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu's team lamented, "We have no ammunition left." Is that not obvious? Even without ammo, we must engage. We cannot miss this chance after enduring so much frustration over the years. The officer interjected. "Are you simply implying we should resort to killing? Brothers, charge with bayonets and let us fight." Shi Jiang led a group of Zhu family members, stealthily approaching. They engaged in combat. "Let us hide for now and reap the rewards later." Zhu Xinhua nodded. "A splendid idea." Thus, they concealed themselves, allowing the battle to unfold with vigor. Despite the police intervention, the Zhu family was still at a disadvantage. Gao Sheng and Lao Mo exhibited exceptional combat prowess. Lu Nan was no match for either of them. Even with Tang Mu's support, he wore a look of embarrassment. Zhu Hua watched Gao Chong intently, the situation stalemated. Leading the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, Xiang Tianming launched a flanking attack. Observing the circumstances, Zhu Yin felt a sense of predicament. He could not deploy many police forces for this operation and had to place his hopes on the Zhu family. Regardless, the Gao and Xiang families must perish here. This was his only chance. Shi Jiang squinted, letting out a long sigh. Their situation appeared dire. "Should I offer assistance?" "No. Seeing Zhu Hua fight so valiantly, I shall aid him this once." Shi Jiang led the remaining Zhu family members into the fray. This action startled the Gao and Xiang families. Lao Mo, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely at Shi Jiang. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Shi Jiang instantly. Sensing a palpable aura of hostility, Shi Jiang felt a shiver run down his spine. "Your life is forfeit." Without further ado, Lao Mo charged at Shi Jiang, wielding a sharp dagger. Oh no! In his frantic sprint, Lao Mo stumbled over a stone, crashing to the ground. Shi Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does this lad not watch where he walks? Lao Mo clumsily rose, foaming at the mouth in confusion, unable to comprehend how he had fallen again. At that moment, Shi Jiang had already swung a punch. A sneak attack. Old Mo had no time to react and fell to the ground. The young man, lacking in martial ethics, launched a surprise attack. Yet, such ambushes are a testament to one's strength. Shi Jiang shook his arms, his physique now remarkably robust, eager to prove himself against Old Mo. Zhu Hua gazed at the group behind Shi Jiang, including Zhu Xinhua, and was instantly bewildered. It appeared that the entirety of the Zhu family had been summoned by Shi Jiang. What a troublesome situation. If others were to assault the Zhu family now, it would spell disaster. However, regret was futile. He could only focus on protecting his sister. This Shijiang truly dared to bring anyone along. As Shijiang and old Mo engaged in a fierce confrontation, each strike resonated with intensity. The thrill of battle was exhilarating. Shijiang, brimming with arrogance, unleashed a flurry of punches. Old Mo, retreating under the relentless assault, wielded his dagger in a desperate defense to stave off Shijiang's advance. After several days apart, it was astonishing how much Shijiang had improved. Well then, shall we continue? Old Mo glanced at Gao Chang behind him, gritting his teeth. Eliminate him. Following Gao Chang's command, Old Mo had no choice but to comply. Even if he couldn't win, he had to press on. With Shijiang's involvement, the tide of the battle had shifted dramatically. Zhu Yan's attention turned to Shijiang, his gaze softening with admiration. Who is this young man? Zhu Huo promptly replied. Xin Yue's boyfriend. What? Whose boyfriend? Zhu Yan, who had previously enjoyed a life of luxury, suddenly gaped, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a light bulb. My little sister's boyfriend. Zhu Yan shot a resentful glare at Shijiang. What is this fellow like? How does he treat our little sister? A bit arrogant. A touch pretentious, and somewhat lewd. Zhu Yan? Amidst the skirmish, Shijiang seemed to catch wind of Zhu Huo's disparaging remarks and shouted. What are you saying? I'm risking my life to shield you, and you dare speak ill of me? Zhu Huo chuckled awkwardly, quickly clarifying, you misheard. I was just praising your valor. I believe you not. Shijiang, with a sudden surge of energy, forcefully repelled Old Mo. Gao Sheng had pushed back Tang Mu and seized the opportunity to support Old Mo. Aren't you a top-tier assassin? You can't even handle a college student. At that moment, the two were attacking in tandem, with Shijiang holding his ground against both. Zhu Huo observed intently, his expression serious, remarking, Shijiang is indeed formidable, managing to contend evenly with the two experts from the Gao family. Shijiang. Go for it, Shijiang. Defeat them, and I'll reward you tonight. Zhu Xinyue said with a smile. Upon hearing of a reward, Shijiang instantly entered a frenzied state. Old Mo and Gao Sheng felt the pressure mounting. What had caused this sudden outburst? Even with a reward, this was excessive. Bang, bang. With two powerful strikes, both men were sent crashing to the ground. Shijiang bellowed, licking his lips, will you make me act, or will you take action yourselves? Lao Mo, racked with pain, fixed his gaze on Shijiang, too terrified to move. Although Xiang Tianming could withstand Tang Mu and Zhu Hua, should the Gao family falter, his side would inevitably face doom. The Gao family is truly worthless. Xiang Tianming cursed. Gao Chang calmly observed the unfolding chaos, unperturbed by the shifting tides of battle. Did he possess a hidden card? Regardless, Xiang Tianming resolved to vanquish Tang Mu and Zhu Hua with overwhelming force. Shijiang was also exerting himself, attempting to swiftly eliminate Gao Sheng and Lao Mo. Just as he prepared to strike, a sudden chill crept down his spine. Crack! A sharp blade pierced through his back, revealing a bloodied edge. Shijiang's pupils constricted. His forehead slightly bowed as he glanced back. Lima. Everyone was taken aback. Zhu Hua shouted, Lima, what on earth are you doing? Shijiang had never anticipated that it was the butler of the Zhu family, Lima, who had dealt him a fatal blow. With a swift motion, Lima withdrew the blade, her expression malevolent. Addressing Lao Mo, she remarked, when I instructed you to kill someone, it was either a gust of wind or a downpour. Chapter 78. Qian Yimian blood bubbled from Shijiang's lips as he struggled to hold on, gradually collapsing to the ground. The blade wielded by Lima had plunged into his heart. His expression betrayed his disbelief. He never imagined he would meet his end at her hands. Reluctantly, darkness enveloped his vision, and pain surged through his body, dragging him into the abyss of unconsciousness. He fell heavily to the ground, devoid of sound. Gao Chang, witnessing Shijiang's demise, smirked with satisfaction. It seemed the tide of battle was turning. Tang Mu, enraged, fired 3 shots at Lima. With agility, she deftly evaded each bullet. Zhu Xinyue stood frozen, staring blankly at Shijiang's lifeless form, silent tears streaming down her face. Shijiang Zhu seemed to have an epiphany and immediately demanded, Who exactly are you? Lima smiled quietly, slowly revealing her true visage. It was that of a middle-aged man, shedding the appearance of an elderly woman. A sinister grin played on his lips as he proclaimed with utmost pride, I hope you are satisfied with the grand gift I have bestowed upon you. Zhu Hua felt no joy, clenching his teeth, recalling that he must be Qian Yimian. ranked 33rd on the assassin S list. Realization dawned upon Tang Mu as well. He had heard of Qian Yimian, renowned for his mastery of disguise and ambush tactics. Though not particularly powerful, his skills in deception had earned him the 33rd spot on the assassin S list. When did this happen? Qian Yimian replied nonchalantly, not long. Merely 2.5 years. Zhu Hua clenched his fists tightly. Unbeknownst to many, this individual had spent 2.5 years undercover within his own family. Now, he finally comprehended why his family's arms factory had been so easily compromised. Zhu Yan had not anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Gao Chang chuckled, locking eyes with Zhu Yan. What now? Do you still possess the same audacity to confront me as you once did? Xian Tianming led the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, mercilessly pushing Tang Mu and Zhu Hua into retreat. It could be said that the upheaval surrounding Shijiang had solidified the entire situation. Now, with the addition of Qian Yimian, Zhu Yan found himself increasingly troubled. Everything must belong to my Gao family. Zhu Xinyue sobbed as she cradled Shijiang, shaking him gently while wiping his face. Shijiang, please wake up. You scoundrel, I will not allow you to sleep. You must awaken. If you die, I shall not live either. A sinister voice echoed in Zhu Xinyue's ears. Since you have no desire to live, allow me to facilitate your passage. Qian Yimian's malevolent grin revealed a dagger glistening with ominous blood. The cold light flickered dangerously close to Zhu Xinyue's forehead. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed. Qian Yimian's smile abruptly vanished as, at the moment of impact, 2 blades from a distance pierced through his chest. Blood sprayed into the air. The twin blades had punctured his abdomen. With a swift kick, Qian Yimian flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Coughing, blood pooled around him as he clutched his chest, his complexion pale and devoid of vitality. Who? Zhu Xinyue cautiously lifted Shijiang, her expression fraught with anxiety. Do not worry. I will save you. I will find a doctor. I will ensure you live. Zhu Yan shook his head in disappointment. Foolish girl. Do not utter such nonsense. That dagger struck Shijiang's heart. He cannot be saved. No, it cannot be. Zhu Xinyue's emotions spiraled into chaos as she screamed in desperation. Before Qian Yimian stood a shadowy figure clad in black robes, their face obscured, save for 2 conspicuous blades. Swiftly, before Qian Yimian could even struggle or cry for help, a blade silenced him. It was too fast. He scarcely glimpsed the blade's shadow before the bloodied mass fell softly to the ground. Lao Mo was momentarily stunned. Although Qian Yimian was not adept in combat, he was aware of his strength, and it was unfathomable that he could be slain in a single strike. Who could this shadow be? Lao Mo's brow furrowed in trepidation, the uncertainty instilling profound fear within him. He took a step back, observing the unfolding chaos. Gao Chang, unfazed by the death of Qian Yimian, remained composed, embodying the essence of a family patriarch. He was only left with a profound sense of confusion. You are Nightingale, are you not? Gao Chang discerned the identity of the figure before him with ease. Yet, I cannot fathom why you are present in this remote location of Jinghai when you are not in the capital. Nightingale slowly sheathed her twin blades, her demeanor as cold as ice. Death requires not an abundance of knowledge. Xiang Tianming, bewildered by the situation, bellowed, Gao Chang, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you dealt with them all? Silence. Gao Chang, visibly enraged, commanded Xiang Tianming to be quiet. Stunned into silence, Xiang Tianming thought, aren't we allies? You want me to be silent? Is there a mistake? Gao Chang's expression shifted. From the beginning until now, he had maintained a demeanor of smug indifference. But now he displayed profound embarrassment. The circumstances had surpassed his expectations and spiraled beyond his control. If you wish for death, you may remain silent. But allow me to inform you that the person before you is the Nightingale, ranked 9th on the assassin's list. This statement might have eluded your comprehension. So let me clarify. 3 years ago, Nightingale single-handedly obliterated a minor family in the capital overnight. Even a small family in the capital holds far greater power than ours. Can you grasp that now? Upon hearing these words, Xiang Tianming fell into silence. So, is there a god of death before us? How can we possibly fight? Nightingale's demeanor was frigid, her chilling gaze instilling fear in Gao Chang. Knowing too much can lead to one's demise. But we harbor no grievances, and our waters do not cross. Why provoke further bloodshed? Gao Chang attempted to reason. Nightingale disregarded him and approached Zhu Xinyue, kneeling partially on the ground. My subordinates arrived late to your aid. Please forgive me, master. As these words fell, Chaos erupted. Zhuhua, Tangmu, Oldemo, Gaosheng, Xiang Tianming. They were left dumbfounded. Gao Chang's words indicated that Nightingale was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature. Yet she bowed low before Zhu Xinyue, leaving them utterly perplexed. Zhu Xinyue raised her forehead slightly, cradling Shijiang while gazing at Gao Chang and the others. Anger clouded her judgment. Only Gao Chang had anticipated such a scenario, sighing in despair. He never expected Nightingale to appear here. Is my Gao family truly destined to perish in Jinghai? Flee. At this moment, his only thought was to escape. Xiang Tianming also sensed the impending danger, instinctively retreating. Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, block her. Zhu Xinyue's gaze was chillingly merciless. After taking a life, they still wished to flee? Today, should any of you harm Shijiang, none shall escape. She immediately commanded Nightingale, kill them all. Leave not a single one. Chapter 79. The finale. The police and Zhu family's members launched a relentless assault. Awaiting them was the embodiment of death, Nightingale. Wherever she went, blood splattered ominously. Old Mo fought desperately to resist, but could only endure through the second strike. His swordsmanship was utterly eclipsed by Nightingale's prowess, resulting in a complete and utter defeat. The double-edged blade pierced the throat, and Old Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. As if he had words left unspoken, yet they remained lodged in his throat, unable to escape. His eyes, still open, reflected nothing but shock. Gao Sheng, looking distressed, turned to Gao Chang and asked, "Brother, do we have any trump cards left?" With a serious expression, Gao Chang nodded affirmatively. Yes. Gao Sheng's face lit up with a smile. Does that mean there is still hope? Quickly, what is the trump card? Run. Gao Chang's unexpected response. A single word from his usually composed elder brother took him by surprise. In an instant, the alliance between the Gao and Xiang families crumbled into chaos. Zhu Xinyue, however, remained indifferent, inexplicably gathering strength as she sorrowfully embraced Shijiang, who was departing. Zhu Hua watched her with a mixture of pain and sorrow, words caught in his throat. Let her go, Zhu Yan said slowly. Tang Mu observed his young lady with a sense of unease. Miss, what else have you kept from me? Zhu Hua shook his head in disappointment. You've hidden quite a lot. If I had known she possessed such means, why not eliminate the 4 great families of Jinghai directly instead of staging this drama? Another scream echoed, piercing the air. Gao Sheng collapsed before Gao Chang. Anguish etched on his face. Brother, save me. Please. How can I save you? I can barely save myself. Without further ado, Gao Chang turned and fled. Nightingale let out a cold laugh. Run? Do you think you can escape? Your family is the greatest murderer of Shijiang. If I let you go, do you believe the master would spare me? No one present could afford to let him go. Members of the Gao family attempted to block her, but before Nightingale, they were utterly powerless. Soon, Gao Chang found himself cornered, with no means of escape. As he gazed at Nightingale, who advanced with 2 gleaming blades, an icy dread filled his heart. Finally, despair washed over him, and he sank to the ground, surrendering to fate. Just give me a merciful end. His voice was faint and cold, reaching Gao Chang's ears. Very well. In the next moment, blood gushed forth. Swift, accurate, ruthless. Gao Chang fell amidst his own blood, slipping into eternal slumber. Nightingale's gaze turned sinister as she fixed her eyes on Xiang Tianming in the distance. Xiang Tianming sensed the chilling intensity of her stare and hurriedly moved. He could only hope that the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps would buy him more time. Yet the vice-captain of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps showed no inclination to hold the line and fled. How long could the remaining mercenaries, a disorganized group, withstand the onslaught for Xiang Tianming? While the overall strength of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps surpassed that of the Dragon Guard, the duration they could hold out was worlds apart. Within 3 minutes, the burly men of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps fell one after another beneath Nightingale's sharp blades. The battlefield transformed into a grotesque sea of blood, a scene of utter devastation. At this moment, both the Gao and Xiang families had lost their formidable combat strength. The outcome was predetermined, and escape was futile. Xiang Tianming dared not look back. Adrenaline surged through him as he propelled himself forward with an unrelenting fervor. Akin to a tempest in flight, perhaps in the throes of fear, one can unleash hidden potential. His speed was astonishingly swift. Tang Mu's gaze was icy. He bore a grudge, for it was Xiang Tianming who had struck him the hardest moments ago. I shall pursue him, he declared. Yet, Nightingale halted, refraining from the chase. For Xiang Tianming's pace was indeed remarkable, and he was nearest to Tang Mu's position. Tang Mu frantically flailed his limbs, engaging in the pursuit of Xiang Tianming. The area was left with a cadre of remnants, approaching its denouement. Zhu Yin observed the unfolding events with profound delight. He had awaited this day for 3 long years. As long as the underworld families existed in Jinghai, his heart would find no peace. Now, his desires had been fulfilled. Zhu Yin found solace. For his mission was to eradicate the underworld families. He harbored no tolerance for even a grain of sand in his eye, as this was a safeguard for the people of Jinghai. As the director of the Jinghai Bureau, he must lead by example in the fight against the underworld forces. Lu Nin led a contingent to eliminate the remaining underworld elements. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 figures raced wildly, Xiang Tianming fleeing, and Tang Mu in relentless pursuit. The chase unfolded, with Xiang Tianming oblivious to whether the adrenaline truly fueled his speed, which had created a significant gap between them. Tang Mu was perplexed. He had never witnessed this level of swiftness from Xiang Tianming before. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. He immediately launched a verbal assault. Xiang Tianming, cease your flight. Your entire Iron Blood mercenary corps has perished in this wicked city. Even if you escape, what will change? Without the Iron Blood mercenary corps, you are but a worthless wretch. Xiang Tianming gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Were it not for his desperate need to survive, he would have gladly exchanged barbs with Tang Mu for 300 rounds. He did not look back, fleeing with fervor. Only by escaping the wicked city could hope remain for him. He could rise again. The course of history often mirrors itself. Just recently, Xiang Tianming had, like Tang Mu, pursued Tang Long, but now the roles had reversed, with Tang Mu chasing him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yes, he could escape to the outskirts of the wicked city, where dense forests lay uninhabited, an ideal refuge for concealment. He owed this insight to Tang Long, otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to such a sanctuary. As Tang Mu chased, he noted the looming dense thicket ahead, his heart sinking. This is bad. If he truly slips into the woods, how will I ever find him? Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of his pursuit, Tang Mu fired 3 shots. Xiang Tianming ducked and rolled, desperately evading capture. In his haste, his aim faltered, and none of the shots found their mark, which also attested to his fortuitous luck. With a hearty laugh, Xiang Tianming observed as the 3 shots missed their target, a sense of pride swelling within him. Tang Mu, it appears your eyesight has deteriorated. How could you miss from such close range? I shall remember this, and when next we meet, I will ensure your demise. His gaze darkened with loathing for Tang Mu. He leapt into the thicket, vanishing from sight. Tang Mu halted, staring into the dense foliage, lost in contemplation. How fortunate could one be to stumble upon such a grove? It was sheer luck. Cursing under his breath, Tang Mu retraced his steps, for by the time he had reached the thicket, Xiang Tianming had long since vanished. In such a convoluted environment, it was impossible for Tang Mu to pursue him. Very well, consider yourself fortunate, Xiang Tianming thought, his heart brimming with maniacal laughter. I am saved, indeed saved. Fate has not forsaken me. He slowed his pace, navigating cautiously through the intricate woods, producing only the faintest of sounds. Beneath the tangled branches, a figure lay with eyes shut, gradually opening them as the noise piqued his curiosity. Who goes there? The sudden voice startled Xiang Tianming into stillness. Is there someone else here? He wondered, taken aback. Both men froze, enveloped in silence. The voice struck a familiar chord. Xiang Tianming sensed something amiss and shouted. Who are you? Tang Long, concealed in the shadows, rose slowly, having recognized the familiar voice. Xiang Tianming gritted his teeth, each word dripping with venom. This chaos is all you're doing. Stealthily, Tang Long circled to Xiang Tianming's rear and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Fear gripped Xiang Tianming. In this desolate wilderness, who could it be? They struggled and rolled, battling fiercely. Xiang Tianming crashed to the ground, unexpectedly locking eyes with Tang Long, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. How are you still alive? Did I not kill you? Tang Long's face darkened with malice. Thirsting for vengeance. I did not perish, for before I meet my end, you must face yours. Terror coursed through Xiang Tianming, making his limbs involuntarily retreat. Brother Long, please let me explain. Take your explanations to the underworld, Tang Long retorted, his fist connecting brutally with Xiang Tianming's skull. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiang Tianming was sent flying. Tang Long shook his arm, blood oozing from his knuckles, yet he pressed on, gripping Xiang Tianming's collar and flinging him several meters away. Before Tang Long, Xiang Tianming was utterly powerless, trembling in fear, his legs buckling beneath him. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips tinged with a faint shade of purple, and his eyes brimmed with fear and despair. His face was smeared with dried blood, clinging tightly to his skin, rendering him even more wretched. Run. The only course of action was to flee. Xiang Tianming endured excruciating pain, rising to his feet and bolting away. Tang Long seized a brick from the ground and pursued him with relentless fervor. Run. Is escape even possible? Thus, they raced, one fleeing and the other in hot pursuit. A frenzied dash ensued. Upon seeing you, I am compelled to run. This was Xiang Tianming's second frantic flight, a desperate attempt to evade. For behind him loomed a madman, Tang Long, wielding the brick in his right hand. Relentlessly chased after Xiang Tianming, his speed not faltering. Indeed, he was closing the distance. Do not chase me, please. We are both unfortunate souls. Why must you torment me? Tang Long let out a cold laugh. Now you comprehend, but it is too late. In his haste, Xiang Tianming stumbled over a protruding tree root, crashing heavily to the ground. Everything had come to an end. Tang Long, brick in hand, drew nearer to the fallen Xiang Tianming, his face twisted in a grotesque expression. Why have you stopped running? Is it because you no longer wish to? With the brick in hand, I am your brother Long. Remember that. Terror gripped Xiang Tianming's heart as he recoiled in fear, pleading pitifully, Brother Long, spare me. If you grant me my life, I shall serve you like a beast of burden. You are of no use to me. With a resounding crack, the brick struck Xiang Tianming's skull mercilessly. Blood splattered across Tang Long's face, revealing a terrifying visage. Xiang Tianming let out a chilling scream, startling the birds and insects into flight. Regret flooded him. Yet he could only perish here with that remorse. Tang Long did not relent, continuing to rain blows with the bloodied brick. Crack, crack, crack. Until Xiang Tianming's skull was reduced to a pulpy mass of blood and gore, Tang Long finally ceased his assault. He flung the brick aside and slumped to the ground. He exhaled deeply, his gaze once more fixated on the pool of muck, a cold snort escaping his lips. Damned wretch, I spit on you. Tang Long gradually rose, limping away in search of an escape. He needed to leave this wicked city, to depart from this Jinghai post-haste. There was no refuge left for him here. He had been defeated, and this was the price of a loser. But the Tang family still had his father. The scene of carnage had long been cleared in that sinful city. Zhu Xinyue, accompanied by Shi Jiang, had already returned to the Zhu family. Shi Jiang, awaken. Are you feigning sleep? I shall forgive you this time. I command you to wake. Zhu Xinyue's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. Zhu could only shake his head in disappointment. Xinyue, gather your strength and accept the truth. Shi Jiang is no more. He has not merely succumbed to slumber. Zhu Xinyue vehemently denied. Yet the doctor had already declared that the knife had pierced his heart, leaving no room for hope. Zhu shook his head. Sorrow etched across his face. Before he could finish his words, a wail echoed from afar. Oh, my brother, how could you leave us, the living, to mourn you? The younger brother lamented, having just reunited, only to be thrust into despair. Did you not care for us? Little Xiao collapsed before Shi Jiang's lifeless form. Had we known this would be our fate, we would have accompanied you into the realm of sin. Now, it is too late for regrets. Wei Long's gaze was fixated on the slumbering Shi Jiang, his expression equally grim. Farewell, dear brother. Zhu Hua observed the two, understanding that they were Shi Jiang's subordinates. Although he was unaware of how Shi Jiang had garnered their loyalty, it would be unkind to dismiss their mourning. It would be unwise to leave him here. Perhaps we should procure a coffin, allowing him to rest in peace, Zhu Hua suggested. Shall we not set up 2 tables for a feast? Little Xiao nodded in agreement. Truly, the Zhu family head possesses a grand heart. My leader has just passed, and yet you wish to host a banquet? Yet, with a death, how can one avoid a gathering? Little Xiao conceded, finding the reasoning sound. Very well, I shall collect the funeral funds. Zhu Hua looked on in disbelief. How had he come to accept this young subordinate? Not only did he wish to feast, but he also sought financial gain. However, leaving the body in such a state was untenable. Zhu Hua turned to Zhu Xinyue. In honor of the deceased, should we not expedite his burial? Perhaps cremation would be a fitting option. Little Xiao interjected, and Zhu Hua nodded in agreement. Cremation is acceptable. We can keep the urn here, at least providing Zhu Xinyue with a semblance of solace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyue was overcome with grief, tears streaming as she retreated to her chamber. Alas, this girl. The others exchanged understanding glances. We must forgive her. With Shijiang's demise, none can find joy. Then it is settled. We shall prepare for a banquet tomorrow, followed by cremation. Little Xiao and Wei Long exchanged solemn nods. I propose we arrange a lavish cremation for my brother. It must be conducted with great dignity. Naturally, I shall take care of everything. Yet unbeknownst to all, Shijiang lay quietly, while a system whirred to life within his mind. System activated. Famed blade has been consumed. Currently in shock. Chapter 81. The resurrection at the Tang residence. The atmosphere was sparse, with only a handful of servants present. Tang Long returned in defeat. His elite cadre obliterated in the city of vice. In the grand hall, Tang Qingye slowly opened his murky eyes, as if he had been waiting for an eternity. With a pronounced limp, Tang Long approached his father, his heart a tumult of emotions. Father, I return from this journey in utter defeat. Noting the grim expression on his father's face, he hesitated. Please forgive me. What crime have you committed? The downfall of the Tang family rests upon my shoulders. I am the sinner of the Tang clan. Tang Qingye slowly shook his head. It has come to this. The die is cast. You may leave now. Tang Long stood frozen in place. Leave? Where to? The vastness of the world left him utterly lost. Observing his son's bewilderment, Tang Qingye smiled faintly. Go to the capital. Seek refuge with your aunt. And you? I must remain here. Regardless of the fate of the Tang family, it is my duty. I have wronged our ancestors by allowing the family's legacy to crumble under my watch. You should depart. The hall echoed with this solitary command, reverberating through its emptiness. Tang Long gazed deeply at his father, remaining silent, aware that no words could alter the situation. Reluctantly, he withdrew, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Death seemed a preferable fate. Thus, Tang Qingye watched his son's figure fade away, feeling a measure of relief. A deep sigh resonated from the grand hall, and then silence enveloped the space. Wandering through the streets of Jinghai, Tang Long found his clothes in tatters and his pockets bare. He had gone an entire day without food, his stomach growling painfully as he cast a longing glance at a nearby bun shop. Ultimately, he pressed his aching belly and resisted the temptation. He wished to avoid further humiliation. Who could have imagined that the once mighty heir of the Tang family would find himself in such dire straits? As he ambled along, contemplating his plight, he heard a shout from a distance. Take a look, give it a thought. No payment required. Startled from his reverie, Tang Long turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Zhang Banzian. He saw the fortune teller seated at a stall, enthusiastically calling out to passers-by. With a dazed expression and uncertain thoughts swirling in his mind, he paused for a moment before covering his face with a cloth and approaching Zhang Banzian. Master, please tell my fortune. Zhang Banzian squinted, scrutinizing Tang Long with keen interest, and then broke into a smile. Young master, I see darkness clouding your brow. Your path ahead is fraught with trials and tribulations that will test your endurance. Intrigued, Tang Long pressed, what do you mean by adrift? Your journey leads you to a higher place. And what of these trials and tribulations? Zhang Banzian stroked his beard, a serene smile gracing his lips. You shall endure humiliation, all for the sake of survival. Could it be the capital? The capital is a place teeming with hidden talents and dangers, where he would be merely an outsider, destined to face oppression and subjugation. Tang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such accuracy in the master's predictions. Yet, despite the grim forecast, he felt compelled to go, for there was no refuge for the Tang family in Jinghai, and his only option was to seek shelter with his aunt in the capital. Would it be a daunting journey? Tang Long was unafraid. What he truly feared was the interminable darkness devoid of light. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would never concede defeat. After careful contemplation, Tang Long nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your guidance, master. Just as he intended to take his leave, the master grasped his arm. You haven't paid yet. Feigning ignorance, Tang Long replied. Pay? What payment? I don't know anything. Zhang Banqian's face twisted with indignation, his beard bristling as he glared at him. It appears you wish to dine and dash. What of it if I do? Tang Long could no longer contain his fury, his voice a thunderous roar. The humiliations he had endured over the past few days surged forth. It was one thing to be bullied by others, but now even this fortune teller was taking advantage of him. With a dismissive wave, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Zhang Banqian's arm hung motionless, his gaze cloudy as he silently watched Tang Long depart, uttering not a word. A long, drawn-out sigh echoed in the air. Young master, take care on your journey. At the crematorium in Jinghai City, the blazing furnace emitted a crimson glow. Xiao Chedu wept bitterly, unwilling to accept that his elder brother would be cremated in such haste. It felt far too abrupt. Zhu Xinyue offered her final farewell, gently patting Shi Zhang's lifeless body. Make sure to take care over there. The crematorium staff arrived. May I ask who is to be cremated? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chedu furiously seized the staff member. Are you blind? Can the dead respond to your queries? He pointed at Shi Zhang's corpse. This is my brother. Give him the best fire and burn him fiercely. The staff member nodded apprehensively. Very well, sir. I will arrange that for you. However, Xiao Chedu narrowed his eyes. However, what? The staff member chuckled nervously. It will cost extra. With a swift motion, Xiao Chedu delivered a sharp slap to his face. You heartless wretch. Even in death, you won't let him rest? Let me be clear, I don't eat beef. Xiao Chedu drew 2 guns from his back, cocking one and pressing it against the staff member's forehead. In that instant, the staff member collapsed to his knees, terror coursing through his veins. Brother, you. The staff member's gaze fixated on the gun in Xiao Chedu's hand. Xiao Chedu chuckled darkly. Want to know if it's real? It's simple. If I pull the trigger and the gun is fake, you live. If it's real, you die. How convenient. Right next to the crematorium, the staff member, filled with dread, was unwilling to take the gamble and quickly begged for mercy. Brother, you are a man of the underworld. Please don't hold this against me. Then you better arrange for my brother's cremation. Of course, I will arrange it immediately for your brother. How much will it cost? Not to worry, I won't charge you. I'll cover all expenses as a tribute to your brother. Xiao Chedu, accustomed to a life of privilege, nodded. The 2 guns still tucked against his back. The young man is full of promise. Shi Zhang's body was lifted onto a gurney, preparing to be sent to the furnace. The searing heat caused him to break out in a sweat. As he drew closer to the furnace, the temperature intensified. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he abruptly opened his eyes. The hazy world around him felt foreign, obscured only by an endless blaze. Where am I? Is that a furnace? Why does it resemble a crematorium? No, it is indeed a crematorium. Shi Zhang watched as the flames began to lick at his pants and let out a startled cry. Damn! Everyone was left agape by his sudden exclamation. Who spoke? Brother, it's over. I've encountered a ghost, a resurrection. The little punk shouted, clutching his head in panic. Shi Zhang tumbled to the ground, staring at the onlookers, lost in silence. Brother, it's not that I didn't come to save you. It's just that I arrived too late. If you have any grievances, take it up with Wei Long. Just don't take me with you. Wei Long. Only Zhu Xinyue remained unafraid, her eyes a deep crimson, tears streaming down her face. Are you a human or a ghost? Chapter 82. I feel like I've forgotten something. Shi Zhang sneezed and touched his nose. I'm a ghost, not a human. No, wait. I'm a human, not a ghost. Shi Zhang promptly patted the little punk on the shoulder, startling him greatly. Don't touch me. What are you, human or ghost? Shi Zhang was at a loss for words. Can a ghost touch you? Please think a little more critically. Wei Long, tearful, gazed at Shi Zhang. Brother, you really aren't dead? Of course not. But I clearly saw that blade pierce your heart. Ah, what do you think I am? I'm a man who defies the odds. How could I possibly perish so easily? Shi Zhang replied dismissively. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? In that instant, Zhu Xinyue threw herself into his arms, leaving him momentarily stunned. You're alive. Tears of joy streamed down Zhu Xinyue's face, filled with immense happiness. You rascal, you deceived me. Her delicate fists playfully pounded on Shi Zhang's chest, yet it felt tender. All right, Xinyue, I just returned from the brink of death. And I'm still in pain. Is it real or fake? Shi Zhang affectionately ruffled Zhu Xinyue's hair. Of course it's real. At that moment, a staff member timidly inquired from a corner. Are we still proceeding with the cremation? Would you like to add the deluxe package? The previously warm scene was abruptly ruined by the staff member's question, and the little punk bared his teeth. Can't you keep quiet? Are you blind? My brother is alive, and you still want to proceed with the cremation? The little punk kicked the staff member to the ground, exhibiting exceedingly reckless behavior. How did I end up here? What about the Gao family and the Xiang family? Shi Zhang inquired, bewildered, as he found himself at a disadvantage. Was there truly a chance for a reversal? Upon hearing this, the little stubborn shifted his gaze toward Zhu Xinyue with a hint of mischief. You might want to ask the eldest sister-in-law about that. It must be said, she has concealed herself remarkably well, deceiving not only us, but even her own brother. What does this mean? Shi Jiang felt utterly perplexed. Zhu Xinyue smiled slyly, casting a glance aside. Look, the eldest sister-in-law is blushing. In truth, she is the real powerhouse. So you did this? Shi Jiang pointed at Zhu Xinyue. No, it was my subordinates. Then isn't that still you? So my wife is a big shot. By that logic, I am also somewhat of a big shot. Oh my. Doesn't that mean we are directly dominating Jinghai City? From now on, Jinghai will belong to the Shi family. Let's go home. Everyone followed Shi Jiang as he departed, leaving the once bustling crematorium in silence. On the way, Little Stubborn scratched his head, feeling a slight itch. It seemed he had forgotten something. Shi Jiang, with an arm around Little Stubborn, jested, what could you possibly forget? Life is but a series of indulgences. What else could there be? Little Stubborn chuckled sheepishly. That's true. I won't think about it anymore. It gives me a headache. Meanwhile, in the Sin City, at Changqiao Gate, dozens of brothers from the cursed Dragon Mercenary Corps were still huddled there, lamenting their fate. It's been a day, and the battle in Sin City is still not over? It feels as though we have been forgotten. You ask me, who can I ask? We can't possibly remain here indefinitely, can we? Yet the Li family hasn't left. They are still at the center of the bridge. Indeed, it was already the second day, and they remained in a stalemate. Li Feng's complexion had grown somewhat pale, with dark circles under his eyes betraying his weariness. These bastards are still here. It has been a full day and night. Is this never-ending? Li Jian gestured for Li Feng to calm his emotions and sit down to rest. Young master, no amount of cursing will help. This place is exposed. And who would dare to make a move? If this continues, we will starve. Li Jian shook his head. Young master, we must outlast them. We cannot panic or rush. After several moments of struggle, Li Feng finally sat on the ground, exhaling heavily. At this moment, it was likely that the war among the several families had already reached a conclusion. Did this not imply that the Li family was isolated and utterly defeated? Indeed. Li Jian replied candidly. Li Feng glared at him, clenching his fists. This fellow was quite talkative, bordering on self-destructive tendencies. They were anxious. But the brothers of the Cursed Dragon Corps were even more so. They exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. Having delayed for so long, our mission has been accomplished. If we were to depart now, the leaders would not hold it against us, would they? The brothers of the Stabbing Dragon Legion nodded in agreement. Shall we proceed then? Indeed, we have gone a day and a night without sustenance. However, before we leave, we must attend to certain matters. One of the brothers from the Stabbing Dragon Legion hoisted a machine gun and commenced firing in the tranquil Longmen Bridge. The rapid gunfire erupted, startling Li Feng and Li Jian, who were engaged in casual conversation. Damn, why are you shooting? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Li Feng, having endured the torment of the Stabbing Dragon Legion for an entire day and night, was fraught with anxiety. They had not left. Had we departed just moments ago, we would surely have been riddled with bullets. Li Feng felt a wave of relief. After the brothers of the Stabbing Dragon Mercenary Corps finished their barrage, they quietly departed with their equipment. Will they notice our absence if we leave like this? The brother with the machine gun replied, they wouldn't dare. With that sort of firing, exposing ourselves for even a moment would mean instant demise. Who would dare observe our situation? Not only now, but even tomorrow. They wouldn't discover anything. So rest assured, they would not venture out. They wouldn't take the risk. The group nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. Excellent. The few of them dusted themselves off and took their leave. In contrast, Li Feng remained troubled, pondering strategies for a breakout. What should we do? He envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet none seemed viable. The only feasible option was to charge through, but given that the Li family had already suffered a surprise attack, a reckless assault would spell their annihilation. Therefore, he could not proceed blindly. Should we wait another 2 days? Li Jian immediately laughed and said, what else could we do? You seem rather muddled, my lord. If you go out now, you would undoubtedly be turned into a sieve. If not, I'll eat dirt. Are you going or not? Li Feng shook his head. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. One must strategize before acting, and such rashness is inadvisable. We can wait a maximum of 2 more days. Otherwise, we will starve to death. After 2 days, we must break through. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, as he resolved within himself that after 2 days, he would fight valiantly alongside the brothers of the Stabbing Dragon Legion. However, thereafter, the Li family would need to adopt a more prudent approach. Observing the current situation, it was evident that the other families in Jinghai were doomed to fail. Even if the Li family survived, it would be of little consolation. This Jinghai is truly a place unfit for human habitation. Chapter 83. This porridge is poisonous. In the aftermath of the criminal underworld's downfall, Zhu Yan led the police to seal off the Tang, Xiang, and Gao families in Jinghai City. This could be considered a genuine effort to eradicate crime. The prominent families were powerless to resist, much like fish on a chopping block, awaiting their fate. Jinghai City welcomed a period of tranquility. The Li family, in a dimly lit room. Has Li Feng returned? The report to the young master states that he has not yet returned. Li Tong smiled faintly. He would certainly not return, as he was cornered at the Long Bridge gate, unable to advance or retreat, trapped there by others. The members of the Li family were taken aback. Then we should hurry to rescue him. No need, Li Tong replied. Li Feng, that fool, is not in any mortal danger. I told him not to go. Yet he refused to listen. Perhaps it is time he learns a lesson. The members of the Li family exchanged troubled glances. After all, Li Feng was Li Tong's elder brother. If he were not to be rescued, who else could do it? Unmoved, Li Tong advanced, his gaze cold and his brow furrowed. This incident exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that the nightingale would appear in Jinghai. His heart was a tumult of joy and sorrow, an intricate blend of emotions. After searching for you for so long, it turns out you are here. Li Tong clenched his fists tightly, as if filled with resentment. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black approached him. Young master, do you require my assistance? Li Tong shook his head, his expression calm. This is not the right moment. We must not act recklessly. With the nightingale stationed in Jinghai, no one can move. Now is the time for patience. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Tong's lips, an eerily intriguing smile in the darkness of the room. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. At the Zhu family residence. Drink this nourishing porridge. I refuse, Shi Jiang promptly declined. Zhu Xinyue, hands on her hips, was somewhat irritated with Shi Jiang. She had taken the trouble to make the soup, yet he showed no gratitude. Why won't you drink it? I spent quite some time preparing it. Shi Jiang shook his head. I fear it may be poisoned. How could I harm you? It's not you I fear, but the porridge you've made. Who knows what you've added? Perhaps you mistook salt for arsenic, and I'd be done for. That's impossible, Zhu Xinyue chuckled awkwardly. It will be fine. Just drink it. Why all the fuss? Zhu Xinyue's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her earlier playful attitude vanished, replaced by a stern seriousness that conveyed a veiled threat. It was as if she were saying, if you don't drink, you'll regret it. Shi Jiang's expression turned bitter as he gazed at the steaming bowl of porridge before him, utterly lacking in appetite. It looks too unpalatable for me to consume. Perhaps you could taste it first? Zhu Xinyue shook her head and called for Tang Mu. Why did you summon me, miss? You taste a spoonful of the porridge I made and tell me if it's good. Me? Tang Mu stammered, taken aback. I really don't want to drink it. Zhu Xinyue scolded him like a shrew. You must drink it, and then give me a review for Shi Jiang. Tell him whether it's good or not. All right. Tang Mu, resembling a timid puppy, meekly complied. He picked up a spoon, still trembling, and brought it to his mouth. Smack, smack. In an instant, Tang Mu's expression was animated, yet he found himself at a loss for words, pointing at the bowl of porridge. How is it? Is it good? Zhu Xinyue inquired eagerly. As Tang Mu struggled for a prolonged moment without producing a sound, Shi Jiang instinctively sensed that the porridge must be unpalatable. This is indeed a culinary delight. My dear miss, your culinary skills have become increasingly refined. Do let Shi Jiang partake, for it is undoubtedly nourishing. Upon hearing the praise, Zhu Xinyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Shi Jiang, did you hear that? Tang Mu is extolling my abilities, which surely means this porridge is drinkable. Hurry, let me have some. Well, I've had too much water today. I need to make a quick trip to the restroom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Mu swiftly made his exit. Zhu Xinyue nudged the porridge closer to Shi Jiang. Drink up? Shi Jiang's gaze was fixed intently, but upon a mere glance, he found himself plunged into an abyss of despair. Tang Mu must have rushed to the restroom to expel it. Truly, one would forsake their dignity for the sake of survival. Very well. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Shi Jiang grasped a spoon, closed his eyes, and took a hefty gulp. Is it palatable? Ugh. Shi Jiang doubled over, retching violently as if attempting to expel his very innards. I can't bear this. I feel as though I'm on the brink of death. Is it truly that revolting? Indeed. The voice was clear and articulate, but it was not Shi Jiang who spoke, it was Tang Mu. This porridge is poisoned. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang continued to vomit. Succumbing to nausea, he gently rubbed his belly to soothe it, and as Tang Mu returned, He mused. Is there room in the restroom? I believe I have also overindulged in water today. Please allow me a moment. Like a gust of wind, Shi Jiang darted away. Zhu Xinyue clenched her fists in fury, glaring menacingly at Tang Mu, who returned from the restroom, suddenly filled with trepidation. This is not my fault. Miss, you ought to find Shi Jiang. Neither of you can escape. I shall deal with you first. Tang Mu clutched his stomach, his complexion pale. Miss, my stomach is acting up again. I must hurry. History tends to repeat itself. Tang Mu dashed away like a whirlwind, shouting, Help! Help! The young lady is a murderer. Just then, Shi Jiang emerged from the restroom. Having overheard Tang Mu's cries, It's over. He has met his demise. Should I simply leave? That could work. Shi Jiang began to walk away, neglecting to bid Zhu Xinyue farewell. What a joke. How could one even think of fighting? Halt. What do you think you're doing? Shi Jiang scratched his head. Don't you remember? We have class today. I have a full schedule this afternoon, and I must hurry to avoid old Shin's scolding. Zhu Xinyue's expression darkened. Huh, how come I've never seen you so eager to attend class before? Do I appear that frightening? Shi Jiang promptly retrieved his phone, attempting to defend himself. Look, old Shun has called me, urging me to come. He displayed the contact list to Zhu Xinyue. Indeed, there was a call from 10 minutes ago. Although Shi Jiang had not answered, Zhu Xinyue scrutinized the phone screen, realizing it could not be fabricated, and chose not to press the matter further. What did old Shin want? I do not fabricate. I must attend class. If this delays matters, it would be my fault as a student. Xinyue, you must understand my predicament. Zuxinyu slowly shook her head. She did not understand, nor had she experienced such a situation. What must I do to earn my release? At the very least, you ought to finish the porridge I made for you. It is my heartfelt gesture. Shi Jiang felt a deep frustration. My health has only just begun to recover, and you wish to confine me until my liberation? Shi Jiang pursed his lips, resolute in refusing to drink, for he was kind-hearted. Zuxinyu was about to express her anger when she heard Shi Jiang's phone ring. A smile spread across his face. He had been saved. You see, Lao Shun is urging me again. Thus, I must return to the university to discuss future developmental trends with the leadership. You? Future developmental trends? This pertains to academic research. A concept you may not grasp, and I find no inclination to elaborate. Chapter 84. A Sad Tale, Jinghai University. Office. Lao Shun, why the urgency in summoning me? Shun Yin wore a serious expression and firmly patted Shi Jiang on the shoulder. My esteemed protege, you have indeed not disappointed me. What is it that has you so elated, Lao Shen? Shi Jiang raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Of course, it is regarding your advanced mathematics test. Full marks, assuredly. Oh, I thought it was something momentous. It is merely a full score, yet you appear quite exhilarated. Have you never achieved a full score before? Shi Jiang grinned mischievously. Lao Shen shot him a glare, visibly displeased. In my day, when I studied advanced mathematics, you were but a child in diapers. Full marks were child's play. Trophies and medals filled my hands. Enough boasting. I have already registered you for the competition. The Mediterranean has adjusted his reading glasses and smiled proudly. You will represent our dragon nation, and more importantly, our Jinghai University. Oh, Shi Jiang replied nonchalantly. Why are you not the least bit excited? Why should I be? Shi Jiang chuckled at the thought. Shun Yin cleared his throat and solemnly stated, Indeed, young people should not be overly ambitious. As the saying goes, pride leads to downfall. Your composed mindset pleases me greatly. Very well, Lao Shen, is there anything else you wish to convey? The event will take place in Beicheng, at Beicheng University. You are to go on your own, as I have other research commitments that prevent me from accompanying you. Understood. However, will expenses be reimbursed? Yes. Shi Jiang finally felt at ease, deciding not to hold back. Is there a limit? Lao Shen found Shi Jiang's queries tiresome and dismissively replied, Do you ever tire of this? There is no cap. Very well. Shi Jiang made a mental note of this, anticipating a day when Lao Shen might lament. However, how shall I travel to Beicheng? I cannot possibly take a slow train, can I? What a joke. I am indeed a distinguished student of Jinghai University, an exceptional scholar among thousands. You expect me to lower myself to travel by the green train? Absolutely not. It is out of the question. As Shi Jiang pondered, he stepped out of the office, where Zhu Xinyue had been waiting for quite some time. The only difference was the insidious smile she wore. Shi Jiang, come here quickly. Upon hearing those words, Shi Jiang froze, hesitant to approach. Didn't you say you were fully booked this afternoon? It dawned on me that our classes had already concluded. Ha ha ha, really? Perhaps I misremembered. Instinctively, Shijiang took a step back. Zhu Xinyue realized she had been deceived, gritting her teeth in frustration. You big liar. Is tricking me all you're capable of? I can also pull you into my schemes, Shijiang retorted fearlessly, speaking candidly. But on a different note, does your family own a car? I wish to borrow one. No, I want to drive it. Zhu Xinyue nodded in agreement. Feel free to drive it. But what is the purpose? Old Shun has enrolled me in an Olympiad math course, and I need to go to Beijing. After much contemplation, I believe driving would be more convenient. Do you have a driver's license? Zhu Xinyue inquired, skepticism evident in her tone. I do. However, that is a rather sorrowful tale. Would you care to hear it? Shijiang's expression turned somber, devoid of any cheerfulness. Do share. This story begins from my high school graduation. At that time, I was still a bright and arrogant boy, oblivious to the darkness of society. Zhu Xinyue, finding his narrative reminiscent of a memoir, impatiently urged, get to the point. Oh, right. Shijiang slowly recounted. After graduating high school, I was accepted into Jinghai University. With nothing to occupy my time, my father suggested I learn to drive, promising to buy me a luxury car upon obtaining my license. The moment I heard luxury car, I was filled with exhilaration, as if I had been injected with adrenaline. Just imagine, driving a luxury car to university, all my classmates gazing at me with envy. It would have been splendid. Thus, I braved the scorching sun to learn how to drive. Zhu Xinyue regarded him as somewhat deluded. So you believed him? That is why you pursued your driver's license? Indeed. Shijiang could no longer muster a smile. Later, I approached my father to fulfill his promise, only to receive a pancake instead. In that moment, I comprehended that everything had been a ruse, with only the pancake being real. Ha ha. Zhu Xinyue cautiously patted Shijiang, attempting to console him. Do not be disheartened. In a certain sense, your father did keep his promise. Woo, do not cry. It's just a luxury car, right? Tell me what you desire, and I shall get it for you. Shijiang immediately ceased his tears, wiping his eyes. Yeah, is that truly the case? Of course. Actually, I don't have grand expectations. Any four-wheeled vehicle will suffice. I want a Rolls-Royce. As he spoke, Shijiang too became immensely excited. Zhu Xinyue gazed at the ever-changing expression of Shijiang, lost in contemplation. Thus, everything was an illusion. Did you genuinely desire a Rolls-Royce? No, not at all. Seeking punishment, she exclaimed with a playful slap. Although Shijiang felt no pain, he could only feign considerable agony. Life is akin to a theatrical performance, reliant on one's acting prowess. Cease this, Xinyue, it hurts so much. He lamented. The pain you inflict upon my body resonates within my heart. Yet, she persisted, her skepticism unyielding. Zhu Xinyue grasped Shijiang's ear and dragged him from one end of the corridor to the other, attracting the astonished gazes of their classmates. Wasn't that the illustrious Miss Zhu? One remarked, while another shook their head in disbelief. This is not punishment, it's quite the opposite, a reward. Shijiang felt a pang of discomfort. Reward? Such a coarse form of acknowledgement. My ears are nearly as red as braised pig ears. This girl doesn't know how to be gentle. Come on, let's go home and test the car. All right then, remember this. If your father won't buy you a car, I shall. If he doesn't care for you, I will. If he doesn't provide you with money, I will. Shijiang felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words. In truth, I don't need the money. Your man earns 80,000 a day. Can I possibly lack funds? It's primarily about your attitude. Could I truly be unable to afford a car? Shijiang cleared his throat, embracing the necessity of resilience. Xinyue, your performance has been commendable. Your attitude is admirable. And you have successfully passed the test. That was merely a trial for you. You tested me? Shijiang chuckled. I suggest you maintain a more composed demeanor, or else I might just surprise you with a grand spectacle tonight. Zhu Xinyue, her expression darkening, retorted, what nonsense is this? Her tone grew increasingly ominous, causing Shijiang to tremble. What I meant was, tonight you should beware of a thief descending from the heavens, intending to pilfer from our home. So I believe. Oh, and what do you believe? The shift in Shijiang's tone indicated a growing unease, realizing he could say no more. Disaster loomed. What do you believe? Zhu Xinyue pressed, her determination unwavering. Shijiang, shaking his head, stood frozen. If you do not elucidate the matter today, you shall remain here. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, in my humble opinion, this pasta ought to be mixed with number 42 concrete, as the length of this screw can easily impact the torque of the excavator. You see, when you drive it in, It instantaneously generates a significant amount of high-energy protein, commonly known to severely affect economic development, and could even cause nuclear pollution across the entire Pacific and within the chargers.